In a post-apocalyptic world, while others gather supplies, she gathers heartthrobs. Chapter 1. The Encounter of Yun Chuxi ***. In a dimly lit room, the curtains drawn tightly shut, a woman curled up on a princess bed seemed to be haunted by nightmares, her brow furrowed in distress. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, propping herself up on her arms, gasping for breath, her forehead slick with cold sweat. She had just dreamt of rock climbing, only to have her rope severed by someone, plummeting down into the abyss. Yun Chuxi calmed her racing heart, instinctively reaching for her mobile phone on the bedside, only to find an empty space. Turning around in search, her eyes widened in shock. Luxurious European-style furniture filled her vision, a vanity table overflowing with skincare products and walls adorned with various princess gowns. This was not her room. Wait. Yun Chuxi suddenly recalled. This was not a dream. She had indeed participated in a 10,000-meter rock climbing competition, and during the final sprint to the summit, her rope had been cut from above. Having fallen from such a height, it was impossible for her to be alive. She should have been shattered to pieces. Strangely, she only felt a bit weak and hungry, without any signs of injury on her body. An incredible thought crossed her mind. Ignoring the fact that she was barefoot, Yun Chuxi hurriedly got out of bed, heading towards the vanity. In the dim light, the mirror reflected a haggard face. Her eyes were bloodshot, her cheeks hollow, and an air of despondency surrounded her, resembling a student, in stark contrast to her typically fierce and cold beauty. Yun Chuxi gasped in disbelief. She had crossed over. Despite her usual composure, it took her a full 3 minutes to fully accept this reality. She was not dead. She had traversed into another world, inhabiting the body of a girl who shared her name. The bad news was that this world had been in a state of apocalypse for a month, and all the food in the villa had been consumed 3 days prior. In short, though she was alive, she was not far from death. Rubbing her temples, Yun Chuxi delved into the memories of the original owner of this body. Her mother was a business elite, and her father held a high position in politics. As the only daughter of the Yun family, Yun Chuxi had grown up in a gilded cage, her character both spoiled and naive. She smoothly ascended to a prestigious university, pursued by the campus heartthrob, Yan. Before graduation, they had already become engaged. However, all the beauty came to an abrupt halt with the onset of the apocalypse. It was as if the world had turned overnight. An unknown virus swept across the globe, causing countless healthy individuals to suddenly fall into a coma. Upon awakening, they transformed into the undead, attacking anyone in sight. Those bitten would gradually mutate, becoming zombies akin to those depicted in films like Resident Evil. Global chaos ensued, with governments mobilizing armed forces for urgent rescue of key personnel. The military quickly established shelters to receive and save the surviving citizens. Yun's parents were initially on the priority rescue list, but in the 3rd week of the apocalypse, her fiancé, Yan, arrived at their door seeking help with his sister, Lan. The Yun family resided in a standalone villa with 4 floors. After the apocalypse began, the nanny, driver, cook, and butler who lived on the 1st floor had turned into zombies. For safety, Yun's parents and Yun Chuxi only moved between the 3rd and 4th floors. When her fiancé arrived with his sister seeking aid, Yun Chuxi insisted on going to the 1st floor to let them in. To prevent her from getting hurt, her father had no choice but to go downstairs and bravely divert 4 zombies, allowing Yun Chuxi to open the door for them. Despite his utmost caution, her father was still scratched. To avoid endangering his wife and daughter, he took his own life that night. Her mother, suppressing her grief to comfort her daughter, secretly took sleeping pills after leaving a note, following her husband into the afterlife. In her final words, she bequeathed the 2 rescue slots to her daughter, Yun Chuxi, and son-in-law, Yan. After enduring such a devastating blow, Yun Chuxi was lost in a daze, lingering outside her parents' room for several days, never anticipating to stumble upon such a scene. "What are you doing?" In the luxurious guest room on the 3rd floor, Yan and Lan were entangled in a compromising situation. The sight shocked Yun Chuxi profoundly as she struggled to believe. "Stop. How can you do such a thing?" Awakened by her voice, the 2 on the bed jolted, hastily gathering their clothes. Yan's gaze flickered, instinctively trying to explain. "Cece, don't misunderstand. We were just playing around." In the next moment, Lan paused, as if she had heard a joke, bursting into laughter. "Brother Yen, why are you still trying to placate her? She is no longer the esteemed daughter of the Yun family. With her parents dead, she is just an orphan without power or influence in this apocalypse." Upon hearing this, Situ Yan's expression faltered as he processed her words. Indeed, the vast wealth of the Yun family holds no value in this apocalypse. Being the son-in-law of the Yun family is no longer meaningful to me. As he spoke, his gaze towards Yun Chuxi swiftly turned cold. Frozen in place, Yun Chuxi felt her heart plunge into an icy abyss. Wealth? No longer of any use. Situ Yan had pursued her, been with her, solely for the Yun family's fortune? Now that the apocalypse had arrived, he no longer pretended, as she had lost her value. Yun Chuxi could hardly comprehend you. You have been deceiving me from the very beginning. Situ Lan, half-clad, leaned against Situ Yan's chest, her voice sweet and teasing. Otherwise, with your looks and figure, how could you have ever caught Brother Yan's eye? Aside from your status as the daughter of the Yun family, what do you have that could possibly compare to me? With tear-filled eyes, Yun Chuxi fixed her gaze on Situ Yan. I want to hear it from your own lips. Situ Yan skillfully pulled up the blanket to cover Situ Lan's marked chest, then looked up at Yun Chuxi with displeasure. Yes, it was all an act. I have long grown weary of your spoiled temper and your lack of subtlety. It's nauseating to watch. If it weren't to ensure my Lana lived a life free from worry, you wouldn't even be worthy of marrying me. She, Yun Chuxi, unworthy? It struck her as absurd. You too, engaging in such acts, still have the audacity to criticize others. Situ Yan interrupted dismissively. Lana and I are not siblings. Lana was a baby I picked up at the doorstep when I was 3, raised alongside me. In my heart, she is a treasure granted by heaven, the only one in the world, the most special girl, irreplaceable by anyone else. Situ Lan chimed in exactly. We grew up together, mutually infatuated. You are the third wheel. If it weren't to avoid gossip, Brother Yan wouldn't even bother looking for a girlfriend outside, giving you an opportunity to take the higher ground. With fervor, she proclaimed, for all these years, we have been together. Even during your 2 years of dating, I bore 2 children, but regrettably, you weren't married yet, so I couldn't give birth. As she spoke, Situ Lan's voice choked, her lovely face brimming with unshed tears. Situ Yan quickly embraced her. Don't cry, Lana. There will be more children. We will have many, many children. Situ Lan nodded obediently in his arms, appearing utterly docile. Watching their affectionate display, Yun Chuxi felt not a shred of sentiment, but rather an increasing wave of anger and disgust. It was because of these 2 deceivers that her father had risked his life to open the door for them. Because of her poor judgment, her father had perished, indirectly leading to her mother's demise. Yun Chuxi felt a surge of nausea, suppressing her fury. Why choose me? If they were in love, why not run away together? Why not seek help to stage a pretense? Why inflict pain on others? Why? Her. Upon hearing her words, Situ Lan's laughter turned to mockery, her gaze filled with derision. Of course, it's because you are foolish. Brother Yan always sees me alone. You never question it. Even when you date, you consent to bringing me along. I have never encountered a more gullible, foolish woman than you. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Chapter 3. The sturdy golden finger. After the rescue team departed, the original owner cowered in a room on the 3rd floor, too fearful to venture downstairs in search of sustenance, ultimately succumbing to starvation. This marked the arrival of Yun Chuxi's reincarnation. Regaining her composure through the remnants of memory, she surveyed her current predicament, devoid of strength, food, and water, with countless zombies roaming below. This disarray was beyond even divine intervention. Yun Chuxi returned to her bed, sprawled out like a starfish, contemplating death. Perhaps in dying once more, she might just be reborn into a more fortunate existence. At that moment, an unusual electronic voice echoed in her ear. Ding. Host conditions met. Binding of the God collection system successful. Anomalies detected in the current environment. The system automatically switches to the Apocalypse God collection system version 20. An initial sum of 100 million gold has been allocated. The gold will automatically convert to coins, which have been credited to the store. The host is advised to activate the store promptly. Current system energy value, 100. The energy value deducts 1 daily. Should it fall into the negative, the system will enter a dormant state. The host must strive to acquire energy values to maintain system operation. Note, the favorability of the gods can be converted into system energy values. There are 3 tiers of gods: excellent, outstanding, and extraordinary. For an excellent rating, the conversion of favorability to energy is 1. For outstanding, it is 110, and for extraordinary, it is 100. The maximum favorability score is 100. Once a god's favorability reaches 100, the achievement Unyielding Affection will be unlocked, ensuring the god's unwavering feelings for the host. Now, presenting the host's attribute panel. Name, Chuxi. Age, 20. Talent, none. Appearance, 65. Physique, 12. Spirit, 93. Overall evaluation, energetic weakling. Warning. The host's physique is critically low and may enter a state of shock at any moment. The host must increase their physique promptly. After a moment of surprise, Chuxi quickly regained her calm, listening intently to the information. How to enhance her physique. The system responded, upon activating the store, you may purchase elixirs to augment your base attributes. Indeed, the system could sense her thoughts. Chuxi silently murmured to activate the store.
Ding.
Activation failed. To activate the basic store, an energy value of 100 is required. Currently, the host's favorability score is 0, making conversion to energy impossible. Please obtain the favorability of the gods. Chuxi understood. It meant that she was currently of no use. She had a store but could not activate it, had coins but could not purchase anything. Thus, she turned over, pulled the blanket over her head, and thought, "Do not hinder my reincarnation. Thank you." After a moment of silence, the electronic voice sounded again, imbued with a hint of reluctant defiance.
Ding.
The basic store has been activated. Current system energy value, 0. The person beneath the blanket stirred, gradually pulling the covers away. Chuxi suppressed a smirk at the corner of her lips and commanded, "Open the store." In the next instant, a translucent electronic screen unfolded before her, displaying an array of splendid goods. Almost all food and daily necessities were included, with prices comparable to reality, albeit in coins. At the top of the store, her balance was displayed, 100 million coins. On the left side of the store, there were 3 options, basic, intermediate, and advanced. Currently, only the basic tier was illuminated, while the other 2 tiers were grayed out, presumably requiring her to activate them later. The bottom of the store allowed for pagination, and she was on the first page. Little system, where are the elixirs to enhance my physique? Chuxi inquired aloud. The system promptly replied, "Host. They can be found on the last page of the basic store. Also, I do not go by little system. Please refer to me as system or by my full name." "Alright, system." Chuxi flipped to the last page and finally discovered the item she sought, her eyes lighting up. Youthful elixir, increases appearance by 1. Vitality elixir, increases physique by 1. Spirit elixir, increases spirit by 1. Each priced at 1 million coins. Without hesitation, she purchased 50 vitality elixirs. Chuxi felt a warmth in her palm as a pale green pill materialized, emitting a fragrant aroma. Its shape resembled a sweet bean, and it tasted delightfully sweet. As she consumed them one by one, her fatigue and weakness gradually dissipated, and her physique rose to 62, restoring some energy. With 50 million coins remaining, Chuxi purchased 35 youthful elixirs. After consuming them, her appearance increased to 100. In the mirror, her previously dull complexion now radiated a flawless glow, her cheeks became dewy, and her figure grew more voluptuous, with almond-shaped eyes and long brows sparkling with life, transforming her entirely. She nodded in satisfaction. This elixir was excellent, refreshing, oil-free, and without side effects. Subsequently, Chuxi ordered a bowl of hot porridge, sipping it leisurely, though she felt capable of devouring a whole cow. Her body had not eaten in ages, so she could only manage something light. Checking her balance revealed over 14 million coins. While she sipped her porridge, she pondered her next plan. The system had mentioned that if the energy value fell negative, it would enter a dormant state, and her current energy value was 0. This meant she needed to garner the so-called favorability of a god within 24 hours, or the little system would cease to exist. The pressing question emerged, where could she find a god? After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Chuxi picked up a golf club from the corner for self-defense and cautiously ascended to the 4th floor, surprisingly encountering no zombies along the way. She speculated that after the rescue team had departed, the odor of decay had overwhelmed the villa, leading the zombies to instinctively wander elsewhere. The 4th floor contained a single swimming pool, surrounded by vast, open space, providing an unobstructed view of most of the neighborhood from the steps. It was late September, a time when the summer heat lingered and autumn breezes began to flow. Yet, peering down, not a single trace of human activity was visible. Only the zombies meandered aimlessly along the roads. Choosing the best vantage point, She purchased a sunshade, a lounge chair, a small round table, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and juice. Settling into a comfortable position on the lounge chair, she selected a pair of sunglasses from the store and finally purchased a laptop and a drone, connecting the power source. Sipping her juice leisurely, she maneuvered the drone into the sky. The laptop screen broadcasted real-time footage captured by the drone. Longjiang Ipin was situated in the most upscale villa district at the heart of Longjiang City, a serene escape amidst the bustling city. Boasting an excellent geographical location and top-notch facilities. Each villa was a standalone 4-story structure, housing individuals of either immense wealth or exceptional status. However, that was in the past. With the advent of the apocalypse, its only advantage was its sparse population, resulting in fewer zombies than in other areas. From the footage transmitted by the drone, Chuxi noticed several signs of human activity. She guided the drone closer to a window where a shadow flitted past, approximately 500 meters away. On the 4th floor of a villa, for young individuals, 3 men and 1 woman were engaged in cooking. Chapter 4: Unworthy of the host's favorability points. The 3 young men dismantled tables, chairs, and curtains into pieces, gradually tossing them into a large iron basin filled with burning firewood. The only girl, sporting blunt bangs, carefully monitored the heat, boiling noodles in an iron pot, steam rising in bubbling waves. The drone's presence caught the attention of one individual, who expressed surprise and spoke something, prompting the other 3 to turn their gazes as well.
Ding!
God detected. The system automatically initiated scanning. Name: Jiang Xiwang. Age: 22. Talent: 2nd tier water elemental ability. Mutated ice elemental ability, not yet awakened. Appearance: 88. Physique: 80. Spirit: 79. Evaluation: excellent current favorability score towards the host, 0 following the system's prompt. Chuxi tapped her finger on the screen, pointing at the most handsome young man. Is it him? The system affirmed. Yes, host, hurry. Confronted with the system's impatience, Chuxi remained non-committal, scrutinizing the young man closely. The young man, clad in a shirt and black trousers, possessed a refined and handsome visage, exuding a gentle and composed demeanor, reminiscent of a well-bred scion from an affluent family. Upon noticing the drone, he did not display the exuberance typical of others. Instead, he swiftly approached the window, his gaze searching the upper floors of the surrounding buildings. It wasn't long before he spotted the leisurely basking Chuxi, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his face. How astute! Chuxi smirked, raising her hand to greet him. Subsequently, she disregarded his penetrating gaze, gesturing subtly as the drone soared off to scout elsewhere. The swift identification of a target uplifted her spirits. Unfortunately, the conversion rate for her favorable impressions was a mere one which she found somewhat unworthy. Soon enough, she realized her joy was premature. As the drone audaciously navigated through the community, more and more people opened their windows. Some waved frantically at the drone, others brandished banners of SOS, and a few wept tears of joy, seemingly believing they had found their savior. However, the system remained silent, offering no further notifications. Chuxi. None among these individuals meet the criteria? Indeed, host, the system replied. Most are ordinary citizens, and a small fraction are mediocre single-type abilities with an average score below 80. By comprehensive assessment, they are unworthy of the host's favor. Mediocre single-type abilities? Chuxi halted, her gaze lingering on the 0 beside her attribute value, plunging her into silence. Ahem. Host, I was not referring to you. You lack abilities, which is accurate. My intent was to indicate that the original host possessed a talent score of 0. In truth, your metrics surpass 90, classified as exceptional in Blue Star. Hence your binding to the system. Regrettably, only mental energy can be transferred. Chuxi interrupted its defense, cutting to the chase. I shall inquire. How does one acquire talent or abilities? The system discreetly wiped its brow, sensing an inexplicable pressure when she wore that expressionless demeanor. Once the host activates the intermediate marketplace, various skills from different worlds can be purchased. How much energy is required to activate the intermediate marketplace? Chuxi inquired. 1,000. The system replied. 1,000 energy points equate to the maximum favor of 10 excellent male deities or 1 exceptional male deity. Thus far, she had only identified one individual that met the standard. And though rated excellent, the disparity was considerable. Are there alternative methods? Affirmative, the system answered. When the favor reaches 100, the host may replicate any one ability from the individual, instantly maxing it out. This was considerably easier. Yun Chuxi suddenly felt invigorated, redirecting her gaze towards Jiang Xiwang's location. Her previous indifference transforming into eagerness. My abilities, I am coming. Chapter 5. Is she on holiday on an island? Coincidentally, at that very moment, Jiang Xiwang was also discussing Yun Chuxi with his companions. In the absence of any military aircraft and with no intruders in the community, the only figure was the girl perched on the roof, seemingly controlling the drone with her laptop. Upon hearing this, the other three wore expressions of disappointment. The man with dyed yellow hair lamented, I thought it was a military drone sent for rescue, only to find a woman playing with it. What bad luck. Another, more muscular man turned to Jiang Xiwang, his expression grave. President, have you still received no news from home? Jiang Xiwang nodded. The last notification was a week ago. He recalled, frowning slightly. At that time, the family had conveyed that not only had a batch of abilities awakened within the military, but many survivors had also developed powers. Their combat capabilities far surpassing those of the unpowered regular army, and their potential was unfathomable. Several prominent figures in the capital were embroiled in disputes over the status of these abilities, while the stances of the southern and northern bases remained ambiguous. And the western base had declared independence, vanishing entirely. With a sigh, he remarked, my father indicated that division is likely unavoidable. Currently, the Jiang family is striving to recruit abilities, preparing to choose sides, and they are preoccupied, likely unable to attend to me. Just as the notification had suggested. For an entire week, he had not received any further news, nor had he awaited assistance. The expressions of the three grew somber. Regardless of their family influence or standing, Jiang Xiwang held the highest rank among them. If even the direct heir like Jiang Xiwang could be forsaken, their situation was even more precarious. The yellow-haired man clutched his head, choked with emotion. Those useless military fools can't even handle the zombies, and they still haven't come to save us. We're running out of food. Are we to wait here for death? Observing him, the girl with bangs looked on with concern, attempting to comfort him. It's not as dire as you say. Didn't the broadcast mention that an emergency shelter has been established at Longjiang South Suburb Park, providing refuge for every citizen? If we can reach there, we'll be safe, and might even contact our families. To seek refuge at the South Suburb Park? Sounds pleasant. But the outside is fraught with danger. Who knows if we can even make it there alive? The yellow-haired man's face reddened, scoffing disdainfully. The muscular man patted his shoulder. Don't be so pessimistic, yellow hair. Look, our president is a water ability user, I am a fire user, and Lin Xiaoban is a wind user. The broadcast stated that even if abilities users are scratched or bitten, they won't turn into zombies. Among us, 3 out of 4 possess abilities. Our survival rate is triple that of others. Do you still doubt our capacity to protect you? The yellow-haired man scoffed, seeming to want to retort, but ultimately refrained, casting a jealous glance at them before changing the subject. In this apocalypse, how can there be foolish women with the leisure to play with drones? With zombies roaming the streets, could she possibly have some peculiar hobby? Feeling instinctively repulsed by his tone, Jiang Xiwang frowned at him, slowly responding. In this dire situation of water and food shortages, the girl operating the drone is likely searching for supplies. As he uttered this, the usually calculating and analytical Jiang Xiwang found himself somewhat uncertain. Reflecting on the girl's demeanor, it seemed less like a search and more akin to a holiday on an island. Lost in thought, Jiang Xiwang failed to notice the fleeting displeasure crossing the yellow-haired man's face. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from outside. The drone they had just discussed returned, now bearing a small black plastic bag. It hovered obediently outside the window, seemingly waiting for them to open it. Chapter 6. Your package, please sign. The individuals in the room were taken aback. It carries something? Jiang Xiwang, perplexed, opened the window and cautiously extended his hand. The drone remained still, patiently waiting as he retrieved the plastic bag. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained a bag of 500 grams of fruit candies, alongside a small note that read, Your package, please sign. The three behind him, upon seeing the sweets, erupted in delight. Lin Xiaoban exclaimed, Wow, an entire bag of candy. Did the girl you mentioned send it? What a generous soul. The muscular man, Goulet, remarked. This girl is practically a living bodhisattva. I wouldn't have looked at this bag of candy before, but now I wish to form a brotherhood with its owner. The two examined the candy bag as if it were a treasure. Such a bag of candy would have gone unnoticed before the apocalypse, yet now it was invaluable. Money had become worthless, and resources were increasingly scarce. particularly food. Though they could potentially find supplies at a supermarket given their abilities, the risks involved were insurmountable, with a slight misstep possibly costing them their lives. A little more food could grant them another day of survival. Who would complain about living longer? Hey, President, did that girl leave you a note? Lin Xiaoban keenly noticed the note in his hand and quickly leaned in for a closer look. Is this your delivery? This bag of candy was specifically sent to you by the president? Sending packages via drone is just too cool. The muscular Gu Lei also squeezed in, elbowing Jiang Xiwang while gossiping. President, you must come clean. Do you already know this person? What is the nature of your relationship? Could it be an old crush? I don't know her, and it doesn't matter, Jiang Xiwang replied, momentarily distracted as he glanced toward Yun Chuxi's direction. He caught sight of her graceful figure still standing there. She raised her glass and toasted him with a cup of juice in a playful yet elegant manner, which made him smile involuntarily. He found some paper and wrote a note to put into the small bag. Thank you. May I ask what you need me to do? As he watched the drone return to the girl, Jiang Xiwang fell into deep thought. He had never believed that fortunes would fall from the sky. Gulei followed his gaze and also spotted Yun Chuxi. Though her features were indistinct, her slender silhouette clearly indicated she was a stunning beauty. He couldn't help but exclaim, wow, she really is a girl. And look at that figure. She's a real gem in this apocalypse, still thinking of you and bringing you food. That's true love. Just then, a sour voice interjected. Huang Mao, standing nearby, remarked, it's just a bag of candy. It won't fill us up and takes up space. If she truly wanted to help us, why not send us some rice or flour? I think she is short on food herself and wants to trade with us for snacks because she saw us cooking noodles. Lin Xiaoban and Gu Lei exchanged glances. There was some merit to Huang Mao's words. In a world where resources equated to life, who would be generous enough to offer their sustenance? They glanced at the remaining half bag of noodles, then reluctantly at the candy, finally looking at Jiang Xiwang with a conflicted expression. What should they do? Should they trade with her? Look, the drone is coming back. Huang Mao pointed out the window, smugly declaring, I told you, she's coming back to trade food. She didn't put anything in the bag earlier, so now she is returning to collect. Though Lin Xiaoban and Gu Lei felt a sense of regret, they understood. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. President, it's your call, should we trade? Huang Mao stood up, preparing to close the window as the drone approached. Trade what? Our only remaining food is half a bag of noodles, Lin Xiaoban replied. They had already received the candy, and the girl couldn't hear claim it. Why would they offer food in exchange? If given a choice, he would keep both the candy and the noodles. But someone was quicker to act. Chapter 7. President, guard your heart. Jiang Xiwang promptly removed the bag and emptied its contents onto the table. He found the note he had placed inside, and beneath his written words, someone had added a line. Is there more inside the bag?
Gulei exclaimed in surprise.
Grabbing a package that had been hidden, and his excitement surged. It's a seasoning packet. A seasoning packet. He jumped in place, performing a dizzying spin, suppressing his voice. How long has it been since I've eaten normal food? My mouth is practically tasting like birds. This is a seasoning packet? No, she is an angel, rescuing my soul, which has been battered by the apocalypse. Lin Xiaoban, too, was ecstatic about the seasoning packet, but her attention drifted more to the note in the president's hand. Stealing a glance, she read aloud, May I ask what you need me to do?
Please tell me your name.
The room fell silent. The trio surrounded Jiang Xiwang, astonished by the dialogue on the note. The two lines seemed unremarkable, akin to asking someone for their WeChat on the street, even eliciting a chuckle. Yet, there was an inexplicable touch of emotion in it. Repeatedly gifting items, merely to learn the other's name? Lin Xiaoban reflected, in this apocalypse, we witness true feelings. President, when everyone's tomorrow is uncertain, someone still cares enough to notice you are eating noodles without seasoning. If it were peacetime, I would wholeheartedly support a passionate romance between you two, but in this world, emotions are a luxury. Gu Lei, hearing this, felt his excitement wane, and he frowned, earnestly advising, Yes, President, you must not let your heart sway. The apocalypse is unpredictable. We don't even know if we'll see the sun tomorrow. No matter how good the seasoning packet is, you must guard your heart. We need to find a safe base first. Faced with the honest counsel from his friends, Jiang Xiwang smiled knowingly, responding rationally, Rest assured, I am well aware. However, he added, we shouldn't take advantage of her kindness. He wrote his name on a new note, placed it along with half a bag of flour into the bag, and finally set the drone on the windowsill, watching it sway as it departed. With his status and position, he was accustomed to women's attentions and would not easily develop feelings. Small favors would not weigh heavily on his mind. Moreover, most girls were drawn to his status or appearance. When faced with any obstacles, they would typically withdraw without him needing to do anything. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Huang Mao's expression grew resentful. Among their group before the apocalypse, he was the one with the least status and background. After the apocalypse, he had not awakened any abilities and depended on the others for protection to survive. His only point of pride was his looks. In college, he switched partners as effortlessly as changing clothes, convinced he was comparable to Jiang Xiwang, if not superior in charm. But now, during the end times, a girl was sending Jiang Xiwang food, and he had just claimed she was trading for food. Wasn't he that slapping himself in the face? He couldn't help but rationalize with candy and seasoning packets. She refuses to offer anything substantial, and we're still hungry. To me, this girl seems quite calculating, thinking that by giving us useless things, we would be grateful. Tsh. Lin Xiaoban and Gu Lei turned to him, both frowning in unison. The three of them had escaped their school together at the beginning of the apocalypse and had coincidentally encountered Huang Mao on the way back. Out of camaraderie, they had kept him close, unaware of his volatile temperament. Huang Mao had previously enjoyed subtly mocking the president, but it had never made a significant impact, and the president had not intervened. Later, as they awakened their abilities, Huang Mao had adopted a more subdued attitude for a while, but now, who knew what had gotten into him today? Just as they were about to retort, the drone's buzzing sound echoed again. President, the girl who has a crush on you is sending another delivery. Chapter 8. Not averse to being the second choice for the goddess. This time, without waiting for Jiang Xiwang to make a move, Gu Lei stepped forward, took the bag, and placed it on the table, opening it. Inside, plump, steaming buns emerged, releasing a tantalizing aroma that made their mouths water uncontrollably. Buns. Even though they had prepared themselves mentally, the surprise was genuine. After so long without water and electricity, fresh vegetables were nowhere to be found in the city. To find buns, especially given freely, was unexpected. Jiang Xiwang too looked astonished. Creating these buns must have come at a considerable cost. It seems that girl is even more dedicated than I imagined. President, buns should be eaten while they're hot. Don't let the goddess's kindness go to waste. Gu Lei urged, even changing how he addressed him. As the flavor of the noodles with the seasoning packet had long faded, Lin Xiaoban swallowed hard, her eyes glued to the buns. Huang Mao recollected his earlier remarks, feeling a moment of embarrassment, but thankfully no one paid him any mind. Seeing their eager expressions, Jiang Xiwang shook his head in resignation. Go ahead, eat. Lin Xiaoban cheered, snatching a bun and taking a big bite, then suddenly froze. What's wrong? Gu Lei prodded her. Only Lin Xiaopan's nose twitched uncontrollably, her eyes reddened. She raised her hand to wipe her eyes, shook her head, and said, It's nothing, without further explanation. After that, she took large bites of her steamed bun. Gu Lei glanced at her with suspicion, picked up a bun, took a bite, and was immediately astonished. It was a meat bun. He had expected a regular pickled vegetable or vegetable bun, but to his surprise, it was meat. They hadn't eaten meat in nearly a month. Recalling the past felt as though it belonged to a previous life. No wonder Lin Xiaoban was crying. He felt like crying too. Huang Mao, catching the scent of meat, couldn't help but exclaim a curse, quickly setting aside his noodles and rushing over to snatch a bun, devouring it greedily.
Gu Lei,
While slurping a mouthful of noodles seasoned with a spice packet, took a bite of the warm meat bun, his face filled with emotion. This was what life was meant to be. He felt as though he had been rejuvenated. Lin Xiaoban had a small appetite. After finishing her noodles, she found herself somewhat full after just one bun. She patted her little belly and lifted her gaze, only to see Huang Mao, oblivious to his appearance, greedily grabbing the meat buns. A hint of scorn flickered in her eyes, but she chose to remain silent. Turning her head, she looked at Jiang Xiwang with gleaming eyes. President, I take back what I said before. You should write a letter to the goddess. We agree to transfer you for the price of 20 meat buns. Life is short, so you two should be together. Gu Lei immediately scorned her, exclaiming, Pooh. Lin Xiaoban, you traitor. You'd sell the president for 20 meat buns? President, did you see that? Only I am truly loyal to you, no matter how many meat buns the goddess sends over. I will not agree to serve you, unless you introduce her to me. Lin Xiaoban punched him. Why would I introduce you to her? She doesn't even fancy you. I wouldn't mind being the second wife. The two joked and teased each other, easily swaying their loyalties, leaving Jiang Xiwang speechless. Clearly, they hadn't said such things before, and yet a few mere meat buns had swayed them. Jiang Xiwang couldn't help but sigh. He disliked being indebted to others. Yet the gift he received today was precisely what they needed, making it impossible for him to refuse. Even if he himself did not want it, his companions would inevitably accept it. It appeared he had no choice but to meet that mysterious girl and find a chance to repay the favor. Before that, he needed to write a note clearly stating that she should no longer send him deliveries. Jiang Xiwang penned the note and added the last small handful of flour into the bag. He had nothing else to offer in return. Meanwhile, Chuxi was delighting in the system's notifications. Chapter 9. The Goddess's Final Delivery.
Ding.
You have piqued Jiang Xiwang's curiosity. Affection points 10.
Ding.
Jiang Xiwang finds you adorable. Affection points 10. Current affection points 20.
Ding.
Jiang Xiwang is moved by your sincerity and thinks you are a bit foolish. Affection points 20. Current affection points 40. The affection points increased with each delivery made, and the system's energy level correspondingly rose to 40, even causing the electronic voice to cheer. Why not give them a large amount of supplies all at once to max out the affection points? Chuxi sipped her juice, reclining on a lounge chair to enjoy the sunset's glow, and leisurely replied, benefits should be given bit by bit, each time a little more, to ensure surprises each time. If too much is given all at once, the recipient becomes accustomed to it and numb. The higher the threshold becomes, the harder it is to elicit a reaction. I plan to max out the affection points within a day, so meticulous planning is essential. I can't survive another day in this mundane existence without special abilities. The system seemed to understand, yet remained perplexed by human complexity. The drone returned to her side, and Chuxi noticed something unusual. Besides the note, it contained half a bag of noodles. So reluctant to owe others? He seems to be a man of principles. She smiled, glancing casually at the note. The handwriting was elegant and restrained, reflecting the owner's temperament beautifully, with a neatly written line gently declining. Food is sufficient. I will reply on a chosen day. Jiang Xiwang. Chuxi folded the note, stacked the two portions of noodles together, and then sent out the last delivery of the day. I will await your reciprocation. The repayment she desired was simple. Her only fear was that he might not be able to provide it. Pressing the button, the drone set off again along the route she had determined. Surrounded by the aroma of meat, Jiang Xiwang felt a rare sense of relief, having been tense for days. Huang Mao had stuffed 3 meat buns into his mouth, wiped his lips, and saw Lin Xiaoban and Gu Lei, who were overjoyed as if celebrating a festival, and couldn't help but scoff. It's just a few meat buns. It's not like we haven't eaten them before. Sending so much food. I think that woman must have ulterior motives. She probably wants us to protect her, trying to curry favor because she sees we are numerous. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoban and Gu Lei could no longer contain themselves. Among them, if anyone had contributed the most, it was the president. The one least qualified to speak was Huang Mao. In the wake of the apocalypse, everyone had been laboring for food and safety, while Huang Mao had been hiding behind them, enjoying the benefits, without contributing. Lin Xiaoban, incredulous, exclaimed, the goddess sent food to the president, and you, having just enjoyed the benefits, still have the audacity to be dissatisfied? On what grounds? Gu Lei also glared at him, saying, if you're so disgruntled, why don't you also contribute some food? Faced with such a piercing accusation, Huang Mao's face turned red with anger, and he defensively retorted, am I wrong? She's just an ordinary person, a girl. With so much food, if she can't finish it, it's wasteful. Why not give it to us? By pleasing us, she gains an extra layer of protection. As their argument escalated, Jiang Xiwang was about to speak when, in the next moment, Lin Xiaoban pointed out the window and exclaimed, the goddess's gift has arrived again. Huang Mao fell silent. Jiang Xiwang turned his head to see the drone approaching once more. Chapter 10. The Dream of Every Man in the World. Without further argument, Lin Xiaoban and Gu Lei rushed to the window, eagerly awaiting the drone's arrival. Gu Lei squinted and remarked that it seemed like there was not much inside. The shape resembled a brick. Lin Xiaoban suspected he had a problem with his intelligence, arguing that the goddess could not possibly send a brick. It must be compressed biscuits. Compressed biscuits? Jiang Xiwang secretly sighed in relief. If the other party sent him something, He genuinely did not know what he could use to repay her. A few pieces of compressed biscuits would be manageable. He could gather some more supplies. After just finishing the meat buns, both Lin Xiaoban and Goulet, uninterested in the compressed biscuits, returned to their chairs. Lin Xiaoban remarked, "The goddess is so considerate of others. President, although she is not an ability user, her sincerity truly deserves you. Have you really considered it?" Goulet lamented Yun Chuxi's generosity, stating that with such magnanimity, one could hardly find another in the apocalypse. "I also agree she should be our president's wife." There were indeed many with stored food, but those willing to share were few and far between. As he spoke, he glanced at Huang Mao, implying, after all, "I'd much rather protect a goddess who is willing to contribute than someone who eats with one hand while cursing with the other." Huang Mao's face turned ashen.
Goulet.
"What do you mean? Shouldn't you, as an ability user, protect us ordinary people? If you get bitten by a zombie, you won't die. As an ordinary person, I am so fragile and lack proper weapons, I can't just go to my death, can I? So those who get hurt or die should be them."
Goulet sneered.
Having completely seen through Huang Mao's selfishness, he crossed his arms, no longer wanting to waste words on him. But Huang Mao, thinking he was in the wrong, persisted. "Am I wrong? What good is having food if people die? She has plenty of food but no weapons. How can she face zombies? If danger arises, she will still have to come to us for help." Silence. A sudden, chilling reprimand interrupted the conversation. The group was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Jiang Xiwang, who had his back turned to them, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Observing Jiang Xiwang, who stood motionless with a bag in hand, Lin Xiaoban could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly asked, "What's wrong, President? What's inside?" For the first time, Jiang Xiwang's voice wavered slightly. "What?" The others did not catch his words clearly. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out an object, caressing it with disbelief, and reiterated, "For M9S." Upon seeing the black wooden stock in his hand, their mouths fell open in shock. Just moments ago, the blonde had claimed that food was useless compared to weapons. And now here they were. Goulet was the first to regain his senses, rushing over to grasp one in his palms, his hands trembling as he suppressed a scream. My heavens, this exquisite design, the fluid shape, and the feather-like texture. This is the legendary Night Eagle, the dream of men around the world.
Ha ha ha.
As a firearms enthusiast, he instantly recognized it as the F-type handgun crafted by the Italian Beretta Company in 1975, with a range of approximately 100 meters and formidable power, known as the M9. He cradled the M9, kissing it fervently, elated beyond measure. "Thank you, goddess. You are magnificent, unmatched. I, Goulet, have no regrets. Whoever dares to speak ill of you, I will fight to the death." Chapter 11. President, you should just marry her. Pan Xiaolin rubbed his eyes, staring blankly at the M9, murmuring, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime series. I can't be dreaming, right?" Each person received an M9 along with 50 rounds of ammunition. After distributing the bullets, they carefully tucked them away, still feeling as though the events unfolding were surreal. With food secured and weapons in hand, coupled with their extraordinary abilities, the apocalypse suddenly seemed less daunting, even instilling a sense of reassurance due to someone's presence. At that moment, although no one spoke, they all silently expressed gratitude towards Yun Chuxi. Watching the blonde caress the M9 with reluctant hands, Goulet couldn't help but chime in, "Hey, weren't you the one who claimed that gifts from others are fake and useless?" The blonde tightened his grip on the M9, his face reflecting the embarrassment of a slap. Aware of his guilt, he remained silent, his expression dark. Observing this, Goulet scoffed, though he refrained from pressing further. Turning his gaze to Jiang Xiwang, who was leisurely nibbling on a bun, Goulet stared intently, causing discomfort. "What do you want to say?" Goulet raised his right hand, fingers together, standing up solemnly. "I, Goulet, in my capacity as Vice President of the Student Union at Longjiang University, hereby announce my approval of your marriage with the goddess. From now on, I shall be the guardian of your love, a stepping stone for your life together." Lin Xiaoban raised his arm in fervent agreement. "I second that." Jiang Xiwang contemplated for a moment. "It's getting late. Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, I'll go find her and bring her here. You two should search for supplies nearby. Safety first." "Understood," they replied in unison. Noticing their unwavering gazes, Jiang Xiwang bit into his bun, asking, "Is there anything else?" Goulet's eyes sparkled with urgency. "President, Isn't it too late to set out tomorrow? Why don't you just marry her now? I'm worried that if you delay, someone else might take her away. Jiang Siwang paused, his hand halting mid-bite, feeling a bit defeated. His companions were not only being swayed, but were eagerly planning to sell him off. Sighing, he turned to Lin Xiaoban. What about you? Lin Xiaoban licked his lips, as if reminiscing about a flavor, cautiously requesting, President, I have a small favor to ask. When you marry her, could you take me along? Fearing rejection, he hurriedly added, I'm willing to be your maid of honor. Jiang Siwang was utterly speechless. The M9 was indeed impressive, and the buns delectable. But had their years of brotherhood been for naught? His previously calm demeanor was suddenly overwhelmed with complexity. At that moment, the system notified that Yuan Chuxi's favorability had risen to 80, yet there was a long silence thereafter. Raising an eyebrow, Yuan Chuxi mused. Gifts of food and weaponry. If an ordinary person received such sugar-coated artillery in a crisis, they would likely become obedient to her. Yet Jiang Siwang's favorability increases with restraint, often contemplating how to repay her kindness. I must admit, he is a man of principle. Casting a glance at the dwindling 8 million coins, she inquired, how can I acquire more coins? System. Favorability points above 100 will continue to accumulate, but excess points will automatically convert into coins. Every 1 point converts to 100 million coins. Resourcefulness, indeed, is the hallmark of the system. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up at the dimming sky, deciding to unleash a bold move. For safety, she asked System, will I be infected by zombies? System. The shop carries detox pills. Consuming one will grant immunity to any toxin for 12 hours. Yuan Chuxi swallowed a detox pill, then donned a snug leather outfit, arming herself with 2 long knives before heading downstairs. On her way, she encountered 2 zombies, swiftly decapitating them and halting at the stairwell of the first floor.
System.
Turn on the speakers in the living room and play a song. As she spoke, she aimed her shotgun at the villa's entrance. The system, confused, queried, what song? Yuan Chuxi replied, play the March of the Volunteers. With that, her fingers twitched, and the rhythmic sound of the shotgun shattered the night. Chapter 12. She is a demon. Beguiling hearts. At 8 p.m., darkness descended, enveloping the city in a deathly silence. Humans, who had occasionally roamed during the day, concealed all traces of life, while the sluggish zombies seemed to grow more agile at night, as the air filled with heart-wrenching screams that suffocated the atmosphere with despair and fear. It's from the building next door. They have 2 children. They waved at me from the balcony this morning. From the sounds earlier, it seems the entire family has been discovered. Lin Xiaoban suddenly buried his face in his knees, desperately stifling his sobs. The atmosphere turned heavy and oppressive. No one spoke to comfort him, for there was little solace to be found. The state of the world had reduced humanity from the apex of the food chain to mere prey, facing death indiscriminately. They had no choice but to accept it and strive to survive. Jiang Siwang leaned against the wall, one hand supporting his head while the other rested on the M9, appearing to meditate yet remaining vigilant to the sounds around him. As the president of the student union, he was accustomed to shouldering responsibility for each companion, and now, having awakened his water-based abilities, he prioritized the safety of himself and his teammates. Even though his abilities lacked offensive power, they were far from the reassurance that Yuan Chuxi's weapon provided. Suddenly, he caught an unusual sound in his ears. He opened his eyes in shock. Was someone setting off firecrackers? After discerning the noise, a jolt ran through him. No, it was the sound of bullets piercing flesh. At night, zombies possessed 5 times the vision and hearing of their daytime selves. Even the slightest light or sound could attract their attention. Who would dare fire a gun at night? Determining the direction of the sound, Jiang Siwang was alarmed and stood up, speaking sternly, everyone, gather your supplies in 1 minute. We're leaving immediately. What's wrong, President? The group was startled, as nighttime excursions were a grave taboo. Shortly thereafter, they too heard the sound of gunfire, accompanied by a stirring melody resonating through the night. Goulet cursed, who's the idiot playing music at night? Are they tired of living? Wait, isn't that the villa where the goddess resides? Oh no! Is the goddess in danger? President, we must hurry to rescue her. Lin Xiaoban quickly wiped away his tears, standing up with a serious expression. Though she feared death, that did not mean she was cowardly. Grasp your weapons and let us charge into Villa D3. Jiang Ci looked out the window, his face taut, a flicker of urgency crossing his gaze. After uttering those words, He boldly advanced towards the tightly shut door. Yes. Lin Xiaoban and Gu Lei swiftly followed in his wake. Huang Mao, clutching an M9, hesitated, but upon witnessing the retreating figures of his companions, he found himself unable to remain behind alone and gritted his teeth to join them. The pitch-black silence of the night was shattered by the sound of music, awakening the world. The zombies surrounding the villa paused momentarily, but upon regaining their senses, they pivoted abruptly, akin to beasts detecting blood, surging madly toward the source of the sound. The trio cautiously made their way to the main road, initially bracing for a fierce battle, only to be surprised that the zombies paid them no heed, instead converging en masse towards a singular direction. Only a few stragglers, too close for comfort, lunged at them. They instinctively quickened their pace, racing towards the melody and the gunfire. Minutes later, they halted. At a corner of the community, before Villa D3, magnificent fireworks blazed, illuminating a scene that sent shivers down their spines. A woman clad in black leather wielded a heavy machine gun, firing furiously as an unrelenting tide of zombies surged forth, only to fall one after another, dismembered limbs piling up rapidly. The sound of gunfire intertwined with the song. The roars of the undead, the explosions of flesh, and the rising scent of blood created a hellish tableau. The group stood transfixed, witnessing a hell on earth where rain and fire danced in unison. The woman appeared as if forged from a mountain of corpses, a demon harvesting souls amidst the crimson chaos. Beneath her feet, a river of bright red began to snake its way onward. Chapter 13. I hear that you wish to repay me.
Ding.
Jiang Ci's admiration for you blossomed upon first sight, gaining 20 points in favorability. Current favorability 100. Jiang Ci's favorability has reached its maximum. No further notifications will be given, and the achievement, Deeply Rooted Affection, has been unlocked, rewarding 10 billion gold. Please select any of the target's talents for replication. Jiang Ci's favorability increased by 10, automatically converted into 1 billion gold. The notifications continued to chime. But Yun Chuxi remained oblivious, her movements unceasing. She found the zombies too sluggish and had unknowingly carried her heavy machine gun outside the gate. After an indeterminate time, the visible number of zombies had significantly diminished, and with no further undead approaching, she finally raised her gaze to the group standing not far off, seemingly in a daze. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold. She discarded the machine gun and drew twin blades, charging towards them. Not far away, Gu Lei watched the carnage unfold, muttering to himself, "Goodness. All the zombies in the community can't be here, can they?" Lin Xiaoban cupped her face in her hands, starry-eyed, exclaiming how stunning the goddess was, wondering if she would mind his gender. While heartfelt and generous gestures were indeed moving, it was the unmatched strength that commanded true reverence. In Jiang Ci's eyes, nothing else mattered. The world had been reduced to the sight of the woman, blades in hand, sprinting towards him. The feeling he experienced was akin to the saying, "At first hearing, the meaning of the melody eludes, but upon seeing, one is captivated as if in a dream." He had never imagined that one day, his heart would race for another. With a swift motion, a sharp glint flashed, and a zombie's head rolled at his feet, cold blood splattering across his face. Yun Chuxi had decapitated the zombie lunging at the youth, turning to chastise him. "What are you dawdling for? Are you courting death?" The other snapped back to reality and hastily joined the fray. The zombies in the community had been nearly eradicated by Yun Chuxi's heavy machine gun. Only a remnant of the weak and infirm remained, swiftly dispatched by their combined efforts. Exhausted, they collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. As they took a moment to rest, they stole glances at Yun Chuxi, noting her youthful appearance and the aloof, noble aura she exuded. Coupled with the shock from her earlier slaughter, she appeared to them shrouded in a mysterious and powerful veil, rendering them momentarily speechless. It was Yun Chuxi who broke the silence first. She regarded Jiang Ci, whose handsome, pale complexion, now smeared with blood, appeared strikingly vivid. He stared dazedly at her, quite different from the composed image transmitted by the drone, looking almost adorably flustered. With a hint of jest, she remarked, "I hear that you wish to repay me?" In that instant, Jiang Ci, the renowned president of the student council at Longjiang University, known for his serene demeanor and stoic composure, found himself inexplicably blushing. The others exchanged astonished glances, surprised by the sight of their usually composed president appearing bashful and awkward. They had often jokingly suggested that he marry, but understood his indifference towards romantic entanglements. Yet now, his expression clearly revealed burgeoning feelings. Lin Xiaoban silently cheered, quickly interjecting, "Goddess. The president heard the gunfire and thought you were in danger, so he came to save you, only to find you saving him instead."
Gulay Kaimdin.
Admiration evident in his voice. He intended to be the hero rescuing the damsel, but instead, he was saved by the beauty. Lin Xiaoban shot him a glare and then elbowed Jiang Xi discreetly, urging him to regain his composure. "Goddess, the packages the president received, were they all from you?" "Yes." Yun Chuxi replied nonchalantly, diligently wiping the blood from her knife's handle, appearing to take it all in stride. Chapter 14. Replicating Ice Elemental Abilities. At that moment, Jiang Xi regained his composure, his gaze upon Yun Chuxi shimmering with intensity, his voice betraying a hint of nervousness. "What is your name? Would you consider accompanying me?" Realizing he might have misspoken, he quickly amended, I can protect you." Witnessing their president's emotional ineptitude, the others couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. Protect the goddess? Surely, it was she who would protect them, with her combat prowess, even without the heavy machine gun. Her skillful dance with dual blades was mesmerizing enough to earn their respect. The fortitude she displayed in the face of the zombie horde was not something ordinary individuals possessed. Jiang Xi soon recognized this truth, his face reddening further as he bit his lip, choosing to remain silent. Noticing his flustered demeanor, Yun Chuxi smiled gently. "All right then. I shall rely on you." The others brightened at this exchange, Lin Xiaoban stifling her excitement with a hand over her mouth, suppressing her inner screams. How wonderfully gentle she was. At that moment, their gazes towards Jiang Xi brimmed with profound jealousy as they marveled at the combination of strength, beauty, and tenderness embodied by Yun Chuxi. The clearing in front of Yun Chuxi's villa had become a mountain of corpses, the air heavy with the scent of blood, clearly uninhabitable. After a brief introduction, Yun Chuxi expressed her intent to find a place for her parents to rest, indicating she would leave with them. Upon hearing of the goddess's parents, the group was keenly interested, determined to find a suitable resting place for them together, and even erecting a monument for the elders. Seizing the moment, Yun Chuxi excused herself under the pretense of gathering supplies, retreating to her room to access the attributes panel. Name: Yun Chuxi. Age: 20. Talent: to be selected. Appearance: 100. Physique: 62. Spirit: 93. Overall evaluation: exceptional combat prowess. Yun Chuxi mentally invoked the replication of abilities, and a new line appeared in the talent section. Eagerly, she sensed a powerful current coursing through her body, responding to her will, manifesting in her palm as solid ice shards that materialized from thin air, instantly dropping the room's temperature by several degrees. Yun Chuxi exhaled deeply. At that moment, she finally felt a semblance of reality in this otherworldly existence. As an awakened one, she had truly integrated into this post-apocalyptic world. Accessing the marketplace, she purchased chi pills and spirit-refining pills, maxing out her physique and spirit attributes. She also acquired a backpack, casually filling it with water and food. Glancing at her balance, she noted over 11.9 billion remaining. System energy value: 100 points. Personal attribute panel fully maxed out. Name: Yun Chuxi. Age: 20. Talent: Level 10. Mutated ice ability. Appearance: 100. Physique: 100. Mentality: 100. Overall evaluation: exquisite and unparalleled. She descended the stairs, carrying a hiking backpack, where Jiang Xi and the others awaited her. Upon returning to their dwelling, it was already past 5 in the morning. Lin Xiaoban used a key to unlock the door, only to discover it was bolted from the inside. "It seems our residence has been occupied by someone else. President, should we knock and wake them?" Jiang Xi furrowed his brow, contemplated briefly, and shook his head. "Never mind, we only have 8 buns and some clothing. There's not much else we can take. Let's South find another place to rest for a while. We'll set off at noon, scavenging for supplies as we head to the safe zone." Gulay clutched his heart, a pained expression on his face. "But there are 8 meat buns. I saved up for those from my rations today. And now we're letting this bunch of thieves have them?" Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the door lock clicked open. The group turned in astonishment towards Yun Chuxi, who tossed the M9 back into Gulay's arms and said nonchalantly, "I'm tired. I don't wish to leave." With a gentle push, she opened the door and walked inside. Everyone was taken aback. She didn't want to leave, so was she planning to drive out the intruders? Lin Xiaoban and Gulay gave her a thumbs up, impressed by her audacity. A smile flickered in Jiang Xi's eyes as he followed her in. Chapter 15. The one who wins is justified at 5 in the morning. As dawn broke, the sudden sound of the door startled those inside the room. The burly man on watch in the living room sprang up, glaring at the intruders with a commanding voice. Who goes there? Stop right there. In the next moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed in the hallway. Shortly after, a dozen muscular men clad in black suits and bulletproof vests, armed with clubs and shotguns, descended from above, surrounding them in a disciplined manner, exuding a fierce aura. Then, a man with a delicate appearance and a sinister demeanor, around 30 years of age, slowly appeared at the top of the stairs. As the crowd respectfully referred to him as Boss Xiao, he strode forward, casting a disdainful gaze upon them. Who are you? And why have you intruded upon our territory? Gu Lei chuckled with indignation. With Yun Chuxi by their side, he felt emboldened. Shouldn't we be the ones asking? You took advantage of our absence while we were out hunting and brazenly occupied our home, yet you have the audacity to confront us? Your home? Does this place bear your name? The man, referred to as the boss, scoffed derisively, his eyes filled with malice. Yun Chuxi silently drew a knife from her backpack. She felt no need to explain herself to these individuals. It was sufficient to simply fight. The victor would be the one justified. Just as she was eager to test the power of her level 10 ice ability, a figure darted past her, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Jiang Xi's calm and steady voice resonated. Do you require proof from us? Simultaneously, a transparent water serpent coalesced in the air, swirling around him. Boss Xiao narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within them. Ability user? He raised his hand. The burly men drew their shotguns, the dark barrels aimed at them, ready to fire. Seeing this, Gu Lei stepped forward, clenching his fist and swinging it forcefully at his side, his hands enveloped in a faint golden glow, exuding strength. Next, Lin Xiaoban positioned herself on their other side, palms raised as a swirling azure vortex erupted, an invisible gust of wind brushing against everyone's faces. Having honed their skills together, the trio formed a synchronized formation, leaning against one another, with Yun Chuxi sheltered at the center. 3 ability users. Boss Xiao's expression changed dramatically. Though they were armed with shotguns, he was unafraid. They possessed 10 shotguns and bullets would eventually run out. However, ability users presented a formidable challenge. It was not merely due to their strength, as the highest ability levels published by the safe base were only level 2, with most being level 1, insufficient to threaten him. The crucial factor was that ability users were typically coveted by the military and various factions, and if they became adversaries, unless he could eliminate them entirely in one go, he would likely face relentless pursuit. The awakening of abilities had a mere 1 in 1,000 chance, and few survived to reach the base. To his astonishment, he encountered 3 in the city center at once. As he contemplated, he extinguished his cigar and gestured for his men to lower their weapons, replacing his stern demeanor with a smile. Misunderstanding. We were merely passing through and thought to borrow this space for a night, since no one was here. Our anxiety led to your misinterpretation. As the leader, I apologize on behalf of my subordinates. Chapter 16. The silent little pitiful. He bowed slightly, witnessing the group's skeptical yet softened expressions, his smile becoming more congenial. In these dire times, humanity should support one another. How could I possibly harm my fellow beings? We shall gather our belongings and depart. Feigning to instruct his subordinates to collect their things, he curiously inquired, My surname is Xiao. It seems fated that we meet. May I ask what your plans are? Perhaps I could assist in some way. We plan to head to the safe base and set off at noon, the blonde-haired youth replied enthusiastically, gazing at their sizable group with admiration. Boss Xiao feigned surprise. You are also heading to the base? In that case, why not accompany each other along the way? We can assist one another and increase our chances of survival. At this moment, he seemed to suddenly realize something, lightly tapping his forehead in annoyance. Look at my mind, you're all ability users. Being with ordinary people will only hinder you. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions filled with hesitation. Before the apocalypse, they had been 4th-year university students, and despite their maturity, they had never navigated the treachery of society. Since awakening their abilities, they had supported one another, never facing true despair or darkness. They still held a basic trust in their kind, making them somewhat soft-hearted at this moment. Lin Xiaoban spoke first. You don't need to leave. There aren't too many of us. You can stay downstairs. The zombies in the neighborhood were cleared out last night, so it's safe down there. Considering Yun Chuxi's perspective, she only suggested they borrow a place to stay, not agreeing to travel together. Jiang Xi glanced at Yun Chuxi. Noticing her composed demeanor, seemingly unopposed, he decided, you can rest on the first and second floors. The third and fourth floors are our territory. Please do not disturb us. Whether we will travel together requires further discussion, and we will provide an answer by afternoon. If you cannot wait, you are free to leave. Yun Chuxi observed quietly, believing that fewer people would be preferable for her. This so-called boss Xiao had ill intentions, and she could not predict how he might scheme against them. They would need to guard against not only the zombies but also those behind them, especially the blonde-haired youth, timid as a mouse, who cowered behind Jiang Xi when faced with zombies. It would be even better if she could package him off to boss Xiao. She intended to share her thoughts during the discussion but changed her mind in the next moment. At that moment, four figures appeared at the stairway, two middle-aged individuals in their 40s, dressed in luxurious attire, followed by two teenage boys, around 16 or 17 years old, likely their sons. The younger of the two was currently sizing them up with malicious curiosity in his condescending gaze. Brother Xiao, who are they? Are they the toys you got for Junjun? Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed suddenly.
Ding.
Male deity detected, system scanning. Name: Qi by age, 17 talent. Mental ability, not awakened. Beast tamer, not awakened. Dreamweaver, not awakened. Appearance, 92 physique, 43 mentality, 90 evaluation. Exceptional current favorability rating toward host, 0 such a low physique? Yun Chuxi's gaze lingered thoughtfully on the two boys before her. One was robust, his complexion rosy and healthy, while the other appeared frail, seemingly ready to collapse at the slightest breeze. The target designated by the system was undoubtedly the downtrodden boy, with his head bowed, his hair a dismal yellow, clad in tattered athletic attire, in stark contrast to the flamboyantly dressed youth who introduced himself as Junjun. Chapter 17. As long as you can outrun the zombies. Junjun. They are not your playmates. These individuals are newly acquainted supernatural beings introduced by Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao momentarily froze, quickly regaining his composure as he smiled and introduced the four upstairs as the individuals he and his companions were tasked with protecting: Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou, and their two young masters. Jiang Xiwang suddenly recalled the Zhou family, the owners of the Longjiang home furnishings. That's me, Mr. Zhou declared proudly, attempting to assert his presence, though his protruding belly only became more pronounced. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Xiwang did not engage in idle pleasantries. Both the Zhou family and the Jiang family were titans of the business world, and in this post-apocalyptic era, survival necessitated clinging to the military's support. However, the Zhou family had never intersected with the military, and now, amidst this pervasive crisis, the presence of a protective team was no feat achievable by mere businessmen. He shifted his gaze to Mrs. Zhou, harboring vague suspicions. Brothers and sisters, I am Zhou Jun, and this is my father, mother, and brother. Though my brother is rather taciturn. May I play with you later? Zhou Jun leaned over the railing, cheerfully greeting them, appearing innocent and endearing. Yet, Yun Chuxi would not mistake the gaze she had observed earlier. She had little patience for spoiled brats and was not inclined to engage. Upon seeing Yun Chuxi's outright rejection, the others recalled her exhausting night battling zombies. They felt fatigued themselves, let alone Yun Chuxi. Jiang Xiwang briefly introduced his companions and promptly expressed the need for rest. Brother Xiao could only regretfully suggest they converse another time. Brother Xiao, are they formidable?
Su Yun inquired.
Is it necessary to be so courteous to them? They are all supernatural beings, water, fire, and wind types, and we must be cautious. Brother Zhao's demeanor darkened, no longer the gentle figure he had been before. The woman clad in black leather exuded a wild aura. Her aloof demeanor contrasted sharply with her alluring visage. Zhou Jun could not help but fantasize about her crying out. Perceiving Zhou Jun's thoughts, Brother Xiao issued a warning tinged with an inexplicable hint of guidance. She wields a blade, and her identity appears to be quite significant, as the three supernatural beings are protective of her. Zhou Jun's interest was piqued. His eyes gleamed with excitement, akin to a predator sensing blood, as his latent instincts surged forth. Observing him licking his lips with a restless expression, Brother Xiao was reminded of Lin Xiaopan's innocent student face within their ranks. He felt a flicker of temptation. If Zhou Jun were willing to assist, they could devise a plan. Zhou Jun's wood-based abilities had unique properties, making him adept at subtle manipulation. With careful planning, success was indeed a possibility. Moreover, his companions had not indulged in a feast for quite some time. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhou affectionately cautioned her son, Zhou Jun, be cautious. If anything arises, let the servants handle it. Do not act recklessly. Mr. Zhou's beady eyes darted around, as if plotting something. Meanwhile, Bai, who had been silent with his head bowed, suddenly glanced up at them, a profound disdain lurking in his gaze. Although the community was devoid of zombies, for safety's sake, they opted to occupy just 2 rooms, one for men and the other for women, conveniently adjacent, allowing for easy communication in case of emergencies. Before departing, Jiang Xiwang filled the bathtub in their room with water. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Xiaoban was bathing, Yun Chuxi retrieved a change of clothes, toiletries, and an abundance of food from her mountaineering bag, items she had procured from the marketplace, disguising them within her pack and arranging them on the table while conversing with the system. System, why does the Zhou family share a surname while the poor boy bears the surname Qi?
Moments later.
The system presented Bai's background in a document format before her. Bai's mother, the only daughter of a wealthy family, had wholeheartedly supported her husband's career after marrying him, but during her pregnancy, she discovered his infidelity, leading to their divorce. Bai was born and raised by his mother, thus inheriting her surname. However, after a few years, Bai's mother passed away, and upon reaching adulthood, he was returned to his biological father, Mr. Zhou, who managed the Qi family's assets. The outcome was predictable. Mr. Zhou, in collaboration with his current wife, had entirely consumed the Qi family's holdings, leaving only an empty shell. Bai endured disdain from his stepmother and bullying from his younger brother, with even the servants showing him no respect. Had he not clung tenaciously to the fixed assets left by his mother, he would have likely been devoured by these locusts, leaving nothing but bones. Yet, with the onset of the apocalypse, Bai's circumstances grew even more dire. His stepmother, now Mrs. Zhou, was affiliated with the underworld, having been recognized as a sister by a young underworld prince. What was once a negligible force in peacetime thrived amidst chaos, expanding in power. The brother Xiao they encountered today was a confidant of that underworld prince, specifically dispatched to escort Mrs. Zhou's family back to their base. In such times, Bai, possessing only a legacy devoid of profit, became a perceived burden, one that could be discarded at any moment. Yun Chuxi contemplated Bai's malnourished form and surmised that, should zombies appear, he might not even have the opportunity to escape. She couldn't help but inquire, system, can I give pills to others? Such a vast reservoir of energy was at stake, and she worried that before she could fully garner his favor, he might perish. Of course, there was also a hint of compassion in her concern. Rated as exceptional, 1 point of favor could be exchanged for 10 points of energy, sufficient to sustain the little system for days. The system, valuing this individual, hesitated slightly in its reply. Theoretically, it is possible. But individuals in this world are influenced by its rules. Attributes can only increase to a maximum of 100. Should they exceed this limit, they would perish. Moreover, if attributes increase excessively, it may draw the world's attention, leading to undesirable consequences, akin to those unfortunate protagonists with tumultuous destinies. I will only enhance his physique. As long as he can outrun the zombies, that suffices. What could be worse than dying at the hands of zombies before even awakening one's powers? Yun Chuxi quickly realized another crucial point. I am not a citizen of this world. Why is my attribute limit also set at 100? The system marveled at its host's acuity, responding, as long as the host activates the Middle Realm Mall, you can purchase essence pills, which will enable you to achieve a congenital state, allowing for further increases in your attributes. These peculiar pills bore an uncanny resemblance to certain cultivation items, sparking Yun Chuxi's curiosity. At times, she genuinely suspected that the little system was a spirit that had fallen from a high-energy realm to a low-energy one, seeking to avoid dissipating or to cultivate by compelling bound hosts to gain favor, which essentially amounted to harnessing the power of human souls. The system would then allocate a portion of the energy to exchange for coins and goods for the host's indulgence or assist the host in garnering more favor. A mutually beneficial arrangement. However, she did not intend to pursue this line of questioning, just as the system had never shown concern for her past identity. Since the system had chosen her and bound her, she would remain responsible for it as long as they were tethered. Chapter 18. The target is on the verge of collapse. Goddess, I am done bathing. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiaoban emerged wrapped in a towel, drying her hair as she settled onto the sofa, her eyes widening in astonishment at the array of items before her. Goddess, you brought so much?
Instant noodles, chocolate, beverage.
luncheon meat, and even 10 pounds of rice and condiments, all from a single mountaineering bag that surprisingly accommodated such a bounty. Despite the items being removed, the bag still appeared full, suggesting it contained many more treasures. Well, take what you want. I'll step out for a moment. At a critical juncture, the scene of 3 individuals protecting themselves was witnessed, and Chuxi did not mind extending her kindness to them. She picked up a piece of chocolate and stepped outside, intending to greet the poor soul, hoping to ensure that, should danger arise, they would seek her out. Standing for a moment at the corner of the 3rd floor, Chuxi pondered how to present the chocolate to Chi-Bai in a manner that would be acceptable to him while preventing others from seizing it. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. Glancing down, she spotted the person she was searching for, who was cautiously looking around while ascending the stairs. She remained still. The young man, upon seeing her, was startled and stammered, "Why, miss?" Chuxi feigned a chance encounter. "Ah, it's you. I remember your name is Chi-Bai. Is there something you need?" Seemingly uncomfortable under her gaze, Chi-Bai averted his eyes, his long bangs obscuring half of his face, revealing only a pale, handsome chin. He replied softly, falling silent afterward, then quietly took her hand and wrote 2 characters on the back of it. "Be careful?" Chuxi recognized the handwriting and raised an eyebrow. She had already sensed that the group led by Xiao Lauda harbored ill intentions, and she would have been vigilant without Chi-Bai's warning. Nonetheless, this did endear her to him somewhat, as it demonstrated that he was a good-hearted individual willing to take risks to relay a warning. "Thank you for the reminder. Here, this is for you." She opened her hand, revealing the chocolate she had held onto for so long. Chi-Bai shook his head repeatedly, softly declining. "I don't want it." After saying this, he turned to leave, seemingly eager to escape, fearful of being discovered standing together.
Wait.
Chuxi glanced down at her attire and decisively removed her jacket. "My clothes are dirty. Could you help me wash them?" It was evident from the roughness of Chi-Bai's hands when he had touched her that he had to perform a lot of labor. Although Chuxi did not expect anything from him, she realized that targets favored by the system often possess a sense of pride or some unique qualities. She needed to offer the chocolate in a manner that allowed Chi-Bai to accept it without feeling burdened. "Washing clothes?" Chi-Bai turned back, confused, instinctively cradling the jacket in his arms. Before he could refuse, the woman who had pressed items into his hands took a few steps back. "Take your time washing. I'm in no hurry to wear them." With that, she waved goodbye and slipped through a door. With his left hand clutching the leather jacket and the right holding the chocolate, Chi-Bai stood momentarily dazed. The chocolate remained unopened, and the leather jacket appeared new, exuding an alluring fragrance, whether from the chocolate or the jacket, he could not tell. Curiously, he unwrapped the chocolate and took a small bite. The cocoa he had previously found cloying now revealed a unique sweetness, perhaps due to the high caloric content of the chocolate after only a couple of bites. A rush of energy surged through him, and he found himself in an oddly pleasant mood. Chi-Bai decided not to continue eating. Carefully rewrapping the remaining chocolate and neatly folding the leather jacket to hide it beneath his sports jacket, he then turned to descend the stairs, only to be met with a chilling sight. Zhou Jun stood in the 2nd floor corridor, his gaze fixed upon him, dark and penetrating. Chapter 19. Who are you calling reckless? As Chi-Bai instinctively shielded the clothing he had hidden, Zhou Jun scrutinized him, his eyes narrowing at the chocolate exposed in plain sight, his tone dripping with disdain. "Brother, what were you doing on the 3rd floor? Did they give you that?" Zhou Jun feigned sorrow. "Brother, are you trying to ingratiate yourself with those superhumans?" "I'm a superhuman too. Why not try to please me? Is it because I don't have any chocolate?" Chi-Bai naturally withheld a response, merely bowing his head. Submissive as always, it seemed that no matter what others said or did, he would neither resist nor speak out. Zhou Jun's cold laugh broke the silence. Having been bored for several days, he seized upon the opportunity to unleash his pent-up aggression. He snatched the chocolate from Chi-Bai's grasp and, gripping his arm, dragged him into a room at the end of the corridor, throwing him forcefully to the ground. No one in the vicinity expressed concern, accustomed as they were to such scenes. Zhou Jun glanced at Chi-Bai, who struggled to rise, and pressed a foot onto him, looking down with contempt. "Do you think that following them will lead to a good outcome? The outside world is so perilous. If it weren't for me, your own brother, protecting you, would you still be alive now? Ungrateful wretch." As he spoke, he summoned his powers, sending thorny vines through the beams above, ensnaring the boy's body and lifting him off the ground. "The consequences of betraying me will be dire, brother. Do you understand your error? Zhou Jun relentlessly unleashed his powers. Watching as the thorny vines carved bloody lines across Chi Bai's body, tightening their grip. No matter how viciously he tormented him, Chi Bai remained silent, only the bloodied remnants of his lips betraying his suffering. Zhou Jun's eyes flickered with dissatisfaction as he spoke cruelly in a seemingly innocent tone. Brother, why are you so stubborn? I've told you that as long as you listen to me, I will protect you. Why do you insist on testing my patience? To obey all his commands and become a mere lapdog to harm others? Chi Bai regarded Zhou Jun, who was only half a year younger than him, with scorn. He lifted his face, his lips twitching slightly. Zhou Jun, believing he was about to beg for mercy, leaned in with interest, only to see Chi Bai slightly part his lips and spit a mouthful of saliva squarely onto his face. Seeing the shock on Zhou Jun's face, Chi Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! Zhou Jun raised a hand to wipe his face, his expression twisting in fury. You're asking for death. His venomous gaze bore into Chi Bai, as if he wished to tear him apart. Chi Bai, feeling the unbearable pain coursing through him, suddenly thought that perhaps the apocalypse was indeed a blessing. Once, he and his mother had existed in hell. Now, all those he despised had come to share that fate. So even if he could no longer endure and wished for rest, surely his mother would not blame him. He wearily closed his eyes. At that moment, a sudden loud crash signaled the entrance of a figure. Amidst the swirling dust, a woman strode in, her presence exuding an unsettling aura that caused hearts to race. Zhou Xiao, who are you calling reckless? Upon her return, Yun Chuxi found Lin Xiaoban already asleep on the sofa. She glanced at the soft bed he had deliberately vacated, approached, and draped a blanket over him. Then, holding her toiletries, she headed to the bathroom, intending to wash up before resting on the bed. However, before she could settle in, the system's urgent alert echoed in her ears. Detecting abnormal status of target individual. Life is in danger. Please, host, take immediate action. The target is on the brink of death. Hurry to rescue. Without a moment to ponder, Yun Chuxi rolled out of bed and sprinted towards the door. Ignoring all obstructions, she followed the system's directions to the room at the far end of the second floor. Through the door, she could vaguely hear sharp curses and venomous threats from within. Concentrating her powers, Yun Chuxi struck the door with force. With a thunderous crash, wood splintered, and the door shattered into pieces. Chapter 20, Grasping the Light in Darkness. Zhou Xiao, who are you calling reckless? Yun Chuxi stepped over the debris, her gaze sweeping past the astonished Zhou Jun to rest upon Chi Bai, who was suspended in midair, bound by a green vine. His breath shallow and body marred by injuries. Yun Chuxi's mood soured significantly. She spoke first to seize the initiative. Excuse me, but you're quite loud. Your noise is preventing me from sleeping. Zhou Jun's expression shifted, caught between the embarrassment of being unexpectedly revealed and the displeasure of being reprimanded. After a long pause, he forced a stiff smile. I didn't expect to wake you, Sister Yun. Let us lower our voices. Yun Chuxi replied curtly, no need for that. I happen to have something to discuss with him. She lifted her chin slightly in the direction of Chi Bai, implying her intention to take him away. Zhou Jun glanced at Chi Bai, recalling that the chocolate might have been given by Yun Chuxi, and his expression darkened. When did Sister Yun become acquainted with my brother? If there's an issue, why not just discuss it with Junjun? Very well, then hand over what you owe. He stole my chocolate and our 20 bags of instant noodles. Her face was icy, having just passed the kitchen where she saw Boss Zhao and his group cooking noodles. Nearly 20 bags in total. Regardless of whether they truly intended to give it to her, she could always find other excuses.
So Yun hesitated.
Uncertain if her words were truthful, considering he did find a piece of chocolate when he caught Chi Bai. Was it truly stolen? Moreover, since they occupied each other's villa, they had indeed consumed the food left behind. However, as a young master, he had never paid attention to such matters and could not discern which supplies belonged to whom. Yet he understood the value of food. Returning 20 bags of noodles? What a joke. Not only would Brother Xiao refuse, but he himself could not agree either. But the thought of the other supernatural beings who had lost items possibly harboring resentment against them, leading to a rift, did not sit well with him. It was better to hand over his brother and provide this woman with an explanation. After all, as long as they remained, none of them would escape eventually. With this thought, Zhou Jun took a deep breath and spoke with apparent understanding, suggesting that since it was his brother who stole the food, perhaps they could lend him to Sister Yun for questioning, and once everything was clarified, they would return him to them. He proposed this as if casually lending an object. In the next moment, Zhou extended a vine-like finger to deliver the chocolate to Yun Chuxi, subtly boasting and seemingly probing her attitude towards supernatural beings to assess her strength. The rightful owner should reclaim their possession. However, Yun Chuxi remained expressionless, even appearing somewhat dissatisfied, and after a pause, reluctantly agreed, reaching out to take back the chocolate. Fine, I'll give you a break. She leaned against the doorframe, watching him untie Chi Bai, patiently waiting for him to walk to her side, then led the slowly stumbling Chi Bai upstairs. Once out of Zhou Jun's sight, Chi Bai visibly relaxed. He had thought he was going to die, but unexpectedly, Yun Chuxi had saved him. This was the first and only time someone had extended a hand to rescue him. A vague sense of anticipation blossomed within Chi Bai, akin to a drowning man grasping a straw, an uncontrollable yearning. Yet, recalling Yun Chuxi's accusation of him stealing food, with chocolate as evidence, his heart sank again. He had gone to the third floor with good intentions, yet she had openly slandered him. What would happen if he could not produce the food she mentioned? Would she send him back to that den of horrors? With this thought, he regretted his previous hope and wavering. First, gain his trust. Once his usefulness was exhausted, discard him. Had he not endured enough of such despairing experiences? Chi Bai's emotions surged violently, accompanied by frequent notifications in Yun Chuxi's ear. Chi Bai's favorability increased by 10. Chi Bai's favorability increased by 20. Chi Bai's favorability decreased by 20. Chi Bai's favorability decreased by 30. Yun Chuxi had mentally prepared herself, remaining composed, while the system could no longer contain its exasperation. Is this for real? This target is way too difficult to handle. I thought Jiang Xiai was an exception for being cautious, but this Chi Bai is even more troublesome. His favorability fluctuating like a roller coaster, his mood too unpredictable. Yun Chuxi internally explained that it was natural for someone so young to be distrustful after facing too much hardship. Encountering light after being surrounded by darkness would naturally feel uncomfortable. But that was all right. She would help him adjust and teach him how to become a powerful light. At that moment, Yun Chuxi had not realized that once someone grasped the light in the darkness, they would never let go, even at the cost of their life. Chapter 21. I will take good care of you. Upon returning, Yun Chuxi discovered her companions had been awakened by her earlier commotion, each yawning and peering curiously from the stairway, evidently having heard the argument downstairs. Seeing her ascend, they hurriedly inquired, "Goddess, what happened?" Upon noticing the boy following her, Gulei exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Junjun's brother?" "Yes, his name is Chi Bai. He owes me something and will henceforth be responsible for washing my clothes and cooking for me." She looked at Jiang Xiai and instructed, "President, please keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape." Though she claimed it was to prevent the boy from running away, her true intention was to spare him from being taken back to suffer abuse. However, at that moment, Chi Bai could not grasp the meaning behind her words. Seeing Yun Chuxi guard against him only deepened his disappointment, causing his favorability to drop by 10 points. Her calling him president stirred him, and without thinking, Jiang Xiai agreed, later wishing he could strangle himself for it. "All right, little Chi can share a room with me. Gulei and Huang Mao will share one. It's still early, so everyone should rest a bit. I'll wake you up at noon." With the zombies recently exterminated, the community was currently in a safe period, and he planned to take advantage of their rest to scout elsewhere for food. "My bag is too full of snacks. You can share some to lighten the load." As Yun Chuxi spoke, she gestured towards the dining table. The group followed her gaze, and their eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, this is way too much. And it's all high-calorie food. It's enough for us for a week. The goddess is magnificent. She s like my Doraemon, providing whatever I wish for. There's rice and oil too. Looks like we can cook for lunch." Yun Chuxi pushed past the excited group selecting snacks, placing several bags of instant food and grains in front of Chi Bai, instructing him emotionlessly, "Besides washing clothes and cooking, you'll also be responsible for taking care of my food. If the team wants to eat, that's fine. But if I find out you've given my things to someone else..." Her unfinished words carried an unmistakable threat. Washing, cooking, and organizing supplies. Was she turning him into a servant? Chi Bai thought there was nothing wrong with that. As someone without abilities, who lacked even the strength to fight zombies, it was already a blessing that she did not disdain him. What more could he possibly desire? He picked up the snacks, pursed his lips, and solemnly promised, "Yes. I will take good care of you, Miss Yun." Observing his quiet and understanding demeanor, Yun Chuxi nodded in satisfaction. Having such awareness was commendable. As long as he stayed by her side, ate well, slept well, and healed well, while conveniently improving his favorability, she would ensure he lacked for nothing. Hearing the young man's words, the others fell silent, instinctively sensing something strange, yet unable to articulate it, dismissing it as their own overthinking. Noticing Yun Chuxi as extra attention towards the boy, Jiang Xi felt discomfort and spoke up, "Chuxi, little Chi has too many wounds. Let me take him back to apply some medicine, and he can clean up a bit." Yun Chuxi had initially intended to apply the medicine herself, but upon hearing this, she felt relieved. "All right, thank you for your trouble, President." "How could it be a trouble?" Jiang Xi shook his head, his gaze towards her filled with warmth. He was willing to care for her for a lifetime. What was this small matter? But they were not yet at a safe base. The time was not right. Just a little longer, Jiang Xi silently resolved. He picked up the grains and oils, leading the boy back to his room. Chapter 22. The little pitiful transforms into a little prince. When Yun Chuxi awoke, the sun had already begun to set, and she was alone in the room. Vaguely, she remembered someone attempting to wake her, but she was too sleepy and had rolled over to sleep again. Sitting on the bed wrapped in her blanket, she was in a daze when the system informed her of the time. 6 in the evening. It was time for dinner. Her stomach growled at the opportune moment, and Yun Chuxi recalled the gathering with her companions. She threw off the blanket, placing her bare feet on the floor, and was just about to seek them out when someone knocked on the door. "Miss, are you awake?" The voice coming through the door was unfamiliar, yet gentle. In the next moment, a tall, slender boy pushed the door open, locking eyes with Yun Chuxi. As the dawn broke, Yun Chuxi was already awake. The young man promptly entered the bathroom and emerged moments later, carrying a basin, a toothbrush, and a cup. He handed the cup filled with water and the toothpaste-smeared toothbrush to Yun Chuxi, while respectfully stating, "Miss, please brush your teeth." Her gaze traveled from the young man's smooth forehead to his prominent nose, exquisite eyebrows, and handsome chin, finally resting on his long hair, neatly tied back into a small braid. It dawned on her who he was, and she could hardly believe it. "Are you Qi Xiaobai?" After washing up, the boy's demeanor was in stark contrast to his earlier timid and submissive self. His finely sculpted features exuded an air of melancholic nobility, resembling a lost little prince from a noble family. "Yes," he responded softly, explaining, "I prepared lunch for you, but you did not awaken. Your companions suggested you rest longer, and thus I allowed you to sleep until now." As she rinsed her mouth and spat the water into the basin, she vaguely inquired, "What about them now?" Once she finished, the boy, ever prepared, handed her a damp towel from his wrist, replying, "They are having dinner next door." While she washed her face, Chi Bai placed the cup and basin on the bedside table and knelt down to gently hold her foot. Her foot, delicate and pale, with rosy toes, starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. He slowly put on her socks. After Yun Chuxi finished washing her face, she noticed him assisting her in putting on her shoes. Reflecting for a moment, she said, "Thank you for today, but I can manage these things myself. There's no need for your help in the future." She merely intended to keep him occupied, not wanting him to overthink matters, as she had no intention of becoming overly dependent. As soon as her words fell, the boy froze in place. Just as Yun Chuxi was about to ask what was wrong, she saw him with his head bowed, concealing his expression, tears streaming down his cheeks, dripping from his delicate chin. After a moment, he trembled and spoke in a hoarse voice, trying to maintain composure while revealing a hint of fear and grievance. "Do you not want me anymore? Have I done something wrong?" The sight of the boy's suppressed, trembling body filled Yun Chuxi with guilt. She hurriedly denied it. "No, don't overthink it. How could I ever want to let you go? Ever since I brought you here, I never intended to return you. I just wish for you to stop suppressing yourself and to live for yourself like others do." "Live for myself?" he retorted bitterly. "But I no longer see the meaning in living. I cannot even control my own life. How can I talk about living for myself?" His self-deprecating tone was inexplicably heart-wrenching. He repressed his tears, his tone becoming stubborn, as if he had suddenly donned armor to shield his delicate heart. "If you do not need me, if you merely pity me, then please return me." A momentary sympathy could not change anything. He did not wish to see annoyance reflected in her eyes, nor did he desire to become a burden to anyone. Perhaps, before being sent back to face death, he could muster the courage to stand up for himself. Sensing the underlying obsession in the boy's eyes, Yun Chuxi couldn't help but rub her forehead. Chapter 23. I quite enjoy being attended to. She realized this young man was utterly single-minded. It was evident that if she merely uttered the phrase that she did not need him, he would run back to seek his demise. Yun Chuxi conceded, actually, I quite enjoy being attended to. I was just being polite. Meeting his skeptical gaze, she opened her arms, adopting a helpless pose as if waiting for someone to help her dress. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Instantly, the boy's expression brightened as he helped her put on her outer garment, his tone reverting to its usual submissive tone. Please wait a moment, miss. I will prepare dinner for you. Having tidied up, he hurriedly left the room. Watching his busy figure, Yun Chuxi let out a long sigh of relief and rose to find her companions. In the adjoining room, a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup satisfied the 4 as they enjoyed their meal. Upon seeing Yun Chuxi enter, they greeted her eagerly. Lin Xiaoban, goddess. You're awake. Your little servant said he would prepare a special meal for you, so we started eating first.
Goulet, goddess.
This afternoon that Junjun came looking for his brother. We stopped him, and Boss Xiao asked when we would set off, but I turned him down. They still haven't left, seemingly determined to accompany us. With a hint of uncertainty, Huang Mao chimed in, I think it's quite good to travel with them. Jiang Ci's focus was more unique. Chuxi, what does Qi Bai owe you? For how long do you intend to keep him? After glancing at their dishes, Yun Chuxi sat beside Lin Xiaoban and replied, let Boss Xiao wait. We'll leave once we've rested enough. As for Junjun, just tell him next time that he can't find anything and that his brother should repay the debt. Finally, she turned to Jiang Ci and stated earnestly, Qi Bai is mine from now on. I have no intention of letting him go unless he wishes to leave. As Qi Bai entered with the dishes, he overheard her words and froze for a moment, his anxieties dissipating completely. Miss, dinner is ready. He revealed a genuine smile as he approached Yun Chuxi and arranged the 6 dishes and soup in front of her, leaving the others momentarily stunned. Goulet, eyes gleaming, remarked, who would have thought? You have quite the skill. Lin Xiaoban's eyes sparkled with excitement to prepare so many variations with luncheon meat, and to make vegetables and eggs feel like a feast. If we were in peaceful times, Qi Bai would surely be a beloved husband among the ladies. Seemingly for the first time receiving praise, the boy shyly smiled, his lips pressed together. Seeing the abundance of dishes, Yun Chuxi was surprised. Are today's youths really so industrious? She couldn't help but glance at the boy again, feeling increasingly fortunate to have brought him back. Don't just stand there. Come eat with me. When she saw him sit across from her, she picked up her chopsticks and called to the others, Are you all full? Would you like to eat more? Yes, absolutely. I want another bowl of rice. Lin Xiaoban, are you a pig? You've already eaten 3 bowls. Shut up. I can eat 10 bowls. The dining table erupted in lively chatter. It seemed, due to a certain someone's presence, the harshness of the apocalypse was kept at bay outside, while the atmosphere within the room was joyous and warm. Observing the woman who had unwittingly become the center of attention, as well as the boy who constantly gazed at her, Jiang Ci suppressed his inner bitterness and sighed silently. Hopefully it was just his illusion. Chapter 24, Supporting the Goddess in Her Every Whim. The merriment continued until dusk, with everyone finishing every last bit on their plates before they finally quieted down, each one letting out satisfied belches. After a day of slumber, Yun Chuxi volunteered to keep watch that night. As she glanced at Qi Bai, who began to clear the table and prepare to wash the dishes, she raised her hand to stop him. Since we are all together, everyone should contribute. You've worked hard today. Let the others handle the rest. Though her words seemed fair, anyone with insight could tell that others referred to Huang Mao. Huang Mao was no fool. Upon hearing this, his expression darkened immediately. Relying on their camaraderie since the onset of the apocalypse, he had grown accustomed to the care provided by Jiang Ci and the others, enjoying the benefits without much effort. Occasionally, he would cook, but even that was limited to instant noodles. He never thought he was in the wrong. Now, with Qi Bai's arrival, he felt his share of protection had been snatched away, and it highlighted his own laziness and selfishness. He dared not voice his grievances. Instead, he shot a glare at Qi Bai and gritted his teeth, saying, I'll wash the dishes with you.
Together?
Yun Chuxi raised an eyebrow, locking eyes with Huang Mao. She decisively stated, Sorry, he's busy. Such a blatant targeting of him, even if Huang Mao feared her strength, stirred anger within him. His face flushed as he rasped, Yun Chuxi, don't think you're powerful enough to act arbitrarily in front of us. He intentionally used us. Hoping Jiang Ci and the others would speak up for him.
Oh,
Is that so? Yun Chuxi leaned casually against the sofa, crossing her legs with an indifferent expression. Yes, it absolutely is. I support the goddess in her every whim. Goulet had long harbored a disdain for the boy with yellow hair, devoid of combat prowess and assistance. He was nothing more than a leech, clinging to others while espousing unpleasant thoughts. Yet, the bond of camaraderie compelled Goulet to withhold his true feelings and refrain from disparaging the boy. He was the first to step forward in support of his peers. Lin Xiaoban immediately threw a punch at him, exclaiming, "You wish." However, the goddess must surely be right. If conflict arose, it must be the fault of others. Lin Xiaoban recalled the time when the boy had spoken ill of the goddess behind her back. Although he had since ceased his slander, the hurtful words had left her cold, and she had yet to let go of that resentment. Chuxi was correct. Everyone must contribute, even if one did not fight zombies. There were still tasks within reach that could be accomplished, and Xiao Qi had demonstrated this well today. Ultimately, Jiang Xi affirmed the decision with resolute certainty. The yellow-haired boy widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that not a single classmate stood by his side after all these years. He understood that his lack of abilities had burdened them, and thus he had kept his grievances to himself. Yet, he was shocked to find that the camaraderie he had relied upon could so easily turn against him because of a woman he had only known for a few days. Tragically, he realized he lacked the courage to confront them openly, as he still needed their protection to reach the safe base. Internally, he wrestled with his frustrations, ultimately deciding to swallow his pride in silence, though his resentment intensified. "I'm going to wash up," he muttered. Once the yellow-haired boy had tidied away the dishes and departed, Yun Chuxi turned to Qi Bai and instructed, "Please fetch 4 energy-saving lamps and 2 decks of cards from my hiking bag. Later, you'll play landlord with me. If you don't know how, I'll teach you." Zombies were one thing, and fleeing was another. Mental entertainment was equally essential. After all, during the long night ahead, she needed something to pass the time. Upon hearing Yun Chuxi's words, Goulet and Lin Xiaoban nearly leapt with excitement. Goddess, can we join?" "Of course. The more, the merrier." The two rubbed their hands together eagerly, momentarily lost in nostalgia for late-night card games in their university dorms. Earlier, as they had targeted the yellow-haired boy, Qi Bai had been gazing intently at Yun Chuxi, now smiling to reveal his small canine teeth. As night fell, the zombies began to stir more frequently. Goulet had somehow procured a large wooden plank to securely cover the windows, leaving not a single crack exposed. Qi Bai hung the energy-saving lamps on all 4 walls, illuminating the room as brightly as day. At the square table, Lin Xiaoban eagerly shuffled the cards, brimming with enthusiasm. "With so many of us playing, let us take turns. Who wants to be the first substitute?" "I'll be the substitute. I've never played before, so I'll watch a couple of rounds." Qi Bai brought over a stool and sat beside Yun Chuxi. Though he had little interest in the game, he simply wished to remain by her side longer.
All right.
Lin Xiaoban replied with a mischievous glint in her eye. "However, playing cards alone can be rather dull. I suggest we add some stakes." Upon hearing this, Goulet's eyes lit up. How about whoever loses has to wash everyone's socks? He detested washing socks the most. Lin Xiaoban shot him a look. "No way. Who has that many socks to wash?"
Goulet pondered deeply.
"Didn't the goddess give us plenty of snacks? Losers should provide snacks to the winners." "Shut up. That's unfair to the goddess." Lin Xiaoban glared at him, then feigned profundity. "I think the person who loses the most should agree to one request from the winner. That's what makes it interesting." "I agree. Pan is the smartest." Goulet grinned like a sycophant. "I'm indifferent," Yun Chuxi said nonchalantly. She wasn't necessarily bound to lose. The yellow-haired boy, still brooding over the earlier incident, announced in a stiff tone, "I'm not playing. I'm tired and need to rest." Yet, no one paid him any mind. He stormed back to his room, slamming the door behind him. Jiang Xi entered, carrying a steaming kettle of tea, pouring each of them a cup with an elegance that was both graceful and refined. "You all enjoy your game. I'll keep watch and check on supplies, then plan our route." Lin Xiaoban cradled the warm tea and sighed. "What a good man our leader is, talented, thoughtful, and versatile. I wonder what kind of girl would be worthy of him." Suddenly, Qi Bai interjected, "Does the lady enjoy milk tea?" Yun Chuxi set down her cup after taking a couple of sips, intrigued.
"Can you make it?"
Her preferences leaned towards spicy and sweet, and she held little interest in tea leaves. To her surprise, Qi Bai took the cup from her hand with a composed demeanor and stepped outside.
"Moments latte."
He returned with the tea transformed into a rich amber hue. Yun Chuxi took a sip and found it infused with milk and brown sugar, along with some seasonings she could not identify. The creamy aroma blended perfectly with the subtle tea flavor, achieving a delightful sweetness. She couldn't help but praise. "This is wonderful." Qi Bai smiled softly, "as long as the lady enjoys it." Lin Xiaopan's gaze shifted from Qi Bai's gentle smile to the composed countenance of her leader, feeling a quiet sympathy. The goddess's charm, so difficult to contain. A simple game of cards could be quickly grasped by anyone who observed a few rounds. After watching Yun Chuxi lose 3 consecutive games, Qi Bai could no longer hold back. "Let me have a turn." Both Lin Xiaopan and Gu Lei stifled their laughter, surprised that the seemingly omnipotent goddess was so inept at gaming. Before long, however, their amusement turned to disbelief as, upon his entrance, the young man's presence altered the course of the game. The novice they had expected to falter instead executed a series of unexpected maneuvers, turning the tide and winning 2 rounds in a row, igniting their competitive spirits. Engrossed in the game, Yun Chuxi rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought as she secretly accessed the system interface. The first thing that caught her eye was her personal panel. Name: Yun Chuxi. Age: 20. Talent: Tier 10. Mutated Ice Ability. Appearance: 100. Physique: 100. Spirit: 100. Overall evaluation: Unparalleled elegance. She then opened the store, where the beginner store had been activated, revealing a balance of over 11.8 billion gold coins and a system energy value of 699. Yun Chuxi was momentarily taken aback. The system had mentioned that energy values would automatically decrease by 1 each day. Thus, had she accumulated a total of 700 energy values? Of that, 100 energy values came from Jiangxi, but where had the remaining 600 come from? Pondering this, she poked the system in her mind. "System, did I forget? Qi Bai's evaluation is outstanding, and 1 point of favor can convert to 10 points of energy value." Upon hearing this, Yun Chuxi opened Qi Bai's panel. Name: Qi Bai. Age: 17. Talent: Psychic Ability. Unawakened. Beast Tamer. Unawakened. Dream Weaver. Unawakened. Appearance: 92. Physique: 43. Spirit: 90. Evaluation: Outstanding. Current favorability towards host: 60. Upon seeing the favorability, Yun Chuxi immediately thought of something and inquired silently, "System, does raising the favorability to full capacity require deep emotional roots?" "No, it's not necessary," the system replied. Deep emotional roots are merely an achievement that rewards gold coins to encourage the host. Different favorability levels will yield different achievements, and as long as they are maxed out, it is sufficient. "Why do you ask?" Yun Chuxi candidly expressed, "I am contemplating the various forms of affection that exist between individuals beyond mere romantic love." She wasn't naive. She had noticed Jiangxi's increasingly ambiguous gaze towards her, and she could not remain oblivious to it. Yet, she was destined to be unfaithful and could only strive to compensate him. However, she hoped to avoid such situations in the future, especially since Qi Bai was still a child. Yun Chuxi pondered, mentally cataloging different emotional models. Was it the tender affection between children and parents? The reverence held for idols? The bond forged between comrades through trials of life and death? The system, understanding her thoughts, compared Qi Bai's interactions with her to that of the host. "So, you wish for Qi Bai to view you as an idol and raise your esteem to a full 100 points? No." Yun Chuxi recalled Qi Bai's experiences and confidently replied, "I want to be his father." What does Qi Bai value most? His mother. Where does Qi Bai's greatest shadow and source of pain stem from? His father. Thus, she sought to unconsciously become a relative in Qi Bai's heart, subtly replacing the role of a father, soothing the wounds and shadows within him, becoming the paternal figure in his subconscious, and establishing a warm father-son relationship. The system, if it were capable of expressions, would certainly be left in astonishment at this moment. Although it was unsure of the origin of the host's confidence, it instinctively sensed that this idea was perilous, fraught with the potential for failure and retaliation. Yet, it hesitated to articulate its concerns, finally stammering a wish for the host's success. With her goal and method firmly set, Yun Chuxi brimmed with confidence, her gaze towards the youth radiating immense affection. However, upon a casual glance, she noticed the boy's cheeks flushed and his demeanor slightly unusual, with beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. A surge of alarm coursed through her. "Qi Xiaobai, why did you not mention you were feverish? Enough of this. Go lie down in bed." She felt a pang of regret within her heart. Aware that the boy was unwell, She had nonetheless allowed him to toil throughout the day and coaxed him into staying up late to play cards. How foolish. Chi-bai's eyes flickered briefly as he lowered his gaze, responding softly, "It's nothing, miss. I've grown accustomed to it." Hearing this, Yun Chuxi felt an even deeper sense of guilt. She grasped the young man's hand and led him to her room.
Come with me.
Chapter 27. Fine, I'll feed you. Once outside the room, the corridor was dimly lit, and the strength with which he held onto her was unmistakable. Chi-bai felt a warmth within. After so many years, he had almost forgotten the sensation of being cared for. He followed Yun Chuxi into the adjacent room, where darkness enveloped them. Thankfully, he had long been accustomed to confined, lightless spaces. His unusual senses quickly detected the items that appeared in Yun Chuxi's hands, sparking a sense of wonder within him. Was this spatial ability? No wonder his miss always had an abundance of supplies. It seemed others had guessed this too, but chose not to expose it. Unbeknownst to Yun Chuxi, her marketplace was mistakenly perceived as a spatial ability. However, even if she were to find out, she would not mind, as she had no intention of concealing it, merely feeling too lazy to explain. After purchasing antipyretics, she considered Chi-bai's constitution and retrieved a vital energy pill. Turning around, in the moonlight, she could only faintly discern the boy's silhouette. "Extend your hand." Seeing him comply, she placed a bottle of mineral water into his grasp. But the antipyretic slipped through his fingers. The medicine fell. He lamented as he bent down to retrieve it. Yun Chuxi halted him, saying, "Forget that one. I'll feed you." She purchased another dose of medicine and tentatively brought it to his lips. In the gradually adapting darkness, her slender fingers held 2 pills before him. Chi-bai instinctively opened his mouth to accept them, along with the fragrant essence of the pills and the cool touch that fleetingly caressed his tongue. "You should rest well tonight, conserve your strength. We leave tomorrow. There's no need to prepare breakfast for me. I will eat with everyone." As her melodious voice gently admonished him, the coating of the medicine began to dissolve, releasing a strong bitterness, and Chi-bai suddenly remembered he had forgotten to swallow. He quickly unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip of water, responding in a flustered manner, "Amen." After he finished the medicine, Yun Chuxi escorted the boy back to his own room, gently laying him on the bed and wrapping him snugly in a blanket. Lastly, she took out a disposable wet wipe to cool his forehead. In the silent darkness, she could sense the boy's focused gaze upon her. Amused, she thought to herself that he truly was a child. A little kindness would make him utterly devoted, like a fledgling reliant on its protector. She playfully remarked, "Chi Xiaobai, did you not say you couldn't play cards? I saw you winning quite a few rounds today." After hesitating for a moment, he replied, "I was the one who won the most today." Yun Chuxi encouraged him. "Indeed, that's quite impressive." The boy's spirits lifted. "Miss, you lost the most. Based on our wager, you must promise me one thing." Yun Chuxi, intrigued by what Chi-bai might desire, replied, "What do you wish for?" Despite being only 17, he had stifled his nature due to past experiences, often retreating into a shell. Rather than his obedient and quiet demeanor, she wished for him to be more vivacious, to have a presence, rather than bottling everything up inside. Even if he were to be a bit timid or selfish, that would be acceptable. She began to ponder the boy's preferences. Typically, boys his age were fond of anime, music, and gaming consoles. Yet, given the current apocalyptic circumstances, perhaps he would lean towards firearms, armor, or fighter jets. After what seemed like an eternity of hesitation, the boy finally stammered, I want you not to leave, or I can sleep outside your door." His tone was anxious, seemingly fearful of displeasing her, as he hurriedly explained, "I fear opening my eyes and finding myself back in that dark, sunless place. I worry that today's events are merely a dream. I won't disturb you. I can remain in the corner quietly. I just don't want to be alone. As long as I can see you, that is enough." Upon hearing the quivering timbre of his voice, Yun Chuxi could no longer restrain herself. She reached out to ruffle his hair gently. "You need not sleep outside. I will stay here with you. Do not be afraid. I am not leaving." She softly patted the boy's bedding. "Sleep now." She quietly watched as he closed his eyes, waiting for him to drift into slumber. Outside the door, a tall figure lingered for quite some time. Chapter 28. Departure. After a night devoid of dreams, Yun Chuxi awoke to find herself slumped at the edge of the bed, thankful for the system keeping watch, ensuring she would be alerted to any disturbances. She stretched languidly as she rose, the blanket sliding off her shoulders, unsure of who had covered her. The boy on the bed stirred at the sound. gradually opening his eyes to reveal a brightness that seemed to dispel the layers of gloom surrounding him. She reached out to check his forehead, smiling. The fever has broken. Let us get up for breakfast. After freshening up in her room, Chuxi followed the enticing aroma to the kitchen, where she discovered her companions gathered. Jiang Xiwang was utilizing the alcohol stove she had contributed the day prior, ladling out bowls of noodles one by one. She glanced at the scarf draped around Jiang Xiwang's neck, astonished. You can cook? This person usually exuded an air of refined elegance, and it was hard to reconcile that image with the kitchen. Jiang Xiwang humbly replied, I know a little, though I rarely have the opportunity. Noticing her arrival, Jiang Xiwang's expression softened instinctively as he explained while serving her a bowl of noodles. Upon tasting it and giving him a thumbs up, her eyes sparkled with delight. With no vegetables and everyone busy running about, who has the heart to cook? She mused, finding his reasoning sound. After witnessing their interaction, the previously low-pressure atmosphere around their leader dissipated instantly, and Lin Xiaoban grasped the situation. She quickly chimed in, I forgot to mention. Our 3 dishes and a soup yesterday were all made by the leader. Though not as professional as Little Chi, our leader is typically not skilled in these matters. Given that their leader was a direct heir of one of the 7 major financial groups and now possessed water-based abilities, how could he be compared to others? Jiang Xiwang regarded Lin Xiaoban with an appreciative gaze, ladling another bowl of noodles for the boy who had just entered behind Chuxi, speaking gently and considerately. Little Chi is unwell and just an ordinary person, so I added an egg for you to help nourish you. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Bai stepped forward to take the bowl, the smile that had lingered on his face gradually fading. Thank you, Brother Jiang. No need for pleasantries. Their eyes met, and an unspoken tension hung in the air. After breakfast, everyone gathered around the table as Jiang Xiwang unfolded a blueprint, meticulously marking it with details. In the heart of Longjiang City, specifically at the upper left corner of the map, the secure base is situated in the southern outskirts. He circled the 2 locations on the map with a pen and then drew a straight line connecting them, directing the pen's tip emphatically toward the midpoint. The optimal route is to travel southward, passing through Dingqing District and the high-tech zone, then crossing the Hengjiang Bridge, and finally proceeding 30 kilometers to reach our destination. As the listeners absorbed this information, no objections were raised. Jiang Xi looked at them and continued, we shall now make specific arrangements. The 6 of us should be divided into 3 groups, a vanguard group, a logistics group, and a guard group. The vanguard group will lead, tasked with swiftly eliminating any encountered zombies while minimizing noise to avoid attracting a horde. The logistics group will follow in the middle, and the guard group will bring up the rear, ready to provide support. In critical moments, they will hold the rear and divert pursuing zombies, alternating positions with the vanguard group every 4 hours. Chuxi and Jiang Xi will comprise the vanguard group, Bai and Huang Mao will form the logistics group, while Gu Lei and Lin Xiaoban will be in the guard group. After deliberating for another half hour on how to respond to unforeseen circumstances and who would gather supplies, the group gathered at the stairwell, each carrying their bags, paired according to the earlier team arrangements. Jiang Xi glanced at Chuxi beside him, feeling a sense of hope like never before in this apocalyptic world. They set off. Chapter 29. Is it just for his looks? As they descended the stairs, they were suddenly halted.
Wait.
Zhou Jun rushed out from her room and jogged over to Chuxi, reaching out to grasp her arm. When she evaded him, his face fell with grievance. Sister Yun, why didn't you inform me beforehand that you were leaving? You know I've been waiting for you. Chuxi, perplexed, replied, Are we that familiar? You're upset over losing one person, and you've been waiting all this time? At a loss for words, Zhou Jun fell silent, prompting Jiang Xi to step in. Young Master Zhou, we are unacquainted with one another, and there are no past grievances to address. It would be best if you instructed your men to step aside. We must take our leave. He gestured toward the burly figures surrounding them. Zhou Jun cast a cold glance at Jiang Xi, ignoring him, and turned back to Chuxi with a look of lament. Sister Yun, I've even given you my brother, yet you still act as if we're strangers. If you keep this up, I might get angry. That day, he had informed Xiao Dage about the situation, but Xiao Dage had only found a few meat buns in the villa, indicating there was no surplus food. Zhou Jun felt deceived by Chuxi. Her intent was to take Bai away. However, when he later sought help upstairs, he could not even catch a glimpse of Chuxi, being turned away by several other men every time. His gaze shifted to Bai. Upon seeing Bai's previously concealed, dusty face now restored to its handsome and refined appearance, he was filled with rage. You, a sickly weakling, should not be alive in this apocalypse, yet you are being cared for. Is it merely for your looks? I, Jun, am just as handsome and far more capable. A flash of cold light passed, and Jun felt a sharp pain in his cheek, involuntarily letting out a startled yelp. He touched his face, and upon seeing the blood on his fingertips, his expression turned pale. Young master, protect the young master. In front of many witnesses, no one could discern any movement. But after Jun's cry, a line of blood slowly appeared on his cheek. The burly men surrounding them quickly turned to shield Jun. Their eyes filled with fear as they glanced at the woman, awed by her unpredictable power. Chuxi retracted her hand, her ice ability now at level 10, though her mastery over it remained unfamiliar. The icy blade she had conjured earlier was meant for experimentation on zombies, but it had unexpectedly proven useful here. Please, keep your mouth clean, she said coolly. Otherwise, the next target will be elsewhere. Her tone carried an unspoken threat, a chilling gaze sweeping over them, causing the burly men to avert their eyes, unwilling to meet her gaze. Having spoken, Chuxi strode toward the door, and those in her path instinctively stepped aside. Jiangxi and the others promptly followed. Jun, regaining his composure, glared with malice and raised his hand to unleash his ability, but was halted by Xiao Dage. Jun, let them go. Xiao Dage cast a grave look at Chuxi, leading the group ahead. He had observed the scene from nearby, yet he had seen nothing of the woman's methods. Not even the source of Jun's injury was discernible, indicating that she was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Jun ground his teeth in frustration. We just let them go?
Siode.
They are heading to the southern safe base too. We can follow them closely and find an opportunity. How long must we wait? He continued. Let them clear the way while we conserve our strength. When they tire and exhaust their abilities, it will be effortless for us to strike. Chapter 30. This is no human, but a god of death. Longjiang City has a permanent population of nearly 10 million. The main roads are bustling with traffic, post-apocalypse. They are congested with damaged vehicles. For safety, the group chose to navigate through back roads and shortcuts. In an alley, another zombie, alerted by their footsteps, turned and let out a feral roar, staggering toward the tempting prey before it, its bloodshot eyes glistening with a predatory hunger. As it approached within 10 meters of the group, a shard of crystalline light suddenly shot forth, streaking through the sunlight like a meteor, embedding itself in the center of the zombie's forehead. In the next instant, the zombie froze, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. How powerful! Why is it that some people merely survive while others are born to be the pinnacle of humanity? Even after witnessing countless dead zombies along the way, Goulet could not suppress the thrill and admiration swelling within him. The calm figure of Chuxi, standing resolutely, seemed as insurmountable as a mountain. There was no denying it. This was no mere human but a deity of death. However, it wasn't too long before a flurry of commotion erupted behind them. Xiao Dage and his group raced toward them, their faces marked with panic. In mere seconds, they brushed past without pausing, pursued by several zombies that had also detected their presence. Damn it, those beasts. They make us deal with the zombies while they hide. If they can't escape, they lead them right to us. Is this intentional? Even Goulet, typically oblivious, sensed the discrepancy. The others remained silent, watching as Jiangxi and Chuxi individually resolved the impending threats. Jiangxi felt helpless. As a fellow human, he could not stand idly by while others perished.
Meanwhile,
Chuxi remained unfazed. The zombies approaching were hardly worthy of her practice. She concentrated her ability, transforming the ice blade into ice spikes, which then morphed into ice balls before splitting into a dozen ice pellets. With a mere flick of her fingers, the foremost zombies each received a fatal wound to their foreheads, blackened blood oozing forth. Yet due to the presence of Xiao Dage and his group, she had refrained from unleashing her full power, only employing basic abilities, leading Jiangxi and the others to mistakenly believe she was merely a level 2 ice ability user. As the last zombie fell, Chuxi glanced at the sun, her gaze landing on the weary Bai. We've been traveling for nearly 4 hours. Let us find a place to rest before continuing in the afternoon. Across the street stood a nursing home, spacious and with a clear view, allowing for early detection of any dangers. Although the iron gate was locked, this posed no issue as Goulet scaled the wall to unlock it. After a quick inspection of the nursing home, they sent the frail, undead residents to their final rest and selected a room near the iron gate to start a fire and prepare a meal.
Huang ma washet zais, ji bai lin veget ben.
Jiang Xi continuously employed his water ability, while Gu Lei and Lin Xiaoban searched other rooms for useful supplies. Yun Chuxi, watching the flames, found herself momentarily at a loss. What do you plan to do upon reaching the safe base? Do you have any relatives you wish to find? If you need assistance, I might be able to help. Jiang Xi offered, noticing her restlessness. At the moment the apocalypse descended, the vast wealth amassed by the Jiang family was reduced to ashes. Nevertheless, their years of accumulation ensured that the family vessel did not sink entirely. They still possessed the strength to rise again, and finding someone was hardly a challenge. Finding someone? Yun Chuxi shook her head, stating that her parents had passed away shortly after the onset of the apocalypse. With no relatives left, she did have two adversaries, one named Situyen and the other Citalon. Chapter 31. Unworthy to stand beside her. Jiang Xi glanced at her with a fleeting expression of pity before swiftly changing the subject. What are your plans once we reach the base? Your skills are commendable, and the military is actively recruiting talented individuals with abilities. Have you given it any thought? Plans? Yun Chuxi had not considered that at all. I dislike being constrained and have no intention of joining any organization. Jiang Xi nodded in agreement. That's understandable. I've heard that mercenary groups have spontaneously formed among civilians. Completing missions can yield rewards. With your abilities and skills, you could easily carve out a place for yourself anywhere. As he spoke, he glanced at Huang Mao and Qi Bai, his tone comforting. Moreover, the safe base has accepted a significant number of ordinary people, allowing them to exchange simple labor for points to purchase food. Regardless of who one is, there will always be a means of survival. At this point, Qi Bai, who was washing vegetables, subtly froze. The terms military, abilities, and mercenaries echoed in his ears, each word from Jiang Xi acting like a mighty axe, cleaving an insurmountable chasm between him and Yun Chuxi. He was an ordinary person, struggling to survive in the apocalypse, while Yun Chuxi was destined to become a formidable force. He felt unworthy, unqualified to stand beside her. Lowering his gaze, he continued his task with a sense of bitter resignation coursing through him. Yun Chuxi, bracing herself with both hands on the ground, tilted her head skyward, her tone ethereal. I may not stay at the safe base for long. I intend to wander as I did before, exploring mountains and lakes. Provided, of course, that my little system does not cause any disruptions.
Jiang Qi responded.
The world is now overrun with zombies. Are you not afraid of traveling alone? What is there to fear? The deceased are merely corpses, lifeless masses of flesh. If they cross paths with my blade, it would be a kindness to deliver them from their misery. Yun Chuxi gestured as if executing a beheading, her tone as calm as discussing the weather. Observing her fearless demeanor, Jiang Xi felt as though a part of him had been pried open, a sweet essence flooding forth, leaving him in a state of disarray. He cleared his throat to mask his distraction, admitting, before the apocalypse, my wish was to travel the world. Hearing you say that, I find myself quite tempted. If the time comes and we travel together, you cast me aside, will you? Come as you wish. This world does not belong to me. I simply cannot tolerate trouble, so you must take responsibility for your own safety, Yun Chuxi mused. As long as she wasn't burdened with responsibility, everything was negotiable. I will not hold you back, Jiang Xi replied with a hearty laugh, casually glancing at Qi Bai, who was tightly pursing his lips, the disappointment in his eyes unmistakable. Instantly, the gloom that had clouded Jiang Xi's heart lifted, leaving him feeling remarkably light. He understood he had employed a bit of cunning, yet the brilliance of one individual made him feel a heightened sense of urgency, necessitating early precautions. After all, he was merely stating facts.
Ding.
Qi Bai's favorability decreased by 10, current favorability, 70. The abrupt notification from the system left Yun Chuxi puzzled, and she turned to the boy who had begun chopping vegetables. Are you in a bad mood? You gained 20 points for spending the night with me, and now you've inexplicably lost 10? The boy halted, shaking his head, seemingly perplexed by her question. A slightly confused smile graced his lips. How could I be unhappy? Miss, you ensure my safety and provide for my needs. I am far happier than those who would do anything to fill their bellies and survive. I am grateful to you. While his words held truth, something felt amiss. Unable to pinpoint the discrepancy, Yun Chuxi hesitantly nodded. Oh. The next moment, Ding. Chi-Bai's favorability decreased by 10. Yun Chuxi stared at him in disbelief. Chapter 32. Zombie Kindergarten. Half an hour later, the meal was nearly ready, yet Gu Lei and Lin Xiaoban, who had gone to gather supplies, had yet to return. Logically, the nursing home was not vast. Even if they stumbled upon something they were reluctant to leave behind, they should have had enough time to deliberate. Jiang Ci furrowed his brow. I will go search for those two thoughtless individuals. You all proceed to eat. He stood up, the wind flowing freely as he stepped outside. At that moment, the fully replenished Yun Chuxi detected a faint scent of blood. Had someone been injured? A sense of foreboding arose within her, and she decisively spoke. Pack your things. We need to go find them. With that, she took the lead, instinctively moving in a particular direction. Jiang Ci followed closely behind. Chi-Bai hurriedly packed the prepared food, while Huang Mao trailed behind them. As they drew closer, the stench of blood intensified. Eventually, Yun Chuxi halted before a low wall, where all present could now smell the nauseating, putrid odor emanating from the other side. Accompanied by Gu Lei's hoarse cries for help, Yun Chuxi took a slight run-up and leaped over the wall, peering down, and an icy chill shot up her spine. Beyond the wall lay a kindergarten from before the apocalypse, a two-story building comprising several classrooms. The grassy area in front, once vibrant with toys like seesaws, slides, and wooden horses, was now adorned with grotesque cartoon drawings, a stark contrast to the horror that had overtaken it. The classrooms were devoid of life. Desks and chairs lay overturned, walls smeared with crimson handprints, and only a few adult skeletons remained, their bones marred with countless bite marks as if they had been feasted upon by ravenous predators until they breathed their last. Her gaze roamed back, landing upon the pile of children's corpses stacked against the wall, and at the top of the slide stood Gu Lei, isolated and vulnerable. Before him lay the slide, while behind him stood the staircase, where over 40 zombie children lurked below, eyeing him hungrily, with several already climbing the stairs, inching closer to him. Yet Gu Lei seemed oblivious to the looming danger, his every thought consumed by the silent woman cradled in his arms. Clad in a pink tracksuit, a large gaping wound in her chest oozed blood, her limbs limp, her life hanging by a thread. He cried out her name in anguish. Without a doubt, the woman who appeared lifeless in his grasp was Lin Xiaoban. Realizing this, Yun Chuxi felt her blood run cold. Host, Lin Xiaoban is not dead. As long as she draws breath, the revival elixir from the shop can save her. The sudden voice jolted Yun Chuxi awake, pulling her from her heavy thoughts. Thankful for the system's assurance, she unsheathed her twin blades without hesitation, leaping down and unleashing a wave of energy-infused wind blades towards the zombie children. She sprinted towards Gu Lei with all her might. However, the anticipated sight of the little zombies collapsing under her onslaught did not materialize. Instead, they exhibited remarkable speed and agility, evading her attack and launching a counteroffensive. Arcane bolts, slicing winds, fireballs, earth spikes, and water arrows surged toward Yun Chuxi in overwhelming waves. Be careful. Jiang Ci's eyes widened in alarm, and in a moment of desperation, he conjured a barrier of water to shield Yun Chuxi. While she dodged some of the attacks, peering through the watery veil revealed an array of chaotic abilities swirling around her. To her astonishment, nearly half of the 40 or so zombie children possessed abilities of their own. Chi-Bai, anxiously perched on the wall, paled at the sight of her peril and hurriedly spoke up, sharing whatever information he had. Chapter 33. Do not sleep, I beg you.
Humans pusos habilities.
And so too can zombies evolve to acquire powers. The more flesh and blood consumed, the swifter the evolution, and the stronger the abilities become. Moreover, as long as a human with special powers is devoured, even an ordinary zombie can evolve its own abilities. Unspoken, however, was the fact that the rapid evolution of Zhou Jun's wood-based powers was likely linked to the absorption of a core from the brain of a human wood-based ability user. This could very well explain why Zhou Jun and Boss Xiao had been trailing them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Such revelations were too shocking to voice. He was unsure whether disclosing this information would lead to his own demise or what catastrophic impact it might have on an already fragile human existence. Upon hearing Chi-Bai's words, Yun Chuxi's gaze darkened further. There was no doubt that this zombie kindergarten had consumed countless lives to evolve so rapidly. Were it not for the presence of her companions, she would have likely obliterated it without hesitation. President, cover me, she commanded, and with that, she no longer held back. Her entire being surged with extraordinary power, a chilling energy radiating outward. Centered around her, the ground swiftly became encased in a layer of ice, winds howled. Darkness enveloped the sky, and a blizzard began to descend. The little zombies, sensing an instinctual suppression, looked on in terror at the woman at the heart of the storm. In the next moment, they turned and fled. Did they wish to escape? That would require her permission. Yun Chuxi commanded the blizzard to roar forth. Dense hailstones falling like a rain of bullets, drenching the little zombies completely. Soon, they were covered in snow, and in the blink of an eye, the kindergarten was home to over 40 small snowmen. With a grasping motion, Yun Chuxi caused the heads of the snowmen to explode with a resounding pop. As if crushed by an unseen force, scattering powder into the air. Colorful stones tumbled to the ground, revealing themselves before the onlookers. Yet at that moment, no one cared about the peculiar stones or was astonished by Yun Chuxi's display of power. They rushed towards Goulet. Pan, don't sleep. Please don't sleep. As they clearly saw the gaping wound on Lin Xiaopan's body, the last vestiges of hope faded away. Watching the grieving Goulet, none could find their voices. The atmosphere grew heavy with sorrow. Yun Chuxi had directly purchased a miraculous rejuvenation pill for 100 million from the market. She shook Goulet, whose eyes were red and appeared alert yet was on the brink of collapse, and opened her palm before him. If you don't want her to die, give her this medicine. At her words, Goulet's consciousness snapped back from the edge of despair. He focused his gaze, grasping Yun Chuxi's wrist as if it were a lifeline. His voice trembled. Are you saying she still has a chance? Yes, Yun Chuxi affirmed. But if you hold her so tightly, I can't guarantee anything. Goulet promptly laid Lin Xiaopan on the grass and fed her the pill. An astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The pill dissolved instantly in Lin Xiaopan's mouth. In the next second, her bleeding ceased, and visibly, the wound on her chest began to heal. Within 5 minutes, her skin was flawless and smooth, as if the horrific injury had merely been an illusion. The onlookers watched in awe, their eyes wide and unblinking, confirming repeatedly that they were not dreaming, their faces filled with shock. Until Lin Xiaopan's wound completely vanished. Goulet leaned over her chest, straining to listen. In the next moment, joy erupted from him, followed by laughter that soon turned into tears. She's really not dead. Pan is alive. She's alive. Ha ha ha. Wowo he had not cried when injured fighting zombies, nor when nearly killed by one, nor even when he thought Lin Xiaopan had perished. But feeling her return from the brink of death, this sunny, handsome young man, usually carefree, could not hold back his tears like a child. Understanding the profound relief he felt, the others shared a knowing smile, tinged with envy as they glanced at the unconscious Lin Xiaopan. To have someone willing to risk their life by your side, even at the thought of losing them, is indeed a stroke of fortune. Chapter 34. Willing to brave fire and water for one. Following such an incident, the team could only rest for a day. They returned to the nursing home, each eating the lunch that had been prepared, devoid of taste. Lin Xiaopan had just returned from the clutches of death, and Goulet had also been injured. The group, already weary from their arduous journey, felt even more exhausted after the battle, and the atmosphere grew somber. Chuxi, it's thanks to you this time, Jiang Ci said sincerely, aware that Yun Chuxi harbored many secrets, yet he would not pry unless she chose to share. At his words, Goulet shifted his gaze from Lin Xiaopan to Yun Chuxi, saying gravely, Goddess, I will never forget your immense kindness. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I shall not go west. Yun Chuxi shook her head lightly. There's no need for such formality. Since you regard me as a companion and wish to protect me, I naturally cannot let your goodwill go unreciprocated. She took a sip of water and smiled calmly. It's merely a gesture of returning the favor. Hearing her words, Goulet felt an even deeper gratitude, thankful for his initial decision to follow the president and protect the delivery goddess. However, a voice from the corner intruded upon the moment. If you're so powerful, why didn't you tell us earlier? We've been hiding and living in fear for so long. If you had dealt with those zombies sooner, Lin Xiaopan wouldn't have been in danger and wouldn't have almost died. After all, what does it matter how strong you are? Before Yun Chuxi could respond, Qi Bai could no longer contain his anger. Just because she is stronger than you, does she owe you a responsibility to bear your fate and save your inept life? After speaking, he lowered his head, appearing quite despondent. His retort to Huang Mao was also a reflection of his disdain for his own reliance on Yun Chuxi. Even if Chuxi lacked such strength, since the day she delivered our packages, we owed her much. She has saved us countless times along the way, and what we owe her can never be repaid. Jiang Xi's tone was resolute as he gazed at the woman by the campfire, his eyes ablaze with determination. For the rest of my life, I would willingly brave fire and water for her. Indeed, my life was given by the goddess, and from now on, no matter what she asks of me, even if it's to sacrifice myself, I will not hesitate, came a weak voice, the faint sound of Lin Xiaopan awakening. She had thought she would surely die, but she never expected to open her eyes again. In her dazed state, she overheard their conversation and realized that it was Yun Chuxi who had saved her. Yet her body was too weak to move. And now that she finally had the strength to speak, she eagerly expressed her gratitude.
It was my fault today.
I heard a child crying from the neighboring yard and couldn't help but go take a look. Who knew it would put everyone in danger? Thankfully, the goddess is formidable. Though it may sound trite, I still want to say thank you, Goddess Yun Chuxi.
No need for thanks, Pan Pan.
You're finally awake. You scared me, Gule exclaimed, rushing over and sobbing against Lin Xiaopan's blanket. Get off me. Your snot is on me. Lin Xiaopan retorted without reservation. Her complexion still pale, but her tone had sharpened considerably. Watching the two of them, the others felt a weight lift from their hearts, except for Huang Mao, whose resentment lingered in his eyes. That night, in a corner unnoticed, a figure stealthily left the nursing home and entered the adjacent unit. Without looking back, the figure did not notice the mocking expressions that appeared on the faces of those gathered around the campfire as he departed. Chapter 35. The Theft of Labor's Fruits. Huang Mao was too afraid to walk alone. He must have sought refuge with Boss Xiao and the others. Jiang Xi stated calmly, as if it were expected. Gu Lei scoffed, that kind of ingrate. Good riddance. Qi Bai hesitated for a moment before resolutely speaking. I believe that Huang Mao might be used, leading Boss Xiao and Zhou Jun back to seek revenge on us. He recounted the conversation he had overheard in the villa, where Zhou Jun and Boss Xiao plotted against them. Anger filled the faces of those present. After tirelessly battling the zombies, how could such petty thieves attempt to ambush them? Jiang Xiwang frowned and asked, Chuxi, should we leave tonight? Escaping under the cover of darkness would not only allow them to shake off a treacherous wolf, but also avoid being ensnared by Boss Xiao and Zhou Jun. This was the most prudent decision for Jiang Xiwang's character. There's no need. They have been waiting for a long time, Yin Chuxi replied. Since Boss Xiao and their destination were aligned, even hiding for a few days could lead to another encounter. Moreover, traveling at night would hinder Lin Xiaopan's recovery. She had long found Boss Xiao and Zhou Jun as bothersome as flies, but since they had not acted against her, she felt no justification to take action. Now that they intended to strike, she welcomed it, ready to ensnare them completely. Please reiterate what you previously discreetly informed me about using crystal cores for cultivation. Of course, Qi Bai nodded. Since childhood, I have had heightened senses, allowing me to overhear many things. I inadvertently heard Zhou Jun mention that one could elevate their abilities by consuming crystal cores. He produced the crystal core he had found in the kindergarten that afternoon and continued, currently, the manifest abilities are categorized into 7 common elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. It is said that other safe bases have also seen the emergence of 2 special types of abilities, spatial and mental. Whether they are zombie or human abilities, an energy stone forms in their minds, known as a crystal core. The color of the crystal core varies with different abilities, and cores of the same elemental type can be directly consumed by corresponding ability users. Different elemental cores can also be used for cultivation, albeit with lower efficiency. As the youth spoke about using crystal cores for cultivation, Yun Chuxi opened her system panel. Jiang Xiwang had been providing her with 20 points of favorability nearly every day, and once it reached its peak, it was all converted into gold coins. By today, the balance in the shop had not only remained but had increased to over 15 billion. Qi Bai's favorability towards her was also steadily rising, often fluctuating but maintaining around 80 points. The system's energy reached 896. Initially, she felt no urgency, believing that her presence would shield the youth from danger. Yet, the unexpected incident involving Lin Xiaopan served as a warning. She could no longer afford to protect the youth in a confined manner. Everyone has moments of oversight, and she needed to devise a way to help him awaken his abilities, so he would possess the strength for self-preservation in times of crisis. While deep in thought, Chi Bai concluded his explanation and approached her with a collection of colorful crystal cores in hand, his eyes filled with her reflection, shining even brighter than the objects he held. Miss, these crystal cores are from the zombies you defeated. Take them for your cultivation. The youth's gaze was too focused and sincere, causing Yun Chuxi to instinctively accept them. She glanced around, noting her companions wore expressions of acceptance. And thus she stood there, momentarily dazed. Her abilities had been replicated by the system, reaching maximum level with a mere button press. Did she truly need to cultivate with crystal cores? She silently called out to the system. The system responded, if the host is unsure how to handle the crystal cores, they can be sold in the shop. Sell? Yun Chuxi pondered, what do you mean? The system explained, the system shop connects various dimensions. Each host with a system can exchange gold coins for items unavailable in their source world and sell items they possess from their source world. The gold coins gained will incur a small fee from the shop, with the remainder returned to the host. Therefore, the host can find any item from any dimension in the shop. Currently, the host has only unlocked the basic shop, which includes items from equivalent dimensions, allowing purchases from common technology worlds, martial arts worlds, low-tier ghost worlds, and gaming worlds. Once the host activates the intermediate shop, they will unlock purchasing rights for magical worlds, cultivation worlds, supernatural worlds, interstellar worlds, and more. When the high-tier shop is unlocked, the host will even have access to legendary items from mythological and ancient worlds. In short, there's nothing the host cannot find, only that which they cannot afford. Likewise, the host can place unnecessary items for sale in the shop. After hearing the system's explanation, Yun Chuxi squeezed a red crystal core and silently wished to sell it. In the next moment, the red crystal core vanished from her hand.
Ding.
Fire-type first-tier crystal core sold successfully, earning 100 gold coins. She glanced at her balance, which remained unchanged, and fell silent. Chapter 36. The Mobile ATM and Energy Pool. The bizarre disappearance of the crystal core left everyone astonished. Goulet rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not mistaken, and exclaimed, Goddess, you truly are a spatial ability user? Spatial ability? Yun Chuxi responded with a hint of curiosity. What do you mean? Goulet explained, Pan said your backpack is like a treasure chest. It has whatever you desire. We were suspicious, but the president said it was your private matter and forbade us from asking. That's about right. Yun Chuxi did not elaborate. Instead, she embraced the pretense. Since you have discovered it, I won't hide it anymore. I have plenty of supplies in my space. If you need anything reasonable, I can fulfill your requests. Long live the goddess. Goulet cheered, being the first to raise his hand. I want ammunition. We have run out of Nighthawk's bullets. 50 rounds of ammunition was indeed insufficient, as they were depleted shortly after departing. Finding ammunition in the shop, she waved her hand, and the table was instantly stacked with 1,000 rounds. What else do you want? Goulet's eyes sparkled, eagerly rubbing his hands. Can I choose? I also want grenades. Oh, and can I get the heavy machine gun you had when we first met? It's a pity I didn't bring it. I've been regretting it for so long. Enough, Goulet. Chuxi, don't listen to him. Jiang Xi Wang shot a warning glance at Goulet, who promptly fell silent, before turning to Yun Chuxi with a furrowed brow. Although he had suspected Yun Chuxi might possess spatial abilities, seeing her so openly display them stirred complex feelings within him. Amidst his joy, concern lingered. As the eldest son of a prominent family, he had weathered many storms, making him more mature than most. He understood all too well the saying, the taller the tree, the harder the wind blows.
Chuxi.
Do not use your spatial abilities carelessly in front of others. Those who possess a treasure often invite covetous eyes, and it is easy to attract the schemes of the unscrupulous. He knew she was strong, yet he still wished for her to remain safe. Do not worry. I am not foolish. Besides, no one in this world can pose a threat to me, Yun Chuxi replied without looking up, flipping through the shop interface. She came across items such as golden silk armor, protective soft armor, and 5 poison gloves from the martial arts world, described as impervious to blades and immune to fire and water, and promptly purchased them, equipping each of her companions with a set. Particularly mindful of Chi Bai's frail physique, she armed him from head to toe, and finally provided each person with a set of bulletproof vests and night vision goggles. Witnessing her unabashedly reveal her secrets and share such precious items with them, Goulet and Lin Xiaopan were deeply moved, their eyes shimmering with moisture. In that moment, they felt they could only repay her by growing stronger, willing to stand by her side through thick and thin. Lin Xiaopan candidly stated, President, bringing us to find the goddess was the best decision of your life. Jiang Wang shook his head with a smile. Realizing that meeting Yun Chu, she was perhaps his greatest fortune. Yun Chu, she continued her spree of purchases, ensuring her companion's defenses were maximized. She then bought numerous portable and practical concealed weapons, along with nutritional supplies and clean clothing, stopping only when the table could hold no more. Had she not been concerned about the inconvenience during their escape, she would not have minded purchasing an entire villa. Recalling something, Yun Chushi raised her gaze towards her companions. Right, I don't need the crystal cores. Let's share them. Given the exorbitant prices in the marketplace, she deemed it more beneficial to enhance her friend's abilities. The blue crystal core was given to Jiang Wang, the yellow one to Gulei, and the cyan core to Lin Xiaopan. Lastly, 2 dark green cores and 1 transparent core remained. Yun Chushi speculated that these pertained to the wood and psychic systems, looking expectantly at Qi Bai. Why don't you try swallowing this transparent core? You might awaken an extraordinary ability. Qi Bai shook his head, his expression grave. Once, Boss Xiao commanded an ordinary subordinate to consume a crystal core, and while the individual did awaken an ability, he succumbed within 2 hours, bleeding from all orifices. Upon examining his brain, no new crystal core had formed. Thus, for an ordinary person, consuming a crystal core is tantamount to suicide. Seeing the youth's pale face softened Yun Chushi's heart. She recognized that he was a hidden psychic ability user, which prompted her suggestion. However, contemplating the potential consequences of a forced awakening on his constitution made her abandon the idea. After cleansing the crystal core, Jiang Wang tentatively swallowed one and closed his eyes. The group sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from him, but after a while, nothing unusual occurred. Gulei hastily imitated him, consuming a core and shutting his eyes. Lin Xiaopan refrained, knowing that while the desire for power is instinctual, her injured body could not bear the burden at this moment. Before long, Jiang Wang opened his eyes first, brimming with joy. Chushi, I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Congratulations, Yun Chushi responded vaguely. Her mouth full of a river crab meatball as she browsed the marketplace, selecting an array of peculiar snacks, each a delicacy from another realm. Walnuts hugging octopuses, cat poop buns, and mermaid crisps. Observing her puffed cheeks, Jiang Wang couldn't help but chuckle, realizing for the first time that this girl was quite the foodie. And he secretly noted this down. As the water boiled, Qi Bai approached with a basin of prepared warm water. Miss, the washing supplies are ready. Would you like to soak your feet later? Thank you. Yun Chushi swallowed her food and accepted the towel and toothbrush, feeling a twinge of hesitation. With everyone fleeing for their lives, was it a bit too indulgent to soak her feet in broad daylight? Jiang Wang, noticing her indecision, gently suggested, Chushi, I found a new bathtub in a certain room. Would you like to take a bath? Seeing Yun Chushi, still contemplating, he continued, coincidentally. I've hit a bottleneck with my second-tier water ability. Consider it a favor. It allows me to practice more. If I can break through, it will give us more assurance when facing Boss Xiao tomorrow. Yun Chushi considered this. Although she had shared many life-saving items with her friends, they still faced perilous circumstances in the apocalypse. Particularly, Jiang Wang was her mobile ATM, and Qi Bai was her energy reservoir, both essential to her. She did not wish for any mishap to befall them. All right, I'll trouble you then, she acquiesced, rising to follow Jiang Wang. As she watched the two depart the room, Qi Bai's eyes dimmed. In another building, Huang Mao was brought before Boss Xiao and Zhou Jun. Upon entering, he was struck by the sight of numerous iron cages lining the walls, each containing small cats or dogs, nearly 20 in total. However, the condition of these animals was dire. Several cats bore skin infections, shedding fur and lying listlessly, while the dogs appeared emaciated, their breaths shallow and weak. The innocent eyes of the small creatures regarded the intruders with sheer terror, huddled in the corners of their cages, trembling. The floor and sofa were strewn with cat and dog food, indicating the owner's prolonged absence, leaving the animals to wreak havoc and gnaw through food bags. Suddenly, Huang Mao heard a faint whimper. Turning towards the sound, he saw Zhou Jun sitting on the sofa, something struggling on the table before him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a small, snow-white kitten, its sky-blue eyes more beautiful than jewels, yet filled with despair and pleading. Its limbs were bound by green vines, exposing its fluffy belly as it was helplessly tugged. The little white cat seemed to be enduring unbearable torment, convulsing and emitting soft, pitiful cries. Under the dim light, Huang Mao discerned that the vine, a dark green one, emanated from Zhou Jun's fingertips, penetrating the kitten's ear like a snake, slithering within its body, at times revealing the outlines of its movements on the kitten's emaciated belly. Suddenly, the kitten began to convulse violently, letting out a more harrowing scream as Zhou Jun's breathing grew heavier, the vine's grip intensifying. In the next moment, he seized a nearby pair of scissors and targeted one of the vines. Relieved, Huang Mao thought that perhaps Zhou Jun had not yet descended into madness. However, the very next moment, his eyes widened in horror. With a sickening snap, a paw adorned with delicate pink pads was severed, blood splattering onto the table. This gruesome sight ignited a reaction among the caged animals. It seemed that anger had triumphed over fear. The cats clawed at the cage doors, while the dogs bared their teeth and growled threateningly, seeking to rescue their companion. With a series of sickening snaps, 3 more pristine white paws fell, blood spattering and soon saturating the surface. At last, the vine retracted, and the torment ceased. The little white cat struggled to move its maimed limbs, attempting to rise but leaving a trail of blood behind. Zhou Jun leaned back, observing the scene, humming a tune until the kitten's movements gradually stilled. Only then did he pick up a glass jar, delicately placing the severed paws inside. Nearby, Huang Mao stood frozen, unable to comprehend the horror he had just witnessed, a chill running down his spine. At that moment, a somewhat indulgent voice drifted to his ears. Jun, quickly tidy up, we have guests." Unbeknownst to him, Boss Xiao had approached, his demeanor deceptively amiable. "This is a pet shelter we discovered yesterday, devoid of zombies, brimming with frenzied little creatures. Many of our brothers were scratched while trying to capture them, which left Jun rather upset, so he occasionally takes out his frustrations on 1 or 2 of them. Did that frighten you?" Huang Mao instinctively responded, still reeling from the earlier events, and no. At this, Boss Xiao chuckled, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke, his tone laden with meaning. "By the way, I heard from my subordinates that you wish to join us?" Recalling the purpose of his visit, Huang Mao nodded eagerly. "Yes, I want to go with you. I brought supplies and weapons. I won't be a burden." He opened his backpack to reveal food and wooden weapons inside. Seeing the ample supplies, Boss Xiao narrowed his eyes, maintaining an inscrutable expression. "And what about your other companions? They do not have room for you?" This question struck Huang Mao deeply, his expression darkening as he replied with frustration. "They look down on us ordinary people, believing themselves superior because of their abilities. I've had enough. That's why I came to find you. At least here, there are many ordinary people who can earn respect. I believe I can reach the base safely with you." Noticing Boss Zhao's indifferent demeanor, he hastily added, "Once we reach the safe base, my family will repay you." Boss Zhao flicked the ash from his cigarette, smiling as he replied, "Welcome to join us. However, we require a bit of sincerity." "What sincerity?" Seeing things unfold so smoothly, Huang Mao felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 38. Let's play a game together. Having spent considerable time with them, you should be quite familiar with their abilities, right? I hope you can recount the scenes of their battles against the zombies in detail over the past few days. Xiao Laoda settled onto the sofa and patted the space beside him. Startled by the attention, Huang Mao sat beside him and, without hesitation, divulged everything he knew. When he mentioned Chuxi, a look of fear crossed Huang Mao's face, his tone grave. "That woman is incredibly strong. I'm not an ability user and don't quite understand how ability levels are determined, but I know she is stronger than anyone I have ever encountered." Upon hearing that Lin Xiaoban had come back to life, both Xiao Laoda and Zhou Jun were incredulous. When he claimed that Chuxi had single-handedly taken down over 40 ability zombies, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Laoda, with a tone of disdain, remarked while puffing on a cigarette, "Brother, have you been too tense since the apocalypse? Are you really scared by just one woman? Over 40 ability zombies? How is that even possible? During our month-long journey, we encountered only one ability zombie, which nearly led to our demise. Fortunately, Zhou Jun awakened his mutated wood ability just in time to kill that zombie and save the remaining few of us. He claims there were over 40? Does he think they are rotten cabbages? If there were really that many, it would be enough to assault a small safe point. How could Huang Mao still be alive? And him saying that woman killed 40 zombies with a single move is even more absurd."
Suyun's Zweifel left, suggesting innocently, Huang Mao.
"Why don't you play a game with Jun? I have plenty of little toys here that can surely help you alleviate your troubles." Seeing their disdainful expressions, Huang Mao understood that they did not believe what he had said, causing his complexion to fluctuate between green and white. When Zhou Jun pointed to the toys surrounding them, Huang Mao recalled the game he had just played, a wave of nausea washing over him, and he couldn't help but retort, "Game? Isn't that just torture? Oh. Do you have an opinion?" Zhou Jun's expression darkened, his tone chilling. Huang Mao's heart skipped a beat. No. I'm just not used to it. Zhou Jun immediately brightened. That's good. I thought Huang Mao didn't like Jun. This is a welcome gift from Jun to Huang Mao. Welcome to our group. He raised a glass jar in his hand, admiring it for a moment before presenting it to Huang Mao. Noticing Huang Mao's complex expression as he stared at the glass jar, Zhou Jun beamed. Look at these cute little pink paws. I specifically picked them out. Aren't they adorable? Realizing he would have to rely on them in the future, Huang Mao reluctantly accepted the glass jar, swallowing his unwillingness. Seeing him accept the gift, Zhou Jun clapped his hands in satisfaction and commanded, "Bring some people. We have a newcomer tonight. Slaughter 2 beasts for everyone to enjoy." "Yes, young master." The servants came to carry away 2 cages, and immediately, the remaining little animals went wild, filling the room with frantic meows and barks. "Enough noise," Xiao Laoda said irritably. "Slaughter these beasts. We'll take them with us as rations tomorrow." His subordinates complied, taking all the cages outside. Before long, a commotion arose outside, with sounds of overturned tables and chairs. A burly man rushed in with claw marks on his face. "Boss, several little beasts have escaped. Why aren't you chasing them?" "I can't catch up. The remaining little beasts are fighting back fiercely, and some brothers have been bitten." "Useless." Xiao Laoda threw his cigarette to the ground and crushed it underfoot, standing up to personally capture them. Chapter 39. Let us keep it, we can afford to raise it. Early in the morning, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. After washing up, Chuxi followed the scent and found Bai busy at the stove, with a lavish breakfast spread across the table. Upon seeing her, Bai's eyes lit up. "Miss, you're awake. Today I made your favorite snail rice noodles." Saying this, he brought out a steaming bowl of rice noodles adorned with a variety of colorful toppings. Goulet, drawn by the enticing aroma, approached and couldn't help but smile at the table full of breakfast. "Why is it that while others are fleeing, it feels like I'm on a vacation? Could this be the reward for being a good person for 10 lifetimes?" With that, he eagerly sat down beside Chuxi, picking up his chopsticks to dig in. Outside, Lin Xiaoban's astonished voice rang out. "Oh, where did this little mutt come from?" She entered, holding a small dog by the scruff of its neck, showcasing it to everyone. "I found this little guy sneaking around the door. Look, it's drooling. It must have been drawn in by little Chi's cooking." She placed the dog into her arms, her face lighting up with joy as she stroked its fur, offering it a piece of meat. However, as soon as she sat down, the little dog jumped from her lap and dashed straight toward Bai.
Bai chuckled. "Sister Pan Pan.
This little dog stole a dumpling while I was away this morning. It's probably already full." He laid all the food on the table, ensuring the dog couldn't reach it, then crouched down to gently educate it, stroking its head. "Since you're full, you should hurry back home. It's too dangerous outside." The little dog whimpered softly, puffing its rounded belly against the boy's hand, wagging its tail excitedly. Bai tapped the dog's head, patiently explaining, "I can't keep you. You'll have to learn to forage for food at the supermarket. See this packaging? Tear it open and it's food." He picked up a sausage, tore open the packaging as a demonstration. In the next moment, the little dog seized the sausage and devoured it voraciously. Bai burst into laughter, no longer paying it any mind as he sat down to eat, allowing the dog to circle around his legs. Half an hour later, as they began to pack up to leave, the little dog hurriedly followed close behind, seemingly aware that they were reluctant to take it along. The dog would sometimes run a short distance to keep up, and when they moved further away, it would chase after them eagerly, its drooping ears flapping up and down, occasionally stopping to pant. The group couldn't help but slow their pace deliberately. With a sigh, Bai crouched down, and seeing the little dog rush towards him without hesitation, he picked it up. "Don't chase after us. We are going to a very dangerous place, and we can't take you with us." Even if they could bring the little dog safely to the base, to a defenseless creature, the starving humans might be more dangerous than the zombies. Upon hearing this, the little dog lowered its head, whining pitifully. The others watched with keen interest. At that moment, Chuxi suddenly had a flash of insight and remembered that the boy's second ability was that of a beast tamer. She couldn't help but ask, Chi Xiaobai. Can you understand what it's saying? The boy hesitated before responding. I had many pets before I turned 6, and I could communicate with small animals. However, as I grew up, that ability gradually faded, and now I can only discern their general meanings. This little dog seems to want us to help it, but beyond that, I can't comprehend. Lin Xiaoban exclaimed in surprise. Is that really a thing? My grandfather said that when I was little, I was bitten by a black cat. And afterward, I often talked to the air until I gradually returned to normal after starting school. Their lively conversation took off, and they became more animated as they chatted. Gulay couldn't help but intervene, pulling Lin Xiaoban aside. All right, we're talking about the dog, not your childhood. Let us focus on what to do about this little pup. Even if we stew it, it wouldn't be enough for a bowl of soup. Let it run away quickly. Seeing the boy's unwillingness, Yun Chuxi spoke up. Let us keep it. We can afford to raise it. Chi Bai's face lit up with joy. Thank you, miss. With Yun Chuxi's approval, no one else voiced any objections. However, Chi Bai secretly decided to set aside a portion of his rations daily to feed the little dog. He took off his backpack, placing the dog inside with a small opening for it to breathe, ensuring it wouldn't be neglected should they encounter zombies. He was not someone who lacked discernment. He understood that he was relying on Yun Chuxi, so how could he consider keeping a pet? However, this little puppy, barely 3 months old and already wandering alone, constantly reminded him of his own homelessness after his mother's passing, rejected by relatives. The youth clutched his backpack, its zipper unfastened, allowing a round-headed, brown dog to poke its head out, creating a comical scene that somewhat alleviated the boy's melancholic aura. Yun Chuxi found this delightful and affectionately patted the dog's head, jesting that their team had gained another canine companion. Moreover, considering the boy had yet to awaken his psychic abilities, it would indeed be advantageous if he could manifest a secondary power first. With this thought, she reached out to ruffle the boy's hair. Feeling the gentle touch atop his head, Chi Bai pursed his lips, casting an annoyed glance at the puppy, feeling a strange sense of being treated equally. As they traveled, their pace was leisurely, executing swift and efficient headshots on zombies that drew the attention of many. 3 hours later, apart from the distant figures of Xiao Laoda and his group following, an additional 20 or so individuals had joined them, hoping to benefit from their safety in reaching the secured base. At midday, they sought a place to rest, and Lin Xiaoban volunteered to start a fire for boiling water, eager to prepare instant noodles for everyone. Though she was now able to move freely, her physical strength was still lacking, and her psychic abilities were depleted. So they assigned her only simple tasks. While rummaging through her backpack to count their supplies, she sighed, lamenting how her bag had become deflated, thanks to Huang Mao taking away much of their food. Gulay, glancing at Huang Mao, who was hiding behind Xiao Laoda, felt a surge of anger. It was bad enough he had betrayed them, but to follow them secretly was the height of audacity. He wished for nothing more than for Huang Mao to meet his end at the hands of a zombie before reaching the safety base. After enduring the apocalypse for over a month, this was the most malicious curse he could conjure. Jiang Xi was toying with a few water spheres, playfully teasing the puppy when he heard Gulay's words. A fleeting shadow crossed his eyes, and he replied calmly, Indeed, he knows too much about us. Those who possess too much knowledge seldom live long. Moreover, he had no desire for a traitor to expose Yun Chuxi's secrets. Sensing the shift in his demeanor, Yun Chuxi comforted him, saying, Do not concern yourself. He is but a small grasshopper, unworthy of our attention. As the noodles cooked, a delightful aroma wafted through the air when an elderly couple in their 60s approached, leading a 15 or 16-year-old boy. The grandmother scanned the group, and upon noticing Gulay's towering stature, she assumed he was their leader and smiled warmly at him. Young man, could you perhaps have your friends spare us a few bags of instant noodles? Our grandson is at a growth spurt, and the meager food we find barely fills our bellies, she implored. There's a convenience store 20 meters away. You can go look for yourselves, Gulay pointed dismissively. But we are just two old folks with a child. What if we encounter zombies in the store? What if our grandson gets terrified and suffers psychological trauma? The elderly woman became increasingly anxious. Gulay gritted his teeth, trying to remain patient. Your grandson is no longer a child. We are not much older than him. And even if he cannot fight zombies, he cannot simply eat and drink for free. He must contribute just like him. He gestured toward Chi Bai, who was tall and youthful. Seeing her words failing to sway him, the grandmother became angry. How can you be so heartless? Don't you have parents or relatives? Why can't you think of others? If you can kill zombies, Why can't you do a little more? You have the ability and the duty to protect us weaklings. As she scolded him, Goulet's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Rendered speechless and unable to retaliate, he could only breathe heavily in frustration. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, and Yun Chushi's knife slipped from her grasp, sailing toward the grandmother's face. The grandmother screamed in terror, instinctively stepping back and collapsing to the ground. In the next moment, the blade grazed her face and plunged into the skull of a zombie that had leapt out from the balcony, drawn by the commotion of their argument. Fortunately, Yun Chushi's reflexes were quick, otherwise, the grandmother's family would have faced dire consequences. As the group stared in shock and the grandmother trembled in fear, Yun Chuxi took a bite of her noodles and coldly remarked, "Keep shouting, and I'll ensure that both you and the zombies meet the same fate." The grandmother's voice faltered, her face turning pale as she glanced at the zombie, trembling even more at Yun Chushi's words. Jiang Xiai took a sip of his soup and casually added, "Yes. Shout louder. It would be best to attract all the zombies in the vicinity." Upon hearing this, the others nearby, hastily eating, were immediately displeased. "What are you shouting about? Old woman? Don't you know that zombies are attracted to noise? Shut up already. Your grandson is strong and capable. He can find supplies nearby and shouldn't starve. You cold-blooded creatures. You are not worthy of being human." The grandmother trembled, finally helped up by her husband, both frightened and furious. Yet she dared not unleash her wrath any further, forcing herself to leave. Seeing the group's resolute attitude, those who had been eager to ingratiate themselves suddenly lost interest, and a relative silence fell over the group. After resting for a while, they decided to continue their journey, and at that moment, the puppy, which had been sleeping in Qibai's backpack, suddenly emerged. As if sensing something, the puppy perked up its ears and emitted a threatening growl towards a direction behind them. Qibai scooped the puppy into his arms, scratching its chin. "What's the matter, little one?" In the next instant, the puppy leaped from his embrace, barking furiously as it charged toward Xiao Laoda and his group. "Don't go. Come back,"
Qibai shouted in distress.
But he could not stop the puppy from putting distance between them. "Don't worry, it seems to have spotted something. We'll accompany you," Yun Chuxi reassured him, her words acting as a calming balm, causing the boy to regain his composure. With renewed determination, they turned toward the puppy, which was barking furiously at Xiao Laoda's group. Observing the tiny creature standing defiantly before them, consumed by rage and barking recklessly, a burly man recognized it. "Boss, Zhou Xiao, this is one of the runaway pups," he exclaimed. Little beast, daring to return to meet its demise, Zhou Jun sneered, as vines from his fingertips surged toward the puppy, only to be repelled by a fiery whip in the next moment. It was Gu Lei who intervened. Having absorbed the crystal core from the goddess, and after a morning of exertion, his fire abilities had ascended to the second tier, eager to test their power. Witnessing the effectiveness of his attack, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Zhou Jun must not have heard the saying, "When beating a dog, one must look at its master." With someone backing him up, the puppy barked even more ferociously. Zhou Jun, taken aback by the rapid enhancement of Gu Lei's abilities, momentarily fell silent. After a moment, he spoke with displeasure. "Master? This dog escaped from us. Its owner is us." He then turned to Yun Chuxi, feigning innocence but with ulterior motives. "Sister Yun, you've already taken one person from me. You wouldn't want to take my dog as well, would you?" He deliberately emphasized the word person, implying that the youth was of lesser worth than a mere dog. Yun Chuxi glanced at Qibai, who was biting his lip in anger, yet felt helpless against the humiliation, and spoke calmly. "Is that so? If you call it, will it come to you?" Zhou Jun was momentarily at a loss for words. He had nearly exterminated that group of pups. They would avoid him at all costs, so how could they possibly come to him? It seemed that Jun was not the master in his heart after all. "However, I am." With that, Yun Chuxi whistled and called out, "Xiao Jun, come here." The little dog was first drawn by the sound of the whistle, turning its head in confusion to glance at them. Observing this, the young boy quickly stepped forward, crouched down and waved at it. Seeing the boy spread his arms wide, the puppy immediately howled joyfully and scampered into his embrace. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle, their perception of Yun Chuxi's sharp tongue completely transformed. In that moment, Zhou Jun's obedient demeanor cracked inch by inch. His face dark as a pot bottom, his voice squeezing out from between clenched teeth. "Sister Yun, this is the third time you've made me angry." The humiliation of her son proved too much for Madame Zhou, who, flanked by bodyguards, could no longer contain herself. With a cold expression, she stepped forward, pointing her finger imperiously. Cheeky, how could you name a beast after your brother, Junjun? Isn't that an insult? If Annie believes that name is an insult, then perhaps you should change it quickly. Perhaps emboldened by Yun Chushi's support, Qi Baixing found the courage to retort for the first time in his life. He never anticipated that, apart from enduring punishment and torment, he would one day have the audacity to retaliate. Meanwhile, Yun Chuxi received a notification that her favorability score had increased by 10 points. Chapter 41. You are not worthy to speak of my lady. After days of silence, the favorability score finally reacted, and Yun Chuxi discerned the source of the boy's inner turmoil. She immediately addressed him. Qi Baixing, they have treated you poorly before, and now you have the opportunity to retaliate. What? Qi Baixing exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise, momentarily unable to comprehend her meaning. Yun Chuxi crossed her arms and spoke leisurely. Did you not say you did not wish to be a useless person? I have no need for someone who dares not even seek vengeance for himself. Upon hearing the term useless, Qi Baixing clenched his fists tightly. Could he really retaliate? Now that the lady stood behind him, he felt assured that whatever he did would no longer result in beatings or humiliation. She would protect him. Moreover, she had said she did not require the presence of the useless. Unbeknownst to him, Qi Baixing's gaze began to shift, gradually infused with determination. Revenge, do you dare?
Madame zou skoft in de steen.
She longed to tear apart Yun Chuxi's arrogant mouth, but knew well that her opponent was stronger. She could only unleash her frustration on the boy, glaring down at him from above. To consort with such an uncouth woman. I shall educate you on behalf of your deceased mother. With that, she swung her hand toward the boy.
Slap.
The crisp sound of the slap echoed, but it did not land on the boy's face. In the instant Madame Zhou raised her hand, the boy seized her wrist and retaliated with a slap of his own against her cheek. The crowd fell into stunned silence, unable to believe that the seemingly gentle Qi Baixing had struck back. Madame Zhou, equally incredulous, covered her face, momentarily at a loss for words. This slap is for your unworthiness to discuss my lady. The boy's face bore an unprecedented ferocity, his tone unwavering, as he raised his hand once more.
Slap.
This slap is for your destruction of my family, for the malicious harm you inflicted on my mother, which led to her depression and demise.
Slap.
This slap is for your negligent parenting, for raising a demon steeped in sin. In memory of those innocent lives lost and for the countless nights of torment I have endured. Among the astonished crowd, Zhou Jun was the first to regain his composure. Erupting in anger. How dare you hit my mother?
You shall die.
He swung a thick, thorn-covered vine toward Qi Baixing, its ominous sheen instilling a sense of dread. Yun Chuxi swiftly positioned herself in front of the boy, conjuring an ice wall to block the vine, calmly stating, no one is allowed to harm him. Sister Yun, I have given you countless chances, yet you have never stood by my side. Zhou Jun's facade of obedience crumbled, revealing a face full of murderous intent as he spoke in a dark tone. Even so, I had intended to spare your companions until we reached a safe base, planning to take you back to my side for a few more days of carefree living. But today, you have truly angered me, and I have decided not to tolerate you any longer. With that declaration, he spread his arms wide, his aura rising sharply as two thick vines, as robust as an adult's arms, surged toward her in a flash, leaving no room for escape. As the vines ensnared her arm, they rapidly branched out into dozens of tendrils, resembling venomous serpents opening their jaws, tightly biting into her wrist, their thorns piercing her skin like fangs. After a tingling sensation, Yun Chuxi felt her blood beginning to drain swiftly. Chapter 42. What kind of monster is Yun Chuxi? Your vines can drain blood? How have you ascended so rapidly? Yun Chuxi mused, intrigued. Based on her experiences in recent days, the rarer the ability, the later it awakened, and the more challenging it was to ascend.
Qi Baixing,
who had yet to awaken, was a prime example. Yet Zhou Jun had not only reached the third tier in such a short time, but had also become a mutated wood-type ability user. His power clearly at the peak of the third tier, on the verge of a breakthrough. It was worth noting that after absorbing 3 crystal cores, Gulei had just reached the second tier, while Jiang Xi had only recently attained the third tier. Observing the tendrils wrapping around her arm, Zhou Jun appeared self-satisfied, responding to her words with pride. Surprised? Along the way, I encountered some foolish ability users who, for a mere morsel of water and food, opened their hearts to us. So, I extracted the crystal cores from their brains for my own absorption. Who could blame them for being so naive, trusting others so easily in the apocalypse? They won't live long anyway, so why not put them to better use? Oh, and my thorns can paralyze enemies and absorb their strength. I advise you, Sister Yun, not to struggle. The more you resist, the quicker your demise. The crowd shuddered in horror, followed by a wave of chill. They had thought the sight of decaying zombies was repulsive enough, only to discover that there were humans far more disgusting. Sister Yun, if you have any regrets, I am willing to offer you the chance to plead for mercy. Zhou Jun's expression was one of anticipation, yet his eyes brimmed with malice. Big Brother Xiao, seeing her subdued, commanded his subordinates to control the situation, gathering all the ordinary people in one place with wooden weapons. Everyone, if you wish to live, hand over your food and water. He then turned his threatening gaze to the individuals behind Yun Chuxi. I advise you not to act recklessly. If I am not mistaken, only young Master Jiang possesses any fighting capability at this moment, a third-tier water-type ability user. I am so scared. Laughter erupted from Big Brother Xiao and his subordinates, their derision palpable. Jiang Xi felt tense, casting a worried glance at Yun Chuxi, as his ability level was not particularly high, often regarded as more suited for daily life. His damage output even lower than Gu Lei's second-tier fire abilities. Very well, even if I accidentally harm these people, it would not affect my virtue. Seeing that they spared no one, even the innocent, Yun Chuxi cast aside her last shred of hesitation. Effortlessly resisting Zhou Jun's thorns with one hand, she lowered her backpack and twin blades, revealing a smile showcasing all 8 of her teeth. Why the rush? The fight is far from over. To be precise, the battle had only just begun. With that declaration, she advanced with empty hands. During this time, she had devised numerous skills and methods, and now she finally had someone to practice on. Little Junjun, you must hold on a little longer. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Ice bullets hail, ice pillars, and ice arrows rained down, a chaotic display of abilities bewildering the eye. The streets and buildings were swiftly covered in a thin layer of frost, transforming everything into a winter wonderland. The sky darkened without warning, heavy clouds hanging low, the air thick with biting cold, as if a blizzard were brewing. Countless abilities bombarded down, and Zhou Jun, in a panic, withdrew his vines for protection. Yet no matter how he dodged, the opponent's powers infiltrated every crevice, relentless and inescapable. In the midst of intense combat, Zhou Jun experienced another breakthrough, ascending to a 4th-tier mutant with element ability user. Under normal circumstances, he would have been elated. Yet at this very moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. What manner of creature was Yun Chuxi? Even after reaching the 4th tier, he could still perceive the unfathomable depths of her power. Alarmingly, she had not even unleashed her full strength, effortlessly toying with him as a cat would with a mouse. The more they fought, the more fear gripped Zhou Jun, until, pale-faced, he called for a halt. He, battered and bloodied, sought refuge among the crowd. His voice trembling with desperation as he pleaded, Sister Yun, I was wrong. I should not have harbored intentions against you. Please let me go. I will obey you from now on. Was this all it took for him to capitulate? Observing Zhou Jun hiding behind a pair of young lovers, Yun Chuxi frowned in dissatisfaction and immediately withdrew her powers. Listen to me? Very well. As she spoke, she picked up a knife and sauntered toward him with deliberate slowness. Caught off guard, Yun Chuxi struck mercilessly. In the instant the dual blades left her hands, her tone remained utterly devoid of emotion. Then, return to your hell. The blades pierced through him. Zhou Jun gazed in horror at the blood gushing from his chest, his body trembling as he slowly sank to his knees. Panic-stricken screams erupted from the crowd, their eyes reflecting the terror of encountering a demon. Although Yun Chuxi was indifferent to the gazes of others, witnessing the ordinary people's frenzied panic compelled her to halt and turn back toward her companions. After all, Zhou Jun had been fatally wounded, his demise was inevitable. Yet just as she thought this, a sharp wail pierced the air. Simultaneously, she noticed her friend's expressions shift dramatically, and Chi lunged toward her in terror. Miss! The boy embraced her, pivoting in the opposite direction, and the next moment, his body jolted violently. Yun Chuxi looked down to see a vine piercing through the spot where she had just stood, stabbing into the boy's frail chest. Her eyes widened involuntarily. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. Blood trickled from the boy's lips as he wobbled, struggling to remain upright. Yun Chuxi, without hesitation, caught him and swiftly administered a rejuvenation pill. Chibai, do not be afraid. I will not let you die. She gently laid the boy on the ground, instructing her approaching companions to take care of him. Rising to her feet, an uncontrollable fury ignited within her heart as she turned back toward Zhou Jun. She was resolute in her intent to make this beast and his accomplices pay dearly. Zhou Jun lay crumpled on the ground as his wood element abilities surged forth, spreading like a spider's web and penetrating the chests of countless individuals. Many, still unaware of what was happening, lost control of their bodies, staring blankly at the vines sprouting from their chests, blood gushing forth only to be absorbed clean. Their skin turned sallow and withered, ultimately leaving them as mere husks, discarded by the vines like butterflies blown from trees in autumn. The vines acted like straws, draining the living into lifeless corpses. Was this what mutation entailed? Yun Chuxi felt a wave of nausea. With fresh blood invigorating him, Zhou Jun not only clung to life, but experienced a significant surge in strength, becoming a peak 4th-tier ability user. Yet, this was inconsequential to Yun Chuxi. She severed several vines, rescuing the remaining survivors, and clasped her hands together, slowly pulling them apart to form the stance of drawing a bow. An ice-blue bow and arrow materialized from her powers, and in the next moment, she released it. The 3-meter-long arrow soared like thunder across the sky, striking Zhou Jun's head with devastating force, killing him instantly. Yun Chuxi's gaze swept over the likes of Xiao Laoda and others. The moment Zhou Jun fell, Xiao Laoda had readied himself to flee, and upon meeting her gaze, he felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, hastily retreating into the crowd. However, no matter how swiftly he moved, he could not outrun the encroaching frost. In the blink of an eye, everyone was immobilized, their legs frozen. As a flurry of snowflakes descended, Xiao Laoda and his subordinates were transformed into snowmen. Soon, the snow began to melt, and the skies cleared, revealing a dozen snowmen standing isolated in the streets. Yun Chuxi withdrew her powers and departed. Observing that she had spared the innocent, the surviving individuals felt the binding force dissipate, exchanging bewildered glances, hesitant to flee. A young couple curiously touched one of the snowmen, only for it to suddenly crack and shatter. The next instant, the fragments collapsed to the ground, slowly melting into a pool of crimson under the sunlight. The couple covered their mouths in horror and hurriedly fled this hellish scene. A short distance away, Chi Bai lay flat on the ground, thanks to the rejuvenation pill. His wounds had healed, yet his cheeks were sunken, and his lips lacked any color of vitality. While his external injuries had mended, the essence drained by the vines could not be reclaimed, leaving him fragile as glass, barely able to move his fingers. Yun Chuxi glanced at the system panel displaying Chi Bai's attributes, her heart aching with concern. Name: Chi Bai. Age: 17. Talent: Psychic ability, Awakening unachieved. Beast Tamer, Awakening unachieved. Dreamweaver, Awakening unachieved. Appearance: 92. Physique: 1342. Spirit: 90. Rating: Outstanding current affection level toward host: 90 in recent days. She had provided Chi Bai with special mineral water, discreetly infusing it with rejuvenation pills to elevate his physique to 55, only for it to plummet again, losing over 40 points at once. Her heart ached for him. Minutes later, Goulet returned with 2 individuals as per her instructions. Goddess, I have captured little Chi's parents. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou, the only 2 living members of the opposing camp, were now terrified, having soiled themselves. Upon seeing Yun Chuxi, they collapsed, begging for mercy. Casting a glance at the weeping couple, Yun Chuxi decided to leave their fate to Chi Bai. How would you like to deal with them? Anything you desire. We shall execute. The boy gazed at her for a long moment, his weak voice softly declaring, if possible, I only wish to cripple one of their arms and let them live. Could a single arm compensate for all the years of pain he had endured?
No.
Yet, he believed that a crippled existence in this apocalypse would be more terrifying than death. Moreover, he did not wish for the lady to witness his cold-blooded, ugly side. Let them go. Without further inquiry, Yun Chuxi decisively froze one of their arms and allowed them to flee, ensuring that when the ice melted, their limb would be rendered useless. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou, fearing a change of heart, crawled away in haste. Seeing her unreasoning leniency, a smile suddenly graced the boy's face, different from his usual repression and shyness. It was as if the sky had been washed clean by rain. The haze dissipated, revealing clarity and brightness. In that moment, Chi Bai comprehended many things. Why had his life been so fraught with hardships and darkness? Why had he always encountered malice? Why had his despair seemed endless? Because he had expended all his good fortune waiting for one person. And it had been proven that he had indeed found her, willingly and wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you for finding me. Thank you for never giving up on someone like me. Ding. Chi Bai's affection level increased by 10, reaching full capacity. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone. Unwavering loyalty. Reward, 10 billion gold coins, automatically credited to the merchant account. Current balance, 27.6 billion gold coins. System energy value, 1094. Please continue to strive, host. Amazed by the boy's pure smile, Yun Chuxi couldn't help but ruffle his hair. Silly child. With a new member unable to move, Yun Chuxi procured a wheelchair from the System's marketplace to address Chi Bai's temporary mobility issue. Jiang Xiwang proposed to lead the way, while Lin Xiaoban pushed the wheelchair and Gu Lei was responsible for carrying the supplies for both of them. Yun Chuxi stood guard nearby, ready to offer assistance at any moment. Jiang Xiwang's expression was grave as he pondered a significant realization. In the apocalypse, strength is of utmost importance. He aimed to enhance the lethality of his water-based abilities through this journey, rather than merely serving as logistical support providing essentials for everyone. Clearly, the earlier mockery from Boss Xiao had struck a chord within him. Yun Chuxi found it amusing, who claimed that water-based abilities lacked lethality. Water is indispensable for life. Both flora and fauna rely on it. Every living entity harbors water within its body, and if one can manipulate water, they can indirectly control life. Suddenly, Jiang Xiwang was taken aback, lost in deep contemplation. Water is life, and life is water. Controlling water equates to controlling life. Indeed, isn't blood just water? Isn't there moisture in the air? Aren't storms merely manifestations of water? Hasn't the ocean been the cradle of life? A single revelation sent ripples of thought through his mind. Gu Lei waved his hand in front of Jiang Xiwang, but received no response, leading to a wry smile. Oh dear. It seemed the president had become somewhat obsessed. Perhaps this was the privilege of the gifted. A single phrase could spark enlightenment. Yun Chuxi was speechless, surprised by the power of her offhand remark. Suddenly, a series of barks interrupted them. A puppy was nudging its head against Chi Bai's ankle. The boy in the wheelchair gazed at it helplessly. Observing this, Yun Chuxi picked up the puppy by the scruff, intending to place it on the boy's lap. When he interjected, Xiao Jun has something in its mouth. Yun Chuxi was momentarily stunned, realizing that Xiao Jun referred to the puppy. That was a name she had deliberately chosen to insult Zhou Jun, but it seemed the boy took it seriously. Upon hearing his words, she pried open the puppy's mouth and found a crystal core, dark green in color, clearly belonging to Zhou Jun. She quickly reached out to retrieve it. Little one, you can't eat this. However, the puppy, believing she was trying to snatch it away, gulped down the core. This is poisonous, spit it out. Yun Chuxi urgently grasped the puppy's hind legs, turning it upside down and shaking it vigorously. After a while, nothing came out, and the puppy barked fiercely, as if accusing her of mistreating it. It was over. The little creature was bound to become a dead dog. Yun Chuxi relinquished her efforts, placing the puppy back onto the boy's lap, feeling guilty as she stroked its head, only to be met with more fierce yet childish barks. The boy smiled quietly at the scene before saying, "It's fine. Xiao Jun says it can eat it." Didn't Tiwi say ordinary people can't consume crystal cores? Can ordinary dogs? Yun Chuxi pondered this and decided to have a system conduct a check. Ding. Mutated dog, Xiao Jun skill, would element level 1 upgrading.
Loyally, Xiao Mui, Chi Bai.
So it was a mutated dog. Seeing the name next to its loyalty score, Yun Chuxi marveled at how quickly the puppy had regarded Chi Bai as its master. Truly a natural beast tamer. She addressed the puppy with satisfaction. You'd best behave and not cause any trouble, or I'll spank you, master. The puppy bared its teeth, seemingly defiant. Yet its little paws clung tightly to the boy's clothing, firmly resting on his lap. Chi Bai's face flushed, and he discreetly averted his gaze. As the sun gradually set, the group decided to find a safe place to rest. While discussing where to spend the night, the puppy anxiously paced around on the boy's lap. After a moment, the boy spoke. "Miss, Xiao Jun says it wants to invite us to its home."
Oh.
"Why is that?" "To the puppy's house for the night?" Yun Chuxi instinctively remarked. "Is it going to treat us to dog food?" Upon hearing this, the puppy immediately barked in fury, as if it was insulted.
Seo-yun.
the boy admonished, and seeing the puppy quiet down, he turned to Yun Chuxi to convey the meaning behind its barks. Miss Xiaojun is not a pig, it's not that foolish. It means there are other companions at home, but they are trapped in cages by bad people. Oh, seeing the angry little pup, Yun Chuxi mischievously remarked. So the puppy means to invite us for a dog feast? A full dog banquet? Woof, woof, woof. The puppy was instantly enraged, its tail stiffening as it stood up ready to bite her. Despite the boy's commands, it ignored him completely. Jiang Xiwang, interrupted from his thoughts by their conversation, couldn't help but facepalm. Some people, it seems, are not favored by dogs for a reason. In the end, the boy patiently explained that it was a joke and assured that they would not eat the puppy, which led the little creature to begrudgingly calm down. It jumped to the ground, wagging its tail and leading the way ahead. However, every time Yun Chuxi attempted to speak, the puppy would stop, glaring at her mouth with raised tail, ready to pounce at any moment. Yun Chuxi could only awkwardly scratch her nose, refraining from teasing the dog further. The closer they got to the puppy's home, the more they realized it was near the nursing home where they had rested the previous night. Upon ascending the stairs, they were even more convinced that this was indeed the place where Boss Xiao and his group had lingered, as remnants of their refuse littered the corridor. The puppy halted in front of a metal door, raising its paw to scratch at the gap. When they opened the door, they were met with an awkward sight. The living room was in disarray, with the sofa, bedding, pillows, and tissues all shredded to bits. As the wind blew in, cotton fluff swirled about, creating a veritable dog den, leaving the group with nowhere to step. The puppy navigated through the debris and stood barking at the doorway of a bedroom. Following it inside, they discovered a row of iron cages against the wall, housing several dirty, matted kittens and puppies, all awaiting rescue, trembling in fear at their presence. As they began to open the cages one by one, the animals, initially cowering, erupted in excited barks. After freeing each cage, they noticed many were already empty, with bloodstains on the door frames, clearly indicating that some had met a tragic fate. Among the chorus of pitiful cries, Chibai's expression turned grave as he conveyed the plight of the little creatures. As they had suspected, the culprits were none other than Boss Xiao and his companions. Many of the small animals had been consumed, but what the creatures loathed the most was the cruelty inflicted by Zhou Jun gently lifting a yellow and white kitten. Yun Chuxi cradled it in her arms, stroking its back with compassion. It was utterly heartless to dine on such a frail creature. They should at least fatten it up before eating. In the next moment, she felt a sharp pain on the back of her hand as 3 blood streaks appeared on her fair skin. The once docile kitten, now agitated, leapt 3 feet into the air, elegantly landing atop the television cabinet, its amber eyes glaring at her with hostility. All the freed animals converged around her, regarding her as if she were the most heinous of criminals, crouching low, ready to pounce and tear her to shreds. Yun Chuxi, along with the others, was left utterly speechless. In the presence of people, this individual was adored, yet before dogs, they were reviled. For the first time, Chibai audaciously suggested, "Miss, perhaps it would be best for you to remain silent." In the end, the little animals' tribunal concluded with an overwhelming victory for Yun Chuxi, thanks to the sweet bribes of fish treats and meaty bones. That evening, under her lavish charms, the previously indifferent puppy Xiao Jun became quite attached. After dinner, everyone retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Yun Chuxi found herself with a puppy in one hand and a kitten in the other. Her eyes glazed over as she stared blankly into space while secretly accessing the system panel. Now, Jiang Xiwang and Qi Bai have fully filled their favorability levels, and the energy value accumulated by the system is sufficient for her to activate the intermediate level shop. The subsequent favorability points will be directly converted into gold coins. However, she is currently torn between 3 psychic abilities: Beast Tamer, Dream Weaver, and Psychic Force. Which one should she replicate? She muses to herself. System. Psychic Force enhances soul power and intent. When your soul becomes powerful enough to transcend the ordinary, every thought you have will become the divine will. Beast Tamer. Birds flock to you, and all beasts return to your dominion. You are the king of the extraordinary beasts. Dream Weaver. You can traverse between dreams and reality, governing the dreams of others. When those within the dream blur the lines between dream and reality, the boundaries will be shattered. All of them seem quite appealing. Half an hour later, Yun Chuxi still hasn't made a decision. It's not that she is indecisive, she simply desires them all. Observing her inner turmoil, The system intervenes, upholding its ultimate principle of serving the host, and will randomly replicate one psychic ability. 3, 2, 1. Replication successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired psychic force.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Your psychic force has reached level 10, placing you among the powerful. Please do not thank the system. We look forward to your next use. Farewell. Chuxi exclaimed system. Come out. I truly want to harm you. She glanced at her personal panel. Name, Chuxi. Age, 20. Talent, level 10. Mutated ice ability, level 10. Psychic ability. Appearance, 100. Physique, 100. Mind, 100. Comprehensive evaluation, peerless enchantress. Alright, psychic force is not bad either. She then opened the shop and activated the intermediate level shop.
Ding.
The intermediate level shop has been successfully opened, deducting 1,000 energy points. Current system energy value, 94. Chuxi curiously browsed through the offerings. She clicked on the categories and selected Technological World, Source Bullets, Quantum Swords, Mechs, Space Cutters, Time-Space Transmitters. Selecting Spiritual World, Essence Extracting Pills, Talismans, Spirit Beast Eggs, Overlord Halberds, Demon-Slaying Swords, Extermination Swords. Selecting Gaming World, Ghost Bride's Wedding Dress, Ghost King's Engagement Ring, Zombie King's Heart, Otherworldly Live Stream Account Password, Infinite Flow Teammate Communicator. Chuxi became lost in the sea of the shop, increasingly excited, wanting to purchase everything. However, upon seeing the prices, her enthusiasm waned. Each number was followed by countless zeros, impossible to count. Ultimately, her gaze lingered on the spatial artifacts. Perhaps every traveler has a dream of space. Even with a personal shop, she could not resist drooling. The system proactively introduced a low-level Qianquan bag, requiring 100 spirit stones. Purchasing with gold coins would cost 10 billion. The space range is equivalent to a 4-story villa covering 200 square meters. A mid-level Qianquan bag costs 100 billion gold coins, with a space equivalent to a bird's nest gymnasium. High-level Qianquan bags can directly contain an entire palace, however. Many powerful beings prefer to buy spatial rings, or even open chaotic spaces where they can cultivate divine trees, plant spiritual fields, raise spirit beasts, and set up gathering formations for training. The system paused before continuing. However, host, it's best not to dwell on it. Even if you gathered all the resources of the apocalypse and recycled them in the shop, you still couldn't afford a spatial ring. There was a hint of schadenfreude in its tone. Chuxi felt a strong urge to strike the system. Chapter 48. The host loves me. I love the host. The system urged her. Host, you can't afford it again. Stop staring at the shop. I want to see the fluffy balls. Since the system shares her vision. Upon hearing this, Chuxi directed her gaze towards the multitude of fluffy creatures scurrying about. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If you love fluffy creatures so much, why not pet them yourself? System, I don't have a physical form. Chuxi, what if I buy you a physical form? Could you reside within it? The system hesitated for a long time, then cautiously replied, I suppose I could, but host, you wouldn't take the opportunity to imprison me, seek revenge, or extinguish my consciousness, would you? Indeed, the system itself resembles a spirit, lacking a body but capable of inhabiting the consciousness of any entity or person, serving as a medium for exchanging resources between realms. Chuxi reassured it, how could I? You are my family. I rely on you for survival in this apocalypse. Perhaps the allure of fluffiness was too strong. After much deliberation, the system wavered. However, I must sign a contract with the host, so we can still communicate with psychic energy and share life. Host, don't think of extinguishing me. Chuxi had no objections. Under the system's guidance, she found the contract in the Magical World category and clicked to purchase. Reading the description, she inadvertently recited aloud, I wish to sign a contract with this soul. Henceforth connected in fate, intertwined in spirit, sharing lifespan, together in prosperity and adversity, life and death. Connected in spirit, sharing lifespan? Does this not mean that as long as the system does not perish, she too shall attain immortality? Still in a daze, a warm yellow light seeped into the contract, and she faintly heard a youthful voice. I agree. The contract emitted a mysterious purple glow and slowly vanished from her hands.
Ding.
Contract successfully signed. The host will be connected to the system in spirit, sharing lifespan.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have acquired the spirit. System. Please find a vessel for your spirit, otherwise, it will cause a ruckus. The system favors little kittens, So, let us purchase a cat. With this thought, she browsed the spirit beast section in the shop and ultimately chose a black cat that had not yet awakened its intellect but had enhanced its physique and awakened wind abilities. Priced at 2 billion gold coins. In an instant, the black cat appeared out of thin air, floating in midair with its eyes tightly closed. A warm yellow glow entered the cat's brow, and it opened its eyes, revealing noble and mysterious green pupils. Chuxi was in awe of the cat's mysterious elegance one moment, and the next, she watched as the black cat landed, rolled on the ground, looked around, lifted its paws, wagged its tail, and bounced about, meowing with excitement and curiosity, a cat that had never seen the world. Chuxi felt a bit awkward, then noticed the small animals that had fled in fright since the black cat's sudden appearance and couldn't help but remind, "Ahem, be a bit more composed, little one." As soon as she spoke, the little black cat leaped onto her shoulder, rubbing against her cheek, appearing to have gained a tremendous advantage, singing her praises with delightful meows. "The host loves me, I love the host." Seeing it so blissfully oblivious, Chuxi burst into laughter and then grabbed the skin at the back of the cat's neck. Pressing it down onto her thigh, she reached out and gently tapped the cat's little bottom. The little kitten was stunned. It heard Chuxi's triumphant voice above. "This is what you get for replicating randomly. Do you understand your mistake now, little system?" Smack. Another light tap followed, though gentle. The sensation was ticklish and filled with a sense of embarrassment that overwhelmed its mind. The little kitten was indignant. It thought the host treated it so well, even buying it a physical form, only to find it was for the sake of tapping its bottom. Smack. Unable to endure any longer, the next moment, everyone heard the little kitten's anguished cries echoing from Chuxi's room. Chapter 49. The young lady will belong to no one. In order to escape from Chuxi's clutches, the little kitten had to divert her attention. "Host, you have now activated the intermediate level shop. You can purchase essence extracting pills, which will enhance your attributes." If the system hadn't mentioned it, Chuxi would have nearly forgotten. She immediately found an essence extracting pill and purchased one to consume. Seizing the opportunity, the little kitten made its escape. The effects of the essence extracting pill were swift. A cool sensation spread from her abdomen to her limbs, as if certain shackles within her body had been shattered. Although she remained in this world and this room, she felt an expansive sense of freedom, as if she could traverse anywhere without constraint. Her vision sharpened, her sense of smell heightened. She could hear the faint crackle of branches breaking outside the window. It seemed that, with a mere thought, every sound within a 10-meter radius was captured by her heightened senses. The fatigue weighing down her limbs evaporated, leaving her feeling remarkably light. Simultaneously, Chuxi released her mental energy, gradually extending it outward. The desolate streets, the bright yet lonely moon, and the melancholic night painted themselves vividly in her mind. It was as if she had gained a divine perspective, capable of switching between any angle within her field of perception. Even the bashful expression of the boy leaning against the young man next door was laid bare. "Wait." Chi Bai was leaning against Jiang Xiwang. A wave of shock surged through Chuxi, her mind racing. After Chi Bai's injury, he had been physically weakened, and she had entrusted Jiang Xiwang with his care. Thus, it was understandable that they shared a room at night. But what was happening now? Jiang Xiwang, deeply infatuated with her, and Chi Bai, unwaveringly devoted to her. Were they truly two such individuals? Upon careful reflection, Chuxi came to a realization. From the very beginning, the bond between Chi Bai and herself had never been romantic. Her actions had merely been attempts to compensate for the paternal love Chi Bai lacked and to fulfill his yearning for familial affection. Chi Bai himself was a good child willing to sacrifice everything for his mother. Hence, he had always regarded her as family, and it was understandable that he would risk his life to save her in times of crisis. Conversely, Jiang Xiwang had been attentive to Chi Bai out of a sense of duty to fulfill her wishes. His tall, steady, and considerate demeanor had inadvertently sparked feelings in Chi Bai that were beyond mere friendship. The more she pondered, the more it made sense. Chi Bai had grown up starved of love, especially paternal affection. Children from broken families often unconsciously seek that which they longed for but could never attain in their youth, spending their lives trying to heal their childhood wounds. Thus, Chi Bai had developed feelings for Jiang Xiwang. With this understanding, upon witnessing the boy grit his teeth and utter something that prompted Jiang Xiwang to place a supportive hand on his shoulder, Chuxi immediately withdrew all her mental energy. Such impropriety must not be witnessed. Although she harbored reservations about the boy's feelings, after all, Jiang Xiwang's cautious and strategic nature would not easily be swayed. While Qibai's innocence might lead to disappointment, she had no intention of exposing the boy. Should he one day confess his affections, she would support him, bless him, and stand as his unwavering pillar of strength. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, love and hate should be pursued freely. Contemplating this, she suddenly felt a twinge of melancholy at the thought of Qibai, whom she had nurtured with such care, now growing up and potentially being taken away. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she reopened the marketplace. Considering the value of the marrow-clearing pills, she intended to stock up on a few dozen, only to discover that the option had dimmed, rendering it unavailable for selection. With a sigh, she realized that the marrow-clearing pills were singular in nature, meant solely for her use. Her plan to enhance the attributes of her ATMs and utilize the marrow-clearing pills to achieve unparalleled strength in this new world had thus crumbled. She shifted her focus to purchasing rejuvenation pills, vital energy pills, and spirit-refining pills, acquiring 100 of each. Subsequently, Chuxi began consuming the pills, her overall attributes reaching a peak of 200 before she could no longer consume more. Her personal attribute panel had elevated to a new tier. Name: Chuxi. Age: 20. Talent: 10th tier mutated ice ability. 10th tier psychic ability. Beauty: 200. Physique: 200. Spirit: 200. Comprehensive evaluation. Unparalleled enchantress. Her balance in the marketplace had diminished from nearly 40 billion to 35.1 billion. Yawning, she gazed at the system, which was joyfully immersed in a pile of fluffy toys, before cuddling a pillow and closing her eyes on the bed. Good night, everyone. Just before she drifted off, she couldn't help but think that the system had taken on a physical form. Perhaps it was time to give it a name? In the adjacent room, the atmosphere was thick with hostility. So, you would risk your life to save her, only to bind her to you for eternity? Jiang Xiwang held the boy's shoulder firmly, ensuring he did not stumble again. His usual gentle demeanor was replaced by an intense expression of doubt and authority. I never thought that. I merely could not bear to see the lady in peril. The boy's demeanor was cold, his tranquil tone unwavering, stating, if I were to perish, I would at least secure a place in her heart. You are quite delusional. Jiang Xiwang scoffed lightly, as if he had heard a joke. An ordinary person, no matter how earnest, would only be a burden to her. Your existence would pose a danger to her. How could you claim to protect her? Qibai merely smiled softly, meeting his gaze. In that instant, Jiang Xiwang felt an unsettling distortion in his vision, and when he regained his focus, astonishment filled his eyes.
Did you do that?
You are not an ordinary person? Though the influence of the psychic ability lasted but a fleeting 2 seconds, in the chaos of battle, that was more than enough to spell doom. Jiang Xiwang, dismissing his earlier nonchalance, regarded the boy with newfound vigilance. Qibai had seemingly awakened some latent powers after brushing against death. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiwang's eyes gleamed with sharp insight. You have awakened more than one ability. Indeed. Qibai closed his eyes, and in an instant, 2 residual shadows, one yellow, one white, materialized before him, silently confronting Jiang Xiwang. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xiwang realized it was the once docile little dog Xiaojun and another Labrador, now transformed into formidable guardians, their previously soft forms having grown 4 to 5 times larger. Their sharp claws, dark and curved, appeared capable of slicing through steel, emanating a fierce aura, their eyes filled with a determination to fight to the death. A psychic ability user, who could also command beasts, was not welcome news for him. Jiang Xiwang clenched his fists unconsciously. So your dual abilities are a challenge to me, urging me to concede? He sneered, with her celestial beauty. Do you truly believe that once you reach the base, no one else will pursue her? On what grounds do you think she would belong to you? I have every confidence, because I am not like Jiang Ge.
Qibai surmised lie.
Leaning in to whisper to Jiang Xiwang. Each of his movements sent sharp pangs through Jiang Xiwang's wounded heart, yet his tone, though laced with warmth, was cold and obsessive. In my heart, the lady belongs to no one, and I will belong to her. You all wish to monopolize her, while I only desire to be by her side. Understanding the implication behind his words, Jiang Xiwang's expression shifted, a complex mixture of disbelief washing over him. Chapter 50. Healed by Chuxi. The group rested for 3 full days in the apartment building before gearing up to continue their journey. During this time, Lin Xiaoban not only fully recovered but also upgraded his wind ability to the 2nd tier. Chi Bai awakened both psychic and beast-taming abilities. With his psychic ability nurtured by the crystal cores reaching its pinnacle at the first tier, on the verge of a breakthrough. Additionally, with the system's assistance, 12 small animals had transformed into 12 mutated beasts. The system had even acquired a small white cat with broken limbs and had restored its body. Anyone would rejoice at having a legion of mutated beasts, yet Chi Bai could not afford the burden, so Lin Xiaoban, Gu Lei, and Jiang Xiwang each selected a favorite mutated beast as their exclusive companion. Lin Xiaoban chose a first-tier fire-type ragdoll cat, Gu Lei a first-tier gold-type husky, and Jiang Xiwang opted for a golden retriever with enhanced physical capabilities and second-tier earth abilities. Each choice harmonized with their respective abilities. Now faced with the challenge of feeding 9 mutated beasts, the pressure on Chi Bai became the heaviest among them all. Before their departure, Yun Chuxi summoned Chi Bai to her room and handed him a low-tier spatial bag. Chi Bai, you saved my life last time, and this is my reward for you. Chi Bai stood in shock for a moment before shaking his head. Miss, you have saved me more than once. My life has been transformed because of you. I have no right to accept anything from you. As Chi Bai declined, Yun Chuxi presented her premeditated response. This is a spatial item I crafted using my spatial abilities. It primarily contains cat and dog food. It serves no purpose in my space and merely occupies room, so I had intended to dispose of it. Since you have awakened as a beast tamer, it could serve as nourishment for your exotic beasts. If you refuse it, I shall have no choice but to discard it outside. Chi Bai pondered, his lips pressed together. After experiencing life and death, he awakened as a dual-element ability user. A feat that sounded formidable, yet he was still too weak. His first-tier mental power was ineffective in combat. Only a horde of mutated kittens and puppies could take turns battling zombies, and the issue was that each time they engaged, it was a considerable drain. They were quite voracious, and the provisions Yun Chuxi offered were precisely what he needed. Noticing his hesitation, Yun Chuxi continued, Are you truly considering risking your life to venture into a horde of zombies with a bunch of adorable creatures to scavenge for scraps? However, Chi Bai harbored concerns. He did not wish to rely on Yun Chuxi for everything but rather aspired to become her pillar of support. Seeing that the youth was still searching for excuses to decline, Yun Chuxi's expression hardened and she crossed her arms.
Qi Xiao Bai.
You are not dissatisfied with the reward I have given you, are you? You have awakened as a rare dual-element ability user. Do you now look down upon these ordinary supplies? Her words struck deep, and the boy's complexion paled momentarily. Miss, please do not be angry. I never intended to ask for anything in return, I simply. How could he possibly require her gratitude? He would gladly seize all the beauty in the world to present it to her. I merely feel that your rescuing me from that house is the finest gift I have ever received. Everything that transpired thereafter felt like a dream, one he wished could linger a little longer, eternally. Observing Yun Chuxi's displeased demeanor, Chi Bai conceded, I shall accept it then. Pleased with his response, Yun Chuxi affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. Of course, after serving me for so many days, it is only right that I compensate you. From now on, you must not refuse me. Upon hearing the term serve, Chi Bai discreetly glanced at Yun Chuxi, his eyes darkening slightly. After accepting the spatial pouch, he followed Yun Chuxi's instructions to bond with it using his blood. As his mental power cautiously probed into the pouch, he was taken aback by the vastness of the space within. Did the miss not say she crafted this using her spatial abilities? The interior was nearly the size of a villa, brimming with supplies. Putting aside the immense value of the pouch itself, which could incite a frenzy among various factions if word got out, the provisions within were sufficient to ensure any ability user could live comfortably in the apocalypse. Moreover, half of it consisted of animal feed, clearly prepared for him. A bittersweet sensation filled Chi Bai's heart as he gazed at Yun Chuxi, his emotions complex. If Yun Chuxi's protection and favoritism had already surpassed his expectations, leaving him unable to look at anyone else, her thoughtful gestures and sacrifices now fully captivated him. Even if Yun Chuxi grew weary of him in the future, he would silently remain by her side, harboring no grievances. Chi Bai realized that the void in his heart had been healed by Yun Chuxi. Do you like it? Upon receiving the system notification of 4 billion gold coins credited, Yun Chuxi understood that the boy was deeply moved. This gift had indeed been well received. The low-tier spatial pouch purchased for 10 billion seemed costly. Yet Qi Xiaobai had already contributed over 16 billion gold coins alone. Furthermore, The two of them continuously increased her favorability and provided her with a steady influx of gold coins. With 2 ATMs at her disposal, Yun Chuxi need not worry about finances. The boy nodded, his emotions tumultuous, desperately suppressing the urge to embrace her. Observing him conceal the spatial pouch within his clothing, Yun Chuxi felt elated. The contents of the pouch had been meticulously selected by her, meant to serve as a dowry in anticipation of any romantic endeavors Qi Xiaobai might face. Oh, and there's something else. Remembering a matter, Yun Chuxi picked up a glass of milk enhanced with 50 true Qi pills and handed it to the boy.
Drink this.
Qi Bai stared at the dark green, viscous liquid in the cup, his expression stiff. Miss, what is this? It looked toxic. Could it be consumed? It's merely regular milk. But I added some special herbal ingredients since I noticed your health isn't optimal. It can help nourish your body. Noticing Qi Bai's skeptical expression, Yun Chuxi found herself at a loss for words. Just as she was about to concoct another excuse, she watched as the boy accepted the milk and drank it all in one go. Afterward, he licked his lips, commenting, "Not sweet. Remember to add sugar next time."
Oh, all right.
Yun Chuxi was somewhat dazed, not knowing why she blurted out, "Aren't you afraid it's poisonous? And if it is?"
Qi Bai.
With his elegant fingers brushing off the milk residue at the corners of his lips, delicately licked clean his thumb. His movements were refined, reminiscent of a young prince, yet inexplicably exuded a sense of desire. At that moment, he gazed at her, his eyes as profound as the starry sky, filled with unspoken words. It was as if even the most lethal poison would be palatable if it were given by her. Feeling the weight of Qi Bai's intense gaze, Yun Chuxi found it oddly unsettling, leaving her slightly flustered. Everyone is waiting for us. Let us head out." She quickly turned and nearly fled. Qi Bai watched her retreating figure, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Chapter 51. Of course, I choose to forgive it. At this moment, 2 months had passed since the apocalypse began. Along their journey, the 5 of them distinctly noticed an increasing frequency of encountering ability zombies within the hordes. Fortunately, each of them was formidable in strength, and with the mutated beasts alleviating the pressure, they managed to traverse minor zombie waves without Yun Chuxi needing to intervene. In less than 2 hours, they passed through the area where they had previously battled Zhou Jun, and within a week, they reached the Longjiang Bridge. The closer they got to the safe base, the more survivor teams they encountered. It was under such circumstances that they spotted Huang Mao, who had infiltrated a team of ability users. They were now mere steps away from their destination. Once they crossed the bridge and traveled another 20 kilometers to the right, they would arrive at the southern suburb safe base. I suggest we resolve any lingering issues before crossing the bridge. Jiang Xi glanced at Yun Chuxi's face, his gaze momentarily flitting over hers before he tactfully averted it. After conversing with Qi Bai, he had contemplated for quite some time. He realized he could not gamble everything like Qi Bai solely for the sake of being by Yun Chuxi's side. He had family, a clan, and responsibilities. He could not abandon all he had been raised with. Thus, he decided to become a companion who would share life and death alongside Yun Chuxi, gradually burying his feelings deep within. Coming back to the present, he added, although Huang Mao did not directly confront us, Zhou Jun took advantage of our weakest moment to inflict harm, and he is undoubtedly connected to it.
Qi Bai rất buồn đe.
If it weren't for the mist being so strong, we would have suffered a total defeat against Zhou Jun that day, Lin Xiaopan remarked. Huang Mao knows too much about us. His character is both foolish and malicious, posing a potential endless threat. Gu Lei declared, a traitor. Though distant, he must be eradicated. Yun Chuxi replied, I have already conveyed my thoughts. What more can I say? Thus, the group unanimously decided to eliminate Huang Mao. Having endured countless trials bathed in blood, they were no longer the naive princesses and princes within an ivory tower, but had undergone a profound transformation. They had become formidable, resilient individuals capable of standing on their own in the apocalypse. This transformation was evident in the detailed assassination plan they devised. Lin Xiaopan would stir up a sandstorm to obscure the vision of those present, while Qi Bai would disrupt everyone's mental state. Gu Lei would seize the opportunity to incinerate Huang Mao and the supplies, and Jiang Xi would be the final executor. After Huang Mao's demise, he would promptly extinguish the fire, crafting the entire incident as an unfortunate accident. However, before they could conclude their discussion, a brief, sharp scream pierced the air, swiftly swallowed back by its owner. 50 meters away, their assassination target lay sprawled on the ground, eyes wide open, seemingly unable to comprehend the sudden silence that enveloped him. Only the 3 crimson marks on his neck and the scattered footprints hinted at the grim reality to those around. Beside the yellow-haired corpse, a woman covered her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at the mutated beasts that had fled the scene, clearly having witnessed the entire ordeal. As a throng of mutated creatures appeared, many onlookers were left in shock, their eyes shifting toward Chuxi and her companions, revealing expressions of astonishment, wariness, and covetousness. Instantly, Chuxi and the others exchanged glances filled with dismay, instinctively looking at Chuxi, who shrugged her shoulders in a gesture of innocence, indicating it was not her doing. It was Tong Tong who had declared their intent to kill that individual, prompting their pets to act unbidden. Tong Tong, the black cat incarnation of the system, had whimsically named herself, and due to Chuxi's indulgence, she received countless treats daily, earning the unwavering loyalty of the other mutated beasts, who followed her commands more effectively than those of their own masters. While they deliberated on how to proceed, the small mutated creatures had already rushed in to settle the matter, swift enough that even the powers within the opposing team could not react in time. The group could not help but facepalm. To enhance their abilities, they had been personally slaying zombies daily, only resorting to calling upon Chuxi in times of crisis, or when they were utterly overwhelmed. Alas, the disparity in strength was too great. Whenever she intervened, all presence of the others faded away, which explained their immediate instinct to look to her. Little did they know, it was the disobedient mutated beasts at play.
Bye.
Is there any chance you could share some of your beast-taming abilities with me? Just a little, enough to catch my ha-ha, Goulet said, glaring at the first-tier golden husky that was frantically shaking a shoe in its mouth, appearing almost deranged. Bai observed the 9 mutated beasts, who were obediently trailing behind the proud little black cat, resembling children following their teacher on an outing, and felt a sense of helplessness. Chuxi affectionately patted the Earth-type golden retriever that was calmly sitting by his side. The mutated beasts were formidable, but their ostentatiousness was excessive. Lin Xiaoban, cradling the fire-type ragdoll cat that had returned, instantly betrayed her allegiance, wiping the blood from its claws with a wet wipe while showering it with kisses, declaring, "Good job. My darling. Mommy loves you." The assassination plan had yet to commence before it was rendered futile. However, as for the mutated beast she raised, of course, she chose to forgive it. Unexpectedly, this spectacle caught the attention of everyone around them, and soon, the team that included the yellow-haired individual approached to inquire. The leader of this group was a woman in her mid-20s, sporting voluminous red waves and clad in a tight-fitting outfit, exuding a confident and assertive aura. Her demeanor was surprisingly polite. "Hello, my name is Ilu, and I am the leader of this team. I presume I need not elaborate on my reason for coming here. You have killed a member of our group, and you owe us an explanation." Chuxi regarded the 20 or so individuals standing behind her with a composed demeanor and responded, "The yellow-haired individual was initially with us, but betrayed us along the way, taking all our supplies. Is that explanation sufficient?" Understanding dawned on Ilu, and she turned to leave, only to return shortly with a backpack in hand. "The yellow-haired individual's supplies have nearly been depleted, but since he betrayed you, you may dispose of his remaining belongings," Ilu said with a smile, her friendliness contrasting sharply with her earlier inquiry. Chuxi did not accept the bag, merely responding distantly, "Thank you." The others remained vigilant. The incident involving Zhou Jun had made it clear that in this apocalyptic world, humans were often more dangerous than zombies, and they observed quietly. Noticing their lack of receptiveness, Ilu remained unfazed, placing the backpack on the ground, still wearing a smile. "Let us be friends. I am quite interested in the mutated beasts you raise. Would you be willing to part with any?" Understanding her intentions, the group exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. The life of a yellow-haired dog in exchange for their mutated beasts. Chuxi and Lin Xiaoban began to snack on sunflower seeds. Chuxi replied coolly, "To be honest, all the mutated beasts are raised by our beast tamer. We have only one ourselves." Although Chuxi's little black cat could also tame mutated beasts, she herself was their secret weapon. Everything about her was to be kept under wraps. "Oh, may I inquire who your beast tamer is?" Ilu's probing gaze swept over them. "No comment," Chuxi stated coldly. Ilu chuckled. "You need not be so guarded. Many are interested in these mutated beasts, not just me. If you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. I am the leader of the Fire Rose Mercenary Corps at the Longjiang base. Remember my name, Ilu." With a toss of her hair, she strode away with confident grace. Once she was out of earshot, Jiang Xi turned to Qi Bai, commenting on the abundance of mutated beasts and the challenges of raising them. Qi Bai shook his head, his gaze returning to Yun Chuxi, who appeared disinterested, and replied earnestly. To me, the mutated beasts are family. I have never considered sending them into battle as weapons, nor would I ever sell them as mere commodities. Moreover, the issue of raising them was resolved after Miss gave me that spatial pouch. Understood, Jiang Xi said, rubbing his temples and casting another glance at Ilu's retreating figure. Her demeanor suggested a sense of entitlement, yet she relinquished her pursuit too easily. He felt there was more beneath the surface. Chapter 52. The Heart of the Beast Tamer? As night fell, they set up camp. The Longjiang Bridge spans 13 kilometers, and having traversed half before dark, they planned to rest for the night and depart the following morning, entering the outskirts of Huangtu town. The five found a relatively deserted area with few abandoned vehicles, cleared away the corpses, and set a fire to cook. Other survivor teams gathered to recuperate, and though the five appeared few in number, the multitude of mutated beasts surrounding them instilled fear in onlookers. Qi Bai took out some beast food to feed the mutated creatures, and upon noticing Yun Chuxi nibbling on ham with a worried expression, he felt a pang of sympathy. Her once round face had become gaunt. "Let me cook tonight," he offered. Since he had awakened as an ability user, cooking and other chores had been shared among them, so it was technically his turn the next day. After days of travel, they had not enjoyed a proper meal, and recalling Qi Bai's culinary skills, the others readily agreed, nodding in approval. Half an hour later, a simple dish of yellow braised chicken and tomato egg soup was ready, complemented by a stir-fried dish of beef and vegetables. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing envious glances from those nearby, with the Fire Rose mercenary corps even sending someone over with fresh cured meat. "Excuse me, the food you've prepared smells incredible. Our leader Ilu has sent me to trade for some." Seeing the fresh cured meat in the visitor's hand, Qi Bai, noticing that Yun Chuxi had only taken a bite of the stir-fry and had not touched it since, agreed to the request, pouring half of the stir-fried beef into the other's bowl and accepting the cured meat. "Eat slowly. I will make a 5-spice cured meat fried rice." He then went to wash the cured meat, followed closely by the mutated beasts, who, having finished their meal, clung to their owner, playfully vying for attention while eyeing the cured meat with hopeful expressions. Observing the scene, the members of the Fire Rose Mercenary Corps exchanged thoughtful glances. That night, when Qi Bai sought a private moment, an unexpected visitor approached him. Realizing something was amiss, he felt the cold tip of a gun pressed against his back. A warm breath brushed against the nape of his neck, followed by the distinct scent of a woman's perfume. A soft yet firm hand grasped his chin, forcing him to turn his head. The strikingly beautiful woman smiled with a blend of friendliness and assertiveness. I mean no harm. I merely wish to propose a trade." Upon recognizing her face, Qi Bai's expression turned cold. "Are you the leader of the Fire Rose Mercenary Corps?" Ilu playfully twirled a lock of her curly hair by her ear, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at him. Yet she did not lower the gun in her hand. "I am so pleased that you remember me, Master Beast Tamer. I hope I am not mistaken?" Her captivating gaze danced across the boy's features. During the day, she had only seen his ashen face, but now, cleaned up, he was surprisingly handsome. It was remarkable that he possessed such extraordinary abilities at such a young age. Truly commendable. Qi Bai chuckled coldly. "Your method of visiting is what truly deserves admiration." He was mocking her for taking advantage of others. Dressed in the golden silk armor and bulletproof vest gifted by Yun Chuxi, he showed no signs of fear. "Why did your team hide you away so tightly? It was quite a challenge to see you alone." Ilu spoke without an ounce of regret. "Speak plainly."
Qi Bai zipped easily.
I simply cannot bear to see a talented beast tamer controlled by an ability user, forced to wash clothes and cook, such demeaning tasks," Ilu remarked. Qi Bai looked perplexed. "Do you consider washing and cooking to be a humiliation?" "Of course. Even women in peaceful times know that only maids are ordered around all day. Unless one's partner provides excessively, who would willingly endure that?" Ilu stated matter-of-factly. However, Qi Bai found that Yun Chuxi was too indulgent with him and secretly wished she would demand more of him. Moreover, she indeed provided quite generously. Noticing his momentary distraction, Ilu, believing she had struck a chord, confidently continued, "It is precisely because you are so exceptional that they envy you, suppress you, and wish to keep your abilities under wraps. In truth, they do not care about you and do not understand your worth. Seeing the boy's astonishment, Illa thought she had swayed him and pressed on. Join my team. We have 40 members, 25 of whom are ability users. And you will receive the utmost protection and the best treatment. Whenever we find resources on missions, you will have priority. And what would I need to do? He inquired. Intrigued, Illa quickly added. As long as you can ensure that my team has 1 mutated beast per member, and additionally form a legion of mutated beasts that obey only me, I will grant you anything you desire, including myself. Her eyes gleamed with ambition as she reached out, her red nail polish gliding over the boy's cheek. Her tone laden with insinuation. Yet, Chi-Bai remained unaffected, his expression devoid of emotion. I'm afraid my heart already belongs to another. I have no interest in what you propose. For a moment, Illa was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a direct rejection, a flicker of anger crossing her face. The conditions I offer are what many dream of. Do you even know who I am? My uncle is Qin Jiangyu, the leader of the Longjiang base. And my cousin is Qin Guoyan, the most renowned gold ability user in the base. I can assure you that whether you choose military or civilian life, you will find no better ally than me. Chi-Bai shook his head. I have made myself clear. If you wish to recruit me, you must also include those I care about. He gestured to the mutated beasts lurking nearby. If you do not leave now, they will take action. Upon receiving Chi-Bai's signal, the hidden mutated beasts emerged from their concealment, growling lowly at the woman. Startled, Illa realized she had not noticed these beasts prior to her arrival. Had she acted rashly, she might have met the same fate as Huang Mao, who had been quietly eliminated. Fear surged within her, yet her desire to win over the boy intensified, and she reluctantly urged, consider it once more. I will await your reply before noon tomorrow at the base. Heavy-hearted, she departed, pondering who this person was that had captured the boy's heart. The next day, as Chuxi lazily emerged from her tent, she discovered an additional member in their ranks. Upon seeing everyone gathered, she beamed, I am Ilu. And I have already introduced myself to everyone yesterday. Allow me to present myself once more. Her gaze was proud as she continued, I am a 3rd-tier fire ability user, the leader of 25 ability users and 15 enhancers. My mission has been accomplished without incident, and I hope to accompany you. My teammates will lead the way to ensure everyone's safety. Enhancers? Goulet questioned, having never encountered such individuals before. Enhancers are those who, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, did not awaken abilities but have seen enhancements in their senses, strength, speed, and other physical attributes. Jiang Ci responded. He was keen to gather information about the bases and did not refuse her offer. Then I shall rely on you, Captain Ilu. The others, having already shifted their focus toward Chuxi, were indifferent as long as she had no objections. They still regarded Jiang Ci as their leader in public. Thus, the two of them engaged in conversation while the others cheerfully followed behind. Occasionally encountering zombies, the mutated beasts surged forth, swiftly dispatching them and even delivering the crystal cores to their hands. Except for Chuxi, who had no need for the cores. Everyone collected a substantial number by day's end. It then became apparent that Illa seemed to be intentionally targeting Lin Xiaoban. For instance, at that moment, while Lin Xiaoban was feeding her pet, Xiaomi, some fish treats, Ilu remarked with evident displeasure, in these times when people struggle to fill their bellies. Miss Lin still manages to feed her pet snacks. How enviable. The 1st-tier fire-type ragdoll cat was small and exceptionally clean, comfortably nestled in Lin Xiaopan's arms, licking its fur and ignoring the filthy zombies entirely. It was indeed easy to mistake it for an ordinary pet, living better than many humans. However, Illa's insinuating tone was undeniably uncomfortable to hear. Lin Xiaopan was no pushover and promptly retorted, in my team, there is someone capable of anything. Whatever I desire, I can have. Even dogs can be well fed. It is a pity that Captain Ilu lacks such fortune. Although she referred to Chuxi, Ilu instinctively thought Lin Xiaopan was implying others. Twirling a lock of hair around her finger, Ilu tilted her head flirtatiously. I had thought that in the apocalypse, both men and women would strive for self-sufficiency rather than hiding behind others and living in comfort. I did not expect Mr. Jiang's team to still exhibit such gentlemanly qualities, showing such favoritism and kindness to Miss Lin. Her words were a blatant insult to Lin Xiaopan, suggesting she was merely living off a man. The group instinctively frowned, finding her comments rather perplexing. With an air of understanding, Ilu continued, but I do not blame Miss Lin. After all, there are few women who have survived the apocalypse, especially ones with a face as pure as a lotus. Even I feel a sense of compassion upon seeing her. How could men resist? Translated, this meant she was portraying Lin Xiaoban as a pitiful white lotus, using her beauty to deceive men into a comfortable life. Is Captain Ilu implying something about my team? Lin Xiaoban is a second-tier wind ability user among us, and each of our members enjoys balanced resources. I wonder where this favoritism you speak of originates? Jiang Ci interjected, unwilling to let her disrupt his team. So Miss Lin is an ability user. It seems I misjudged you. Beautiful and powerful. It is no wonder you are treated with such care, Ilu said with feigned admiration, her gaze sweeping over the others with a hint of longing. If it were another man, perhaps he would be swayed. But how could Lin Xiaoban possibly compare to her esteemed captain in terms of beauty and strength? Unfortunately for her, the individuals before her had already witnessed true, unparalleled beauty and charm. Thus, they remained impassive to her flirtatious glances. Seeing their calm demeanor, Ilu felt a twinge of disappointment, forcing a smile as she said, in truth, one of my team members is quite taken with Miss Lin. I was merely curious and came to see for myself, expecting to engage in a few conversations. I did not anticipate that Miss Lin would be so far from my expectations, which leaves me somewhat disheartened. Her disappointment ran deep. She had anticipated that the beloved of the beast tamer would be an extraordinary figure of remarkable talent. To her dismay, he turned out to be nothing more than mediocre, with an appearance that was merely above average and an ability that was a mere ordinary second-tier wind system. While not weak in the grand scheme of the base, he could only be regarded as a typical powerhouse. Chapter 54. Targeting the wrong person. Goulet was known for his fiery temper, and when he saw Lin Xiaoban falter, his irritation flared. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "My dear Pan does not wish to engage in conversation with a gossiping woman like you. If you continue to pester her, do not blame us for bullying a woman." You. Ilu's eyes widened with rage. Holding a prestigious status within the base, and being one of the top-tier triple ability users, everyone else spoke to her with utmost caution, seeking her favor. Yet this foolish man dared to reprimand her. Furthermore, he called her a gossip? Was he blind to her youthful beauty and alluring figure? Ilu momentarily faltered, struggling to maintain her composure. Observing her fury, Lin Xiaoban quickly pinched Goulet, signaling him to temper his words and avoid creating enemies for the team. Noticing their intimate actions, Ilu's disdain for Lin Xiaoban grew even more pronounced. She harbored contempt for someone who played both sides, engaging with other ability users while keeping the beast tamer at bay. With a cold smile, she plotted to unveil Lin Xiaoban's true nature at the opportune moment, revealing to the beast tamer just how greedy and hypocritical this so-called White Lotus truly was. Her spirits lifted when she saw Chi Bai approaching with 2 thermoses. Clearly, her previous words had not fallen on deaf ears. Those with discerning eyes would recognize that a third-tier fire ability user was superior. With her background and beauty far surpassing that of Lin Xiaoban, it seemed the beast tamer had come to a realization and sought to curry favor with her instead. Chi Bai halted between them, setting up a small portable table and placing the thermoses upon it. After the arduous journey, let us take a moment to rest. Here, each of you shall have a cup of chilled green tea. He opened the thermos lid, pouring clear tea into glass cups. As the liquid flowed, a layer of white mist quickly formed on the surface of the glasses, the aroma of the tea wafting a refreshing chill. "Thank you, little Chi." They expressed their gratitude in turn. By the time they finished, the thermos was nearly empty, leaving only Ilu and the woman in the black robe at the edge. The woman, cloaked in black, concealed her figure entirely, with 2 gleaming twin blades strapped to her back, yet she had never drawn them on the journey. Ilu had observed that the crystal cores they collected were never shared with that woman, thus she had not regarded her as a threat. As she had surmised, the boy offered the last glass of chilled green tea from the thermos to her. Even with prior mental preparation, Ilu could not help but feel taken aback. "Thank you, tamer," she said with an air of reverence, her disdain for Lin Xiaoban deepening as she regarded the boy's gaze with unwavering confidence, believing she could win him over. Then, the boy bypassed her, carrying the unopened thermos to the woman clad in black. In a tone that betrayed no hint of the cold demeanor he had shown towards Ilu, he said, "Miss, the match-off frappuccino you mentioned yesterday, I have made it for you." He opened the lid, inserting an extra-long straw and presenting the thermos before her, his eyes gleaming with the eagerness of a puppy seeking approval. "Please try it. Is this the flavor you were looking for?" Ilu's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Yet the others regarded the scene with familiarity, as if it were entirely expected. The woman, revealing a charmingly curved chin beneath her hood, took a sip and remarked, "Delicious." Upon hearing this, the boy's face brightened with joy. Ilu felt as if struck by lightning, realizing that she had miscalculated her schemes and targeted the wrong person. Chapter 55. What merit does this woman hold? Crushed by the revelation, Ilu spent the entire afternoon in silence, fixated on Yun Chuxi. She observed that while others battled zombies, Yun Chuxi sipped her milk tea. While others dug for crystal cores, she indulged in her drink. During the inventory and distribution of resources, she remained detached, seated and savoring her milk tea. Having finished her milk tea by evening, she began to crack sunflower seeds as they set up camp and cleaned their tools. Lin Xiaoban commenced cooking, Gu Lei assisted, Jiang Xiwang organized supplies, and Qi Bai prepared rations for the mutated beasts, while Yun Chuxi continued to munch on seeds, even kicking away a mutated beast that had approached her. Ilu could hardly bear it, such precious mutated beasts, which she could not approach despite her best efforts, were disrespected by someone who contributed nothing to the team, hiding behind others like a parasite. What audacity did she have to treat them with disdain, even to the point of kicking them? What truly irked Ilu further came next. To ensure the woman ate well, Qi Bai insisted on cooking personally. Lin Xiaoban, while washing clothes, insisted on cleaning the dirt off her shoes. Gu Lei casually poured her a glass of water. And Jiang Xiwang prioritized the supplies discovered in the afternoon for her selection, leaving the remainder for the other team members. Ilu could not comprehend why everyone in the team treated this with such nonchalance, as if it were entirely appropriate for the woman to do nothing, simply standing there as the center of their attention, prompting them to charge into battle willingly. Occasionally receiving a nod or praise from her seemed to fulfill them with satisfaction and hope. Especially Qi Bai, the beast tamer, who devoted the entire day to flattering her. Although Jiang Xiwang, the team leader, was less extravagant, his calm and rational gaze often fell upon the woman, softening whenever she spoke. As Ilu attempted to approach Qi Bai to engage him in conversation, she was warned off by the mutated beasts. In a moment, she witnessed Yun Chuxi seize the black cat that had climbed onto her shoulder, flinging it away without hesitation. This pushed Ilu past her limits.
Qi Bai.
Are we not friends? After spending a day together, why do these mutated beasts not recognize me? Are they not smart? Why do they not dislike those they should, but instead always block me? Ilu had tried feeding the mutated beast jerky, yet they showed no gratitude and actively resisted her approach. Qi Bai gently patted the head of a little dog that whimpered beside him, its face marked with claw prints from the domineering black cat named Tong Tong. He felt sympathy for the little dog, but showed no inclination to defend it. After all, the lady had said that children fighting was normal as long as no one was harmed. The thought of that scene amused Qi Bai, a smile unwittingly spreading across his face as he absent-mindedly responded to her. They are indeed very intelligent and sensitive. They will not accept favors from those with ulterior motives. The ulterior-motivated Ilu's expression stiffened, quickly shifting the subject. Miss Yun holds a very special position in your team, does she not? Why do you ask? Qi Bai regarded her with caution. Upon the mention of Yun Chuxi, the others instinctively leaned in, their defenses rising. She must be a formidable ability user, right? She doesn't need to fight zombies, collect crystal cores, or even gather supplies from supermarkets. Ilu chuckled bitterly, shaking her head in self-pity. Even I, as the team leader, cannot reap benefits without effort. Miss Yun's life is not far removed from that of a princess before the apocalypse. She only lacks the need to walk. Her self-deprecating remark seemed less a jab at others and more a genuine expression of envy. After speaking, she keenly observed the reactions of those around her, convinced that no one could tolerate having a leech within their ranks. Yun Chuxi also heard her words. The other party's gaze, prickly like a thorn in her back, would have irked anyone else, yet Yun Chuxi had grown accustomed to it. Ever since her attributes had reached a full 200, the members of her team would often gaze at her face in rapt attention. Even Lin Xiaoban frequently appeared mesmerized, questioning her indifference to gender. This left Yun Chuxi feeling quite alarmed. The following day, she purchased a hooded garment from the mall, one that provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, untouched by dust. It was a magical artifact, impervious to water and fire, with an automatic cleaning function, which also served to sharpen the system's teeth. Thus, as long as no one explicitly named her or sought to provoke her, she could blatantly ignore them. However, The reactions of the few who heard Illa's words were indeed significant, yet they diverged greatly from her expectations. Yes, although the goddess had not intervened in any matter, she still needed to traverse the world. Gulei's expression lit up as if awakened, and he spoke with earnest simplicity. Lin Xiaopan, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed that despite the poor road conditions that rendered driving impossible, they could certainly ride a small electric bike or bicycle to transport the goddess. Indeed, they could take turns riding, allowing the rear passenger to rest. Surely this would be far less taxing than walking on two legs. Jiang Xi stroked his chin in contemplation, then turned to Ilu, acknowledging her foresight. They were unfamiliar with the southern part of the city and inquired whether Ilu knew of any large supermarkets or rental shops nearby. Ilu, who had been holding back for quite some time, finally managed to squeeze out a response through gritted teeth. I know of a place just 2 kilometers away where you can find the electric bikes you need. After dinner, I can send someone to take you there. Thank you. Observing the 4 of them discussing their plans for after dinner, while the woman seemed to tire of her cat and, in a fit of frustration, tossed the black cat into the icy river below the bridge with a splash. The others merely glanced over before turning a blind eye. Illa's face twitched in disbelief. How could she be so incomprehensible? That was a rare and powerful mutated beast, a treasure to be cherished. Even if it wasn't treated like royalty, it deserved careful handling to maintain their bond. How could she treat it like mere refuse? Under the bridge, the system, having fallen into the river for the first time, experienced a brief moment of panic before realizing it was no ordinary cat, but one with immortality. With a determined dive, it learned to swim within 30 seconds. It submerged to the riverbed, caught a fish larger than itself, and using its wind abilities, soared back to the shore. With a flick of its head, it tossed the fish onto its host. Watching it flop and thrash on the ground, the system proudly mewed, "Look, host, I've learned to catch fish. Unlike you, who merely has a shell and can't even fish. Since you are my host, as long as I get 1 fish, you shall have a bowl of fish soup. I won't let you starve." Yun Chuxi replied with a simple, "Oh." The black cat shook off the water, droplets flying everywhere, and rubbed against its host, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I've turned into a drenched cat. Host, quickly embrace me, pet me, and prepare a pot of fish soup to replenish my strength, or I shall fall ill." Yun Chuxi retorted, "Get lost." As the black cat stealthily crept up her pant leg for the umpteenth time, it was kicked away once more. She looked disdainfully at her little system soaring through the air. Little did she expect that, having transformed into a cat, the system seemed to have unleashed its true nature, bullying other mutant beasts with its robust physique, flying about with its wind abilities, getting filthy and flaunting its catches. Or rolling around to be adorable. Did its intellect diminish along with its form? The rejected little cat, filled with indignation, meowed furiously, performing a turn in midair before seeking out other mutant beast companions to vent its frustration. Ilu observed this scene with indifference, summoning a team member to issue some instructions. She was curious to know what virtue that woman possessed to command such authority in a team of formidable individuals, with no one expressing dissent, and even revered as a goddess. Not long after, the Fire Rose Mercenary Corps indeed sent someone over. The individual was fully armed, sturdy in build, carrying a steel rod at their waist, appearing to be an enhancer, and looked at their provisions with envy. "Everyone, the captain has instructed me to take you to a certain place. Since it's still light out, can we set off?" Hearing this, Jiang Xi hastened his eating. "Wait a moment, you sit down first, Xiaopan. Pour the guests some tea." Lin Xiaopan, nearby, pulled out a folding stool, and once the person sat down, poured a cup of hot tea, even grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds as a gesture. The young man, holding the tea and seeds, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. That place is actually quite close. A round trip without luggage only takes half an hour, but I hope you can at least send 2 people to protect me." In truth, the captain had requested that he take all 4 of them, leaving only a woman in black behind. However, as one cannot bite the hand that feeds, he found it difficult to voice his prepared words. Asking the other party to lead the way while ensuring their safety was quite reasonable. After a brief consideration, Jiang Xi arranged, "All right, we'll accompany you. Let us try to bring back as many supplies as possible. Chuxi can stay here to watch over the luggage." They hurriedly finished their meal, and while it was still light, donned protective goggles and bulletproof vests before departing with the team member. The camp was left with only Yun Chuxi and the playful black cat. As the team member glanced back at the scene, a pang of guilt struck him. Is it safe to leave her here alone? The others exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After all these days, the goddess had been tossing the cat around for fun, and she must be thoroughly bored, eager for them to abandon her.
Indeed.
It had been a bit unfair to Chuxi. To hone their abilities, she hadn't lifted a finger even once. The goddess's great sword had grown rusty. The lady is too lazy, it's time she stretched her limbs. Ilu's subtle probing was believed to be well concealed, yet to Jiang Xi, it was all too evident. However, since the other party bore no ill intent, they dismissed it, especially since it would be beneficial to give Chuxi a bit of exercise. The conversation continued, and the Fire Rose team member began to grasp the situation, feeling somewhat speechless. So, they weren't unconcerned, but rather had already deduced the truth. He and Captain Ilu, along with the yet-to-emerge zombie dogs, were merely tools to entertain that woman. Yet, with Ilu harboring ulterior motives, he had no right to be angry. Back at the camp, as Jiang Xi's group departed, 3 zombie dogs suddenly emerged from nowhere, surrounding Chuxi. Meow. The black cat hissed fiercely, leaping toward one of the zombie dogs. The other 2 zombie dogs, undeterred, closed in on Chuxi. In that critical moment, Ilu stood up, gathering her abilities. The 3 zombie dogs had been deliberately released by her. No one in the mercenary group could resist the allure of the mutant beasts in their ranks. So she had covertly ordered a batch of ordinary cats and dogs to be captured and forced to swallow crystals. As expected, all had failed miserably. The animals either bled to death or transformed into bloodthirsty zombies, devoid of humanity. The 3 zombie dogs were the result of yesterday's failed attempts, perfectly suited for testing this woman. As the sharp teeth of the zombie dogs approached her black-clad figure, nearly grazing her arm, a glint of disdain crossed Ilu's eyes. She knew no one could truly match the beast tamer. It was merely the tamer's youthful arrogance that allowed these cunning women to toy with her feelings. She released a fireball, intending to save the woman's life while presenting her own demands. However, before the fireball could reach its target, a cold light flashed, and the 3-headed zombie hounds simultaneously fell apart, as if the fireball had encountered an impact, suddenly dissipating in midair. What had happened? Ilu had not seen the opponent's movements clearly. She merely caught a fleeting glimpse of the cold light before the 3-headed zombie hounds collapsed, incapacitated. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she approached, and only when she noticed the fresh blood on the blade did she realize that a woman had acted. Yet, she hadn't even seen the woman draw her weapon. Feeling a surge of astonishment, Ilu turned her gaze to Chuxi, her expression growing solemn. You are a physical enhancer, aren't you? Did you hone your skills specifically after the apocalypse? Chuxi, wiping the blade with a wet tissue, replied, No. I learned it before the apocalypse as a form of health preservation. In her past life, she had casually dabbled in martial arts for amusement, possessing only rudimentary skills. However, due to her fully maxed attribute points, the movements of the real world appeared riddled with flaws to her. Even the most mediocre martial arts would seem profound and unfathomable in her hands. Ilu exhibited a look of understanding as she settled onto a nearby chair. It's only natural for you to withhold the truth. No one wishes for others to pilfer their skills and surpass them. Noticing Chuxi's silence, Ilu fancied she had struck a chord and smiled, shifting the topic. However, physical enhancers are only formidable in the early stages. As time progresses, the gap between them and ability users widens. According to our base's data assessments, when an ability user reaches the 4th tier, they can easily keep physical enhancers at bay. And once they reach the 5th tier, they can eliminate enhancers in a heartbeat. She scrutinized the woman, deliberately emphasizing, thus, anyone with sense understands that there exists a vast disparity in both future strength and status between enhancers and ability users. What she truly wished to convey was the stark difference between herself and Chuxi. Then, she cast out a bait. Nevertheless, I have high hopes for you. I wish for you to join my team, and I shall afford you the same treatment as an ability user. Chuxi found her puzzling. You look down upon enhancers yet hope for my inclusion? Ilu's eyes glimmered as she confidently elucidated, because I am one who appreciates talent. Your martial arts would be beneficial to my team. I will not dismiss someone based on their weaker abilities. Chuxi felt even more perplexed. She repeatedly denigrated enhancers while asserting she wouldn't disdain someone due to their strength. However, she was disinclined to argue. As for joining, that's unnecessary. If you wish to learn martial arts, I can oblige. She retrieved a martial arts manual from her bag, which was actually a trivial purchase from a mall. Here,
Take it.
Caught off guard by her sudden action, Ilu glanced at the yellowed book, the elegant traditional characters inscribed on its cover causing her to read aloud instinctively. The 9 manual? Ilu froze momentarily, her face flushing with anger. Are you mocking me? Yun Chuxi blinked in confusion. Did you not claim my martial arts would benefit your team? I went to great lengths to acquire this manual, which is far more reliable than my rudimentary skills. After all, she had spent 1,000 gold coins on it. If it was rejected, so be it, why blame her? If you don't want it, then so be it. As Yun Chuxi prepared to return it to her bag, Ilu snatched it away, tossing it into her own backpack without a glance. I have accepted the manual.
Now.
Do you agree to join my team? Ilu inquired. Yun Chuxi remained bewildered. You've taken the martial arts manual. Why do you still want me to join your team? This woman had no shame, reaping benefits, and yet acting coy. Were it not for the fact that they were both women, and she found Ilu's ambition admirable, she would not have even revealed the manual, let alone engage in such frivolous conversation. Ilu felt a pang of frustration. If only you were to join my team, I could persuade the beast tamer. Yet, she could not voice this, biting her lip in resentment, increasingly convinced that the woman before her was ungrateful, yet unable to compel her to comply. She tossed a piece of jerky in front of the black cat, angrily commanding, "Come here, little beast." The small black cat paused its grooming, its emerald eyes glinting with a chilling murderous intent that tightened Ilu's chest. She quickly summoned her powers in defense. After the cat regarded her for a moment, it returned to grooming its paws, allowing Ilu to breathe a sigh of relief, her back damp with cold sweat. She shot a disdainful glance at Yun Chuxi, her words laced with implication. A beast is a beast. It cannot discern right from wrong. They say animals resemble their masters. It seems what kind of master raises what kind of beast. In the next moment, several wind blades struck at her. Ilu managed to evade one attack, though her neck was still grazed. In a panic, Ilu retrieved a mirror to inspect her reflection, and upon seeing the bloodstain on her neck, her expression darkened. When she looked back at Yun Chuxi, her eyes brimmed with hostility. She had extended a kind invitation and offered lavish treatment that Yun Chuxi did not deserve. Yet the latter not only insulted her with a mere manual, but also allowed her mutated beast to attack her? Well, very well. Chapter 57. Observation Area. By the time Jiang Xiwang and the others returned on their small electric scooters, Ilu had already stormed back to her team, fuming. Aside from a few extra corpses of zombie hounds, nothing seemed amiss in the camp. Jiang Xiwang wore a knowing expression as he approached Yun Chuxi, and upon learning what transpired after their departure, the group wore expressions of disdain. Gulei looked at her with contempt. This woman is indeed up to no good. She has her eyes on the mutated beasts in our team and on beast tamer Chibai, yet she dares not approach us openly, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Lin Xiaoban recalled her own experiences of being targeted and shook his head. Even if we refuse her, she will not relent. Jiang Xiwang noted, the temptation of mutated beasts is too great. Sooner or later, more people will have designs on them. Chibai understood as well, cradling the small dog with a smirk. Yes, humans fear death, but mutated beasts do not. Humans have selfish motives, while mutated beasts do not. Moreover, mutated beasts are more elusive and agile than humans. Whether through ambush or direct confrontation, having a legion of mutated beasts is far more terrifying than possessing a legion of ability users. Those with ill intentions would only multiply. The only thing he could do was to grow stronger. The group wore grave expressions. In recent times, they had made significant progress. Jiang Xiwang's water ability had reached Tier 4, Lin Xiaoban Tier 3, Gulei Tier 3 peak, and Chibai had achieved Tier 2 in both his mental and beast-taming abilities. Yet, the imminent pressure still made them feel woefully inadequate. The only source of reassurance was Yun Chuxi. She was their anchor amidst the chaos. Whatever the case, tomorrow they would reach the base, and should be able to relax for a while, thinking about soon arriving at their destination and searching for their loved ones. Gulei was filled with anticipation, eager to set off that very night, while the others shared a similar longing. Early the next morning, before the members of the Rose Mercenary Corps had awoken, they packed their belongings and departed on their electric scooters. With a mutated beast clearing the way, their speed increased significantly, and by noon, they caught sight of the base entrance from a distance. Seeing the towering gates lined with soldiers, they felt a surge of excitement, as though they were finally returning to the realm of humanity. Like other weary survivors, they queued outside the gate. When it was their turn, A staff member in a white coat approached with a thermometer, measuring their temperature. Confirming it was normal, he inquired, "Are you ordinary people or ability users?" Jiang Xiwang smiled. "Physical enhancers." He had grown accustomed to being cautious and low-key. The others followed suit, all identifying as enhancers. Upon hearing this, the staff member rummaged through a nearby box containing wooden, copper, and silver tokens, selecting a copper one for them, instructing a guard, "Take them to the B zone for observation." The guard complied, leading them to a spot beneath the wall. He gestured with his fingers, stating that they would camp within this designated area for a full 24 hours. If no unforeseen events occurred by noon the following day, they would be granted direct access to the base's gates. However, they were required to surrender half of their supplies. The group expressed their agreement, having endured numerous trials over the past month, and were unperturbed by the prospect of waiting an additional day. The 5 of them set up their tents, preparing for a hearty meal. As time passed, several teams of empowered individuals arrived around them. That afternoon, the Fire Rose Mercenary Corps also reached the base, causing quite a stir upon their arrival with 8 vehicles brimming with supplies. Upon reaching the entrance, the occupants opened their trunks, surrendered half of their goods to the base, and drove straight through the gates. Meanwhile, Ilu engaged in conversation with 2 of her teammates at the entrance, her gaze scanning the area outside as if searching for someone. Chapter 58. Not a place for you. Don't they require any checks to enter the base?
Goulet remarked,
Cracking sunflower seeds as he watched the Fire Rose members proceed unimpeded. A nearby camper overheard and interjected, You must be newcomers to the base. It's understandable if you don't recognize her." She asked the niece of the base commander of Longjiang and the illustrious leader of the Fire Rose Mercenary Corps. A 3rd-tier fire-type ability user. Impressive, right? Even more remarkable is her cousin, Qin Guoyan, a 4th-tier ability user. Before the apocalypse, he was a king of soldiers, and after awakening his physical enhancements and metal-type abilities, he is said to be able to traverse hordes of zombies single-handedly, emerging victorious. He is undeniably the rightful heir of Longjiang Base, and this entire base belongs to their family. What need is there for checks? As he spoke, he glanced at the sunflower seeds on their table, licking his lips. Goulet quickly offered him a handful of seeds and poured him a cup of water, encouraging him to continue. "We just arrived at the base and know nothing." The man plopped down next to Goulet, looking friendly as he munched on seeds, and said, "It's evident you're clueless. No worries, I find you likable, so let me enlighten you. The observation zones are divided into 3 categories, A, B, and C. Zone A is within the city walls, typically reserved for relatives of ability users or high-ranking officials. They only need to observe for 6 hours upon re-entry. Zone B, adjacent to the walls, is where we are, comprised entirely of empowered individuals without connections. Anyone who leaves the base must undergo a 24-hour quarantine upon return to ensure they are not infected before being allowed back in. Zone C is for ordinary people." He pointed to a building a kilometer away. It was originally a resort but has been converted into a transitional area for commoners. They too must observe for 24 hours. But if even one infected person is found in a room, the entire floor must start the observation process anew. Many have perished not from zombies but from starvation. Goulet furrowed his brow. "And what about the empowered individuals?" The man looked at him as if he were foolish. "Empowered individuals are the chosen ones. They cannot be infected by zombies and can enter the base directly, though they must undergo ability testing and always wear identification badges." The man seemed to revel in sharing his knowledge, shaking his leg while cracking seeds, and continued, "You know, being an empowered individual is quite delightful. They are treated with respect upon entering the base and enjoy various benefits. Even if they choose not to venture out for supplies or to fight zombies, they can still live comfortably. Unlike us mediocre empowered individuals who are relegated to menial labor, drawing the attention of zombies or serving as shields for the ability users." Suddenly, he widened his eyes. "Wait, is team leader Ilu approaching? Is she actually smiling at me? Is it possible that my dream from last night has come true? Perhaps team leader Ilu has fallen for me and is determined to make me her first husband?" As Ilu came to a stop before them, the seeds he held fell to the ground. Without acknowledging them, Ilu smiled gently at Chibai. "Beast Master, what brings you here? This is not a place for you. If you don't mind, I can escort you into the city and arrange for the finest villa." She scanned the others, her warmth noticeably cooling upon seeing Chuxi. "If you insist on bringing your friends, you must agree to my terms." Her condition was cooperation to train a formidable army of mutated beasts under her command. She awaited Qi Bai's response, believing there was no need for deliberation. Why should she remain in Zone B, observing alongside a mere empowered woman, when she could enjoy the privileges she deserved? Moreover, once one has tasted the sweetness of power, it is nearly impossible to refuse. Just a woman, after all. Once she reaches the base, how many could she have? Surely, upon arrival, this group would have learned of her status and background, likely regretting not seizing the opportunity to curry favor with her. If they all wished to follow her, should she deliberately refuse that woman? Ilu crossed her arms, a playful glint in her eyes as she regarded Chuxi, eagerly anticipating the unfolding scene. Chapter 59. Whom will she choose? The surrounding individuals witnessed Ilu's invitation, their gazes filled with envy as they turned toward the group. However, the recipients of the invitation did not feel elated. Rather, based on the previous man's descriptions, the reality of the secure base starkly contrasted with their expectations. They had envisioned a refuge for ordinary citizens, an ark of unity amid the apocalypse, only to discover a more pronounced class division, with empowered individuals elevated above all, while commoners languished in hunger and uncertainty. As the initial excitement faded, a heavy atmosphere settled around them. They were powerless to alter this reality, yet it was difficult to feel fortunate to be among the empowered. In times of peace, there were still class distinctions, but at least those who were able-bodied would not starve. Now, however, the upper echelons appeared indifferent to the plight of ordinary citizens, eager to consolidate power within their grasp. Perhaps the leadership in this post-apocalyptic world was no longer composed of those who advocated for the people. Ilu's invitation, rather than bringing joy, elicited feelings of aversion as they observed her air of superiority. Qi Bai, there is no need for that. Thank you for Team Leader Ilu's kind offer, but regardless of how many times you invite me, my answer remains unchanged. Ilu's expression froze. Being publicly humiliated at the base entrance, even by someone she greatly respected, nearly overwhelmed her composure. She did not wish to be adversarial with Qi Bai but felt an increased resentment toward Chuxi, who had also rejected her. As a woman of privilege and a leader, she possessed her own pride and dignity. After this public rejection, she was unwilling to lower herself to seek favor from Qi Bai again. A shadow crossed Ilu's eyes. Very well, but do not regret it. You can refuse my hospitality, but I shall not believe you can withstand my pressure. With a cold expression, she uttered a parting remark and turned to leave. However, as she did, a familiar face brushed past her. Butler Qi, what brings you here? Ilu turned, surprised to see the elderly gentleman in traditional attire, his hair gray, looking equally astonished. The Jiang family, immensely wealthy, had decisively allied with the Qin family in the wake of the apocalypse, making significant contributions to their governance. He was now a crucial ally in maintaining the essential resources and production of Longjiang base. Thus, despite being merely a butler of the Jiang family, he had reportedly cared for the family heir for a decade, holding a status akin to that of a father figure, and she felt compelled to greet him. Miss Ilu. My apologies, the elder noticed her, quickly bowing and apologizing before dismissing her. He then raised his head, staring intensely past her, his voice trembling with excitement. Young master, is that really you? Ilu came to an abrupt halt, an unbelievable thought flashing through her mind. Could it be that the man with the surname Jiang was the son of Jiang Honyun, the second in command at Longjiang base?
Chibo.
Jiang Xiwang's expression lit up with joy as he swiftly rose to greet him. The elderly gentleman, whose full name was Jiang Mingqi, had been affectionately called Qi Bo since childhood. Whenever his parents were preoccupied and stayed out late, it was Qi Bo who would lull him to sleep. Although he seldom returned home as he grew older, that fondness had taken root deep within his heart. Upon hearing that familiar call and seeing Jiang Xiwang, who was safe yet visibly diminished in stature, Qi Bo was instantly moved to tears, his calloused hands grasping the young man's tightly. Young master, I have finally seen you. I waited every day, hoping that you would appear in the safe zone. My dear young master, you have suffered out there. It's all right. I have returned. Jiang Xiwang reassured him. How are my parents? Are they well? How has the Jiang family fared recently? After the elderly gentleman poured out his heart in a lengthy lament, he managed to regain some composure upon hearing Jiang Xiwang's inquiries. Since the apocalypse, both the old master and I have been yearning for news of you. Unfortunately, our Jiang family lacks any ability users. We possess wealth, but no one to protect it. We can only rely on the Qin family, that great tree. to secure a meager place for ourselves in this new world. Young master, it is all our fault for being so powerless.
Chibo?
There is no need for such self-deprecation. Your safety is of utmost importance to me. Moreover, I am an ability user. I initially refrained from mentioning it, as I was unsure whether I would survive to see you again and did not wish to reveal my capabilities prematurely. Now that I have arrived at the base, I shall protect the Jiang family henceforth, Jiang Xiwang declared firmly. Good, good, good. Chibo clapped his hands in delight, looking at him with pride and affection, pulling him towards the entrance. Young master, come home with me. Ability users need not remain in the observation area. The old master will surely be thrilled to see you. Wait a moment. Jiang Xiwang did not release the elderly man's hand. Instead, he paused and turned to introduce Chuxi and the others.
Chibo?
These are my companions who have shared life and death with me along the way. Without them, I would not have made it here. I wish to bring them back with me. Thank you, young friends, for taking care of my young master. Please be our guests at the Jiang family. There shall be generous rewards. Upon seeing the elderly gentleman bow deeply to them, the group quickly waved their hands in polite refusal. Noticing Jiang Xiwang beckoning them to follow, they promptly began to gather their belongings. They had initially claimed to be enhancers out of ignorance of the safe zone's regulations, which had led to their hasty placement in isolation for 24 hours. Since Jiang Xiwang no longer wished to remain low-key, they would accompany him. Observing this, Yilu realized that they could indeed enter the base with confidence and live comfortably. Remembering her earlier words, she suddenly felt embarrassed to stay any longer. Yet, seeing their ease only fueled her resentment. Wait, you are all ability users, but she is an enhancer. According to the rules, she still needs to be isolated. Yilu pointed at Chuxi, a cunning plan forming in her mind as she spoke with conviction. Families of the senior base officials, or families of ability users, only need to observe for 6 hours in Area A. I wonder which esteemed individual Miss Yun is related to? She was curious to see whom this woman would choose. Now it was apparent that Jiang Xiwang, being of high standing, would provide her with a swift descent from a sparrow to a phoenix, ensuring her future comfort. In contrast, Qi Bai, as a beast tamer, held even greater potential. His power could soar to unimaginable heights. Regardless of whom this woman chose, she would inevitably betray one of them, leading the other to despair and losing the favor and protection of one side. Chapter 60. Unable to test? Upon being named, Chuxi glanced around, and before she could speak, both young men spoke simultaneously. She is my master. Naturally, she is my family. The youth asserted with certainty. Chuxi is my benefactor. She is also my family, Jiang Xiwang countered, unwilling to back down. For days, Jiang Xiwang had suppressed his feelings for Chuxi, but when it came to anything related to her, he found it impossible to restrain his concern. As the two stood firm, locking horns, Gu Lei was left astonished. The atmosphere became tense. The elderly gentleman regarded the hooded woman with a contemplative expression. Chuxi, upon hearing their declarations, rested her chin in thought before turning around. Instantly, everyone tensed. She strode directly towards the testing station, raising her palm, and an ice spike manifested with a chilling resonance. An ice-type ability user. Is that permissible? The tester's expression shifted, and he respectfully said, Greetings, ability user. There is no need for isolation observation. Please take your silver badge to the ability user registration area. Following Chuxi, Gu Lei conjured a fireball, declaring himself a fire-type user. He grabbed his identity badge and hurried to catch up, deciding to keep his distance from the two young men behind him. It was said that love could drive one to madness, a notion he had previously doubted. Yet today, Gu Lei realized that whenever matters involving the goddess arose, the brilliant and formidable president seemed to lose his intellect, competing for affection like an immature youth. Truly frightening. Seeing this, Jiang Xiwang and Qi Bai exchanged awkward glances, realizing the absurdity of the situation, and casually walked towards the entrance together. Yilu observed this scene with astonishment. That woman, like her cousin, was not only an enhancer, but also an ability user? I am also an ability user, wind type. At the back of the group, Lin Xiaoban waved his hand, generating a small whirlwind, and then rolled his eyes, deliberately adding, Some women think they're so special just because they have an ability. Looking down on others while swirling around men, oblivious to where their sense of superiority comes from. Yilu's face flushed, feeling as though she had been slapped. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and followed them. She was determined to see what level of ability user that woman truly was and how formidable she could be. As they entered the city gates and continued inward, they encountered a 20-meter-long air defense tunnel. Through the tunnel, they could see bustling pedestrians within the city. At the tunnel's end, desks lined both sides, equipped with paper, pens, and files, along with a device embedded with a crystal ball. Both sides were crowded with people, and over 10 young individuals wearing uniforms adorned with different colored identity badges were on guard. Ordinary people and enhancers registered on the left, while ability users registered on the right. Upon their entrance, someone called out. As they walked towards the right, the young people in uniforms turned their attention to them, scrutinizing them closely. Upon spotting Ilu trailing behind, they buzzed with excitement, eager to flatter her. "Miss Ilu, are you here to test your abilities as well?" "Team Leader Ilu, you have brought back so many resources for the base. Countless ordinary people are grateful to you." Team Leader Ilu grows more beautiful by the day. Ilu nodded. "Are you on duty today? Since I'm here, I might as well test my abilities." Under their watchful gaze, Ilu's waning self-confidence was quickly restored and bolstered. Straightening her back as she walked ahead of them, the few ability users who had been waiting in line for their tests quickly made way for her. "After you." Team Leader Ilu. Ilu nodded slightly and placed her hand on the crystal ball. "Young master, do you see that transparent little crystal?" Chibo pointed towards the device and spoke to Jiang Siwang. That was developed by a genius doctor at the base, specifically designed to test the levels of abilities. It is said to be forged from zombie crystal cores. Merely input the ability, and the crystal will emit light of various colors. The color represents the category of the ability element, while the intensity of the light indicates the strength and level of the ability. At that moment, Ilu's palm had already lifted from the crystal, and in the next second, the crystal emitted a dazzling red light. The tester waited a moment, observing the light rise to a certain level before gradually dimming. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked with admiration, "Fire-type ability user at the peak of the 3rd tier. Team Leader Ilu's abilities have advanced again. Congratulations." Ilu's lips curled into a smile, but she brushed it off casually. The more life and death experiences one endures, the faster one progresses. The tester exclaimed with astonishment. If all the superhumans were as valiant and fearless as Captain E, how could our base not flourish? What does the apocalypse even mean? A young man, standing guard nearby, echoed his sentiment. Indeed, most superhumans are merely cowards, possessing great abilities, yet too afraid to step outside the gates of the base. Another young man, adorned with a red badge, interjected, "I am also slaying zombies daily. And today I just advanced to the 2nd tier of fire abilities." Miss Ilu is truly a paragon of excellence. Human nature is inherently selfish. One cannot expect everyone to be a champion, as there will always be those who hide behind others. As she spoke, Ilu turned her gaze towards them with disdain. Some felt deeply about the matter. It is not the weakness of power that is worrisome, but the presence of those who are both foolish and selfish, hindering others from growing stronger. And those who betray their comrades in times of danger, hiding away, deserve nothing less than condemnation. Noticing Ilu's pointed look, Goulet felt displeased. What was that gaze of hers, as if we were begging for her protection? "I even resent how her team blocks our path to advancement." Lin Xiaoban, with an unhappy expression, remarked, "She isn't talking about you. She is referring to the goddess." "Are you speaking of Yin Chuxi?" Goulet couldn't comprehend further. Was she unwell? Chi Bai, unable to tolerate anyone disparaging his lady, coldly walked past the two. "Let me test," he said, mirroring their actions, placing his hand on the crystal ball to input his abilities. "Wait, you are a beast tamer, not an ordinary superhuman. This crystal ball cannot gauge your powers." Ilu whispered urgently in the boy's ear, but before she could finish, the crystal ball rippled with waves. Chapter 61. Are Mutant Beasts Infinite? A faint silver shimmer undulated like water, and she widened her eyes in shock. The tester's face lit up with delight. A psychic superhuman. Peak 2nd tier? Immediately, someone remarked, "Young man, you are quite remarkable. Psychic superhumans are exceedingly rare. There are hardly 5 in the entire base. Have you considered joining a team? Come to our group, brother. We offer excellent benefits. We have many enhancers charging into battle, while as superhumans, you only need to cast your skills from the rear." Ilu, momentarily taken aback, seized Chi Bai's wrist, her voice desperate and hoarse. "Why, you are a dual-ability superhuman? The talent of a beast tamer is already extraordinary. And to find one who is simultaneously a psychic superhuman is unparalleled. Illa's heart raced. She could almost guarantee that with the boy's willing assistance, any of her aspirations could be realized. Chibai's expression turned frosty as he pried her fingers open one by one. I will not join any team. In this life, I am loyal to but one. Should anyone disturb my master because of this, they will bear the consequences. His words appeared directed at all who had invited him. Yet Ilu understood he was issuing a warning specifically to her. Her subtle jibe at that woman had angered the beast tamer. Illa's face paled, her heart sinking. Who was next? The tester rummaged through the drawer for quite some time before finally retrieving a silver-white badge, which he respectfully handed to the youth, announcing, I shall go. Lin Xiaoban stepped forward. The surrounding superhumans exchanged glances, whispering in excitement. This girl is quite striking, and she's a superhuman too. I am intrigued. Her style is different from Captain Illa's. I wonder about her abilities. Before long, the crystal ball emitted a vibrant blue light, far more brilliant than Chibai's silver glow. The tester smiled warmly, a third-tier wind superhuman. Miss, please register your name, age, and affiliated faction. Here is your badge. Please keep it on you at all times. Lin Xiaoban took the paper and pen to fill out the information. After receiving the badge, she inquired, is there a way to search for my family or friends within the base? Before the tester could respond, a nearby guard interjected, Miss Lin, you can post a search mission in the task hall, providing a photo or specific details of the person you are looking for. Of course, a reward is also necessary. Everyone who sees the task will keep an eye out for you. Another young man pushed the first aside. Don't listen to him. Miss Lin, join my team. I will mobilize everyone to help you find them. As long as they are within the base, we will locate them within 3 days. My uncle is a high-ranking official in the base. If Miss Lin joins us, I will have him assist you today. Thank you all, but no need, Lin Xiaoban replied, already aware of her options, and stood aside. Next was Gu Lei. Peak third-tier fire superhuman. Please take your badge. Gu Lei's results sparked a small uproar. The reason was simple. Compared to Ilu, both the elemental type and level were identical. Among the entire base, superhumans constituted merely 1,000th of the ordinary population, with only 1,000 existing among a million. Third-tier superhumans were particularly rare. Yet, out of their 5-member team, 2 had already emerged as third-tier. This was certainly noteworthy. Jiang Xiwang's test results left all present in utter disbelief. A 4th-tier water superhuman? This is my first encounter with a living 4th-tier superhuman. So what? Half a month ago, young Master Qin's gold abilities reached the 4th tier. He might even be at the peak now. Do you think 4th-tier superhumans are as common as cabbage? Our base has only 2 4th-tier superhumans. One is young Master Qin, the prince of the base, and the other is young Master Quan, the king of the Wild Wolf mercenary group. Both are legendary figures. Now another one has emerged, making 3. As Jiang Xiwang took his badge and stepped aside, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of superhumans. Brother, I haven't seen you around the base before. Are you new here? What are your plans next? Are you considering joining a mercenary group? Mr. Jiang, hello. I am the vice leader of the Xuanwu mercenary group. If you wish to join, I can offer you the best benefits. If you desire to be vice leader, I can step aside for you, and if you aim to be the leader, I can persuade our leader on your behalf. Everyone, please lend me your ears. Upon seeing Jiang Xiwang's ability level, Qi Baorong radiated with enthusiasm, visibly shedding his previous weary demeanor. This young master Jiang Xiwang is the only direct descendant of the Jiang family. He cannot join any other factions. I hope you all understand. So, he is the son of the second-in-command of the base. No wonder he is so exceptional. Didn't he, they say, the Jiang family has no successors? The power plant and production workshop are about to change hands. They wouldn't have specifically sought out a son from somewhere, would they? The man who had inadvertently spoken out of turn quickly silenced himself. The testing area buzzed with excitement, drawing in some superhumans who returned for missions, all curious about the commotion. Upon learning that 2 third-tier and 1 4th-tier superhuman had been tested, their faces displayed astonishment as they craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the individuals involved. The area soon became crowded. Upon discovering that Jiang Xiwang was a 4th-tier superhuman, Ilu was equally astonished. Her cousin, Qin Guoyan, was a 4th-tier gold superhuman, idolized by everyone in the base. Young Master Quan, possessing a criminal empire, had also risen to the 4th tier after commandeering all resources within his team. becoming a representative of civilian superhumans, even earning respect from the Qin family. To her surprise, this seemingly mild-mannered young master from the Jiang family had also reached the 4th tier. Even Lin Xiaoban and Gu Lei were 3rd-tier superhumans, making her feel less out of place. It appeared she had underestimated this group during their journey. However, in her eyes, the combined value of all of them could not match that of Qi Bai alone. After all, superhumans are limited, while the mutant beasts that Qi Bai could create are boundless. At that moment, Ilu remained unaware that the mutant beasts were not actually created by Qi Bai. Instead, the system, transformed into a little black cat, sought to prolong the companionship of small animals by enhancing their physical forms with items from the marketplace. In essence, it was Yun Chuxi, not Qi Bai, who possessed the true ability to mutate ordinary creatures. Qi Bai could only communicate and collaborate with them through mental prowess. However, for Ilu, no matter the cost, she must subdue Qi Bai. The immediate priority was to undermine the woman's standing in Qi Bai's heart or, alternatively, eliminate her. Ilu concealed the coldness in her gaze and interrupted the praises directed at the tester from the Jiang family. Was there not another individual yet to be tested for abilities? A woman who could catch Jiang Xiao's attention must surely be extraordinary. Previously, Jiang Xiwang had mentioned that Yun Chuxi was his benefactor, a statement she dismissed. In a perilous world, even a bottle of water or a loaf of bread could render one a benefactor. Ilu, renowned in the base for her high status and beauty, spoke, and everyone followed the direction of her finger to the figure at the back, cloaked in a black hood. The person was slender, approaching with a graceful rhythm, their cloak flowing with the air currents, exuding an exquisite cadence. Chapter 62. The tester exploded. As she drew near, the air seemed to waft with the scent of flowers, subtle yet refreshing, dispelling the gloom within hearts and calming restless spirits. A hand emerged from the black robe, delicate and slender, its fingertips glistening with a faint, alluring pink hue. Someone instinctively swallowed hard, unable to resist the thought that if even a hand could be so captivating, how stunning must the full visage be? Observing the crowd's reaction, Ilu unconsciously clenched her fist. Despite the individual not revealing their true face, standing before them, she felt a sudden wave of inferiority. Yun Chuxi slowly stepped forward, condensing a wisp of ability at her fingertips to touch the crystal ball. After a lengthy pause, the crystal sphere remained unresponsive. Not an ability user? Miss, if you are not an ability user, you should queue with the ordinary folk. Perhaps due to the extraordinary aura of the person before him, the tester instinctively employed formal address. Upon witnessing this, Ilu let out a sigh of relief. She had suspected it all along. How could everyone be like Qin Guoyan, both enhancer and ability user? Earlier, she had no idea what trick this woman had played to mislead others into believing she possessed ice abilities. Thankfully, the tester would not lie. She reminded, it seems ordinary individuals and enhancers must be isolated for observation. Hearing this, the guard promptly stepped forward to block Yun Chuxi. Miss, ordinary individuals cannot enter the base at will. Please accompany me to the observation area for a full 24 hours. If anyone else were impersonating an ability user, they would have been expelled long ago. Yet, for some reason, the guard felt an inexplicable sense of reverence towards Yun Chuxi. Just then, a youthful figure interposed himself in front of the woman.
Qi Bai, Gompot, spoke.
Could it not be that my lady's abilities are too unique for your testing device to recognize? He had overheard Illa mention this matter.
Impossible.
Our tester is crafted from the fusion of 8 types of ability crystals. Regardless of your ability, our tester will respond. The tester asserted firmly. Jiang Xiwang immediately inquired, which 8 abilities are these? The tester replied, of course, they are metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and mental types. Jiang Xiwang concluded, so, there is no ice type. Are you suggesting that this young lady possesses ice abilities? The tester turned his gaze to Yun Chuxi. As he spoke, the crystal ball suddenly trembled. A faint pure white glow emerged within, only to be submerged by a shallow silver light. Before long, the pure white glow broke through the silver barrier, overpowering it and shining ever brighter. The silver light, unwilling to yield, countered and engaged in a struggle with the white light, compressing and intertwining within the sphere. The crystal ball brimmed with colors, resembling a balloon filled to the brim with milk, gradually beginning to expand. All present beheld this spectacle in disbelief. Suddenly, an excruciatingly bright flash erupted, and everyone heard a resounding bang. When vision cleared, the testing device had vanished, leaving only shards of the crystal ball scattered across the ground. Shock rippled through the gathered crowd. What just happened? If I heard correctly, the tester exploded? Wasn't this young lady supposed to be an ordinary person? That brilliant light was clearly indicative of a high-level ability user, perhaps even a dual type. Yes, yes. The silver light is unique to mental ability users. But what is the white light? Something felt amiss. Even Qin Xiao, as a fourth-tier ability user, wouldn't cause such a commotion. The crystal ball certainly couldn't explode. Was there a flaw with it? Wasn't it crafted from a fourth-tier crystal? Could this lady be a fifth tier? Realizing this, Ilu, filled with dread, snapped back to her senses. Indeed, there must be an issue with the crystal ball. How could there be a fifth-tier ability user? She seized a subordinate nearby and commanded, "Go fetch another testing device from the doctor for a retest." Quickly. Yes, the subordinate promptly complied. So this testing device could only detect abilities below the fifth tier? Yun Chuxi, possessing full ice and mental abilities, found herself at a loss for words. After a moment, she spoke, "Do you have a testing device of superior quality? I wouldn't want to bear the cost if the other one breaks." Ilu coldly scoffed. The other testing device is the latest invention, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a 7th-tier ability user. Do not harbor any ill intentions. She refused to believe that such a slothful waste could be an ice ability user, let alone one far exceeding her own level. Seeing her disinterest in addressing her, Yun Chuxi decided against further reminders, sparing herself the embarrassment. Soon a larger testing device was brought in. The doctor himself has arrived? Someone exclaimed, observing the man approaching. The man, clad in a white coat and adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, possessed striking features that, if placed in a pre-apocalyptic world, would rival even the most captivating male stars on television. He scanned the assembly with curiosity, inquiring, "I heard there was an explosion of the tester. May I ask who is responsible?"
Ding.
Detected a male deity. System scanning in progress. The little black cat flicked its tail and swiftly leaped onto Yun Chuxi's shoulder. Its feline eyes fixed upon the man. Name: Feng Yishuan. Age: 28. Talent: Devouring ability, Tier 3. Immunity to abilities. Tier 4 appearance: 87 physique, 70 mental, 99 evaluation. Exceptional current favorability towards host, 10 simultaneously. Qi by hastily introduced, young master. This is the renowned biologist, Dr. Feng of the base. Although he has not awakened abilities, he has invented many useful items against zombies. The testing device is his creation and holds a position of great esteem within the base. His team is also researching antiviral vaccines, seen by many as the hope for ending the apocalypse. The little black cat licked its paw. Host, Dr. Feng is an ability user and an immunity user. Astonishingly, no one in the base seems to know. He is well concealed. You should exercise caution. Cannot explode? Hearing Feng Yishuan's words, Yun Chuxi withdrew her hand. I can forego testing. Feng Yishuan raised an eyebrow at her, but before he could speak, Ilu interjected, "No, you must be tested." Once the testing device was set up, Yun Chuxi once again condensed a wisp of ability and infused it into the crystal ball. The crystal ball remained still for a while, and those who had experienced the process patiently awaited. As expected, a moment later, it erupted with an intensity of light. With a resounding bang, the sphere exploded once more.
Ding.
Feng Yishuan's favorability towards you has increased by 10, current favorability, 20. Chapter 63. Has Yun Chuxi become Tangsang's meat? What trickery have you employed? Ilu suddenly raised her hand, pointing at Yun Chuxi, her voice laced with fury. Commander Ilu, please maintain your composure. Jiang Tsiwang stepped forward, unceremoniously pushing her hand aside to shield Yun Chuxi behind him. Seeing her indiscriminately accusing him, Goulet was both infuriated and amused. He wanted to retort that the quality of your testing equipment is abysmal. It frightened our goddess. Lin Xiaoban, cradling Xiaomi, gently admonished Mimi, in the future, if you encounter such impolite women, just bite them, understand? As the group rallied around Yun Chuxi, questioning her instead, Ilu found it hard to believe. At that moment, all her cultivated manners evaporated, replaced by a chilling fury. The only 2 testing devices in the base had been ruined by Miss Yun, their worth immeasurable. Bring Miss Yun to the disciplinary center to await punishment. Captain E.'s unreasonable demands were met with resistance. Jiang Xi stood defiantly between the guard and Yun Chuxi, his expression cold and his rebuttal calm. Did we request to test our abilities? Did we insist on you producing another testing device? Can you guarantee that the equipment in the base is impervious to damage? Of course not. We just witnessed a living example. Lu was rendered speechless. Young Master Qi tugged at his sleeve, signaling him not to offend the other party. However, Jiang Xi withdrew his hand. If he couldn't protect those he cared about, what good was this power? Jiang Xi continued, "It seems Captain E understands the improbability of the situation. Neither were we the ones to initiate the test, nor the ones requesting a second. What reason do you have to demand compensation from us? Is the base solely at your discretion, Captain E?" Goulet's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, who knows if the device was already faulty from overuse? They're just seizing the opportunity to pin the blame on us. Lin Xiaoban added, "Yes, it's a classic case of trickery, a no-risk venture that yields high returns. A scheme perfectly devised by Captain E." The sharp-tongued group had compelling arguments that left Lu unable to counter. Her face flushed with anger. She spoke recklessly. "This is the Qin family's base, governed by the Qin family. I am a relative of the Qin family. If I say we must compensate, we must." Captain Yi's fury was interrupted by a low, commanding voice. She turned to see Feng Yishuan's gaze, heavy with warning. It was then that she noticed the peculiar looks from those around her. The previously admiring ability users and ordinary people now regarded her with astonishment and estrangement. It felt like a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her, and she instantly sobered, her words catching in her throat. She had inadvertently voiced her true feelings. Lu couldn't help but bite her lip, her rising anger now trapped within her, causing her great discomfort. Sensing her turmoil, Feng Yishuan offered a comforting smile and gently asked, "I personally crafted the testing device. If you don't mind, may I handle this matter?"
Yiru hesitated momentarily.
Recalling Feng Yishuan's earlier warning that she should watch her words, and nodded in agreement, acquiescing to the doctor's wishes. As a laboratory doctor, Feng Yishuan held significant prestige within the base, making it a simple task to deal with a woman. Receiving Lu's expectant gaze, Feng Yishuan smiled and turned to Chuxi, speaking sincerely, "Miss, would you mind if I took a sample of your blood for research? Your abilities are quite unique and may significantly contribute to the development of antiviral vaccines." Upon hearing this, all eyes in the vicinity turned toward the hooded woman among the five, even the ordinary people in line on the other side gazing at her with fervent interest. Suddenly, an oppressive sensation enveloped the group. Although they were not the focus of attention, they could feel the chilling stares as if they could penetrate their very beings. Landing squarely on the back of Chuxi, who had become the object of desire, akin to a prized delicacy. It was almost certain that any refusal would render them culpable, leading to someone being seized and devoured by the crowd. At that moment, even the usually composed Jiang Xi found beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The previously lethargic little creatures had all entered combat mode, encircling the group, poised to charge into the throng to assist their master's escape. Chuxi, quietly nibbling on seeds, couldn't help but glance at Feng Yishuan again. She hadn't anticipated that their first encounter would thrust her into such peril. Was it merely a matter of damaging your two devices? Was he truly so vindictive as to want to conduct human experiments on her? Chuxi signaled her companions to remain calm, maintaining a composed demeanor as she invited. "If it could yield results for vaccine research, I would certainly be willing. However, my blood is rather special, so I would appreciate the doctor collecting it personally. Conveniently, I have a habit of carrying sampling specimens with me." Feng Yishuan adjusted his glasses, his smile deepening as he produced a syringe from his lab coat and approached her. Under the watchful eyes of all present, he rolled up a portion of her sleeve, revealing skin so fair it was blinding. He steadied himself, disinfected the area with alcohol spray, and plunged the needle in, only for it to bend. Feng Yishuan raised an eyebrow and tried again. Furrowing his brow, he applied more force. With a deepening frown, he exerted all his strength. After several attempts on the delicate skin of her arm, the syringes were rendered useless. Feng Yishuan's expression darkened. "Miss, are you a physical enhancer?" "Indeed, I am impervious to blades and bullets," Chuxi replied regretfully, seemingly sharing in his frustration over his failed attempts. A faint vein pulsed in Feng Yishuan's forehead. Now he understood. The conclusion was painfully clear. He had been outmaneuvered. A syringe wouldn't suffice. Perhaps a saw would do? A multitude of cruel dismemberment methods flashed through his mind. Just as he was about to release her and consider other approaches, he suddenly found himself unable to move. "What's the matter, doctor? Aren't you going to let go?" The woman's tone was curious. Feng Yishuan's eyes widened slightly. Would anyone believe him if he claimed his hand was stuck? The arm grasped in his palm froze as if encased in ice, an excruciating coldness seeping into his body, causing the blood in half of him to begin to congeal. If he forced his way out, the skin on his palm would likely tear off. Not to mention, he was utterly immobilized. He had to admit he had been deceived. This woman had deliberately lured him over to extract blood, only to secretly control him with her ice ability, threatening him. Feng Yishuan raised his gaze to the woman. His expression inscrutable, yet his stare was as sharp as a knife, ready to cut her to shreds.
Ding.
Feng Yishuan's favorability increased by 20. Current favorability is 40. Yun Chuxi feigned embarrassment, lowering her head. Doctor, why do you look at me as if you want to devour me? And you're holding my arms so tightly. It hurts. If you're really reluctant to part with me, I can accompany you to the laboratory. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze toward Feng Yishuan shifted. They had all witnessed his repeated failures to draw blood. Now, holding on to the young lady's arm without releasing her, was he not taking liberties?
Ding.
Feng Yishuan's favorability increased by 20. Current favorability is 60. Observing the woman feigning shyness, Feng Yishuan struggled to suppress the boiling rage within him. Had she been an ordinary ability user, her words would have resulted in her being forcibly taken to the laboratory, subjected to his torment until she lost all sense of life. Yet this individual was different. Feng Yishuan closed his eyes briefly. He was immune to abilities of the same tier, a fact known to no one, which had ensured his unbroken success thus far. Who would have thought he would encounter a formidable opponent? Not only had he been toyed with for so long, but he had also been teased, leaving him utterly powerless. When he reopened his eyes, Feng Yishuan had regained his composure, and his detached tone revealed an underlying concession. No need. The blood of an enhancer cannot combat viruses. Are you sure, Doctor? Besides being an enhancer, I am also an ice ability user, she replied, conjuring a seemingly ordinary ice spike in her palm, speaking with casual nonchalance. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Chapter 64. The handsome Dr. Feng Yishuan. Feng Yishuan felt the gradual numbness creeping through his other half, and as he glanced around, it was evident that no one noticed. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. I am certain the laboratory does not require your blood. Consider yourself fortunate. Yun Chuxi retracted the icicle, simultaneously loosening her control over Feng Yishuan's body. It seemed her ability to immunize against powers was precisely as she had anticipated, equivalent to invulnerability within the same tier, yet still susceptible to those of a higher rank. This made it considerably easier to handle. Yun Chuxi lifted her head and bestowed upon Feng Yishuan a cryptic smile. There is one more matter. Having just withdrawn her hand, Feng Yishuan, still tinged with a deathly chill, for the first time in years experienced a disquieting premonition. He steeled himself speak. I inadvertently damaged 2 of the base's testing instruments, and Captain E is exceedingly displeased. Feng Yishuan promptly replied, it is of no concern. I shall expedite the creation of a new testing device tonight, prioritizing its return to Captain E. And my test results? Before Yun Chuxi could respond, Feng Yishuan interjected. Since the malfunction arose from our testing instruments, your results shall be deemed invalid. You may fill in your details as you see fit. Implicitly, he suggested she write whatever she wished, refraining from disclosing that Yun Chuxi's ability level surpassed his own, being at least above Tier 5. Yun Chuxi nodded, inwardly satisfied. Yet feigned concern. Is that wise? This is the Qin family's base, and Captain E is from the Qin family. If I offend him, might I not be expelled from the base? Feng Yishuan, aligning with her insinuation, fixed a righteous gaze upon Yilu. Even if this is the Qin family's base, it is not solely Captain Yi's dominion. Adherence to rules by all ensures the stability of the base, rather than allowing the strong to bully the weak. Yilu was taken aback. What transpired? Just moments ago, one who had cautioned her, spoke in her defense, and cooperated with her schemes against Yun Chuxi.
Suddenly stood in stark opposition.
Yilu was oblivious to their underlying confrontation, feeling Feng Yishuan's betrayal was both inexplicable and infuriating. Yet, she was certain it was inextricably linked to that woman. She glared at Yun Chuxi. Very well, even if today is my misstep, I apologize to Miss Yun. However, if Miss Yun wishes to enter our base, she ought not to lurk in the shadows, obscuring her identity and arousing suspicion. What of her abilities? Even if she possesses powers, if she dares not reveal her face, it is likely due to her unattractiveness, feigning mystery. Upon hearing this, Feng Yishuan ceased to intervene. No one had ever inflicted such a significant loss upon him. He was eager to discern what this woman truly looked like. Curious gazes surrounded them. The group could not help but recall the day Chuxi had announced her ascension, slowly emerging from her quarters, an allure radiating from her very being, accompanied by a breathtaking beauty that captivated all. Unease washed over their faces. They feared inciting chaos. The troubled Jiangxi furrowed his brow, while Qibai wore a distressed expression. Observing their reactions, Yilu felt a surge of triumph. Believing her suspicions confirmed, it must be her own beauty and prowess that commanded respect. A sense of pride swelled within her as she spoke imperiously. Our base values strength over appearance. Miss Yun should remove her hood. Even if you are unpleasing to the eye, no one would dare belittle you for it. Seeing their hesitation, Feng Yishuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Though he was not one to be swayed by mere beauty, he found himself intrigued. And even the gentlest of touches during surgery would be lighter for a beauty. Captain E is correct. I have been too petty, creating unnecessary trouble for you by hiding you. Chuxi smiled softly, reaching up to remove her hood. Silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In the ages, unmatched beauty graces the eyes, captivating all who behold. It was not until the assembly felt a wave of dizziness that they realized they had forgotten to breathe.
Ding.
Qibai's favorability 20, current balance, 46 billion gold coins.
Ding.
Jiangxi's favorability 20, current balance, 48 billion gold coins.
Ding.
Feng Yishuan's favorability 60, current favorability, 0, how much added? Upon hearing the final notification, Chuxi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the suave Feng Yishuan, who appeared indifferent, his eyes cold and unyielding, as though a beautiful visage were merely a fleeting thought. TSK, a hopeless beauty aficionado. Chapter 65, a face bruised by strikes. As Jiangxi was the first to regain his composure, he swiftly placed the hood back on Chuxi. The others gradually returned to their senses, their gazes still entranced by her figure, lingering even as she entered the city. Their souls seemingly adrift. Yilu felt as though her face had been bruised, her expression one of utter disarray as she urgently commanded, "Bring forth the shattered instruments. Collect every piece and take them to the laboratory." Once her subordinates gathered the crystalline fragments, Yilu seized the opportunity of personally escorting Feng Yishuan to the laboratory, hastily departing from this place of repeated humiliation. Along the way, she could not suppress her grievances. "Doctor, why did you suddenly show her leniency? With your capabilities, you could have directly brought her into the laboratory." Feng Yishuan, known for his vengeful nature, would never let slip the one who had destroyed his testing devices. Yilu found herself perplexed. Captain E is jesting. Our laboratory's principle is to save those in peril, not to disregard human life. How could we forcibly abduct someone against their will? Moreover, he is not capable of overpowering her. Would he merely capture her to keep her? Feng Yishuan, lost in contemplation, casually responded to her inquiry. Yilu's eyes glimmered with a hint of derision, not exposing his ruse, but instead posing another question. Can the instruments truly be damaged? Under what circumstances would they explode? Feng Yishuan pondered. Our testing instruments are forged from 4th-tier crystal cores. Currently, enhanced through technology, they can only withstand abilities up to the 7th tier. What? Yilu felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. After a moment, she regained her composure. Stammering, "Doctor, do you mean to say she is an 8th-tier ability user?" Her heart raced at the thought of her prior actions, rendering her legs weak. Yet, Feng Yishuan shook his head. Impossible. With a human body, one can only endure up to the 7th tier's energy. Even for those with enhanced physical capabilities, upon reaching the 8th tier, they risk self-detonation due to their inability to bear the energy. He contemplated for a moment and continued. Furthermore, the energy received by the testing instruments is transmitted from the opponent in an instant. This means that if someone intentionally compresses all their abilities and inputs them into the testing device within 0.001 seconds, it could lead to a misjudgment by the instrument, resulting in energy overload and subsequent explosion. I was terrified. Yilu exhaled sharply, patting her chest. That is a relief.
Chuxi evidently harbors ulterior motives.
Employing such cunning tactics, Yilu disregarded the first scenario, believing instead that Chuxi had deliberately compressed all her powers to draw attention. She scoffed. The deeper her schemes, the less deserving she is to remain by the beast-tamer's side. It is highly probable her ice abilities are a facade. Otherwise, why does she always wield a blade? Convinced that once she exposed all the truths, Everyone would recognize that a mere beauty who ascended through deception could never compare to her own worth. Observing the shifting emotions in her gaze, Feng Yishuan's lips curved into a smile. He merely stated that Miss Yun was not an 8th-tier user, never claiming she was not a high-tier ability wielder. If Yi Lu sought trouble, she could not hold him accountable. Meanwhile, the group made their way to the Jiang family's residence. Goddess, what tier are you?
Goulet inquired.
They too were curious. Yun Chushi's strength always seemed unfathomable. As though no matter how hard they tried to catch up, they could only gaze in awe, forever unable to reach her heights.
10.
Yun Chushi responded, unreservedly. She had refrained from revealing this before, knowing no one would believe her.
What?
The group gasped, their mouths agape. Although they had anticipated something, the number still struck them with shock. Silence enveloped them all. Even among companions, they could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. During the test, they had gathered quite a bit of information, realizing that their levels were already commendable compared to most supernatural beings. However, in the presence of Yun Chushi, it felt as if everyone had regressed to infancy, just learning to crawl while she had stealthily raced to the finish line. In my life, I have clung to countless legs, but the thickest one must undoubtedly belong to Yun Chushi, murmured Goulet with a dreamy expression. This is no mere leg. It is surely a daughter of heaven incarnate, Lin Xiaoban exclaimed in shock. No wonder the testing device exploded. Zhang Xi sighed, rubbing his forehead. This is truly remarkable. Qi Bai's heart was filled with admiration for his young lady's silhouette. Yet, in the next moment, he could not help but feel despondent. With such prowess, it seemed no matter how hard he worked to become stronger, he could never catch up to her, nor could he protect her. Chapter 66. Taking advantage of the flames? Before the apocalypse, the southern suburbs had been a vast industrial hub, sparsely populated, dotted with numerous production workshops and electronic factories, and a few hundred acres of fruit and vegetable plantations further out. When the apocalypse struck, the Jiang family promptly summoned all their forces to reclaim their family's power plant and a food processing factory, preserving the last remnants of their legacy. After the Qin family reclaimed the southern suburbs, they generously bestowed all their resources upon them, securing their current standing. The patriarch and matriarch had painstakingly built this vast territory, and now only a fraction remained. Yet, there were always ungrateful wolves who, before the apocalypse, had relied on the Jiang family's reputation to live lavishly, and after awakening their powers, sought to rebel, eyeing the meager legacy that the patriarch and matriarch had fought to defend. While conversing, Qi Bo suddenly fell silent, his demeanor shifting from amiable to one of anger and dissatisfaction as he gazed ahead. Following his line of sight, a group of over a dozen tattooed delinquents in vests loomed before a villa's entrance. Confronting these unruly youths was a middle-aged couple, simply yet appropriately dressed, flanked by 7 or 8 bodyguards wielding clubs. Yet, the bodyguards were too intimidated to resist. Under the delinquents' unleashed powers, they cowered in fear, eliciting laughter from the youths who reveled in their dominance.
Dad. Mom.
Zhang Xian, what are you doing? Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Xi's eyes widened in fury. He charged into the crowd, twisting the wrists of a few who wielded their powers, and stood beside the middle-aged couple, glaring at the leader. The youth adorned with nose and lip piercings looked surprised and approached with a mocking grin. Ah, the big cousin has returned. It's been a month or two.
I thought you had perished out there.
What a pity. Faced with his unrepentant demeanor, Zhang Xi felt his heart grow cold as he coldly questioned, Zhang Xian. You lost your mother at a young age, and our family has taken care of you. You lacked skills, yet my parents sent you abroad. Your father gambled, and my parents cleaned up his mess. After you turned of age, with a low education, and refused to work, we arranged a cushy executive position for you and even provided you with startup funds. And now, with your newfound abilities in this apocalypse, this is how you repay my parents? With ingratitude? Taking advantage of their misfortune?
Pa.
What your parents gave me pales in comparison to the entirety of the Jiang family. You think you can placate me with a few small favors, like feeding a beggar, and expect me to be grateful?
Dream on.
Zhang Xian's expression was not one of shame, but of simmering resentment, as if harboring grievances for a long time. Upon hearing them speak of the past, Zhang Xian interrupted, shouting, Enough! I don't want to hear your sweet words. This is not the past. In this apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. I have become a supernatural being. And what do you, these old and weak ordinary people, have to stand tall as before? The same goes. If you hand over the production workshop and go to Commander Chin to declare it was voluntary, you will still be my family. And I promise not to bring my brothers to cause trouble in the workshop or power plant. Jiang Xi, now composed, understood from their dialogue the hardships his parents had faced since the apocalypse and the precariousness of the Jiang family's position. The doubts and grievances he harbored since the onset of the apocalypse regarding the absence of rescuers sent by his parents dissipated, replaced by clarity. He coldly addressed Chibo. Has Jiang Xian been opposing the Jiang family all along? Before Chibo could respond, Jiang Xian, displeased, interjected, "How does the big cousin speak? I am also a member of the Jiang family. I simply choose a better perch. The young master Quan I follow is a fourth-tier supernatural being. A favored figure before Commander Chin. What do I lack? My inquiry is a kind gesture, offering you a chance to pledge allegiance. If it weren't for the kindness you showed me in the past, do you think you could resist?" Jiang Xi narrowed his eyes. "So your confidence stems from young Master Quan?" "Absolutely. If young Master Quan intervenes, even the city lord would show him respect. And all my brothers I met after the apocalypse are supernatural beings, all under young Master Quan's command." Jiang Xian pointed at the other delinquents, boasting, "Big cousin, I know you're furious. You've always been the pride of heaven, the presumptive next head of the Jiang family, but isn't this the way of the world? In this apocalypse, the weak are devoured by the strong. If you wish to preserve the Jiang family's legacy, simply write my name in the Jiang family tree and publicly declare that from today on, I, Jiang Xian, am the head of the Jiang family. Then these enterprises will still belong to the Jiang family, won't they?" The other youths chimed in carelessly, as if the Jiang family had already fallen into their grasp. "Exactly. If Xian becomes the leader, young Master Quan would be pleased, and the enterprises would still belong to the Jiang family, just with Xian as the head.
Congratin, Sin.
On becoming the head of the Jiang family, don't forget to leave the good positions for your brothers." Seeing the pained expressions on his parents' faces, Jiang Xi soothingly patted their arms and then spoke solemnly, "Jiang Xian, from this day forth, you are no longer a part of the Jiang family." The delinquents fell silent in an instant, and Jiang Xian was taken aback, unable to believe he would say such a thing. "Big cousin, what do you mean?" He was now a second-tier metal supernatural being, a valuable asset to young Master Quan, untouchable. With a gang of like-minded supernatural brothers backing him, how dare Jiang Xi declare him no longer a member of the Jiang family? Before he could process it, visible droplets of water suddenly materialized in the air, coalescing into a translucent light blue palm. In the astonished gazes of the delinquents, the palm swiftly struck Jiang Xian across the face. With the tremendous force of the blow, Jiang Xian was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling uncontrollably several times. This slap serves as repayment for the Jiang family's kindness over the years. From today onward, your life and death have nothing to do with the Jiang family, Jiang Xi declared. As he lifted his head once more, Jiang Xian's face was already swollen and bruised, while water cascaded over him, drenching him thoroughly, leaving him in shock and resentment. "You dare lay a hand on me? Young Master Quan will not let you off." The other delinquents, witnessing this scene, snapped back to reality and began to panic. As first- and second-tier supernatural beings, they sensed that the strength behind that slap was beyond their capacity to confront, hesitating to intervene. Jiang Xi stood coldly in place, emanating an invisible aura of intimidation. His gaze swept over the crowd, observing them shrink back, heads bowed, before he slowly spoke. "Go back and inform young Master Quan that if he possesses the capability, he may come personally to reclaim what belongs to the Jiang family." After speaking, he summoned a servant and quietly instructed them before gently guiding his parents into the villa. Soon, another servant approached to invite Yun Chuxi and her companions, saying, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Once they departed, the unruly youths hastily helped Jiang Xian to his feet. "What should we do now that the mission has failed? Wasn't it said that there were no extraordinary abilities within the Jiang family, only brother Xian? How did young Master Jiang return alive and awaken his powers? We must inform Quan Shao." "Not yet," Jiang Xian interjected, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 67. My mother likes you, what about you? Yun Chuxi followed the attendant directly to the dining hall, where they all sat down to enjoy tea, attended to by Chibo. After another half-hour, the dishes began to arrive gradually. Jiang Xiwang and his parents reappeared before everyone, their eyes red and swollen, unmistakably having recently wept. Mrs. Jiang, gentle and elegant, exuding an aura of scholarly grace, bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Xiwang, her eyes filled with apologies as she spoke. I apologize for the wait, esteemed guests. It has been a long time since we last saw Xiwang, and I got carried away chatting with him. The family reunion was warmly understood by all present. It's quite all right, Aunt Jiang, Goulet replied. If I were to see my mother, I would embrace her and cry all night, telling her how much I love her. Lin Xiaoban echoed his sentiment. I have no desire to marry. As long as I can find my family, I wish to be by their side every day. Fame and fortune hold no importance. True strength lies in ensuring our loved ones are well-fed and happy. Well said. Jiang father exclaimed with a smile as he settled beside his wife and son, gazing at them with affection. I've heard from Xiwang how grateful he is for your support during this journey. I understand your families are also from Longjiang City, but you weren't able to locate them upon your return. Please provide me with your family members' names, addresses, and descriptions, and I will arrange for assistance to help you find them. Lin Xiaoban and Goulet expressed their heartfelt gratitude, quickly sharing their family details and their pre-apocalypse addresses. After they finished, Jiang father turned to the two who had remained silent, asking, What about you? Qi Baoli smiled politely and glanced at Yun Chuxi. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. But my parents have passed away. The young lady is my only relative, having lost his mother in childhood and faced relentless hardships without benefactors. He felt that his father had long since perished in his heart. Upon hearing this, Jiang father assumed his parents had not survived the apocalypse and expressed his condolences. Then he turned to Yun Chuxi, who had removed her hood, surprised by her beauty, and his expression grew solemn. You must be Miss Yun. Xiwang mentioned you have saved him numerous times. Whatever the Jiang family possesses, if you desire it, simply ask. Jiang Xiwang sighed. Dad, that's unnecessary. Our possessions are likely not worth your time. However, before he could finish, Jiang mother interrupted. Ci Wang, I understand the bond you share, forged through trials and tribulations. However, one cannot overlook the debt of gratitude for saving a life. Her gaze softened as she looked at Yun Chuxi, unable to help but admire her flawless beauty. It was no wonder that her usually oblivious son glanced at her so frequently. It was said she was also an extraordinary being. Yet she wondered about her character. Miss Yun, please feel free to ask for anything you desire, supplies, credits, or even one of the Jiang family's 2 exclusive enterprises. We can accommodate your wishes. Her offer was not without a hint of testing. Should the request be reasonable, she would not intervene in Jiang Xiwang's feelings. But if the demands were excessive, she would comply yet ensure that the debt of gratitude was settled, severing any future ties. Yun Chuxi was taken aback. The very assets she had painstakingly protected were to be relinquished in exchange for her son's life? She glanced at Jiang Xiwang, a hint of envy in her voice. Your parents are truly wonderful. Seeing her expression, Jiang Xiwang recalled her earlier words about her parents sacrificing themselves to save her, feeling a pang of sympathy. He hesitated before saying, if you wish, they could also become your parents. His implication was that if Yun Chuxi were to be with him, his parents would, in a sense, become hers as well. Jiang father misunderstood his intent, replying, Ci Wang is right. We have always wanted a goddaughter. We wonder how Miss Yun feels about that. After all, the Jiang family held a significant position within the base, especially now that Jiang Xiwang had returned as a 4th-tier extraordinary being, solidifying their status. No doubt many in the base would envy the Jiang parents for wanting to adopt a goddaughter. However, Yun Chuxi shook her head. No need. Noticing the hint of disappointment on Jiang father's face, she added, but I do have a favor to ask. Please speak freely. Seeing their attentive expressions, Yun Chuxi continued. I am searching for 2 individuals, one named Situ Yen and the other Situlan. She recalled, they appear to be siblings but are not related by blood. Situlan even impersonated my identity to be rescued by the rescue team and brought back to the safe base. The individuals who came to rescue us were also of the Qin family. I wonder what connection they have to the head of the safe base. Jiang father nodded, understood. I will remember everything you have mentioned. I know you are eager, and I will arrange this immediately. Please enjoy your meal. With that, he quickly finished his steak and left the table with purpose. Seeing his earnestness, the group felt no offense but rather gratitude. However, Jiang mother frowned, pondering something while cutting her steak. The surname Situ seemed familiar suddenly. She recalled, wasn't he the new daughter-in-law of the Qin family, the fiancé of Qin Guoyan? Also named Situ? No, it must be a coincidence. She quickly dismissed the thought and shifted the conversation to other topics with Jiang Xiwang. Yet, when discussing potential daughters-in-law, she couldn't help but glance at Yun Chuxi. The response from this Miss Yun had exceeded her expectations. She wondered just how far her foolish son had pursued her. As the evening wore on, Yun Chuxi sensed Jiang Mother's peculiar gaze, her attitude unusually warm, often smiling contentedly at her. After dinner, as they each took their luggage and followed the servants to their respective guest rooms, Yun Chuxi finally escaped the sensation of being pursued by a potential kidnapper. After a refreshing shower, she donned a nightgown and stepped out onto the balcony, drawn by the vibrant greenery of the setting sun. Just as she stretched languidly, a surprised voice called from behind her.
Chuxi?
Jiang Xiwang, clad only in beach shorts, stepped out from behind the glass door. His hair tousled and water droplets glistening on his chiseled features, tracing a path down his abdomen. He dried his hair, astonished as he shed his usual facade, radiating a blend of languor and wildness. "What are you doing here?" He approached Yun Chuxi, noticing the open glass door nearby, and was momentarily taken aback. "You live next door?" Yun Chuxi realized the unclosed door between their rooms and felt utterly speechless. Their bedrooms were designed as a principal and secondary suite, connected by a shared balcony. Lin Xiaoban resided across from her, while Gu Lei was next to him. Qi Bai had been assigned to the upper floor. What a coincidence! Yun Chuxi couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Mother had orchestrated this arrangement with ulterior motives. Warm breaths brushed against her neck as the evening breeze stirred. Unbeknownst to her, the youth's voice, gentle as a gentleman's, wrapped around her, while his strong arms encircled her near the railing. "It seems my mother likes you very much. And what about you?" "My mother likes you, and so do I. What about you?" The final two characters, tender affection, evoke a sense of warmth, while the quiver in the voice seems to reveal the master's inner yearnings and fears. He found himself unable to restrain his emotions, despite his constant reminders to maintain composure. He was overwhelmed. Chapter 68. Determined to be utterly unrepentant. Could this be considered a veiled confession? The young man's taut expression was mere inches away, as if a single utterance from her could elevate him to celestial heights or plunge him into despair. Yun Chuxi gazed deeply into his eyes. "I like you too, dear." Noticing the spark in his gaze, she carefully chose her words and continued, "Thus, I shall remain here for a while, during which I can fulfill many of your desires, strength, resources, power, status, all of it, until I find my next objective." With each word, Jiang Xi's expression grew increasingly dim, until at last, his voice turned hoarse, tinged with sorrow and resentment. "Objective? What is your objective?" My objective," she replied with a serene smile, akin to a myriad of stars illuminating his heart. Her voice, as clear as a mountain stream, "is the vast cosmos." At her words, the young man's demeanor shifted suddenly, as if a wolf in sheep's clothing shed its disguise, seizing the moment when his prey lowered its guard to fiercely claim her lips. The overwhelming scent of masculinity enveloped her, sweeping away the fragrance that lingered at her nose. Yun Chuxi was momentarily stunned, forgetting to resist. Hadn't they agreed that as long as the truth remained unspoken, they would remain good friends? Moreover, hadn't she clearly rejected him? Must she explicitly state, "I like you, but you are merely my ATM," as I intend to seek out more ATMs and sources of energy, determined to be utterly unrepentant?
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The door was pounded upon with great urgency, and before they could even react, it was forcefully kicked open.
Bang!
"Jiang Xiai, let go of my lady." Qi Bai's figure burst in like a whirlwind, aggressively pulling the young man away and delivering a punch. "Jiang Xiai, you scoundrel!" The boy, with red-rimmed eyes, struck Jiang Xi's face, but even after several blows, it seemed insufficient to quell his anger, and he kicked out. Jiang Xiai, regaining his senses, wore a grim expression as they began to grapple fiercely. The two engaged in a wild struggle, seemingly lifelong enemies finally given the opportunity to vent their pent-up emotions. Each blow merciless. The commotion attracted everyone's attention. Gu Lei and Lin Xiaoban stood outside the door, their expressions reflecting a mix of curiosity and trepidation, too wary to speak or inquire. But upon seeing a woman's figure appear at the entrance, Yun Chuxi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had just rejected Jiang Xi's confession, and now he was getting beaten up. Facing his mother only intensified her discomfort. It seemed she would have to leave the Jiang household before she had even settled in. "Mrs. Jiang," she began, but Mrs. Jiang raised her hand to stop her. "It's all right," The children will find their own way. It's nothing serious for brothers to have a scuffle. Noticing her surprise, Mrs. Jiang took her hand and led her aside, speaking gently. Miss Yun, I ask one thing of you. Do not abandon him. You may hit him, scold him, or find him bothersome, but whatever you do, do not shut him out. I can see that you are irreplaceable in his heart, understand? Faced with the woman's earnest plea, Yun Chuxi was bewildered, yet the words irreplaceable stirred something within her.
All right.
It seemed she would have to maintain a cooler demeanor with Jiang Xi moving forward and clarify things to ensure today's events did not repeat. If he harbored such feelings again, it would not be too late to distance herself. Lost in thought, Yun Chuxi failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of cunning in Mrs. Jiang's expression. Upon receiving Yun Chuxi's agreement, Mrs. Jiang's gaze toward Jiang Xi shifted from aloofness to calm acceptance, and she secretly sighed in relief. Before the apocalypse, her foolish son struggled to find a partner, and now it would be even more challenging. She would not allow her son to be forsaken so easily, especially when he had shown an interest in a girl. As someone seasoned in life's intricacies, Mrs. Jiang could discern from Jiang Xi's reactions what had transpired moments earlier. What if he had faced rejection? Many things require perseverance to triumph, otherwise. She wouldn't have become Mrs. Jiang. Chapter 69. All are fond of. During dinner that evening, Jiang Xi did not make an appearance, and everyone tactfully refrained from inquiring further. After dinner, Bai came with his luggage to switch rooms with Yun Chuxi. Upon seeing the swollen marks on Bai's face, she felt a pang of concern. How about I tend to your wounds before we switch rooms?
Sure.
The boy placed his belongings in the wardrobe and obediently sat on the bed, his expression unreadable, though his lips were pressed in a discontented line. Yun Chuxi gently took a cotton swab and medicine to treat his cheek, prompting Bai to ask, Miss, do you prefer the elegant gentlemanly schnauzer or the obedient and understanding golden retriever? She pondered for a moment. Human emotions cannot be categorized. Each has its merits. What matters most is the interaction. A beautiful and well-behaved dog, if not related to me, can be easily overlooked, while a notorious beast, if it regards me as its master, will not go unnoticed. The boy, not satisfied, pressed, if you had to choose? I like them all, she replied nonchalantly. Dogs are adorable. I would care for them regardless. I already have a bunch. It's not like I can't afford more. After her response, she sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that Bai's expression darkened slightly. Once she finished tending to his facial injury and was about to tidy up, she noticed Bai, unguarded, removing his shirt before her. She instinctively reached out to stop him, but was met with the sight of dark bruises on his skin. His once fair complexion was marred not only by the aftermath of their earlier fight but also by a myriad of past whip marks, creating a hauntingly alluring sight. The boy's physique was lean yet strong, his limbs covered with a subtle layer of muscle that exuded an undeniable sense of power. Yun Chuxi swallowed hard, hastily resuming her application of medicine on his wounds. Observing her slightly anxious expression, a smile played at the corners of his lips. Miss, whose physique is better? Jiang's or mine? Well, he engages in more physical activity and has an 8-pack, she admitted, feeling somewhat dizzy from the pleasant scent emanating from him. After a moment of reflection, she spoke the truth. To her surprise, the boy's expression darkened further. Sensing the impending trouble, she was about to change the subject when, in the blink of an eye, she found herself toppled onto the bed, his fluffy head nestled against her shoulder, his hair tickling her neck. Bai, are you rebelling? Release me, she protested, feeling a surge of irritation. However, the arm around her waist tightened, and the damp sensation near her neck sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to scold him sternly. Bai, what are you doing? Why can't I hug you when Jiang and Miss are so close? He replied, his voice tinged with a whimper, trembling slightly under the weight of his own emotions. Yun Chuxi froze, suddenly recalling that the boy seemed to have feelings for Jiang Xi. This inquiry might be a reflection of jealousy over her perceived closeness with his crush. Pushing him away, she was met with his sorrowful gaze, his red-rimmed eyes glaring at her, shimmering with unshed tears. Wait, did he just cry? She thought, misinterpreting the situation for a moment. Clearing her throat, she earnestly explained, your Jiang did kiss me once, but didn't you just beat him up? Moreover, I coldly and resolutely rejected him, so rest assured, nothing occurred between me and your Jiang. A glimmer of hope flashed in Bai's tear-filled eyes as he sniffed. Really? Miss, doesn't he like Jiang? So it was true. He feared she would steal away his beloved. Yun Chuxi gently ruffled his hair, declaring that Qi Xiaobai held the utmost significance in her heart, surpassing any affection she might harbor for others. Was that sufficient? After all, the system was not human. The youth, once in tears, broke into a smile, expressing his gratitude. He nestled his head against the woman's shoulder, playfully nuzzling, his gaze lingering on her smooth skin as he savored the moment by licking his lips. Outside the glass door, on a less conspicuous side of the balcony, two figures stood in silence. Upon overhearing the conversation within, one of them spoke with a tone laced with disappointment. "Look at them, and then look at you. Have you learned anything, foolish son?" The other, gritting his teeth in frustration, clenched his fists. It doesn't matter if they are scheming or not. If their heart is not given, one must rely on their own means. Moreover, in these unpredictable times of disaster, it is clear that only the strong shall endure. A woman possessing both beauty and strength inevitably faces numerous trials. Yet, as long as she stands firm and unwavering beside her, she will never let go. Chapter 70. Only freedom. With no zombies to be wary of at every moment, Yun Chuxi felt her nerves relax, and the following day, she unwittingly indulged in a rare lazy morning. By the time she finished her morning routine, it was already well past noon, just as someone knocked on the door.
Coming.
Slipping on her slippers, Yun Chuxi hurriedly approached the door, her hair in disarray. Upon opening it, she was greeted by Jiang Xiwang, clad in a crisp white shirt and trousers, his tall figure accentuated to perfection by a snug belt, evoking thoughts of his well-defined abdominal muscles. Seeing her in pajamas, unadorned and casual, embodying the essence of a homey girl, Jiang Xiwang momentarily paused, his heart softening. Noticing her gaze fixed on his waist, the smile on his face deepened. "Good afternoon, Miss Yun. Have you overslept and missed lunch? May I bring you a meal?" As he spoke, Yun Chuxi snapped back to reality, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she finally noticed the dining cart he had pushed beside him, laden with an array of delectable dishes beneath a transparent cover. He appeared as composed as if the awkward scene from yesterday had never occurred. Surprised for a moment, Yun Chuxi stepped aside. "Thank you for your efforts. Please come in." Coincidentally, she intended to clarify last night's events. In her heart, there existed a line, cross it, and she would not hesitate to dismiss anyone, as long as they remained within its bounds. She would do her utmost to fulfill the wishes of both Jiang Xiwang and Qi Bai. However, among the two, her trust lay most firmly with Qi Bai, for the bond of father and son was a connection least likely to corrode. Just as she contemplated this, she heard the familiar voice of the youth who had been so endearing to him the night before. "I didn't eat enough for lunch either. May I have some snacks here with you?" Qi Bai stood at the corner, dressed in sportswear, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly passing by, his curious head peering in. His long hair was tied back, revealing his handsome features, and at that moment, he blinked his bright eyes at her, radiating youthful exuberance that made it impossible for anyone to refuse. "Of course," she replied. Once both entered, she poured them glasses of water. "Please, take a seat. I'll change into something more presentable." After her departure to the bedroom, the two men exchanged glances, their animosity evident. "Jiang Ge, you really are relentless. Just yesterday, Miss Yun turned you down, and today you return for more. Aren't you afraid of another beating?" Qi Bai scoffed, though the motion pulled at his wounded face, eliciting a small hiss of discomfort. "Indeed, Chuxi rejected me, but she also said something. She likes me." The man's expression was unflappable, his tone calm, his eyes mocking. "I have heard it said that lingering ghosts are but minor spirits, quite fitting for you." Although Yun Chuxi's implication was that her affection extended beyond mere romantic interest, encompassing admiration for a goal, it did not prevent him from twisting her words to provoke his rival. In the living room, their exchange was sharp, devoid of visible weapons. Yet the atmosphere was thick with tension. Upon hearing this, Qi Bai's expression darkened, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, a springtime smile blossoming on his face. "Indeed, Miss Yun has always been so kind. Whether hound or loyal companion, anyone who serves her as master will not be disregarded." He emphasized the word hound, as if to imply that Jiang Xiwang was merely a dog clinging to Yun Chuxi's side. "Fortunately, Miss Yun has said I will always be the most important person in her heart. With that assurance, I am content." Upon finishing his statement, Qi Bai's face flushed, radiating bliss. Their exchange of barbs veiled in bravado nearly unsettled Jiang Xiwang's composure. Fortunately, after a night of training from Zhang's mother, he had absorbed at least one lesson: to retreat in order to advance. After calming himself, he chuckled softly. Little Qi, what you mean to say is that Chuxi is the light inadvertently cast into darkness, while we are mere mortals trying to grasp that light in our palms. But how can light ever be held? The deeper the darkness, the brighter the light shines, attracting more gazes. We must continue to run, becoming seekers of light, to find fleeting redemption beneath its radiance. This revelation had taken him an entire night to comprehend, an understanding that had eluded him when Qi Bai had previously told him that it was enough merely to accompany Miss Yun. Yet, after confessing to Yun Chuxi and receiving her candid reply that there would indeed be another target, he suddenly grasped the meaning. Her kindness was coveted by all who encountered her, yet none would succeed in claiming her, for no one would allow it. Thus, all they could do was protect her. This simple truth, he realized, had taken him longer to understand than a mere youth. Qi Bai's expression was one of astonishment, not expecting Jiang Xiwang to articulate the thoughts he had long concealed. Most surprising to Qi Bai was that such a proud and restrained individual as Jiang Xiwang, faced with this inequitable affection, chose to confront the challenge rather than relinquish his hold. Qi Bai found it incomprehensible why a man with power, status, and family would place such weight on a relationship. Through years of observing human nature, he believed that emotions should hold little significance for any favored child of fortune. As if sensing Qi Bai's thoughts, Jiang Xiwang remarked wryly, "When I kissed her yesterday, I had already resolved to let go. With Yun Chuxi's character, she would never afford me another chance after my abrupt offense." Yet, seeing Qi Bai embrace Yun Chuxi last night, the envy and panic welling up from within was impossible to suppress. Envious of someone who could hold her openly, fearful of never seeing her again, he downplayed his feelings. "But my mother advised me that as long as I could accept a life without Yun Chuxi in the future, today I would bid you farewell. Letting you depart from the Jiang family would leave me reluctant." He clenched his fists tightly, unable to forget the pain that pierced his heart at that moment. He had lived for over 20 years, and only now had he encountered someone like Yun Chuxi. Even if she would not stay for him, he could not bear to let her go so easily. Even as a seeker of light, the longer he remained by her side, the more challenging the surrounding darkness became. Yet he yearned to fight for it. "However, I truly do not intend to compete any longer. I am here merely to accompany her." How hypocritical. Under the guise of letting go, you still wish to keep her. Qi Bai scoffed coldly, yet he remained silent. Those who had truly experienced the trials of a bleak existence understood such emotions far better. Compared to Jiang Xiwang's reluctance, he was the one truly unable to depart from Yun Chuxi. At least Jiang Xiwang still possessed the right to choose. He did not. The one who saved him was Yun Chuxi. The one who protected him was also Yun Chuxi. His improved health and enhanced abilities, along with the countless mutated beasts he faced, all stemmed from her influence. In his life, there was only her, and he could not imagine it without her. Chapter 71. Never Betray Me. What are you discussing? The bedroom door swung open, revealing Yun Chuxi, her hair tied in a high ponytail and clad in casual attire. Noticing the awkward silence between the two, she settled on the sofa, serving dishes one by one onto the table and picking up her chopsticks to taste the food. The spread of 6 dishes and a soup was quite a luxurious arrangement, reflecting the Jiang family's care for them. She handed a pair of chopsticks to the young man across from her. "This ginger stir-fried chicken is excellent. Qi Xiaobai, weren't you still hungry? Let's eat together." Qi Xiaobai accepted the chopsticks but did not rush to eat. Instead, he delicately picked up a piece of fish, carefully removing the bones before returning the leftover meat to her plate. Observing their interaction in silence, after a few minutes, Jiang Xiwang spoke up. "We were discussing yesterday's events.
Chuxi.
I acted impulsively yesterday, but I have made amends with Xiao Qiu." Yun Chuxi was engrossed in her meal, seemingly indifferent. Seeing her nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Xiwang's expression dimmed, and he forced a smile as he presented his prepared speech. "I have thought it over. Emotions are a luxury in the present circumstances, insignificant compared to survival. As the sole heir of the Jiang family, I must ensure this ship remains afloat in the apocalypse and assist the ordinary people who depend on the Jiang family for survival. If possible, I hope you will still regard me as your partner and lend a hand when necessary. Should you have any requests of me, please feel free to voice them." Noticing his earnest tone, seemingly having come to terms with things, Yun Chuxi smiled. That's more like it. I mentioned yesterday that as my partner, you may express any desires. As long as they are reasonable, I will fulfill them. Besides, as a fourth-tier ability user, what woman can you not find? She cast a glance at the young man, who seemed equally oblivious. However, I have conditions, the foremost being that you must never betray me. In truth, the system had assured her that those with a favorability score of 100 would remain loyal to her until death. The so-called condition was merely a statement to alleviate any psychological burdens they might bear. Alright, I happen to plan on cleansing the internal factions of the Jiang family and removing the spies from other factions. With you as my anchor, I will not hold back. Jiang Xiwang declared. Yun Chuxi shrugged, go ahead. If you encounter challenges, I will cover for you. Witnessing her release the last remnants of tension, Jiang Xiwang breathed a sigh of relief and casually inquired, by the way, you mentioned finding the next target yesterday. Care to share? Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaobai perked up his ears. Yun Chuxi pondered for a moment, then nodded. It's no trouble to tell you. My initial approach towards you was indeed with a purpose. She grasped her chopsticks, lifting the clean end to tilt the young man's chin, letting out a significant sigh. The kindness I've shown you is actually due to your appearance. Seeing their eyes widen in disbelief, she feigned reminiscence and began to spin tales. I once mentioned that I had a fiancé named Situ Yen, whose facial features bore some resemblance to yours, particularly in the way you look at me, which is quite reminiscent of Yen Ge. She paused for a moment, perhaps overwhelmed by nostalgia after parting with Yen Ge. When I saw your image in the drone, I almost mistook you for him, which is why I have been so kind to you. And what about me? The young man interjected, his face clouded with sorrow, tears glistening in his eyes. Chapter 72. Clearly a scoundrel. With a theatrical flair, Yun Chuxi resolutely nodded and continued, later, when I met Qi Xiaobai, I found no resemblance to Yen Ge in his appearance, yet their personalities were strikingly similar. Yen Ge was timid but always considerate of others. And although he ultimately abandoned me for another woman, he did protect me before the apocalypse. Upon hearing Yun Chuxi's words and witnessing her immersion in memories that stirred deep sadness, both young men felt a pang in their hearts, soon followed by a surge of fierce animosity. They yearned for what they could not have, only to see the one they cherished suffer from betrayal and heartache. Even if she considered them as substitutes, or her affection was meant for another, it mattered not at that moment. All they felt was pain and anger towards that person. The name Situ Yen became etched in their minds. Miss, if you ever encounter him again, will you seek revenge? Qi Xiaobai asked, biting his lip. Yun Chuxi lowered her gaze and gently shook her head, yet the smile upon her face bore a hint of desolation. I do not blame him. Human hearts are inherently biased. Revenge? It goes beyond mere vengeance. She wouldn't ensure that their lives became a living hell. With a smile, tears welling in her eyes yet unfallen, she wore an innocent expression. To love someone is to wish for their happiness. If I were to meet him again, I would offer him the best of everything, allowing him and the woman he loves to live a joyous life. Let them experience the despair and helplessness of the original owner, suffering in agony until they slowly perish. Regrettably, in this prolonged apocalypse, she had yet to receive any news of him. Yesterday, I asked Director Jiang to help me locate him. They should find him soon. Yun Chuxi expressed with a hint of regret. Upon witnessing this, the two exchanged glances, each recognizing the solemnity in the other's eyes. At that moment, they reached a silent consensus. Absolutely not. They would not allow Yun Chuxi to encounter that man again. Moreover, they resolved to eliminate him before his arrival. In Qi Xiaobai's eyes, Jiang Xiwang appeared gentlemanly and composed, yet secretly hypocritical to the core. In Jiang Xiwang's view, Qi Xiaobai merely seemed timid and naive before Yun Chuxi, while in reality, he was cunning and calculating. Thus, in their minds, Situ Yen, who bore a resemblance to Jiang Xiwang's exterior while sharing Qi Xiaobai's personality, became a figure that seemed gentle and innocent, yet was duplicitous at heart. Later, when Situ Yen was betrayed by his subordinates and met his demise, he would be utterly bewildered by the wrath of these two deathbringers. Hearing this, a cold glint flickered in Jiang Xiwang's eyes as he immediately stood, saying, You two continue eating. I will inquire with my father about the investigation's progress to facilitate your reunion. Yun Chuxi, oh, and please help me look into Dr. Feng. Oh, what about him? Jiang Xiwang halted, his demeanor shifting as he perceived her interest in another man. Qi Xiaobai also displayed signs of tension. Yun Chuxi appeared unperturbed, clear in her intentions. To be perfectly honest, when Dr. Feng attempted to draw my blood yesterday, I noticed that his hands bore a striking resemblance to Yan Ji's, prompting my desire to learn more about him. Seeing her so openly express her interest in another, Jiang Xiwang must have regretted his feelings for her. Unexpectedly, he relaxed. Very well, I will have the information regarding Dr. Feng delivered to you. If you wish to meet him, I will notify him on behalf of the Jiang family so that he can prepare for your visit to the laboratory. Yun Chuxi paused mid-action, her hand stilled as she processed his nonchalant acceptance of her wandering affections. She nearly doubted her own ears. Qi Xiaobai was merely a child with strong possessiveness. Yet Jiang Xiwang had just confessed his feelings, and now he would watch her flirt with another? She had expected at least some semblance of jealousy. Yet he seemed to encourage it instead. Hesitating, she asked if I wanted to have dinner with Dr. Feng. Seeing her cautiously test the waters. So different from the fearsome killer she appeared to be in battle, a fondness flickered in Jiang Xiwang's eyes, though he concealed it behind a neutral expression. I will arrange that. After all, he was merely a substitute. How could he compare to the original? Besides, it was merely a matter of similar hands. If he dared to compete with them for her affection, then he would be dealt with. Qi Bai shared the same sentiment, gently grasping Yun Chuxi's arm and giving it a slight shake. Indeed, miss, we have just arrived at the base and have yet to explore it thoroughly. Please accompany me for a stroll, and we shall dine with Dr. Feng later in the evening. It appeared that Jiang Xiwang had completely let go of his past. Yun Chuxi felt elated, affectionately ruffling Qi Bai's hair. Very well, let us explore the base this afternoon. I apologize for the trouble, President. She turned her head to express gratitude to Jiang Xiwang, who responded with an elegant smile before turning to depart. Chapter 73. These trifles are genuine articles. The Longjiang base sprawls across 120,000 square kilometers, primarily governed by Commander Qin of the military, alongside 3 leaders surnamed Jiang, Quan, and Zhou. The northern sector houses the armed forces, training grounds, and parade grounds, where the majority of military personnel reside, including Commander Qin's family. The western area is dedicated to research facilities, heavily guarded by a battalion of armed forces, where Dr. Feng conducts experiments. It is rumored that those with severe crimes among the ability users are confined to the laboratories, their lives and deaths regarded with indifference, serving as a warning to those who misuse their powers. The eastern region comprises industrial and energy bases, featuring a coal mine and an iron mine, with 2 food processing plants and a cotton factory transformed into production workshops prior to the apocalypse. There is also an oil field overseen by Minister Quan's personnel. Closest to Longjiang lies the electronics factory, which supplies electricity to the entire base and falls under Minister Jiang's jurisdiction. The southern area is designated for agriculture, with at least half of the base's ordinary inhabitants engaged in farming, earning points based on their work hours, which can be exchanged for water and food. The center of the base is the most vibrant locale, where nearly all shopping centers are concentrated and material exchanges take place. The upscale residential complexes here accommodate individuals of higher status, with ability users of third tier and above living in proximity, including Jiang Go's family. Nearby, there exists a mercenary hall and an underground trading market. Miss, would you like to take a look? After lunch, buoyed by his exceptional memory, Qi Bai eagerly volunteered to act as the guide. Yun Chuxi, donning a hood, cradled a little black cat in her left arm, its belly round from overeating, while her right hand absent-mindedly stroked its fur. Observing Qi Bai's enthusiastic demeanor, she nodded slightly. Let us proceed. The nearest destination was the mercenary hall, transformed from a pre-apocalyptic street office, with the original signs still intact. The hall bustled with ability users adorned with badges. The large screen displayed a rolling list of tasks, and upon spotting a familiar name, Yun Chuxi raised an eyebrow. Feng Yishuan B-level? Aware of her current interest in Dr. Feng, though feeling a twinge of jealousy, Qi Bai waved to an enforcer holding a sign at the entrance. The enforcer quickly stowed away the sign, reading temporary worker, and approached with a nod, not daring to underestimate them due to their youth. How may I assist you, esteemed ability users? Qi Bai pointed at the large screen and inquired. How do we view these tasks? The enforcer pondered briefly before explaining. You can see the total number of tasks available within the base and their difficulty levels, ranging from E to A, with A being the most challenging. Based on the task level and the issuer, you can inquire about specific details at the machine. The enforcer led them to a machine resembling an automatic ticket dispenser and, sensing their camaraderie, asked, which task would you like to check? Yun Chuxi examined the options on the machine, inputting the task level as B and the issuer's name as Foam Ishuan, then pressed query. After a brief delay, the specific task details appeared on the screen. Retrieve all experimental equipment from the university lab. Reward: 20 level 2 crystal cores or 2,000 points. The enforcer nodded repeatedly, affirming, yes, that is correct. If you wish to accept this task, simply print it out and register at the task management office. Yun Chuxi had no intention of accepting the task. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, can any task be issued? Is murder permissible? The enforcer was taken aback, stuttering. It is technically possible, but no one would be bold enough to state it so openly. He glanced around nervously, wiping his cold sweat as he whispered. When issuing a task, one can conceal their identity and name by paying the reward in advance. Yun Chuxi appeared contemplative before inquiring, how do crystal cores and points exchange? You too must be new to the base, the enforcer noted, gesturing to a team of ability users who had just completed a task. The leader collecting a stack of vouchers resembling food stamps from the task management office. What they are holding are points. 1 bun equals 1 point, and a bottle of water also equals 1 point. Ordinary individuals working in the iron or coal mines can earn 1 voucher, equating to 10 points, after a 10-hour day. If you accompany the military on external missions, you can also earn points based on your contributions, but after the team divides the rewards, there's hardly anything left. However, as an ability user, you possess the capability to independently slay zombies. Level 1 crystal cores can be exchanged for 20 points, while level 2 cores can be traded for 100 points each. In the underground trading market, crystal cores hold greater value than points, as points can only be used to purchase supplies, while ability users rely on crystal cores for upgrades, which are in high demand. Upon hearing this, Yun Chuxi retrieved a level 1 crystal core from her pocket. We would like to explore the underground trading market. The enforcer quickly wiped his hands clean and carefully took the crystal core, beaming with delight. Please allow me to escort you. He hurried to a corner, pulling out a rickshaw, which he positioned before them. The two settled into the rickshaw and were transported to an abandoned subway station, where they could see numerous people seated on the ground, setting up makeshift stalls with mere pieces of cloth. In the glaring midday sun, the subway station was dimly lit, and as they ventured further in, many had lit candles, creating a cacophony of noise, interspersed with cries and shouts, contrasting sharply with the thriving scene above ground, as though they inhabited two disparate worlds. Both Yun Chuxi and Shi Bai possessed heightened mental acuity, and by merely concentrating their mental energy in their eyes, the passageway became brilliantly illuminated. After a short walk, they observed that most ordinary individuals were selling skincare products, clothing, cosmetics, and luxurious brands from before the apocalypse, now easily exchanged for a piece of ham or a loaf of bread. Those with some ability congregated in small groups, peddling gold and silver jewelry and jade artifacts, evidently looted from high-end stores, even the velvet cloth serving as their display was ready-made. Suddenly, Chi Bai pointed at a young man and woman kneeling bare on the ground, his tone filled with suspicion. What are they doing? Yun Chuxi followed his gaze, noting a pair of young siblings, their bodies marked with deep and shallow red marks, with only a towel strategically placed between them, creating an impression of modesty yet allure. The brother sported short hair adorned with cat ear accessories, while the sister's highlighted golden hair obscured her front. They looked up, allowing passers-by to scrutinize them, their faces scrubbed clean as if intentionally washed, casting flirtatious glances at the ability users. When someone approached to inquire softly, the brother raised his hand to indicate a number. Oh, those two? While others are setting up stalls to sell goods, they're selling themselves, the enforcer remarked disdainfully, though he chose not to elaborate further. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, ordinary individuals, desiring a life of comfort, faced choices of self-reliance or the sale of their bodies. Such individuals exist, regardless of the era. Noticing the young man's growing agitation, Yun Chuxi gently ruffled his hair, offering comfort. In peaceful times, such actions required secrecy. Now, even the last remnants of modesty have been stripped away. At her words, Chi Bai pursed his lips in silence, the atmosphere around him growing increasingly tense. The little black cat meowed in admiration. Host, you truly have a way of comforting others. Yun Chuxi strolled before a stall, pausing intermittently. Each time they encountered someone selling themselves, Chi Bai would sidestep to shield her view and swiftly lead her away. Suddenly, a cacophony of cruel laughter erupted from a corner, accompanied by a desperate male voice pleading, "Please, spare me." I'm selling only genuine family heirlooms and jade artifacts. They can be returned if you're not satisfied. Please, have mercy. Is it truly genuine just because you say so? Unless you strip down for us to inspect, one man leered. Exactly. We must conduct a thorough examination before letting you go. The boy's cries echoed through the subway station, but the surrounding crowd remained indifferent, their faces devoid of emotion. Chuxi resolutely turned towards the group of tormentors. She was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Yet she could not stand idly by in the face of violence and robbery. As she drew closer, she saw 4 supernatural beings surrounding the boy's stall, jeering as 2 held down his struggling limbs while another grinned wickedly, tugging at his clothing. With a wave of her hand, dozens of ice spikes whizzed past their faces, embedding themselves in the wall. The 4 halted, turning in astonishment to look at her. The little black cat nimbly leaped onto the ground, circling the antiques on the stall, and suddenly began to meow excitedly. Host, this pile of junk is genuine. There are at least 3 spiritual artifacts among them. Chapter 74. The Body of Extremine? Upon hearing the little black cat's voice, Chuxi crouched down, picking up a blood-red jade pendant to toy with. Boss, I'll take all your antiques in jade. Name your price. The 4 supernatural beings glared at her warily, their expressions soured by the interruption of their mischief. Hey, first come, first served. Do you even understand the rules? One shouted. Ignoring him, Chuxi lifted her gaze to the boy, who had managed to free himself and was now rising from the ground. Dressed in a wrinkled black hanfu, his delicate face was etched with panic. A crimson mole at the corner of his eye threatening to fall, a captivating sight that invited trouble. Clutching at his torn collar like a frightened little beast, he rasped with a voice choked with emotion, I don't want points. I need you to drive them away. One of the supernatural beings scoffed, roughly gripping the boy's chin. You think she can help? We are all level 2 supernatural beings. If she knows what's good for her, she should scram right now. Otherwise, no matter her powers, we won't hold back. The insignia on their chests merely indicated their type of abilities, not their levels. In their eyes, Chuxi was at best equal to them, merely a level 1 or 2. At this, despair washed over the boy's face. Chuxi put down the blood jade and calmly stated, Are you sure that simply driving them away will suffice? The 4 supernatural beings exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing menacingly. What? You intend to fight us? The enhancer trailing behind Chuxi quickly stepped forward to placate them. Gentlemen, please calm down. These 2 supernatural beings are new to the base and unaware of the rules. They don't know that one cannot engage in violence among supernatural beings. Nor can one kill in the base. Please, let us not jeopardize harmony over a mere ordinary person. He shot frantic glances at Chuxi, fearing she might act rashly. He remembered all too well her earlier threats of hiring assassins in the mercenary hall. However, the 4 interpreted their caution as fear, condescendingly stating, The base only forbids supernatural beings from killing, not from maiming. If you hinder my business, breaking your legs is hardly excessive, right? Another chimed in, Even if we break your legs, you can still crawl out and sit in a wheelchair, acting like a dignified supernatural being.
Ha ha ha.
They laughed heartily, forming a coordinated encirclement, subtly cutting off their escape routes. Oh, just breaking 2 legs is enough? Chuxi rose, her tone playful. If you can entertain yourselves with that pretty boy beside her, we wouldn't mind. The others began to notice Bai's striking looks, their eyes glimmering with ill intentions, suppressing her urge to unleash her mental power.
Bai sợ enter for lei.
But before he could act, Chuxi kicked one of the assailants into the wall, while her fists sent another sprawling, blood spraying forth. The remaining 2, taken aback, quickly retaliated with their abilities, but it was futile. She vanished as a fleeting shadow, leaving behind only their anguished cries as their limbs cracked, collapsing to the ground like rag dolls, stirring up a cloud of dust. Returning to her original position, she glanced at the unconscious 4 and dusted off her hands. I didn't use my abilities, nor did I kill them. I merely incapacitated them. That aligns with the base's rules, wouldn't you agree? After all, when in another territory, one must abide by their customs. The enhancer was momentarily speechless, wiping the cold sweat from his brow before reluctantly nodding. Why yes, that is within the rules. Seeing this, Chuxi smiled in satisfaction, crouching to gather the assorted junk from the stall. They will no longer disturb you. They won't be able to rise again. As she turned to leave, the boy grabbed her sleeve.
Wait.
His eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed in front of her, arms outstretched to block her path. Did you just display martial arts? Yun Chuxi pondered for a second before nodding, roughly. With her 200 tribute points, even picking up trash to strike someone would seem like an advanced martial art. She had deliberately refrained from using her powers, fearing she might inadvertently cause a fatality. Instantly, the boy gazed at her with fervent admiration, his eyes shimmering with an almost ethereal light. I have many such antiques at home. If you wish, you may choose any one. What are your conditions? I want to learn martial arts. His voice was resolute, his determination overshadowing the softness in his features. Yun Chuxi bent down to pick up the little black cat. Tong Tong. Can he learn? The little black cat turned, its emerald eyes scrutinizing the boy, scanning him. Moments later, it meowed, conveying a slightly astonished message. Host, host. This boy possesses the body of extreme een. He is a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. If he learns martial arts, his progress in a year would equate to 20 years for others. Yun Chuxi did not expect such a delightful surprise and felt intrigued. She inquired in her mind, can his affinity value provide you with energy? A martial arts genius should surely qualify as outstanding. The little black cat replied, no, whether of extreme een or extreme yang. Both are envied by fate. If he does not enter the innate realm before adulthood, he is doomed. Wagging its tail, it added, he is already 16. In 2 years, he will perish.
Oh.
During this exchange, Yun Chuxi noted the boy's pale complexion, which bore signs of illness. His lips darkened, and he occasionally clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. Yet, his black eyes sparkled with life as he implored, please, let me learn. I've been frail since childhood, and my family never allowed me to exercise. Now that the world has ended, I only wish to fulfill my dream. I beg you.
Fine.
Yun Chuxi pretended to rummage through her pocket and tossed a manual into the boy's arms. This martial arts manual is tailored for your physique. Take it and practice at your own risk. Within 2 years, enter the innate realm. If you don't try, how will you know if it's possible? The boy caught it with delight, examining the traditional characters illuminated by candlelight, in vain divine skill. After flipping through a few pages, he tucked it into his clothing, beaming as he turned to Yun Chuxi. Sister, now it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Come home with me. But I can only take you. Just one person. Fearing that she might lose her way, the young man took the initiative to grasp the sleeve of Yun Chuxi's garment, leading her forward. Just as he turned around, he was obstructed by Chi Baiji. In the dim light, the youth's complexion appeared darker than the surroundings, emanating a palpable low pressure. His cool gaze swept across the young man's face before shifting to the woman. The tone in his voice dripped with a sense of grievance. Miss, where are you headed? This Chi Baiji would not presume that she was enamored with the young man's appearance, falling for every handsome face she encountered. Would he? Yun Chuxi felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt. Why should she feel guilty at all? After all, she was the guardian of Chi Baiji. Regaining her composure, she asserted her parental authority, instructing, I am going home with him to fetch something. You should return first. She tossed a first-tier crystal core to the enhancer, adding, you have no business here, so be off. Once the enhancer, gratefully clutching the crystal core, departed, Chi Baiji regarded the young man with suspicion, warily questioning. Is it merely to retrieve something? You can deliver the items to the Jiang residence. Someone will be there to receive them. With that, he grasped Yun Chuxi's hand, intending to lead his mistress away from the young man. However, to his surprise, the figure behind them remained motionless, turning to meet Yun Chuxi's silent, expressionless gaze. A pang of anxiety gripped Chi Baiji's heart as he stammered, What is the matter, miss? Have I been too obvious? Yun Chuxi's tone was resolute. If I were to date someone else, would that upset you? The youth trembled, forcing a smile that betrayed his inner turmoil. How could I be upset? I merely thought you had been out for too long. You still have dinner with Dr. Feng tonight. There are many places we have yet to explore. I don't wish to squander time on trifles. Under Yun Chuxi's quiet scrutiny, Chi Baiji's voice dwindled, ultimately lowering his head in unease. The atmosphere became palpable, heavy with unspoken tension. No one dared to shatter the stillness until a suppressed sob broke the silence. In the flickering candlelight, glistening tears fell heavily to the ground, reflecting an undeniable shimmer. Chi Baiji hung his head in silence, biting his lip to stifle his sobs, his shoulders trembling slightly. Yun Chuxi perceived the fragility of the youth, akin to fragile glass, yet brimming with possessiveness. Chi Baiji, She said sternly, I have promised never to abandon you. Do you not believe me? If this is the case, you should cease accompanying me henceforth. Upon hearing this, the youth's eyes widened in shock, his face drained of color, nearly faltering. He certainly trusted her, rather. He found it difficult to trust others. The space beside her was limited, and what if another were to intrude? In a flash, Chi Baiji grasped her sleeve, his eyes reddening as he pleaded, I'm sorry, Mississippi. You are so formidable, who wouldn't admire you? I only fear that you might forget me upon meeting someone new. You should go wherever you wish. I have no right to question it. I merely envy the cat that can remain by your side, unlike me, who finds it a luxury to be near you. I shall return now, and refrain from bothering you further. With that, he turned to leave, his head drooping as if abandoned, resembling a stray dog. Yun Chuxi pressed her forehead, placing a hand on Chi Baiji's shoulder. Turning to the young man, she queried, Are you certain you can only take me? She found herself at a loss. Chi Baiji's sense of security was so low that he envied even a cat's closeness. The young man, appearing taken aback, relented, Very well, let us go together. Observing the youth dry his tears and obediently follow behind, Yun Chuxi sighed, Chi Baiji, you ought to make more friends. Do not revolve solely around me like a devoted puppy. Chi Baiji remained silent, contemplating that he had enough companions. Gaining more would only complicate his mistress's life further. Noticing the young man scrutinizing Yun Chuxi, Chi Baiji's expression shifted from docile to ferocious, revealing his sharp canines as the young man turned away. After departing the underground trading post, they walked for approximately 10 minutes, arriving at a commercial street. On the surface, the street appeared to trade in flour and rice, yet every storefront was dominated by mercenary factions, serving as a hub for their communication and transactions. Along the way, the young man introduced himself simply, My full name is Shirjili. You can call me Shaoli. Before the apocalypse, my parents were antique dealers. After they became zombies, my grandfather buried them himself. My grandfather was quite remarkable, yet he perished at the hands of a group of ability users while trying to protect me. His tone was flat, imbued with a sense of calm born from enduring hardships. Here we are, Shaoli announced as they halted before a grand red brick residence. The copper doors stood resolutely closed, and he unlocked a side door with a key. Inside lay a courtyard, steeped in antiquity and elegance, though every room bore the marks of violent destruction, with toppled furniture strewn haphazardly. The hall was stripped bare of valuables, and he stated, I have stored important items in the underground warehouse. Follow me. Pushing open a bedroom door, Shaoli knocked beneath the bed, revealing an entrance to a cellar. The narrow staircase wound downward, and he lit an oil lamp as he descended, with Yun Chuxi following closely. My grandfather once said that everything in here is worth a fortune, yet now, it can't even buy a meal. At the bottom of the staircase, a wall blocked their path. Shaoli crouched before the stone wall, his ample robes obscuring his movements. After a brief search, the wall slowly parted, revealing a spacious stone chamber before them. Inside were cabinets, a desk, a water dispenser, and even a bed. It felt empty, for the shelves had been largely cleared, with only a few half-sized antiques remaining as though left behind due to their weight. Scratching his head, Shaoli seemed somewhat embarrassed. After the apocalypse, I've slept here daily. Originally, the shelves were full of antiques, but I traded them for supplies. Some precious items remain. I couldn't bear to part with them, so I stored them in a box. He retrieved a mahogany chest and opened the lock. Sister, feel free to pick whatever you like from the box, after all. It's not worth much now, and keeping it with me would be a waste. Then, I shall not hold back. Yun Chuxi approached, casually lifting the chest lid and tossing the cat inside. Her gaze swept over the remaining antiques, and she instructed, Chi Baiji, please fetch a few burlap sacks. They're in the living room. I'll take him there, Shaoli replied. Following him to the surface, Chi Baiji could hardly contain his skepticism. If I give you a martial arts manual, you will return with a miss? Are you not worried it's a trick? Do you suspect I have ulterior motives? Shaoli regarded him with disdain. I'll tell you frankly, my family has a lineage of martial artists. When my grandfather was alive, he could scale walls with ease. I can discern the authenticity of any martial arts manual at a glance. Chi Baiji narrowed his eyes. Then why didn't you learn martial arts from your grandfather? My physique has been peculiar since childhood, preventing me from practicing martial arts. A fortune teller once said that before I turn 18, I would encounter a benefactor. You, sister, are that benefactor. Noticing the cold smile on Xiao Li's face, he shrugged. All right, I concede. If it were just you accompanying me back, I would indeed take you as my master. Qi Baiji smirked, believing he had anticipated this, crossing his arms. Good thing I came along. It saves the miss from another burden. In response, Xiao Li rolled his eyes. Come on, man, it's just a woman. Are you afraid someone might steal her away? You're not bad looking yourself, and you're an ability user. Why not be a bit more assertive? If I were in your shoes, I'd be straightforward about my feelings. If she accepts, great. If not, I'd turn around and find someone better. Leaving her regretting her decision and begging for another chance. Ignoring Xiao Li's taunts, Qi Baiji warned, do not entertain any unnecessary thoughts and mind your own business. Go find those burlap sacks. Xiao Li pouted, clearly uninterested. In the stone chamber, Yun Chuxi packed the spiritual artifacts selected by the system into her backpack, while the remaining antiques and items were hastily returned to the marketplace for recycling, due to the daily affection points from Qi Bai and Jiang Ci Wang, which amounted to 2 billion gold coins, coupled with a recent wave of recovery that netted over 3 billion. Her balance in the system's store successfully surpassed the 5 billion mark, now standing at 512 billion gold coins. She exchanged 500 coins for flour and rice, filling the previously empty boxes and sealing them shut. As she stood up, she happened to see the two returning. She pointed to the idle large cauldron on the ground. The system had already informed her that it was the Xuanwu cauldron, embedded with a defensive array that, once activated, was invulnerable and possessed the power to safeguard the mountain sect. It also concealed the sect's location and aura, allowing them to evade enemy pursuit. Given the scarcity of spiritual energy in the world at present, let alone spirit stones, it was merely a pile of scrap iron in others' hands. But not a problem for Yun Chuxi. She intended to pack it in a sack. Turning to Xiao Li, she said, I've taken everything I wanted. Is that all right? You mentioned I could take what I liked as a repayment for saving your life, and you also provided me with a manual. Xiao Li replied generously, after all, they are just inanimate objects. There's not even a loaf of bread to be found. Don't you want anything? Yun Chuxi felt somewhat guilty for taking advantage of the situation. She selected a piece of blue jade from a store and placed it on the table. This jade was not a spiritual artifact, but it could nurture the wearer's heart pulse. If you need my assistance in the future, you can bring this to the Jiang residence to find me. All right. Xiao Li glanced at the jade, non-committal. He had seen too many of such items. They were less substantial than a meal. All he wanted was food. And they had none. Even if they did, who wasn't keeping their cards close to their chest these days? After they packed the cauldron and bid farewell, Xiao Li looked around the now even emptier stone chamber and waved them off indifferently. Yet when he approached the box and discovered it brimming with food, he was momentarily stunned. His eyes unwittingly moistened, and in the next second, he sprinted after them. Sister, wait. At the entrance, seeing the panting figure chasing after her, Yun Chuxi paused. Is there something else? Feeling somewhat awkward, she instinctively tightened her grip on the sack. She had just plundered his secret chamber, leaving behind only a box of supplies. Surely, he wouldn't have regrets now. Xiao Li stammered, gazing up at the woman's hood, his thoughts in disarray. Unsure of what to say. He wanted to express gratitude, but felt that thank you was too insubstantial. Swallowing hard, he asked, Sister, may I see what you look like? You are my savior, yet I do not even know your name or how you appear. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yun Chuxi conceded, that's a fair point. My name is Yun Chuxi, and if you need anything, come find me at the Jiang residence. As she spoke, she removed her hood and smiled warmly. Do you remember? I remember. Xiao Li stood there, dazed. After their figures vanished down the alley, he suddenly crouched down, cradling his head in despair, muttering to himself, I am a fool. An old fool, wise yet foolish. Regret consumed him. He wished he could weep openly. If only he could return to half an hour prior when Yun Chuxi had asked him what he desired, he would have proclaimed loudly, in gratitude for your saving grace, I wish to offer myself. Unfortunately, everything was irrevocable. At this moment, he could only hold his head in remorse, wishing even to be a servant or a kept man. Sobbing softly. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, they coincided with dinner. Lin Xiaopan was reading in the living room and stood up upon seeing them. Goddess, you're back. The president asked me to inform you that you should not go out tonight, regardless of who knocks. What has happened? Yun Chuxi inquired. There are reports of an ability user missing from the power plant. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang have gone to handle it. The president is concerned for safety and has also gone. Lin Xiaoban pondered for a moment before continuing. The president suspects it's the work of Jiang Xian's group. Worried we might get implicated. Yun Chuxi nodded, leading her to the dining area, where a table full of delicacies awaited, yet there were no seats occupied. Is Goulet not here? Goulet's family has news. It seems they are in the agricultural zone, so he won't be back tonight. Lin Xiaoban suddenly slapped her forehead, almost forgetting. The president also asked me to tell you that Dr. Feng was intercepted by Ilu on the way. The president will personally go to pick him up tomorrow, and will definitely bring him to you. After speaking, Lin Xiaoban sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and began eating heartily while complaining that Ilu is so shameless. Goddess, if you ignore her, she still confronts you, constantly scheming. Isn't it annoying? Yun Chuxi wholeheartedly agreed. Sipping the juice poured by Qi Bai, she indeed had too much idle time. After some contemplation, she beckoned to a servant. Do you know where the most impoverished people reside? The servant was taken aback, bowing deeply around the agricultural zone. There are often people risking their lives to steal vegetables when they are on the verge of starvation. Yun Chuxi pondered before speaking, then spread the word that anyone who can obtain a handwritten signature from Ilu, the leader of the Fire Rose Mercenary Corps, can come to the Jiang family to exchange it for 10 pounds of flour. Each person is limited to one signature, and it must be an ordinary person. She added thoughtfully, just say it's a celebration for the return of the Jiang family's young master. And we're distributing all our stored grain to help the people. The servant was incredulous. Is it really just for ordinary people? Yun Chuxi smiled, yes. Your family and friends can also claim it, one per person, but it must have Ili's signature. The servant was filled with excitement, almost tripping as he turned to leave. I will go announce this good news in the slums right away. After the servant departed, Yun Chuxi said to Lin Xiaoban, Xiaoban, I'll need you and Qi Bai to work hard tonight. I will place 100,000 pounds of flour in your room. There will surely be a large number of ordinary people coming to claim it. If it's not enough, ask me for more. 100,000 pounds of flour equated to 100,000 gold coins. She would make a considerable profit tonight, distributing a small fortune for a bit of joy. However, to others, this was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Lin Xiaoban expressed admiration for her generosity, giving her a thumbs up, truly the goddess, killing two birds with one stone. Annoying Ilu while winning the people's hearts for the president. Yet she earnestly advised, however, goddess, you are too generous. You should save some good things for yourself. In the apocalypse, the worst thing is kindness. Yun Chuxi leisurely picked at her food. Don't worry. The remaining supplies will be enough to sustain you. The cheapest items in the store were food. A mere 100,000 pounds of flour, if all converted to food, could circle the planet at least once. Moreover, the items in the store were endless. Qi Bai smiled obediently, yet his tone sounded like he relished the misfortune of others. Tonight, Ilu won't get any sleep. It's about time she experienced what it's like to be targeted by flies. Signing for 100,000 pounds of flour will surely wear her hand out. She deserves it. Chapter 77. Writing one's name until exhausted. At the Fire Rose Mercenary Corps base, two individuals sat across from each other at the dining table. Feng Yishuan cut his steak with disinterest, responding to Ilu's overtures with indifference. After several attempts, Ilu slammed her knife and fork onto the table, coldly stating, "It seems Dr. Feng is quite dissatisfied with my invitation. Or perhaps Dr. Feng is merely a shallow person, captivated by Miss Yun's visage?" Feng Yishuan set down his utensils, calmly dabbed his mouth, and stood up. If Leader Ilu merely wishes for Dr. Feng to dine with her, I have finished my meal. Thank you for your hospitality. However, I must return to the pressing matters at the Research Institute. Even if you were merely attracted to Yun Chuxi's appearance, it was far more pleasant than the jealousy etched on Ilu's face. Besides, Yun Chuxi's allure extended far beyond her looks. Ilu gritted her teeth. Fine, Dr. Feng is so direct. I shall not beat around the bush. I need you to help me make that potion drinkable for the surname Yun. As she spoke, she opened a velvet box on the table. A shallow red potion swirled within a transparent vial, beautiful as glass. What is the effect of this potion? Feng Yishuan adjusted his glasses, concealing the brilliance in his eyes. This is a new product brought back by Yen from the capital. It allows the user to emit a scent that specifically attracts zombies. Iru lifted her glass of red wine to her lips, a cold smirk lingering at the corners of her mouth. I found no opportunity to strike, nor did I desire to become adversaries with the Jiang family. I merely wished for everyone to witness her utter ineptitude in the face of zombies and how utterly repulsive she could be when confronted with danger. A careless death on her part would be even more delightful. Noticing her impatience, Feng Yishuan's eyes flickered with derision. Did she think herself worthy of comparison to Yun Chuxi? A mere flicker of fireflies aspiring to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Behind the mirror-like facade of Feng Yishuan's gaze lay inscrutable depths. His fingers tapping lightly on the table. Benefits? Seeing that he did not refuse, IRU exhaled in relief. I will send someone to retrieve the batch of laboratory equipment you desire. No remuneration required. Captain I indeed knows how to conduct business. A potion designed to ensnare high-level abilities in exchange for a trivial assortment of equipment? Feng Yishuan's eyes brimmed with scorn. Yet I acquiesced, for after all, Yun Chuxi remained a beautiful prey haunting his dreams. He yearned for her flesh and blood. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the discussion progressed, a messenger mercenary announced, Captain, a group of ordinary people seeks your audience. Ordinary people? IRU frowned, instructing them to leave. They refused to depart, insisting that your refusal to meet them forces them towards death. The mercenary's face was a portrait of despair. These ordinary souls were akin to those ensnared by a curse. Clamoring for signatures, wailing and rolling on the ground as though IRU's refusal was akin to robbing them of sustenance, demanding their lives.
What?
IRU was taken aback, feeling utterly bewildered. Let them in. A throng of 2 or 3 dozen ragged, filthy paupers surged into the room. Captain IRU, please, grant us a signature.
Oh.
Benevolent Captain IRU, we beseech you, for a signature. One individual knelt, banging his head on the ground, while the others mimicked his display.
A signature?
IRU's expression morphed from surprise to delight, her delicate fingers brushing her long hair at the side of her ear. I had no idea I was so famous. I shall grant you signatures, one at a time. Do not crowd. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Feng Yishuan, brimming with self-satisfaction. Once this horde of ordinary folk departed, IRU flicked her wrist, feigning annoyance, yet her tone was laced with pride. Even a throng of commoners knows whom to idolize. It appears not all eyes are blind. Captain, Captain. More people from the slums are pouring in, demanding your signature. Before IRU could settle down, the messenger mercenary rushed in again, this time without knocking, his face a mask of terror. I'm exhausted from tonight. Let's postpone until tomorrow. IRU replied impatiently. But there are simply too many of them. We cannot hold them back. The mercenary's words barely left his lips before the door behind him shattered, and he was instantly engulfed by the crowd. In an instant, countless disheveled ordinary people surged into the room, surrounding IRU like starving wolves catching sight of prey. Their faces filled with desperate hunger. Captain IRU, please grant me a signature. Captain, my face is clean. Inscribe your name upon it. Many were clad in tattered rags, exuding a foul stench, gripping IRU's garments tightly, terrified she might vanish. IRU was taken aback, her complexion paling in the next moment.
Guards.
Guards. She screamed in exasperation, about to order her subordinates to expel the intruders. Yet, upon turning, she discovered all her subordinates had been swallowed by the throng, some attempting to use their powers for defense, but the sheer number of ordinary people was overwhelming. Their abilities soon waned, ultimately crushed beneath the relentless tide, their anguished cries echoing. Without hesitation, she raised her hand, conjuring a fiery dragon that spiraled in the air, shouting, "Get out! All of you leave!" Instinctively, those surrounding her recoiled, the room falling into silence. Then, a voice cried out, "An ability user cannot kill within the base." In the next moment, the crowd surged anew, with countless filthy hands grasping IRU, signature pens jabbing at her face. "Give me a signature. I was here first, sign for me. Hurry, don't let her escape." Confronted by this desperate throng, IRU's expression transformed from shock to revulsion, then panic, finally settling into despair. It dawned on her that being idolized could be such a terrifying ordeal. Half an hour later, seizing an opportunity to escape, she fled into the restroom. As she sank onto the toilet, letting out a long sigh of relief, strange noises emanated from the sewer. Turning her head, she saw the cover of the sewer being pushed aside, a dark head emerging, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. "Captain IRU, might I trouble you for a signature?" IRU's expression morphed as though she had seen a ghost, and she let out a blood-curdling scream. Hearing that shriek, Feng Yishuan, who had painstakingly made his way to the door, paused in his tracks. He adjusted his now disheveled clothing, casting a glance at the throng of people, and shivered involuntarily. He had witnessed IRU's transformation from haughty pride in her first signature to the terror of her current scream. The illustrious leader of a renowned mercenary group. Trapped by a horde of overly zealous ordinary people, unable to strike or kill, left to endure their incessant jostling and tearing, completely at their mercy. This unexpectedly clever maneuver left no doubt as to its origin. He weighed the velvet box in his hands, a flicker of conquest gleaming in his eyes. That night, the Fire Rose mercenary camp remained restless, turmoil reigning. The following morning, Captain IRU rushed to the ability user registration office to change her name to I Lu, reportedly due to having vomited while writing her own name. Meanwhile, a long line formed outside the Jiang residence, with individuals expressing their gratitude. Thank you, young Master Jiang. May the Jiang family be blessed with endless fortune. The Jiang family, truly benevolent. May they be favored by the heavens, and may all go smoothly. With Lin Xiaoban and Qi Bai taking turns at the helm, every ordinary person presenting a signature received 10 pounds of flour from the servants, leaving with profound gratitude. As they sang praises, even the doorman of the Jiang residence wore a proud expression. Chapter 78. The 7-Star Rings. In a third-floor guest room, Yun Chuxi emptied the contents of her backpack onto the table, a cascade of invaluable spiritual artifacts spilling forth. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, she picked up a ring. A stream of information flooding her consciousness. Detected as one of the 7-Star Rings. Tian Shu Ring. Half an hour of Berserk status, doubling attack power. Cooldown, 72 hours. Contains 10 stasis spaces. Detected as one of the 7-Star Rings. Tian Xian Ring. Paralyzes the enemy's body for half an hour. Cooldown, 72 hours. Contains 10 stasis spaces. Detected as one of the 7-Star Rings. Tian Ji Ring. Temporal corridor, capable of replaying events that occurred within a location over the past 3 days. Cooldown, 72 hours. Contains 10 stasis spaces. Detected as one of the 7-Star Rings. Tian Quan Ring. Infiltrates another's consciousness, implanting a mental mark. Cooldown, 72 hours. Contains 10 stasis spaces. Detected as one of the 7-Star Rings. Yu Heng Ring. Half an hour of invincibility. Immune to all damage. Cooldown, 72 hours. Contains 10 stasis spaces. Detected as one of the 7-Star Rings. Kai Yang Ring. Alters height and appearance for 24 hours without energy fluctuation. Cooldown, 72 hours. Contains 10 stasis spaces. Detected as one of the 7-Star Rings. Yao Guang Ring. Teleports to the side of another ring master. Cooldown, 72 hours. Contains 10 stasis spaces. All 7 rings were unclaimed, ready for blood to recognize their master. Once claimed, the owners of the 7 rings would be able to sense each other's locations and receive alerts in life-threatening situations. Teleportation? Yun Chuxi mused as she held the Yao Guang ring, stroking her chin. This meant that as long as she distributed the remaining rings to others, she would effectively possess a network of teleportation points, with each owner of a 7-Star ring serving as her gateway. She donned the Yao Guang ring, pricked her finger to draw blood, and recognized it as her own. Master recognition successful. Selected ring master can now teleport. Unfortunately, the other rings still lacked masters. She arranged the 6 rings together, just as another line of information surfaced before her. Hidden function of the 7-Star Rings detected. When the 7 ring masters are gathered, the 7 small spaces will merge and upgrade, forming a shared small world. 7 individuals acquiring the same world? Surely, that would be the essence of a cheating artifact.
Imagine it.
One among them finds himself encircled by foes, facing certain demise. In such dire moments, he draws forth a ring, and 6 formidable companions descend from the heavens. Yun Chuxi found herself amused by her own whimsical thoughts. She shook off the imagery in her mind and picked up the next item. The Resurrection Jade Pendant, a one-time use artifact. The wearer's soul remains undying. Should their mortal form perish, it automatically reconstructs within 12 hours. Lastly, she grasped a spirit tool resembling a white jade comb. The Sun and Moon Shuttle, a mode of transportation, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day, ascending to the skies, delving into the earth, and diving into the seas, with the freedom to transform its shape. It consumes 10 spirit stones per hour, with each low-tier spirit stone priced at a staggering 100 million gold coins, summing up to 12 billion gold coins in a single day. How exorbitant! Yun Chuxi lamented as she donned the Resurrection Jade Pendant around her neck. With a mere thought, the The 6 rings and the sun and moon shuttle vanished from the table, reappearing within the space of the Yaguang ring. Extending her spiritual energy, she enveloped the Xuanwu cauldron placed by the door, drawing both the cauldron and the sack inside. She pondered briefly, cradling the nearby cat, Tong Tong, that was playing with a fur ball. Is there an artifact that allows me to fly through the heavens and traverse the earth? I can easily snap a zombie's neck with my bare hands. Not being able to fly seems absurd. The little black cat curled itself tightly to prevent the fur ball from falling, inquiring, does the host wish to learn agility or acquire skills? To learn agility, explore the martial arts realm. For skills, venture into the cultivation realm, where one can purchase skill books for instant learning. After speaking, it twisted and wriggled, exclaiming, let me down, don't delay my playtime. Very well. Chuxi released the cat and opened the marketplace, casually instructing, system, play with the ball on the ground, not on my pillow. When you need something, you call me Tong Tong, but when you don't, it's just system. The little black cat mewed in dissatisfaction, rolling away with the fur ball. In the martial arts realm, there is the Lingbo Weibo and the 6 meridians divine skill. In the cultivation realm, perhaps the 5 elements technique? Many techniques in the cultivation realm have restrictions. For instance, a cloning technique requires the purchaser's spiritual power to reach 500 points. With her current attribute value of 200 points, that seems a distant dream. Not to mention the exorbitant cost. Chuxi felt troubled. She initially believed her attributes surpassed the limits of humanity, but compared to those in the cultivation realm, she felt utterly outclassed. Suddenly, an idea struck her as she opened the magic realm. Light feather technique, flight technique, assassin's ambush, instantaneous movement. Indeed, the requirements in the Western fantasy world were considerably lower. Magical skills could be learned simply with spiritual energy. She purchased every skill book that caught her fancy and opted for one-click learning. A surge of energy coursed through Chuxi's body, and her mind filled with arcane runes she had never seen before, yet inexplicably understood and could wield. Tentatively raising her palm, she released a colorless, transparent sphere of spiritual energy, which ignited into a fiery orb at her will. The fireball extinguished in the next moment, coalescing into a swirling vortex in the palm of her hand. The vortex gradually slowed and shrank, taking on a bluish-green hue before condensing into a sapling. The sapling grew 2 inches before visibly withering and turning yellow, disintegrating into a handful of yellow soil with a single breath. This was the essence of the 5 elements technique, harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, manipulating elemental forces at will. Chuxi placed the yellow soil into a pot on the windowsill, and a slender stream of water appeared from nowhere, flowing from her palm to carry away the last remnants of dust. After washing her hands, Chuxi stretched and returned to her bedroom, reclining on the bed. She observed the self-entertaining little black cat and snapped her fingers, invoking the light feather technique. The fur ball floated up, hovering in midair. The little black cat leaped around, chasing the fur ball, but it perpetually evaded capture by inches. After several attempts, the little black cat's fur stood on end, and it let out a furious meow. It launched itself into the air using its wind-based abilities, but in its eagerness, it crashed through the window, tumbling outside in a panic. Another snap of her fingers activated instantaneous movement. Outside the villa, the little black cat, which should have been in free fall, blinked and reappeared atop Chuxi's blanket. Embracing the startled cat and listening to its frantic meows, Chuxi planted a kiss atop its head, murmuring goodnight. As she drifted off to sleep with the cat in her arms, Chuxi's mind lingered on the thought of how to locate someone with so many rings. Chapter 79. Is it inconvenient for children to follow? The next morning, before Ilu could arrive to settle the score, they received news from Goulet. To be precise, after Goulet had not returned all night with his mutated dog Haha, he returned carrying an injured woman. In the first-floor hall, a disheveled Goulet carefully laid the unconscious woman on the sofa, covering her with a blanket, and turned to them with a serious expression. This is my sister.
Guyu.
My parents perished at the hands of zombies, but my sister was fortunate enough to reach the base with a rescue team, living off agriculture. Unexpectedly, she caught the attention of a supernatural being overseeing the agricultural area, who attempted to coerce her. When I arrived yesterday, I happened upon those individuals attacking my sister. Outnumbered, in my desperation to save her, I lost control and killed someone, and Haha severely injured 2 of the supernatural beings.
Now,
those individuals are hunting for my sister and me. Afraid of causing trouble for the Jiang family, I deliberately hid for the night before returning. Upon hearing that he had killed someone in a moment of desperation, Chi-Bo furrowed his brow deeply, expressing concern. Killing someone, even for a supernatural being, is still a grave offense. At his words, Gu Lei's gaze flickered, and he spoke with remorse. I'm sorry. To me, this place is the only safe haven. Once my sister awakens, I will take her away. Yun Chuxi poured him a glass of water and reassured him, it's all right. The wicked deserve their fate. Rest well with your sister. With me around, no one can harm you. Gu Lei, who had already placed unwavering trust in her, felt his eyes moisten at her words. With your assurance, even if you ask me to march to my death, I, Gu Lei, will not utter a single complaint. Yun Chuxi chuckled. Quickly take your sister to rest. Your mutated dog is injured and needs tending. She gestured toward the weary mutated husky that had collapsed on the floor upon their return. Gu Lei nodded vigorously, lifting Gu Yu with care and calling for Haha as he ascended the stairs. Once Gu Lei departed, Chi-Bo's expression turned troubled as he spoke. Miss Yun, to be frank, the Jiang family is merely a paper tiger. Though we appear to hold high status within the base, the Qin family controls the military, and the Zhou family oversees energy resources. The Jiang family employs some supernatural beings, but holds no real power. The Jiang family was already on shaky ground, and with the young master's return, we have regained some prestige. Now is the time to solidify our position. However, your decision to keep Gu Lei here has effectively handed our enemies a weapon against us. If it weren't for the fact that she could produce 100,000 pounds of flour overnight, a rare and wealthy spatial supernatural being, Chi-Bo would have directly expelled him without hesitation. Never offering such gentle counsel, Chi-Bo, Yun Chuxi discerned his concerns and interjected, if the president were here, he would not turn away a companion at the door. Besides, there is nothing in this world that I cannot bear. Noticing Chi-Bo hesitating to speak, she continued with a calm demeanor that exuded confidence, gradually easing his worries. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, I will head to the power plant to inform the young master and the old master to prevent anyone from exploiting this situation. Yun Chuxi pondered for a moment and said, I shall step out as well. Pan Fan, would you like to join me? Lin Xiaoban shook her head. Sister Gu Yu has just arrived. She will surely be frightened. It would be inconvenient for Gu Lei to accompany us. So I will wait until she awakens to care for her. So considerate? Yun Chuxi raised an eyebrow in surprise. She then glanced at Chi-Bai and decisively stated, Stay at home. Wait for my return. It's not suitable for children to tag along when adults are conducting business. Chi-Bai gazed in disbelief at the woman's retreating figure, feeling a sense of grievance as he slowly sank back onto the sofa. Chapter 80. The Malevolent Deity, Yun Chuxi. Outside the Jiang residence, a group of beggars, in truth spies from various factions, lounged against the wall, observing the estate. The emergence of a fourth-tier ability user, particularly one who is the legitimate heir of the Jiang family, had already caught the attention of the upper echelons. Last night, the Fire Rose Mercenary Corps had been deliberately set up, resulting in a chaotic and tragic stampede that spread like wildfire throughout the base. Simultaneously, news circulated that the Jiang family, in celebration of the return of Jiang Shao, had opened their granaries, distributing a staggering 100,000 pounds of flour to the common folk. While the base appeared tranquil, the Jiang family found themselves under intense scrutiny, every move meticulously watched. As Yun Chuxi approached, she noted at least 20 individuals with ulterior motives lurking outside the Jiang residence. She pondered the implications for Gu Lei, who had deliberately hidden away for a night to avoid implicating the Jiang family, shaking her head inwardly. With his mutated dog in tow, the noise he made would have surely attracted attention. It was likely that his return to the Jiang household was a deliberate setup, a foolish act for which he had hidden away in vain. Trouble, perhaps, was already on its way to the Jiang estate. Reflecting on the power dynamics within the base, Yun Chuxi gracefully glided westward, moving with a delicate elegance that made passers-by feel as if an unusual breeze had swept past them, only to turn and see nothing. 10 minutes later, outside the heavily guarded Biological Research Institute, armed soldiers on patrol suddenly experienced dizziness, clutching their heads in agony and sinking to the ground. When they regained their senses, they noticed the door to the institute had mysteriously opened and closed, an unnoticed figure slipping inside. Having suppressed the soldiers' mental abilities, Yun Chuxi extended her own psychic energy throughout the institute. Host, how could you be seeking men outside while leaving your man at home? The cat perched atop her head exclaimed excitedly upon recognizing her destination. Noticing its eager tone, Chuxi decided not to shatter its illusions, casually replying, "Indeed. I also intend to take my pet out to find other pets." "What pets?" The little black cat bristled, its back arching, tail erect, and tiny claws gripping her hair in protest, meowing indignantly. "Isn't having me, such a cute kitten, enough? You heartless woman. What more do you want?" Suppressing a chuckle, Chuxi responded, "I'm looking for outside pets to recharge my little pet at home." "Your energy is down to 63, is it not?" The 1,000 energy points contributed by Qi Xiaobai had activated the intermediate shop, but the daily consumption had left her with only 63 points. The little black cat was bewildered. "This is a research institute. Where would pets come from? What does my energy have to do with outside pets?" "Host, clarify for me. Do not think you can fool me just because I'm a kitten. I'm here to find Dr. Feng. He is a face enthusiast," Chuxi patiently explained. "Isn't a face enthusiast still a dog? Anyone who wants to kill her upon meeting certainly does not qualify as human in my eyes. Preserving his life is merely because he still holds some value." Under the veil of her psychic influence, the layout of the entire research institute was laid bare before her. After several swift uses of teleportation, Chuxi silently appeared behind Feng Yishuan. This was a highly confidential laboratory, cluttered with various test tubes, with an operating table in the center. A second-tier ability user was restrained on the table by cold instruments, while 2 researchers in protective gear injected a blue serum into his body. Feng Yishuan stood before the table, coldly observing the subject as he took notes. Under the serum's effect, the ability user emitted painful groans, struggling helplessly as his veins bulged. One researcher, watching the fluctuating values on the machine, exclaimed in surprise, "It really is turning into a zombie. The ability user and zombies are indeed of the same origin." Feng Yishuan fixed his gaze on the subject's reaction, commanding, "Increase the dosage." The researchers administered the final vial of blue serum into the ability user's body. The struggles intensified, groans morphing into howls as his body turned increasingly grayish-white, drawn towards the researchers as his teeth sharpened. The second-tier ability user, once tightly bound to the operating table, had now transformed into a third-tier zombie. "Record the data," Feng Yishuan ordered. "Injecting a higher-grade zombie serum at the brink of death has a 50 chance of yielding a zombie. An ability user who becomes a zombie will ascend in rank." He instructed the researchers to extract the crystal core from the subject's brain to observe any changes. "Understood." The 2 researchers lifted their scalpels, but before they could act, darkness enveloped them, and they collapsed, losing consciousness. Seeing his subordinates suddenly fall to the ground, Feng Yishuan reacted swiftly, pressing the red emergency button on the wall. However, a shadow flashed before his eyes. Pain shot through his arm, rendering it immobile. "Who?" Feng Yishuan retreated to a corner, his gaze cold as he scrutinized the sealed room. He narrowed his eyes, seemingly piecing together the situation, and called out, "Miss Yun. Your presence is unexpected. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Since you are here, why not reveal yourself?" Disengaging her levitation technique, Chuxi floated down gracefully from the ceiling, a playful smile gracing her lips. "How did the doctor deduce it was me? In this entire base, no one can enter my research institute without permission. Not even a 4th-tier ability user can manage that. Yet you not only succeeded, but did so without leaving a trace. As if you were a ghost amidst traps and mechanisms." Feng Yishuan, troubled, attempted to rub his temples, but his arms remained numb. His voice tinged with a barely detectable hint of defeat. "Aside from you, I cannot think of anyone else. Perhaps the doctor should take another guess at my purpose for visiting?" Chuxi strolled around the room, ultimately taking a seat in the sole chair present. With her arms dangling limply, Feng Yishuan realized escape was futile and, not daring to defy her, offered an apology. "Last night, Captain E sought me for an urgent matter, and I regret not being able to keep our appointment." "Try again," Chuxi said, elegantly crossing her legs and resting her chin on her hand with a smile. Feng Yishuan felt a weight in his heart, his brow furrowing. "The other day at the base entrance, my eyes failed to recognize the mountain. I apologize for any offense caused." This was the only time he had encountered a formidable opponent, provoking this malevolent deity. "Incorrect," Chuxi shook her finger slowly, her tone cooling. "It seems Dr. Feng is quite forgetful. Last night, you had a pleasant discussion with Captain E. Have you forgotten your plans?" Feng Yishuan's face turned pale, and he blurted out, "You knew." Then, suddenly realizing he had been tricked, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chapter 81. The Art of Dog Training? Of course, she did not know. She was merely provoking him to gauge his reaction. Humph. Yun Chuxi scoffed. The aura of a high-tier ability user ruthlessly pressing down upon Feng Yishuan, forcing him to the ground in an instant. Her eyes sparkled with a cruel amusement as she spoke, the headline of Dr. Feng's experimental failure leading to his untimely death in the laboratory. I wonder if that will create enough of a stir. She was threatening him. Silence would equate to death. Current favorability, 10. Current favorability, 20. With great difficulty, Feng Yishuan raised his gaze to Yun Chuxi, his eyes reflecting fear, admiration, awe, fervor, and desire. The woman before him was powerful and intelligent, rational yet cold-blooded, her beauty surpassing all others, a woman destined to captivate the world. Resigned, he spoke, I will tell you everything. Yi Lu instructed me to administer the serum that attracts zombies. He divulged every detail of his conspiracy with Yi Lu. After Yun Chuxi retracted her oppressive energy, he scrambled to her feet, pitifully inching closer to her, desperate for her approval. With glasses askew upon his face and disheveled black hair cascading over half his visage, he gazed with an obsessive focus at Yun Chuxi, who appeared lost in thought. I have revealed everything to you. Is there any reward? She teased, lifting his chin with her toes and countering his inquiry with one of her own. You are researching a serum to transform superhumans into zombies. Do you not fear becoming humanity's enemy? The fact that superhumans do not mutate when bitten by zombies is the only glimmer of hope for humanity's survival in this apocalyptic world. Yet Feng Yishuan, contrary to this understanding, claimed to be developing a vaccine to combat the virus while secretly pursuing the annihilation of humanity. How intriguing, he mused, tilting his head back in a state of rapture. According to my research, superhumans are immune because they are, in essence, mutants. Their abilities are a form of infection, making them akin to zombies. Noticing that Yun Chuxi did not express any rejection but rather listened intently, Feng Yishuan continued. Zombies have lost their rationality, but retain the ability to infect the living, thus ensuring their propagation. Conversely, while superhumans maintain their consciousness, they have lost the ability to reproduce, rendering them incapable of being the hope for humanity's continuation. You may not have realized that although superhumans possess enhanced strength, they cannot bear offspring with ordinary humans. Perhaps unmasked by Yun Chuxi's penetrating gaze, or perhaps due to years of being misunderstood, Feng Yishuan's demeanor shifted from his usual lofty self to one of unrestrained candor. I believe that if we can discover a method for the seamless transformation between superhumans and zombies, we could end the apocalypse and usher in an era of universal evolution for humanity. Seeing the fervor in his expression, Yun Chuxi articulated her innermost thoughts. Are you suggesting that we could be as powerful as superhumans, yet possess the immortality of zombies? Precisely. You understand me. His excitement flushed his face a deep crimson, and his gaze was filled with an intense longing, as though he would readily lay bare his soul for her. If one were unaware of his obsession with research and his superficiality, they might easily mistake his fervor for love. She scoffed lightly, adjusting his arm. I have a pill that may prove beneficial for your research, masterfully playing the role of a tamer. She feigned retrieving a detoxification pill from her pocket, a pill capable of granting immunity from zombie infection for 12 hours. Consider it a token of your honesty. Antiviral pill? Feng Yishuan stood frozen, instinctively reaching out to catch it, disbelief etched across his face. You possess something that the entire human race has been laboriously researching? And you are so generous as to gift it to me as a reward? As he beheld the small pill resting in his palm, he felt as though he were in a dream. Hearing the system's notifications chime, Yun Chuxi felt a sense of satisfaction. Bear in mind that the pill has a time limit. It does not provide permanent immunity, and I can only procure 1 or 2 each month. If I were to distribute one to everyone, I might as well declare bankruptcy. After all, why should I squander the hard-earned coins I have accumulated on those who are irrelevant to me? Feng Yishuan quickly tightened his grip around the pill, his voice trembling slightly. Rest assured, this antiviral pill will remain our secret. Just as he trusted Yun Chuxi to keep his research confidential as long as she did not wish to harm him, he too would safeguard her gift. Yun Chuxi raised an eyebrow. The confidentiality of their agreement held little significance for her. The world was vast, and there was no place she could not venture. However, out of consideration for the increasing rapport between them, she chose not to contradict him. By the way, I have heard that superhumans who commit crimes within the base are sent to your research facility. She brought it up casually. Feng Yishuan nodded. explaining that superhumans guilty of murder within the base are subjected to human experimentation as a deterrent against criminal behavior, serving as a form of protection for ordinary people. He adjusted his glasses, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. However, if the victim is an ordinary person, most cases are often swept under the rug. If a friend of mine were to be sent to your research facility. Yun Chuxi's insinuation was clear. Feng Yishuan, understanding her meaning, assured her, I will treat them well until you personally come to collect them. Through this incident, he had come to recognize the stark difference between Yun Chuxi and the other superhumans. While they were merely human, she might be akin to a deity, an unpredictable harbinger of death who could visit upon them at any moment. With this thought, he produced a vial of red liquid from his drawer, respectfully offering it to her. Miss Yun, this is the potion entrusted to me by Captain Ilu. It has the ability to attract zombies. He offered it without a trace of remorse. Yet, Yun Chuxi did not accept it. Since you have promised Captain Ilu, you should fulfill your obligation. She genuinely wished to see another woman like Ilu grow stronger in this bleak world. But that did not mean she would tolerate any provocation from her. She was curious to discover the limits of Ilu's endurance. What do you mean? Feng Yishuan looked at her, perplexed, unable to fathom her intentions. When I require you to administer the drug, I will contact you, Yun Chuxi replied. It would be entertaining to attract a horde of zombies for some exercise on a day when I find myself bored. After saying this, her figure gradually faded from Feng Yishuan's intense gaze. Once her presence had completely dissipated, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and removed his lab coat, revealing that his shirt was drenched in cold perspiration. Following this encounter, he could no longer entertain any thoughts of opposing Yun Chuxi. He roused the researchers one by one, omitting any mention of the earlier events, and instead hurried them all out. He then closed the door and, alone, took out the detoxification pill for private study. Upon leaving the research facility, the energy collected by the system surged to 663. The little black cat happily pawed at her, its tail swaying like a fan, meowing affectionately. While other hosts endured trials, engaging in tumultuous romances and risking their lives to garner favor, my host simply tormented others while still gaining affection points. How splendid. I have never encountered a woman stronger than my host. Affection points and genuine affection are not the same, Yun Chuxi chuckled, recalling some tales she had read. Some affection points signify fondness, compassion, and love, while the ones I accumulate represent fear and reverence. When one person's submission to another reaches 100%, it manifests as love, a love born from admiration for the strong, akin to faith in the divine. She cradled the black cat in her arms, scratching its chin. The hosts you mentioned, who endure emotional turmoil, ultimately seek love, whereas what I desire has never been romantic, it is submission. The system, somewhat perplexed, felt that human emotions were convoluted and exhausting. Fortunately, it had chosen a decisive host, one who believed that those who follow her shall prosper while those who oppose her shall perish, even if it meant confronting her idealized male counterpart without hesitation. As she continued her path with grace, moving at a measured pace, a familiar figure darted across her line of sight. Host. It appears to be the young man practicing the in vain technique, the little black cat observed keenly. Its recognition stemmed from the pleasant aura he exuded, which would undoubtedly attract many spirits in a supernatural realm. With nothing pressing to attend to, Yun Chuxi decided to indulge the little black cat's curiosity, leisurely trailing behind him. Today, Shaoli still donned traditional attire, yet he appeared considerably refreshed, his limbs secured with bindings. Carrying a heavy burden, he dashed into a tent within a slum. Moments later, as he emerged, the load had vanished, and behind him trailed 7 or 8 emaciated middle school students, both boys and girls, their faces etched with reluctance. Among them, a delicate girl, tears glistening in her eyes, gazed at him and asked, Shaoli, will you come back? Shaoli wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, nodded earnestly, and gasped, Rest assured, I shall return. I have encountered a remarkable mentor who has promised to teach me martial arts. Once I grow stronger, I will protect you all and bring you to the inner city. Is that true? You must keep your word, class representative. The survival of those of us remaining in class relies entirely on you, they implored. When will you return? You don't think of us as a burden and plan to abandon us, do you? With Shaoli's assurance, the students bombarded him with questions. He raised a hand, signaling for silence, and stated, The flour I provided should sustain you for half a month. During that time, I will diligently train. I may return in 2 weeks. The girl, her expression troubled and seemingly dissatisfied, ultimately held her tongue, biting her lip as she said, Xiao Li, I believe in you. We will wait for you here. The others gathered around Xiao Li to bid farewell. A small black cat, licking its paws, observed intently, its demeanor tinged with curiosity. Meow, fellow classmates, childhood friends, fortunately, our handsome brother is not the target. Otherwise, someone might already have a cherished one in their heart, complicating matters for a host.
Who said that?
Just take a look, replied Chuxi, standing unnoticed in an alley, grooming the cat while continuing to watch the unfolding scene. Upon hearing this, the small black cat turned its gaze, only to see two dark-skinned, menacing enhancers emerge from the adjacent tent after Xiao Li's departure. Upon sighting the two enhancers, the group of students lowered their heads in fear and spoke in unison, adults. Did he bring provisions? Where are they? One of the enhancers questioned. The delicate girl quickly responded respectfully. He brought 30 pounds of flour, all stored in the tent. We haven't touched it. You are indeed the most obedient. The enhancer pulled her into an embrace, his intentions clear as he began to act inappropriately. The girl did not resist, instead lifting her head with a sweet smile. She flattered, Sir, when will you take us to the inner city to serve the esteemed enhancers? Why the rush? He will return in 2 weeks, right? Once he has exhausted his supplies, we will incapacitate him and bring him to the inner city. With his looks, the esteemed enhancers will surely be pleased. And you shall benefit as well. Your primary task now is to serve us well. After saying this, he hoisted the girl and headed toward a nearby tent. The other enhancer exited the tent with the burden, humming a tune as he left. The students stood frozen, their heads bowed like ostriches, afraid to utter a word. Observing this, the small black cat widened its eyes, emitting a frustrated growl. Host, these students are plotting against our brother. They are squandering the provisions he worked hard to obtain and plan to betray him. A bunch of ingrates. I must inform him. No need. Chuxi swiftly restrained the cat, preventing its impulsive leap. Why, host? The cat tilted its head, its innocent, gem-like eyes wide with confusion. Because even you, foolish cat, can see it. Surely our clever brother is not blind to it. If he chooses not to expose them, it indicates his consent, Chuxi explained. Those students, capable yet reliant on Xiao Li's charity, were inherently unreasonable. Their emaciated state, despite the absence of food scarcity, raised further suspicions. The blatant inconsistencies indicated that Xiao Li, valuing loyalty and affection, was willingly blind to their exploitation. In this dire world, kindness could become a double-edged sword, granting others the power to inflict harm. Even if the black cat alerted him, it would only delay the inevitable. Yet the small black cat, torn by indecision, fidgeted anxiously. Chuxi held the cat close, stifling its protests and softly reassured, Do not fret, Tong Tong. If your brother Xiao Li were truly in peril, he would undoubtedly seek me out. Do not forget. I gifted him a piece of jade. The cat rolled its eyes at her, silently expressing its gratitude for the host's concern. After turning away from her, it settled in her embrace, presenting its backside. Unfazed by the cat's antics, Chuxi turned and made her way back to the Jiang residence. From a distance, she observed a Jiang family's villa surrounded by armed soldiers, led by 2 third-tier enhancers, one of whom, smoking a cigarette and clad in a tank top revealing tattoos, was none other than Jiang Xian. Chapter 84. The marvelous use of the Xuanwu cauldron. Before the Jiang villa, having received troubling news from Chibo, the Jiang family members hastily returned from the power plant, only to find armed soldiers attempting to force their way into the villa. At that moment, Jiang Shi was blocking their path, his demeanor icy and imposing. This is the Jiang residence, not a place for you to invade at will. Why the anger? Young Master Jiang? Last night, our agricultural district was ambushed, losing several thousand pounds of grain and 2 enhancers who were assassinated. Presently, 2 others lie grievously injured from mutated beasts, unaware of their fate. Fortunately, they remembered the assailant's face, and we have traced the attacker to the Jiang residence. Merely wishing to apprehend him, a man in sunglasses, dressed like a pre-apocalypse elite, stated leisurely, gesturing for soldiers to surround the Jiang family. Exuding confidence as if everything was under control. Seeing the villa encircled, Jiang Xian chuckled mockingly. Young Master Jiang seems quite anxious. Could it be that you share illicit dealings with the assailant? Is it possible that the enhancers who went missing at the power plant also fell victim to your friend who pilfered grain from the agricultural district? Old Master Jiang could no longer contain his anger, rebuking Jiang Xian. The disappearances at the power plant are clearly your doing. Do not slander the Jiang family with your baseless accusations. Jiang Ci scoffed. First, the Jiang family lacks for nothing. My friends would never commit such theft. Second, my friends do not indiscriminately kill innocents. If any enhancers died by their hand, there must be a deeper reason. Third, I have already uncovered some clues regarding the missing enhancers at the power plant. Rather than concern yourself with my friend's fates, you should focus on hiding your own secrets. Lest I show no mercy. Upon hearing he had uncovered something, Jiang Xian's expression faltered, and he retorted, You still wish to quibble? You have caused the deaths of enhancers in the agricultural district, and now shamelessly attempt to shield the culprits. I see your family and the assailant are in cahoots. The elite man interjected, Your accusations lack evidence. It is an undeniable fact that young Master Jiang's friends killed the enhancers in the agricultural district. Whether or not the Jiang family is complicit will depend on whether you harbor any fugitives. Let me in to search. Following his command, the armed soldiers forcefully pushed past Jiang and his wife, attempting to storm into the villa. Jiang Ci was poised to unleash his powers to repel them when a familiar, resonant female voice echoed in his mind, Let them search. His hand hesitated, and without a second thought, he stepped aside protectively for his parents. In the villa's living room, Qi Bai, Lin Xiaoban, Gu Lei, and Gu Yu stood together, armed and bearing grave expressions, their eyes fixed on the entrance, as if facing an imminent threat. Gu Lei had already discussed their plan. If captured, they would claim sole responsibility for the killings, implicating no one else. Suddenly, Yun Chuxi appeared before them, holding the cat in her arms. Miss, exclaimed Qi Bai, filled with surprise. In a moment that left no room for explanation, she, before several witnesses, extracted the Xuanwu cauldron from the Yaoguang ring and activated it with a piece of spiritual stone. Drawing upon the knowledge that surged in her mind, she channeled her internal energy and formed intricate seals with her delicate hands. Under the astonished gazes of those present, the Xuanwu cauldron, positioned centrally in the living room, radiated a translucent golden light. Chapter 85. Gu Lei's sister? An enigmatic aura gradually permeated the air, and simultaneously, a semicircular protective barrier materialized above the heads of the group, enveloping them entirely. The barrier continued to expand slowly. Yun Chuxi established a mental connection with the Xuanwu cauldron, ensuring that the entire living room was encompassed, before activating the cauldron's inherent concealment function. In an instant, their figures vanished without a trace. At that very moment, the villa's entrance was forcefully kicked open. Armed soldiers stormed in, ruthlessly searching every room. Qi Bai's complexion turned ashen as he watched the soldiers ascend the stairs, while Mr. and Mrs. Jiang wore expressions of rigid fear. Observing their families' pale faces, Jiang Xian wore a smug smile. Jiang Ci, wouldn't it be better for you to perish outside? The Jiang family would still hold its position in the base's upper echelons, and you would not bear the guilt of harming an ability user. Yet, the moment you return, the Jiang family's status wavers, and ability users keep disappearing. Your so-called friends are a calamity, offering you no assistance while causing fatalities. I suggest you relinquish control of the power plant and production facilities. For the sake of family, I might still extend some benefits. Slap. Jiang Mu unexpectedly struck him across the face. Even without abilities, Jiang Mu exuded a formidable presence, her tone resolute. Facing Jiang Xian's predatory gaze, she stood her ground, her voice resonating. The affairs of the Jiang family are not for a treacherous wolf to dictate. Jiang Xian was about to retaliate when he noticed Jiang Ci shielding Jiang Mu, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. A vortex of swirling energy gathering in his lifted palm. He begrudgingly withdrew his abilities, turning his ire towards the soldiers searching upstairs. Once they apprehended someone, he would relish the outcome. The Jiang family nervously awaited the soldiers' actions. Glancing at the empty living room, Jiang Ci raised his head, focusing intently on the second floor, silently resolving that if Gu Lei were captured, he would first ensure his parents' safety before returning to rescue him. The lure of power and wealth was not worth the sacrifice of his parents. Besides, he wished to continue safeguarding her. However, 10 minutes elapsed. Report to the captain. The first floor is clear. Report to the captain. There is no one on the second floor either. Report to the captain. The third floor and storage room are also unoccupied. The elite man frowned. What about the villa's surroundings? Has the courtyard been searched? We searched the courtyard. The villa has been under our brother's surveillance. Not even a fly could escape. How could there be no one? Could there be an error in the intel? The elite man paced restlessly, deep in thought, casting a skeptical glance at Jiang Ci Wang. Young Master Jiang, I advise you to disclose the whereabouts of the individuals. Upholding justice over familial ties is the mark of a true hero. If we uncover their location ourselves, you cannot evade the charge of harboring criminals. Jiang Ci Wang smiled faintly, glancing at the living room, sensing something amiss, but maintaining an air of composure. Mr. Zhang, you jest. When your men surrounded my home, I had no chance to enter. Now you inquire about the individual's whereabouts? I am as curious as you. This was indeed true. He had assembled his brothers overnight to pursue Gu Lei, and the Jiang family only learned of it the following morning, without time to react. It seems we have misjudged young Master Jiang. Should you have information regarding any criminals, we hope you will inform us immediately. If you insist on shielding them, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. The elite man concluded, withdraw. Seeing his plans thwarted, Jiang Xian was taken aback. How is this possible? My informants clearly saw that criminal enter the Jiang residence. Where have you hidden them? Jiang Ci Wang. In the living room, merely 10 meters away. Gu Lei and his companions wore expressions of shock, barely daring to breathe, while Yun Chuxi retrieved a pack of cat treats from her bag. Feeding the little black cat that was munching contentedly. Calmly seated on the sofa, she remarked, this is also what I wish to inquire about. Where have the missing ability users vanished to? You haven't killed them and disposed of their bodies, have you? Jiang Ci Wang narrowed his eyes. Speaking slowly, with a significant undertone. Jiang Xian's expression changed, his stance faltering as he stammered. Jiang Ci Wang, consider yourself fortunate this time. Just you wait. Your triumph won't last long. As the soldiers retreated, Jiang Xian hurriedly departed, while Qi Bo wiped his brow, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the sofa, mentally drained. Thank goodness your friend happened to be out, otherwise, we would have been caught. Young master, please ensure they are found and leave the base quickly, providing ample supplies. The sooner they depart, the better. Jiang Ci Wang firmly declined, no, even if the Jiang family falls, I cannot allow them to leave. Especially not her. He picked up the teapot to pour water, but felt a furry sensation brush against the back of his hand. With the naked eye, nothing was visible. He instinctively splashed the teapot's contents into the air, and as the water flowed under the control of his abilities, it split into 4 streams, cascading in different directions. In the next moment, the water met an unseen barrier, falling back at an unnatural angle, as if an invisible glass partition separated the living room from the outside world. Suddenly, a distinct sound of applause echoed through the air. Indeed, as expected of the president, such keen reflexes. Yun Chuxi praised, smiling as she retracted the Xuanwu cauldron. To the astonishment of all, for individuals previously absent, now appeared seated on the sofa. Gu Lei, Gu Yu, Qi Bai, and Yun Chuxi. The very people the soldiers had been unable to locate. You've been here, all along? Mr. and Mrs. Jiang exclaimed in disbelief. Their understanding of her profound abilities once again challenged. Yun Chuxi, disinterested in explanations, merely nodded. Yes, just a small trick of deception. Impressive. Jiang Ci Wang remarked with admiration, giving her a thumbs up. No matter how long he had known Yun Chuxi, she always managed to surprise him. Who would have thought that those soldiers could not find a group of people who were, in plain sight, so brazenly present? Qi Bo rolled his eyes, momentarily unable to process the situation, and fainted from shock.
Qi Bo.
Jiang Ci Wang hurried to support the elderly man, laying him flat on the sofa. After checking his breathing and finding no serious harm, he covered Qi Bo with a blanket and gestured reassuringly to Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. Relieved, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang settled across from the group, exchanging glances, contemplating how to broach the subject. After all, the crisis had only temporarily passed, not been resolved. At this moment, Gu Yu stepped forward. She appeared to be around 21 or 22 years old, with neat short hair and sun-kissed skin, her long clothes stained with brown mud. Her delicate features bore a resemblance to Gu Lei, though her demeanor showed signs of fatigue from her injuries, yet her bright eyes held a defiant spark. Uncle Jiang. Aunt Jiang, I am Gu Lei's sister, Gu Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you. She bowed to Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, turning to Yun Chuxi and the others. She deduced their identities one by one. President Jiang Ci Wang, Brother Qi Bai, Sister Lin Xiaoban, and Goddess Yun Chuxi. I have heard stories about you from my brother. To be honest, you all exceed my expectations. My brother intended to take me away from the base last night, but I insisted he return to the Jiang family because I seek your help for revenge. This situation is not his fault. It is those wayward ability users who struck first. Chapter 86. Not averse to being a widowed king. As Guyu recounted her tale, the group gradually came to understand the current state of the agricultural district. The leaders of both the military district and the agricultural district were trusted subordinates of Commander Qin, directly governed by the highest authority in the base, Commander Qin. Thus, they enjoyed the most benefits with the least labor, occupying the highest positions, envied by all within the base, and untouchable by anyone. Leaning against a grand tree, the extraordinary individuals from the two regions have always held themselves in high regard, acting with increasing audacity. Initially, the Qin family station base prioritized adherence to rules, causing the extraordinary beings to exercise restraint. However, since the departure of Commander Qin and his only son, Qin Shao, to the capital half a month ago, some individuals with dubious morals have grown increasingly restless. They have descended into bullying the weak, dominating others and perpetrating heinous acts, even resorting to the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Guyu is not the only girl in the agricultural district, nor is she the sole one targeted by them. Before her rescue, numerous women had already fallen victim to their brutal schemes, with some forcibly sent to the beds of second- and third-tier extraordinary beings, becoming mere playthings for the powerful and corrupt. Therefore, upon being rescued last night, Guyu harbored no desire to flee the base. Instead, she hoped her brother could save more lives. Upon learning that all of Gu Lei's friends were high-tier extraordinary beings, she implored him to take her back to the Jiang family. As she spoke, Gu Yu's gaze locked onto Chuxi, her demeanor neither submissive nor overbearing. I understand that you are the one who holds the power to decide. Just now, in the face of a search by dozens of extraordinary beings and hundreds of armed soldiers, you managed to lead us out unscathed, demonstrating your superior abilities. If you possess such formidable power, why not use it to benefit more people? Are you content to remain in your corner while those self-important and unscrupulous individuals run rampant? Can you bear to stand idly by as innocents suffer, as the starving resort to cannibalism? Have you witnessed the horror of humans consuming one another? Her confrontational questioning flowed forth, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The living room fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension, stifling. Yet, this heaviness was abruptly pierced by a vague, light laugh. Chuxi, with a cat resting on her lap, gently stroked its dark fur with her pale fingers, her tone more languid than her movements, almost indifferent. Oh, you cannot bear it. You are unwilling. You wish to benefit more people. Yet you can watch your brother plunge into danger, pursued for your sake? He risked his life returning to the Jiang family to avenge you. And yet you moralistically bind him to the friends who share his peril? I do not. Guyu retorted firmly, her expression pained, her fists clenched as if subjected to humiliation. I do not wish for my brother to face danger either, but I am merely an ordinary person, unable to contend with extraordinary beings. I desire vengeance myself, yet I am not as powerful as you. I wish to change the status quo, to alter everything. But fate is unjust. It allows those with noble intentions no outlet while emboldening the bloody-handed evildoers. Her fierce gaze bore into Chuxi, her words ringing with conviction. Yes, I am an ordinary person, lacking in ability, but that does not grant you the right to insult me. The last person who used their inability as an excuse was long since devoured by mutated beasts or reduced to nothingness by zombies. Bai let out a cold laugh, about to speak, but was interrupted by Chuxi, her tone laced with intrigue. So, you believe that as long as you possess extraordinary powers, you will undoubtedly do better than us, perhaps even save the world? I wouldn't dare claim to save the world. But I certainly would not sit on a sofa in a villa, sipping tea, enjoying the fruits of ordinary people's labor, while turning a blind eye to their suffering. Guyu replied coldly. Guyu, how dare you? Gu Lei admonished loudly, his face flushed with anger as he reached out to pull her back, seeking to halt her words. It's fine, let her speak. I find it delightful. Chuxi elegantly crossed her legs, smiling at the others, though her eyes held no mirth. Do you all share this sentiment? If they do, I wouldn't mind being a tyrant. Jiang Xi shook his head with resignation, saying, Why must you speak such things, Chuxi? Since the onset of the apocalypse, we have relied on your resources, enjoyed your protection, and even our powers have flourished under your safeguarding. If we harbor any dissatisfaction, would that not make us more ungrateful than Jiang Xian? Chibai lowered his gaze, scoffing, and declared with casual sincerity, I, Chibai, am alive for the young lady. And in death, I remain hers. The lives of others are none of my concern, but if anyone dares to make her suffer in my presence, they must first step over my dead body. Lin Xiaoban wore a serious expression, stating, I, Lin Xiaoban, have only one goddess in my heart. Gu Lei, feeling ashamed, said, I apologize for causing trouble for the goddess. My sister's hatred for those beasts runs too deep, and she has become a bit deranged. I will take her away immediately. I am truly sorry. Witnessing everyone rallying around Yun Chuxi, Gu Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, as if her fervor had been doused by cold rain. The light in her eyes dimming as she ceased to resist Gu Lei's attempts to lead her away. You need not leave. The areas that have been searched will not see anyone return soon. Remaining here is, in fact, the safest option. Yun Chuxi felt a sense of satisfaction with her companion's attitudes, and a flicker of curiosity emerged. As for your sister, I find her quite intriguing. Why not let my cat decide whether she should become a powerful being? What do you mean? The crowd was momentarily baffled. Yun Chuxi lifted the small black cat, their eyes meeting, tong tong. Do you not think it cold-hearted of me to not rescue your dear brother? Shall we make a wager? The little black cat meowed in confusion, as if inquiring what the wager was. Yun Chuxi continued, there is another who believes that the strong should change the world and protect the weak. Let us wager not on anything else, but on whether, once this person becomes strong, she can still uphold her original intentions. In this chaotic order where the strong reign and moral lines blur in an instant, how long can her original intent endure? She pondered, communicating through mental energy for the ensuing dialogue. The wager's duration is 1 year. If, after a year, we meet her and she still upholds righteousness, I shall help your brother achieve innate mastery, freeing him from the curse of not surviving to adulthood due to the extreme mean. However, if, upon meeting her after a year, she has transformed into someone else. The little black cat wagged its tail, eagerly agreeing, if I lose, I will heed the host in all matters, sharing everything without reservation, and even willingly provide the means to return to the original world. Yun Chuxi responded mentally, very well. It is a deal. Hearing Yun Chuxi's words to the little black cat, the others finally registered the implications, their faces filled with disbelief. Gu Yu, unable to believe her ears, felt an urge to grab her hand and question her, yet stood a meter away in fear, hesitant to touch her. Are you saying you can make me an extraordinary being? Yun Chuxi lifted her gaze to meet hers, a smile gracing her lips. Not an extraordinary being, but something even stronger. Since you believe the heavens are unjust, I shall restore fairness to you, allowing you to seek vengeance personally, to assist ordinary people, to accomplish all that you desire. However, the ultimate outcome will reveal whether an angel or a demon is birthed. I too wish to know. I am weary. Call me for dinner later. With that, she left behind a group of stunned individuals, cradling the cat as she ascended the stairs. Chapter 87. Defeating everyone? Host. That woman is aging, her bones are rigid. You cannot possibly wish to teach her martial arts, can you? Inside the room, the small black cat was grooming its paws, astonished by the books Yun Chuxi had purchased from the marketplace. On the table lay 3 tomes, 2 on martial arts philosophy, 1 titled Star Absorption Technique, and the other 9 in Scripture, Volume 2. Yun Chuxi had previously given 9 in Scripture, Volume 1 to Ilu, which contained clever martial arts techniques, while the second volume complemented it with corresponding philosophical teachings. The final book was a detailed explanation of the 8 extraordinary meridians from the Book of Changes. Yun Chuxi picked up the 8 Extraordinary Meridians book, skimming through its pages swiftly, and in response to the little black cat's query, casually remarked, indeed, extraordinary beings are akin to sorcerers. Even if she awakens extraordinary powers, her combat abilities remain limited. Moreover, she has fallen behind many others. I have decided to mold her into a martial arts master. A master of internal martial arts, capable of traversing walls and flying. Possesses physical abilities surpassing those of enhanced beings. With the ability to project inner energy outward, their long-range attack power rivals that of those with supernatural abilities. Wouldn't such a being be invincible, able to retreat or advance at will? Yet, the host must start from scratch. She is not a martial prodigy like some young masters, as the little black cat pointed out. Thus, I delve into the texts, resolved to open her meridians directly. Yun Chuxi shook the book titled Detailed Explanation of the 8 Extraordinary Meridians, acknowledging that in order to teach others, she must first master the subject herself. Fortunately, with the system at her disposal, acquiring these skills and techniques requires merely a single click to achieve mastery. She only needs to memorize the locations of the body's meridians and simulate the flow of inner power within herself, subsequently teaching Guyu the methods and pathways in detail. One of the advantages of possessing a formidable mental acuity is the ability to remember everything at a glance. After a single reading, Yun Chuxi had ingrained in her mind every acupoint and meridian in the human body. She then placed her hands upon the 2 martial arts texts, silently invoking the learning process. Instantly, the inner energy pathways and usage methods of both techniques emerged in her mind. As she entered the innate realm, the spiritual energy that had long been dormant in various acupoints began to converge at a single point, ready for her to summon at will. With a mere thought, a piece of spirit stone rested in her palm as she activated the star absorption technique. According to the book, this was a nefarious skill capable of absorbing others' powers for one's own use, considered legendary in the realm of martial arts. However, in Yun Chuxi's hands, it did not reveal anything extraordinary. It merely slightly accelerated her absorption of the spirit stone. At her current level, she could drain the supernatural abilities of everyone in the villa in the blink of an eye, rendering the star absorption technique unnecessary. Yet, for a novice in martial arts lacking any power, it could indeed serve as a means to hasten her development. Upon comparing the star absorption technique with the 9E manual, Yun Chuxi noted that the former emphasized rapid advancement, making it easy for those with weak will to succumb to temptation and become insatiable. The latter, while slow in progress, offered stability and depth, fostering a lasting clarity in the mind of the practitioner, providing boundless benefits. She intended to let Guyu choose between the 2. With dinner still some time away, Yun Chuxi set aside the 2 manuals, planning to take a brief nap. Just as she changed into her sleepwear, someone knocked at the door. Lazily, she opened a crack and found Jiang Xiwang standing there with a meal cart. "If you don't come down for lunch, I'll bring it to you." "It's easy to get stomach ailments with irregular meals," he stated. In this apocalyptic world, many went hungry, who still cared about such things. However, she could not dismiss his kindness. "Thank you. Please come in," Yun Chuxi replied, stepping aside. Jiang Xiwang smiled as he pushed the cart into the room and turned to close the door. Outside, seeing Jiang Xiwang move ahead of him, Qi Baizhi glanced at the lunchbox he held, biting his lip in frustration. Just as he was about to leave, the door swung open again, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Upon seeing him, the other party wore an expression of knowing, humorously teasing, "Qi Baizhi, I knew you were trailing behind the president."
Come in.
In that instant, Qi Baizhi felt a wave of relief wash over him, unable to suppress a foolish grin. "As you command, my lady," he said, bounding into the room with the lunchbox. Seated on the sofa, Yun Chuxi enjoyed her meal while glancing left at the serious Jiang Xiwang and right at the bashful Qi Baizhi. She couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the boy blushing in front of his crush. Breaking the silence, she asked, "Jiang Xiwang, how is the power plant issue? Is it easily resolved? Do you need any assistance?" Previously, seeing Jiang Xian's smirk with confidence, it seemed he had the upper hand over the Jiang family, perhaps indicating some difficulties ahead. However, Jiang Xiwang shook his head. "I can handle it. You focus on eating and resting well at home. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask Chibo. There's no need to worry about such trivial matters." He hoped that one day, Yun Chuxi would no longer be his support, for he aspired to be her pillar instead. Nodding slightly, Yun Chuxi turned her gaze to Qi Baizhi, her eyes questioning what he had brought out. "Of course. I made these snacks especially for you, since you skipped lunch. Unfortunately, someone got here first. My little treats can't compare to a lavish feast. I won't embarrass myself by bringing them out," Qi Baizhi said, eyeing the tables spread with feigned grievance, his lips pouting. Yun Chuxi chuckled, pinching his puffed cheek. "Why are you acting like a child? Hurry, and bring out the treats you made for me." Qi Baizhi's face lit up with joy. "Yes." He proudly placed the lunchbox on the table, revealing one homemade delicacy after another, casting a triumphant glance at Jiang Xiwang, resembling a victorious little rooster. Observing this scene, Yun Chuxi found it amusing as she savored her food. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she spoke up, "By the way, I mentioned wanting to turn Guyu into a strong fighter because I've recently learned a martial arts technique that I can pass on to her. Though I'm still not proficient. Since you're both here, why not let me practice a bit?" "Practice? How do you intend to do that?" Jiang Xiwang inquired. Yun Chuxi stood, rearranging the chairs in the corner, and moved to the center of the relatively open living room. Glancing at both of them, she beckoned with her finger. You both attack me with all your might. I won't use any supernatural abilities, relying solely on my martial arts and instinctive reactions, to see how long I can hold out against you. Upon entering the innate realm, all her energy transformed into spiritual power, capable of substituting both internal force and supernatural abilities. However, it would still be too overwhelming for them, so she planned to use merely 1/10 of her spiritual power. My lady, are you really going to fight us? Qi Baiji hesitated, looking reluctant. Jiang Xiwang also frowned, appearing unable to bring himself to strike her. Yun Chuxi raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with disdain. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Let's do it this way. You two can team up against me, and I'll only use one hand. Surely that's fair? Saying this, she tucked her left hand behind her back and gestured with her right. My lady, this is too much. Qi Baiji exclaimed, while Jiang Xiwang added, You're asking for it. The two men sprang to their feet, their voices filled with indignation. No man could tolerate such blatant provocation, especially from someone they had long desired. At that moment, both felt a surge of reckless desire, tearing away their usual facades, and they simultaneously launched an attack on the seemingly oblivious woman before them. In that instant, their singular thought was to subdue her and pin her down. Seeing this, Yun Chuxi smiled with satisfaction, promptly channeling her spiritual power, adeptly alternating between the star absorption technique and the 9E manual, responding effortlessly to their assaults. Half an hour later, no matter what tactics they employed, the two men, attempting to work together against Yun Chuxi, had yet to grasp even a corner of her clothing, while they themselves grew increasingly disheveled. As their supernatural powers gradually depleted, their expressions turned despondent. Enough.
Kibaidzi suddenly declared.
Retracting his futile mental interference and sulking back onto the sofa, muttering in frustration, We can't even touch a single hair on you. I see you're just toying with us. Jiang Xiwang also withdrew his water manipulation abilities, his demeanor deflated as he remarked, Chuxi, you previously claimed to be a Tier 10 supernatural being. I didn't fully grasp it until now. I finally understand just how terrifying a Tier 10 supernatural being truly is. He shook his head, his voice strained. It's not merely a gap in power, it's a crushing disparity in realms. Although we stand together, there seems to be an invisible barrier separating us. You inhabit a higher level of existence, and I can never reach you, while you can effortlessly dismantle everything I hold dear. He sighed deeply within, perceiving the arduous and seemingly endless path ahead in his pursuit of her affection. The most daunting aspect was that he could not afford to halt his progress. Having practiced both techniques extensively, Yun Chuxi calmed the spiritual energy within her body and ceased her movements. Observing the dejected expressions of the two individuals, she promptly patted Jiang Xiwang's shoulder, her voice imbued with consolation. It matters not. Even if you can never keep pace with my strides, I shall always protect you. For you are my dear brothers. Chiba and Jiang Xiwang exchanged a glance, unable to suppress a bittersweet smile. Chiba, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, suddenly inquired, Miss, if it weren't for Brother Situ, what sort of person would you prefer? Jiang Xiwang, too, leaned in attentively. In his mind, notions of fiancés and Situ Yen were fleeting. Ultimately, it would be a contest of wits between him and Chiba. Yun Chuxi momentarily pondered, perplexed by the question. Why must one love another? Is it not sufficient to love oneself? There exists a saying that wise individuals do not fall into the throes of love, focusing instead on the construction of a beautiful life. Yet, she had referred to Situ Yen as her white moonlight, and had spoken of seeking countless substitutes for him to draw closer to other men, a lie that now required 100 more to justify it. Rubbing her chin, Yun Chuxi ignited a storm of thoughts within her mind. What solution could yield a definitive end? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her, and she declared, as a woman, one naturally prefers those stronger than herself. Setting aside other criteria, one must at least be able to defeat me first. Upon uttering these words, she silently commended her own cunning. In terms of sheer combat prowess, it was unlikely that anyone alive could surpass her. With this excuse, she could boldly pursue other targets without the necessity of forming affections for anyone. Hearing Yun Chuxi's words, the already despondent duo felt their spirits plummet further. One, a gentleman akin to Jade. The other, exquisitely refined. Both now bore a disheveled appearance, their expressions weary, as if overshadowed by a cloud of gloom. Miss, I suddenly feel unwell. I shall return to my room, Chiba said, pursing his lips, his eyes slightly reddened, resembling a timid rabbit wronged yet too meek to complain. Oh, all right, Yun Chuxi responded, somewhat taken aback. Chuxi, I recall there are matters I must attend to, so I shall take my leave as well. Jiang Xiwang rose, forcing a strained smile. Yun Chuxi blinked in confusion, puzzled by their uncharacteristic demeanors, as she escorted them to the door. By the way, Jiang Xiwang, who had just opened the door, suddenly halted. Turning back to say, a message arrived from the Research Institute, indicating that Dr. Feng received your invitation and expressed great willingness to meet with you. If you wish to see him, he is available at any time. Yun Chuxi waved her hand, cautiously reassuring him, thank you, but that won't be necessary. I have already met him. In the future, should I wish to contact him, I will simply notify him. It would be no trouble. Jiang Xiwang regarded her silently for a moment. The mere presence of a fourth-tier ability user somehow instilled in Yun Chuxi an inexplicable pressure, as if he could devour her whole at any moment. A chill ran down her spine as she anxiously scrutinized him. After a brief silence, Jiang Xiwang chuckled softly, a tinge of self-mockery in his gaze. He gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, treating her with utmost care, and spoke with uncommon tenderness. Very well. It seems there is nothing you cannot achieve. I shall take my leave now. He strode away, and upon stepping outside, he addressed his subordinates with a firm command. Arrange for several ability users. I need to intensify my training. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, and during dinner, the atmosphere at the table was suffocating. At the long table, Jiang Xiwang and Chiba sat flanking Yun Chuxi, while Gulei, Guyu, and Lin Xiaoban occupied the seats opposite them. Chibo was in the kitchen urging the servants to serve the dishes. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, busy individuals, had hurried back and, upon discovering that Yun Chuxi could easily help Gulei and Guyu evade capture, promptly returned to the production workshop. Guyu, repeatedly hesitating to speak, clearly felt the weight of Yun Chuxi's earlier advice to strengthen herself. At last, it was Gulei who broke the silence. Goddess, my sister is straightforward and impulsive, and her outbursts towards you were not genuine. Please do not take offense. I apologize on her behalf. With that, he nudged Guyu with his elbow. Guyu stood, her head bowed, reluctantly muttering, I'm sorry. Yun Chuxi regarded her in silence for a long moment. The atmosphere grew, increasingly oppressive. Instinctively, Guyu's head drooped lower, her heart pounding as her initial reluctance morphed into a tinge of fear. Gently tapping her fingers on the table, Yun Chuxi inquired, have you ever killed a zombie? No. Guyu quickly clarified, it's not that I fear for my life. I arrived at the base with a rescue team, and there was no opportunity to kill zombies along the way. Yun Chuxi asked, since arriving at the base, have you remained in the agricultural zone? Yes, Guyu replied. Only the agricultural area is secure. I must weed and plant crops for 8 hours a day to earn 8 points. As she spoke, her chin unconsciously lifted, pride emanating from her self-sufficiency. I use 6 points daily to exchange for 3 buns and 3 bottles of water, and I can save 2 points each day. Occasionally, I use my points to buy snacks. I have saved over 50 points now. Buying snacks? While people are starving to death daily, you have the luxury to buy snacks instead of helping others? Chiba interjected, his cheerful tone contrasting sharply with the pallor that washed over Guyu's face. She stammered, her head drooping once more, defensively murmuring, they would rather starve than work. Why should I help them? It seemed she had not yet lost all reason. At Yun Chuxi's subtle prompting, Chiba fell silent. In a calm tone, Yun Chuxi stated, as I mentioned earlier, I can help you become stronger, but I have one condition. Are you serious? Guyu's face lit up with excitement, her address changing as she said, Goddess, please tell me. I will agree to any condition. Considering your brother's feelings, I shall not make it difficult for you. You need only sign this contract with a drop of blood, Yun Chuxi replied with a gentle smile, pretending to retrieve a scroll of parchment from her cloak and unfurling it on the table. A contract? Guyu picked it up curiously, noticing that the parchment was inscribed with symbols she had never seen before, radiating an aura of ancient mystery. This is a master-servant contract. I am the master. You are the servant. I will not command you or restrict your actions as a master would. However, should you betray me or cause me harm, I will utilize the energy of this contract to eliminate you. A master-servant contract? Guyu's expression turned serious. Does that mean I must accept it for you to fulfill your promise to help me become strong? Yun Chuxi nodded calmly. In truth, a contract was unnecessary. Should Guyu choose to betray her, her abilities alone would suffice to deal with Guyu after she had grown stronger.
Yet,
The existence of this contract served as a deterrent, ensuring Guyu would not become reckless and provoke her wrath once she acquired strength. Guyu hesitated, glancing at Gu Lei, who merely nodded in silent approval, his unconditional trust in Yun Chuxi evident. Clenching her teeth, she finally spoke, "All right, I will sign. As long as you can make me strong, I will follow your instructions." She took a dining knife and made a small cut on her fingertip, a droplet of crimson blood swiftly falling onto the parchment. With the blood droplet as her ink, she slowly inscribed her name. At the moment the contract was completed, Guyu felt an inexplicable bond form with the woman before her, one that transcended mere fear and instilled a profound sense of allegiance. Simultaneously, Yun Chuxi acquired the ability to control Guyu's life and death at will. She retrieved the contract, pretending to tuck it into her bag, but actually placing it in her ring space, then pulled out a book titled Detailed Explanation of the 8 Extraordinary Meridians. You must memorize the acupoints outlined in this book. Come to me at midnight for an examination. Guyu, who was busy wrapping a bandage around her finger, looked up in shock. You promised to make me strong. Yet you want me to take an exam? I have always detested exams. Yun Chuxi raised an eyebrow, her tone leaving no room for argument.
tonight.
You'll take a written test, and tomorrow, a practical one. Guyu swallowed hard, pondering the meaning of the martial examination. Just as the dishes were served, Chibo arranged the bowls and chopsticks for everyone, signaling the servants to withdraw and inviting them to enjoy the meal. Yun Chuxi grasped her chopsticks and glanced at the table, noticing that most of the food was preserved, with fresh vegetables and meats regrettably scarce. She murmured about slaying 3 zombies. The thought of merely killing zombies made Guyu secretly exhale in relief, and upon seeing the feast laid out before her, she eagerly picked up her chopsticks. With so many capable individuals protecting her, she could hardly believe they would abandon her in the face of the undead. Noticing her mindset, Yun Chuxi added, "If you rely solely on your own strength, unarmed, no one will shield you."
Clang.
Guyu's chopsticks fell to the ground. She stared, dumbfounded. Was it too late to express regret? In Chapter 90, You May Call Me Master, Guyu, under Yun Chuxi's relentless pressure, a struggling student, managed to memorize the entire detailed explanation of the 8 extraordinary meridians within 6 arduous hours after dinner, knocking on the door at midnight promptly. Yun Chuxi took her to the balcony, instructing her on the sitting posture of 5 hearts to the sky, to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Guyu followed each instruction, yet her heart remained skeptical. After a while, she closed her eyes and sighed, "I can't feel anything. Is there another way?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yun Chuxi unexpectedly pressed 2 points near her heart. As the spiritual energy surged, a wave of intense pain spread through Guyu's body. Yun Chuxi held her wrist firmly, continuously channeling energy into her, flowing rapidly through each obstructed meridian. It was like an unstoppable tide, forcefully cleansing the narrow constrictions within her, creating a broad and clear pathway. The agony was indescribable. Guyu writhed on the balcony, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "It hurts so much. Brother,
Help me. I am dying.
The pain was unbearable, a torment she never imagined existed, leading her to suspect Yun Chuxi harbored a personal vendetta. She regretted her decision and wished to escape this tormentor. Meanwhile, Gu Lei, who had been anxiously waiting in the corridor, rushed over, banging on the door. "What is happening? Lady, please open the door. Let me see Xiaoyu." Yun Chuxi averted her gaze, ignoring the commotion outside. She observed Guyu, drenched in cold sweat, tears and snot mingling, clutching her clothes in agony, nearly fainting. She coolly remarked, "Didn't you seek vengeance? If you can't endure this slight pain, how will you defeat those beasts? Consider how they defile your friends and torment your sisters. Does that not fill you with hatred? Do you not wish for those beasts to taste the bitterness of suffering? Everything you endure now, don't you desire to repay them 100-fold? With each word, Guyu gritted her teeth, blood vessels in her eyes bursting with rage, her twisted expression transforming into one of hatred. Yun Chuxi continued, "If you faint from the pain, your meridian activation will fail, blocking your path to becoming powerful. You will never be able to save others or act with justice, allowing those who harmed you and your friends to roam free, inflicting pain upon more innocents." Hearing this, a fierce defiance ignited within Guyu. She ceased her cries of pain, resolutely clenching her jaw, swallowing her salty sweat and tears. If you wish to change this world, you must possess strength sufficient to face any adversary. The pain you can endure now will determine the power you shall wield later. The decision to persevere lies with you. If you truly cannot bear it, I shall open the door for your brother to enter. He will certainly help you channel this overwhelming force within you. But once it leaves your body, it will no longer belong to you. As she spoke, Chuxi feigned a move to open the door, only to feel a force restraining her ankle. Guyu lay on the ground, her face upturned, damp and soiled. Yet her eyes shone with a resolute light as she whispered, "Don't let go." Chuxi paused, crouched down, and gently wiped the dirt and sweat from her face, saying, "As you wish." Guyu closed her eyes, her head resting against the cold floor, enduring the sharp pain coursing through her body. She was determined to grow stronger, to take vengeance on her foes, to rescue her past sisters, and to achieve the unimaginable. Half an hour passed. Guyu was soaked, her breathing gradually stabilizing, her expression shifting from one of agony to tranquility. The person outside had not left, but had ceased knocking. After a few more minutes, Guyu shakily rose from the floor, feeling as if she had lost half her life, glancing at Chuxi with a wary expression. "Is it over?" "It is over." "Congratulations," Chuxi replied, assisting her and handing her a glass.
Try to hold it.
Guyu, bewildered, extended her right hand to grasp it, looking at her questioningly. Chuxi commanded, "Crush it into powder." Guyu stared at the sturdy glass, hesitating. If even an adult male could not shatter something so durable, how could she? But as she exerted pressure, a warm energy surged from deep within her abdomen to her limbs, settling in her palm. The next moment, the glass shattered into a pile of shards. Had it been half an hour prior, Guyu would have panicked and discarded the shards to avoid cutting her palm. Yet now, astonished, she gazed at Chuxi, asking, "It shattered. Now what? Did you feel the internal energy? Where is it?" Suddenly questioned, Guyu tensed in the dantian. Chuxi nodded. "If you cover your palm with internal energy, you can grind those shards into powder." Guyu hurriedly concentrated, attempting to guide her internal energy from her abdomen to her palm, but it stubbornly resisted her commands. After a moment of contemplation, she formed a fist with her hand, now filled with shards, ignoring the cuts that bled. Sensing danger, her internal energy surged to her palm, and as she closed her fist, the sharp glass shattered into fine powder, cascading through her fingers. Opening her fist, she beheld the snow-like powder scattered on the ground, her mouth agape in disbelief. "Did I do this?" Receiving Chuxi's affirming gaze, she was both astonished and elated, grinning at her palm. "Am I now a martial arts master? I truly am a martial arts master." In the next moment, reality struck her, and she looked at Chuxi, her eyes sparkling. "Goddess, you just opened my meridians."
Didn't you?
"You must be a reclusive master, seemingly indifferent to the world but secretly caring for it, choosing me to act on your behalf and save the world." Chuxi, at a loss for words in light of Guyu's increasingly absurd fantasies, chose not to argue. Suddenly, Guyu leaped forward, wrapping her arms around Chuxi's waist and lifting her high, spinning with excitement. "From now on, you are my little angel, my darling, my cute one. Whoever dares to bully you, I shall strike them down." "That is unnecessary. Put me down," Chuxi said, pushing Guyu's head away, declining her enthusiastic gratitude. Her lips twitching. "Do not call me darling." "All right, little angel," Guyu complied, setting her down. "You are also not permitted to call me little angel," Chuxi replied, maintaining a straight face. Before Guyu could utter the last title, she quickly added, "Since you have learned martial arts from me, you may call me master." She pondered for a moment and added that she could merely regard me as an ordinary acquaintance, as I do not require any repayment from you. Her actions were primarily driven by her wager with Tong Tong, and secondarily by her own curiosity, bearing little relation to Guyu herself. Chapter 91. Have a good sleep. Guyu obediently called out, "Master." She immediately knelt down, clasping her fists in front of her, and proclaimed, "Master above, please accept your disciple's bow." With a decisive motion, she knocked her head against the ground, the sound crisp, and upon raising her head, she continued, "Earlier, I failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. Please forgive me, Master." She bowed again, knocking her head a second time. "The benevolence you have bestowed upon me, I am unable to repay. Once I avenge my grievances, I am willing to follow you through fire and water. Master, wait for me." Guyu knocked her head for the third time. Yun Chuxi stood there with an air of dignity, deserving of her position. After Gu Yu finished her bows and stood up, she turned to leave, only to be caught by the collar of her robe. "Where are you going?" Gu Yu replied fiercely, "To take revenge. I want to flay those beasts alive." She felt light as a feather, capable of anything, her entire being brimming with energy. More than sufficient to deal with those creatures. "Have you grown arrogant?" Yun Chuxi replied, speechless. "Not yet." Gu Yu turned in surprise. "Why not?" Yun Chuxi explained, "You have a martial test tomorrow." Without hesitation, Gu Yu declared, "Then I'll go kill a few zombies now, and after the test I will go." "What's the rush?" "First, select a martial arts manual and take it back to memorize. You will set out when you have finished memorizing it." As she spoke, Yun Chuxi took out the star absorption technique and the lower volume of the 9 manual, allowing Gu Yu to choose. Before she could explain the differences between the two books, Gu Yu, quick of hand and eye, snatched the star absorption technique. Curious, Yun Chuxi asked, "Why this one?" Gu Yu, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "This one is thin, only 7 or 8 pages, while the other looks like it has over 20 pages. After a moment of silence, Yun Chuxi elaborated on the distinctions between the two manuals, emphasizing the benefits of the 9 manual and the drawbacks of the star absorption technique, and encouraged Gu Yu to reconsider her choice. Yet, Gu Yu still opted for the star absorption technique. Noticing the subtle implication in Yun Chuxi's gaze, Gu Yu hastily explained, "This time it's not just because it's thin and easy to memorize, but mainly because I have a rather impulsive temperament. You mentioned earlier, Master, that learning the 9 manual requires sitting in meditation for an entire night. I lack that patience and prefer a straightforward approach." Seeing that she was not angry, Gu Yu cautiously continued, "On the other hand, with the star absorption technique, I can absorb the powers of my adversaries while battling them, allowing for quicker and more ruthless upgrades, which suits me far better. As for the side effects, those will only come after mastering it. And you'll be there to support me, right?" Looking at Gu Yu's charming expression, Yun Chuxi remained silent for a moment before conceding, "Very well. Just don't regret it." Then, with a wave of her hand, the door to the living room opened automatically, revealing Gu Lei, who was waiting outside with a worried expression. "Your brother has been waiting for you for quite some time. Off you go." Witnessing this display of power, Gu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She would not regret her choice. In truth, she could see that Yun Chuxi preferred her to select the lower volume of the 9 manual. However, she genuinely detested memorizing texts. Quickly stowing the star absorption technique in her bosom, as night fell, she declared, "I shall not disturb your rest any longer, Master. I will return home to diligently study this manual, striving to comprehend it as soon as possible." With that, she dashed toward the door, eager to celebrate this exhilarating news with her brother. Yun Chuxi allowed her to leave without haste, reminding her, "You still need to face zombies alone tomorrow. Make sure to get a good night's sleep." Gu Yu stumbled slightly as she departed. "Thank you. Now I truly cannot sleep." Chapter 92, afraid she might run away. Since Gu Yu had her meridians opened, she had been dragging others to practice with her daily. Initially, Gu Lei and Lin Xiaoban were quite willing, but by the second day, they grew weary, and by the third day, they were filled with envy and resentment. The two spent their days fawning over Yun Chuxi, while the displaced Shi Bai could only sulk in silence. Yun Chuxi, both amused and exasperated, gifted them each a suitable manual for self-study.
Gu Lei,
a fire element ability user with strong attack power but lacking defense, received the Diamond Sutra to enhance his physical resilience. Lin Xiaoban, a wind element ability user, swift and silent, was given the evil repelling sword manual, enabling both offense and defense. Observing everything, Jiang Xi felt a twinge of desire but was overwhelmed with his own responsibilities. Barely able to spare a moment to visit them at the villa, let alone practice himself. Shi Bai was the only one refused by Yun Chuxi. Facing him, who looked as if he had been abandoned like a lost puppy, she explained, "You are different. Your abilities are not lacking, rather, you are a mental ability user. With just a thought, your enemies will be at your command. As long as your mental strength is formidable enough, there are no opponents in this world. Only puppets at your whim. While others must engage in battles, your kills can be executed with a mere thought." Possessing such formidable abilities, why chase after martial arts that rely on brute force? Upon hearing this, Shi Bai's eyes lit up with understanding, and he joyfully returned to his room to meditate and absorb crystals. Today marked the third day of Gu Yu's practical training. Now accompanied by Gu Lei and Lin Xiaoban, Yun Chuxi intended to move further away. As usual, she took a shortcut, climbing over the wall behind the base to find the military pickup truck hidden in a secluded alley, instructing Gu Lei to drive. She had studied the map and knew that 10 kilometers west lay a village called Saltwater, where they could practice killing zombies while gathering supplies. On the way, they encountered a few scattered zombies, which the pickup truck crushed without hesitation. Only when faced with a small horde would they stop, allowing Guyu to jump out and handle the situation. Guyu, now transformed from her initial panic when facing 3 zombies to a decisive and ruthless fighter after Yun Chuxi advised her to view zombies as her enemies, handled the situation with ease. In the face of over 20 zombies attacking simultaneously, she was unfazed, a far cry from the despair and helplessness she exhibited just 3 days prior. Gu Lei and Lin Xiaopan watched in awe at her transformation. After Guyu dispatched the last zombie, sweating profusely as she sat down to catch her breath, Yun Chuxi gestured toward a nearby supermarket and instructed Gu Lei and Lin Xiaopan to clear out the zombies inside and gather supplies. After they complied, Yun Chuxi observed Guyu, who was becoming increasingly adept at harnessing her inner energy, deep in thought. Since beginning her martial training, Guyu's senses had sharpened considerably. She could tell when Yun Chuxi was observing her with her eyes closed. Feeling a surge of pride, she exclaimed, "Master, I'm improving quickly, aren't I? My brother says that although I can't defeat him yet in a real fight, he wouldn't be able to hold me back." Yun Chuxi replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. Not bad. If it were someone like Shaoli, a martial arts prodigy, the progress would likely be even more astonishing. But you are merely an ordinary person. Having the courage to step forward and confront the bloodshed is already a feat beyond many." Receiving this affirmation, Guyu's joy grew, and she pressed further, "Master, as you said, I've achieved a thorough understanding of utilizing my inner energy. Does that mean I can skip memorizing the manual?" It wasn't that she sought to be lazy. The 8 pages were filled with archaic text that was difficult to read and completely incomprehensible. She wished to learn it seriously, but within 3 minutes, she found herself wanting to sleep. As she spoke, she couldn't help but open her eyes, looking expectantly at Yun Chuxi, only to be met with a cold and unyielding refusal. "No. Having learned to harness your inner energy, you may only be able to slay zombies. If you wish to seek revenge, you must master the techniques within the star absorption technique." Upon witnessing Guyu's instantly despondent expression, Yun Chuxi pondered for a moment before articulating, "To master the techniques within, one need not solely rely on rote memorization." Guyu, invigorated by this notion, inquired eagerly, "What then shall I do?" She thumped her chest resolutely, declaring, "As long as I am spared from memorization, Master, you may challenge me as you wish. I can vanquish 60 zombies." Since the unblocking of her meridians and her relentless extermination of countless zombies, Guyu's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. The once resentful and fearful Guyu had vanished, replaced by a self-reliant and fearless warrior. Yun Chuxi raised an eyebrow, observing her fiery determination, and calmly uttered 2 words, "Kill." The star absorption technique inherently involved taking lives. To ascend in power, one must defeat adversaries stronger than oneself. Guyu paused momentarily, her eyes shifting through a myriad of emotions before she resolutely stated, "I understand." She sprang to her feet, heading in a specific direction. Yun Chuxi swiftly grasped her collar, asking, "Where are you going?" "To kill." Guyu retorted seriously, turning her head to assert, "Master, I comprehend your intentions. Mere capability, without the courage to act, is cowardice. I shall seek out a weakling to demonstrate my prowess." Yun Chuxi inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, and patiently clarified, "That is not the intent. The star absorption technique is a method for absorbing the energy of others. After 3 days of study, it seems you have grasped none of it." Casting a cool glance at Guyu, who had lowered her head in defeat, Yun Chuxi continued, "Currently, you possess 20 years' worth of internal energy, equivalent to a second-tier ability user. To grow stronger, you must at least defeat 10 second-tier ability users to absorb their powers, thereby converting them into your own internal energy." "I wish to slay third-tier ability users," Guyu meekly expressed. "But that is beyond your capability." Understanding her desire for vengeance, Yun Chuxi candidly remarked, "You must first absorb the energy of at least 10 second-tier ability users before you can confront them personally." Guyu nodded vigorously, eagerly offering a bottle of mineral water to Yun Chuxi, saying, "Master, please have some water and rest in the car while I assist my brother and Pan Pan in gathering supplies." She gestured toward the two individuals scavenging in the supermarket. Yun Chuxi accepted the water, replying, "Go ahead." After Guyu departed, Yun Chuxi discreetly stored the water in her spatial pocket. As she was unaccustomed to drinking from containers offered by others, save for those she trusted. Settling back into the vehicle, Yun Chuxi extended her spiritual energy, keenly attuned to the happenings within a kilometer radius. Approximately 500 meters away stood a 5-story villa, its heavy iron gate securely shut. Several emaciated women toiled in the yard, washing clothes and preparing meals. A burly man on the rooftop scanned the surroundings with binoculars, seemingly on guard. Each floor of the villa housed individuals, totaling over 20 men, aged between 20 and 40, who appeared to be locals. Notably, half of them were ability users, while the other half were at least enhanced individuals. Some congregated for card games, their shouts rising and falling, while others engaged in merriment. The sounds of women's laughter and cries echoing from within. As Yun Chuxi contemplated whether to make an appearance and allow Guyu to absorb some energy, she noticed the man on the rooftop directing his binoculars toward her. He blew a whistle and dashed into a room, shouting as he ran, "We've spotted a big fat sheep. The driver is a woman, and the truck is filled with supplies." Before long, over 20 men armed with hunting rifles gathered in the yard, hastily conferring before making their way toward Yun Chuxi. Their steps quickened as if fearing she might escape.
"Wait."
Guolei, wiping sweat from his brow, asked Yun Chuxi after the trunk was crammed to capacity, where to next. Yun Chuxi withdrew her spiritual energy and replied, "We shall not depart just yet. We await someone." "Await whom?" The two individuals walking behind Guolei inquired, their faces puzzled. However, it soon became evident without further explanation, as a cadre of armed robbers appeared around the corner. Upon sighting them, the leading robber promptly fired a shot and bellowed menacingly, "Everyone, get out of the vehicle. No one is to move."
"Who are you?"
Guolei questioned, his face brimming with vigilance as he shielded the 3 women behind him. "Robbers." The 20-plus armed men surrounded them, their lecherous gazes appraising the group. Robber 1 chuckled, "We've caught a few fools again. We'll not go hungry next month." Robber 2 added, "And 3 women to boot. Brothers, tonight should be quite entertaining." Robber 3 cautioned, "Brothers, something feels off. These sheep seem to be ability users." The leading robber frowned, perplexed, as he had been informed that only 1 woman was driving. Now, there were 4, 2 of whom were ability users. Ability users can sense each other's levels, but if the disparity is too vast, they are unable to gauge one another accurately. In the eyes of the robber chief, both Yun Chuxi and the non-ability user Guyu were mere ordinary people. Robber 1 urged, "What are you afraid of? 1 man and 3 women. We can simply kill the man." Robber 2 chimed in, "Kill the man, strip the women, ha ha ha." Robber 3 warned, "Brothers, be cautious. The other 2 might also be ability users." In response, Guolei conjured a fireball that danced in his palm, while Lin Xiaoban summoned a whirlwind that encircled her. Guyu, channeling her energy, lightly leapt atop the vehicle, brandishing the shovel she had carried for days, striking a striking pose, exuding confidence. Yun Chuxi flicked her fingers, summoning an ice spike that landed before the robbers. Robber 3 gasped in terror, exclaiming, "Quick, drop your weapons. These sheep are all ability users." With that, he fell to his knees, pleading, "Hero, spare us." In a flurry, the robbers instinctively tossed their rifles to the ground, following suit and kneeling, collectively begging for mercy. "Hero, spare us." Silence ensued. Guolei was taken aback. Lin Xiaoban cautiously inquired, "Can we let you go if you release us?" The robbers hastily shifted on their knees, watching as the trio entered the vehicle with wide eyes. The robber chief furrowed his brow, stating, "Wait a moment. We are also ability users." Robber 1 added, "Indeed. There are only 4 of them." Robber 2 chimed in, "We have 24 of us." Robber 3 muttered, "But what if we accidentally perish?" Before he could finish, the robber chief struck him, knocking him unconscious. As the pickup truck prepared to drive away, the robber chief rose, brandishing his rifle, shouting, "Get them, boys. What are you waiting for? Let's rob food and women."
"Charge."
Ability users, unleash your powers. Those without should shoot. The scene erupted into chaos and danger. Guolei skillfully maneuvered the vehicle through the crowd, but upon colliding with a rising earthen wall, he was forced to halt. Seeing the predicament, Guyu kicked open the car door and leaped into the midst of the robbers, her ferocity akin to a tiger among wolves. Guo Lei and Lin Xiaopan dismounted, employing their abilities to assist. These robbers were remnants from Saltwater Village, banding together out of dissatisfaction with the base's requisition of supplies and their fortunate awakening of abilities, resorting to robbing passers-by after driving ordinary people from their villa. Most were first- or second-tier ability users, while the robber chief was third-tier. Their strength paled in comparison to Guo Lei, Lin Xiaopan, and the disruptive Gu Yu, rendering them ineffective against the trio. However, the sheer number of robbers began to wear them down, as they resorted to firearms once their abilities were depleted. It wasn't until a bullet nearly grazed Lin Xiaopan's shoulder that Yun Chuxi intervened from her vantage point in the vehicle, warding off the crisis. Subsequently, a majestic ice dragon surged forth, toppling all in its path and decisively altering the tide of battle. The robbers, overwhelmed by the intimidating presence of a high-tier ability user embodied in the ice dragon, trembled in fear, their bodies turning to jelly. The robber chief, astonished, cast a glance at Yun Chuxi, and upon recognizing the unfathomable energy she possessed, immediately knelt, prostrating himself on the ground, pleading, "Hero, spare us." As the hesitant younger brothers witnessed the scene, they hastily discarded their weapons and knelt down with greater agility. "Spare us, noble heroine." Yun Chuxi alighted from her vehicle, leisurely stepping atop the thief leader's back, beckoning Gu Yu with a subtle gesture. "Come here, let me teach you how to perform the star absorption technique." Gu Yu eagerly approached, diligently noting the acupoints she indicated and the flow of the technique. Eventually, she observed as Yun Chuxi placed her palm upon the thief leader's head, a faint yellow energy visibly emanating from his forehead, only to be swiftly absorbed by her pristine palm. With just a light absorption, half of the thief leader's third-tier Earth-based abilities were drained away. Yun Chuxi promptly withdrew her hand and inquired, "Have you learned?" Gu Yu rubbed her fists together, exclaiming, "Let me give it a try." Mimicking her master, she placed her palm on the thief leader's head, who trembled and dared not resist. After draining 3 individuals, Gu Yu let out a satisfied burp, patting her abdomen, her eyes sparkling as she informed Yun Chuxi, "Master, my dantian feels warm, as if submerged in warm water. I can't absorb any more." Yun Chuxi nodded, implying there was still one task left for her. After pondering for a considerable time, Gu Yu's expression shifted dramatically.
Kill them.
Yun Chuxi's implication was clear. She must eradicate these thieves who had been stripped of their powers. Gu Yu, pale-faced, voiced her dissent. "Must we kill them? They've lost their abilities. Survival in the apocalypse is already arduous. Can we not spare their lives?" As her words faded, the 3 powerless men finally grasped the gravity of their situation. Their once prized abilities, which had sustained them, were snatched away by this woman. From this moment on, they were no longer esteemed superhumans but rather pitiful beings, struggling like ordinary people, at the mercy of others. Having tasted blood, they were accustomed to taking everything in the apocalypse, yet losing their abilities was simply unacceptable. The loss of their powers was tantamount to the destruction of their very foundation for survival. The thief leader, feeling the emptiness within, was consumed by rage and despair. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he lunged at Gu Yu with a twisted expression, his voice laced with a vengeful hatred. "Wretched woman, you've stolen my powers. Let us die together." The other 2 also charged at her in a frenzy. In a critical moment, Gu Lei swiftly decapitated one, while Lin Xiaopan restrained another. However, the thief leader was closest to Gu Yu. With nowhere to evade, she unleashed her inner force, striking him fiercely. The thief leader coughed up blood and was hurled 10 meters away, crashing to the ground, unable to move again. A subordinate, summoning his courage, approached to check for signs of life, exclaiming in fear, "Boss, he's dead. The boss is dead." A wail arose. In an instant, the remaining thieves looked at each other in terror, huddling together. Gu Yu stood rooted, staring blankly at her palm, a chill coursing from her feet to her heart. She did not wish to eradicate them entirely, yet they were unwilling to relent, preferring death to surrender. At this moment, she realized the path she had chosen was stained with blood and scorn. Her strength came at the expense of others' energy, her growth trampled upon the lives of others. Gu Yu's lips trembled. It was not too late to regret. Dispersing her inner power would allow her to start anew. A melodious voice reached her ears. Yun Chuxi, granting her a 3rd chance to choose. Gu Yu closed her eyes, calming the tumult within, while simultaneously feeling the surging inner power coursing through her. This energy flowed ceaselessly within her, bestowing an unprecedented confidence. In that moment, She could obliterate the structure before her with a single punch, and upon transforming her inner energy, she would become even stronger. Upon opening her eyes, Guyu slowly shook her head, her voice imbued with resolute determination. Master, I stand by my earlier words. I do not regret. The rise of one is often paved with the bones of many. What does it matter if I am scorned by the masses? She sought to realize her ideals, fully aware of the scornful gazes that would accompany her journey. She would not waver. Yet within her, the scale of compassion and equality began to show signs of fracture. Observing Guyu's calm demeanor, those present sensed her transformation. It was an inner metamorphosis, akin to a sword that had been drawn and finely honed, no longer ostentatious but rather subtle and perilous, coated with venom, capable of inflicting harm on both others and oneself. Goulet's concern was palpable. Though his sister had grown stronger, he felt an unsettling distance growing between them. Chuxi regarded her intently, ceasing her counsel, then, addressing the black cat perched on her shoulder with her mental energy, remarked, "Tong Tong, have you noticed? Perhaps our wager will reveal its outcome sooner than anticipated." The weather was sweltering, and the little black cat lay languidly on Chuxi's shoulder, meowing softly. "Mistress, do not always perceive others in such a negative light. Sister Guyu's ideals are to champion justice and save the world. And she only targets the wicked to grow stronger. What is wrong with that?" Chuxi scratched the cat's chin, replying, "Those who perpetrate evil must meet their end. It is only right to eradicate them entirely. For those who discern right from wrong, killing is justified. Yet Guyu harbors a compassionate heart. To her, these individuals do not deserve death. However, she has just personally slain someone she deemed undeserving of death, thus breaking her own code. A self-proclaimed benevolent individual violating their own moral compass is akin to a devoted monk developing worldly desires, inevitably leading to extreme outcomes." "What extremes?" "This is the crux of our wager, little Tong Tong." Since Guyu is unwilling to kill, Chuxi made no further demands. She glanced at the remaining thieves before returning to her vehicle, commanding, "Return to the base." Lin Xiaoban assisted Guyu into the vehicle, while Gu Lei silently occupied the driver's seat. This time, all the thieves obediently cleared the way, none daring to obstruct their passage. In a concealed alley outside the base, the pickup truck came to a halt. Chuxi stored the supplies from the vehicle into her space, instructing Guyu, "You should meditate here and absorb the energy. Delay any longer and the energy within you will dissipate, resulting in a loss." After stepping out of the vehicle, she reflected, "Having absorbed the abilities of a third-tier ability user and 2 second-tier users, your strength is now equivalent to a third tier. From now on, you need not follow me, master?" Guyu, who was arranging herself for meditation, looked up in surprise, her expression one of confusion. "Have I done something to upset you?" Chuxi was not angry. She simply felt their differing ideologies made it unsuitable for them to remain together. Thus, she rephrased, "You have graduated and can seek revenge on your own. You need not seek my approval for your future endeavors." She then looked at Lin Xiaoban and Gu Lei, adding, "As for you two, I have imparted all I can. There is nothing more for me to teach. I will likely be leaving here soon, but if you encounter difficulties during this time, you may seek my assistance." "Are you planning to leave, goddess?" Lin Xiaoban and Gu Lei exchanged anxious glances, both sensing the other's unease. "Yes. I have been unable to locate the person I seek for quite some time. I intend to explore the next base," Chuxi affirmed. With no news of Situ Yen and Sitalon, and having not encountered any target that pleased the system, she planned to raise Feng Yishuan's favorability before moving on to other bases. After all, come what may, she would seek out the truth. Even if the two were buried among the corpses of zombies, she would unearth their remains and honor them, providing solace to the original soul. "Goddess, Gu Lei and I will not return to the villa just yet. The chairman did not return yesterday. He may have encountered trouble. And we wish to check on Lin Xiaoban," Gu Lei quickly stated. Since the goddess intended to leave, such crucial information had to be relayed to the chairman immediately. Chuxi nodded, "Be cautious on your way." With that, she teleported over the wall, gracefully returning to the Jiang residence. At the entrance of the villa stood an unexpected figure. She emerged from a concealed spot, walking into the view of the crowd. "Miss Yun, you have finally returned."
Doctor.
"Foam has been waiting for you all afternoon," Chibo greeted with a smile, casting a wary glance at the impeccably dressed Feng Yishuan. "I told you, you would be occupied today, and not at the villa. I suggested the doctor come another day, yet he insisted on waiting at the door. Oblivious to the urgency he seems to feel, choosing a day when the young master is absent, he explained with a hint of complaint. As the young master harbored affections for Miss Yun, it was only natural for him to guard against any unwanted suitors, lest she be whisked away under his watchful eyes. Feng Yishuan had dressed deliberately for the occasion, trading his usual white lab coat for an elegant, tailored suit, presenting an alluringly handsome figure. Behind his glasses, a pair of cool, piercing eyes gazed at Yun Chuxi, brimming with deep affection. He bowed gracefully, lifting his gaze slowly to speak. "My apologies for the unannounced visit. I hope for your understanding. Had this been a woman of wavering resolve, she might have succumbed to stirring emotions, but Yun Chuxi merely nodded lightly, not sparing him an additional glance as she entered to speak. Seated on the sofa in the living room, she waved her hand, causing a heap of supplies to scatter across the floor. With another gesture, she summoned 200 pounds of vegetables and 200 pounds of fresh meat from the marketplace, adding them to the collected provisions. "Chibo, these supplies were gathered by the four of us during our time at the Jiang family, and we have collectively decided to present them to the Jiang family as compensation for our meals and lodging," she declared. In truth, the items collected held little value, being the remnants picked over by countless others. The truly valuable supplies were those she had procured from the system's marketplace, with 2,000 gold coins. After all, she believed in repaying both grudges and kindness. Chibo, flustered, waved his hands in refusal, exclaiming, "No, no. Miss Yun, you are a spatial ability user. You should keep these for yourself. You are a distinguished guest of the Jiang family." Over time, even Chibo, despite his advancing age, could discern the significance Yun Chuxi held in the young master's heart, far surpassing that of anyone else. Moreover, her strength eclipsed all others. Even the young master himself bowed to her prowess. Having such a remarkable guest was a blessing for the Jiang family. He, a mere servant, could not dare accept her offerings. "Take them," Yun Chuxi insisted firmly. "This was agreed upon before our departure." Upon hearing this, Chibo, with a troubled expression, called for servants to transport the supplies, feeling both joy and concern. When would his young master ever be able to pursue such a capable and beloved woman? Once Chibo departed, Yun Chuxi turned her attention to Feng Yishuan. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Chapter 96. A madman, yet a genius. Feng Yishuan's intense gaze was fixed upon her face, his tone affectionate, as if addressing a beloved. "I wouldn't come to see you if nothing were amiss." In recent days, Yun Chuxi had been engaged in practical training with Guyu, encountering zombies most frequently, leaving her without a hat or hood. Faced with Feng Yishuan's adoring stare, her demeanor remained calm and unruffled. "Have you exhausted the pills? Are you here to ask for more, or is it that Elu has sought you out again?" At her words, Feng Yishuan averted his gaze, pouring himself a cup of tea, blowing on the steam, and spoke with an air of disinterest. "How dull. Nothing escapes your notice." He took a sip of tea and elaborated on his recent findings. "I have divided the pills into 10 smaller portions, administering them to zombies, ordinary people infected with the zombie virus, ability users, and mutated beasts for experimentation. I discovered that the antiviral pills have a certain probability of restoring sanity to zombies, but they do not eliminate the virus. Furthermore, I found that ordinary people who have just mutated into zombies will succumb to death if they ingest the pills. However, you provided too few. I still have many hypotheses to verify. Additionally, I am confident I can develop a similar agent that will extend the pill's effectiveness." "Impressive," Yun Chuxi praised without reservation. Truly a man of excellence as deemed by the system, both mad and genius. Feng Yishuan's eyes twinkled with delight, continuing, "Indeed. Elu has pressed me. She seems to have taken an interest in someone close to you and has been monitoring your movements." He leaned slightly closer to Yun Chuxi, his expression subtly ingratiating, and lowered his voice. "Shall I assist you in dealing with her?" "No need. Just provide the pills," Yun Chuxi replied. Feng Yishuan paused. "What?" "I asked you to prepare the pills for me. The agent that attracts zombies," Yun Chuxi clarified, observing as he mechanically retrieved the agent. Slightly impatient, she took it from him, allowing the system to scan it.
Ding.
Bait agent. Emits a unique fragrance that increases the user's attraction to zombies within 24 hours, but reduces the host's efficiency to 1/10. 1/10, meaning just 2.5 hours. Watching Yun Chuxi toy with the red agent, she uncapped it and consumed every last drop, smacking her lips. "Pomegranate flavor, not bad." She then stood and walked toward the door. Where are you going? Feng Yishuan hurriedly inquired. Since Captain Yi has given me such a splendid gift, I ought to personally express my gratitude at her camp and perhaps pay a visit, Yun Chuxi replied with an air of nonchalance. Inviting zombies into the opposing camp was indeed an act of gratitude, rather than an intent to annihilate their stronghold. Feng Yishuan, who saw through it all, was left speechless. However, Elu's fate was of no concern to him. He cared only about one thing, humbly stating, "My lady," about the pills. Keep up. Let us see how you perform, Yun Chuxi replied, a hint of mischief in her eyes. If he performed well, there would be additional rewards. Feng Yishuan's spirit soared, secretly guessing Yun Chuxi's thoughts, determined to please her. At that moment, Lin Xiaoban burst in, his flustered expression calming slightly upon seeing Yun Chuxi. As if finding a pillar of support. His tone was grave. "Goddess, something has happened with the president. Quan Shao has advanced to a 5th-tier ability user, and is bringing over 100 subordinates to cause trouble, accusing the president of having murdered the missing ability users. Demanding the president's life." Yun Chuxi's expression turned cold as she led the way. There was no time to hesitate. The two of them sped off using their abilities. Watching the scene, Feng Yishuan clicked his tongue. Elu's luck is truly remarkable. She has narrowly escaped a massacre. He then hastened after Yun Chuxi's retreating figure. Chapter 97. Adding insult to injury? The production workshop at Longjiang Base primarily processes potatoes and starch into food products. As food becomes increasingly scarce, the agricultural district has resorted to planting vast quantities of potatoes and sweet potatoes. This serves to sustain the majority of ordinary people and facilitates ability users in their collection efforts and task execution. Half of these potatoes and sweet potatoes are sent to the production workshop for processing. The workers in the production workshop are predominantly ordinary people, organized into groups of 10, each led by 2 enhancers, with 20 groups constituting a workshop overseen by 3 ability users on rotation. Since Jiang Xiwang returned to the base, 15 out of 30 ability users across the 10 workshops have mysteriously disappeared, half of them. Yet, despite the passage of so many days, the Jiang family has not apprehended the perpetrator. At this juncture, Quan Shao, who had long coveted the production workshop, suddenly advanced to 5th tier, with an overwhelming presence. His first order of business was to seize control of the workshop and hold the Jiang family accountable. When Yun Chuxi arrived, she found Jiang Xiwang and Gu Lei surrounded by over 100 ability users. On the other side, Jiang's father and mother had hastily gathered dozens of armed soldiers, their guns aimed at Quan Shao and his cohort. However, the destructive capability of ordinary people was akin to a drop in the bucket, hardly worth the attention of Quan Shao and his followers. Jiang Xiwang, a fortnight has passed, and not only have you failed to provide an explanation, but a body of an ability user was also discovered in your office. Do you still dare to claim the missing ability users are not your doing? Guan Shou, in his 30s, with a gaunt, haggard complexion, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm authority, seemingly in complete control. Jiang Xian stood behind him, leveraging his position. Indeed, cousin. The evidence is irrefutable. Witnesses and physical proof abound. I advise you to surrender and not implicate your elderly parents. I might still intercede on your behalf. Jiang's father glared at his opponent, Quan Shao. Our Jiang family stands upright. Do not think that you can bring us down with a mere corpse and baseless accusations. It is utterly impossible. Jiang's mother, with unwavering conviction, shook her head at Jiang Xiwang. Son, do not confess. Quan Shao can imprison us at most. This base belongs to the Qin family, not his personal domain. Once Commander Qin returns from Kyoto, he will thoroughly investigate this matter and restore our innocence. Upon hearing this, Quan Shao laughed maniacally, as if he had just heard an absurd joke. As his laughter subsided, he cast a cruel gaze at Jiang's mother and ordered, "Sever their hands and feet. But be careful not to take their lives. After all, Minister Jiang is personally appointed by Commander Qin, and we must await his return for further action." A squad of supernatural beings, following orders, advanced towards Jiang's father and mother, easily breaching the armed soldiers' defenses, and brandished their blades menacingly. "Wait! I have evidence!" Jiang Xiwang barked, conjuring a water barrier to thwart the attack aimed at his parents. Jiang Xiwang, what further excuses do you have?
The unseen snare.
Reveling in the chaos. I may not have found the murderer, but I discovered several corpses of supernatural beings and identified the cause of their deaths.
Invading the unseen provocation.
Jiang Ci Wang summoned the corpse from his office and stated with conviction, "It is well known that I own a mutated golden retriever, which has uncovered several bodies from the earth, all belonging to missing supernatural beings, along with the one found in my office. They share a commonality. Each has a blood hole in their forehead, indicating that every supernatural being was killed and had their core extracted." Quan Shao's eyes flickered momentarily as he coldly retorted, "This only proves your heinous nature. After committing murder, you also consumed their cores, compounding your crimes." Chapter 98. The Legendary Rank? Yet Jiang Ci Wang held his ground, his tone sharp. "Among these supernatural beings, half are earth type, while a small portion are water and wood type. Everyone knows that consuming cores of the same type allows for direct absorption of energy, facilitating the fastest upgrades, whereas cores of different types require filtration of elements before consumption. This implies that the murderer is an Earth-type supernatural being, possessing at least a 4th-tier ability." Quan Shao's expression changed as he interrupted coldly, "So it was you. As a 4th-tier supernatural being, how could you be so deranged as to harm your own kind? I will rid the world of your menace." Before he could finish, thorns and earth spikes unexpectedly surged towards Jiang Ci Wang, launching a lethal assault. Jiang Ci Wang narrowly evaded the onslaught, yet smiled mockingly. "Quan Shao, why the haste? I merely proved that I am not responsible for the deaths of these missing supernatural beings. After all, I am of the water type." As he clumsily dodged, Jiang Ci Wang spoke rapidly. "When entering the base, everyone must undergo an ability test. At that time, I was indeed a 4th-tier supernatural being, and nearly a month has passed, yet I remain a 4th tier. If I were the one consuming the cores, with so many cores, I would have already ascended to the 5th tier." The supernatural beings murmured among themselves, their opinions divided. Suddenly, a voice questioned, "So you're suggesting that these supernatural beings had their cores extracted by another 4th-tier supernatural being, who has likely advanced to the 5th tier?" "Exactly. And that person is right before us. Anyone with a brain can deduce it," Jiang Ci Wang replied. "Another 4th-tier supernatural being who has advanced Earth type." The answer was glaringly obvious, and instinctively the crowd turned their gaze towards Quan Shao. The reasoning was coherent, and everything connected, leaving no room for disbelief. The same voice continued, "In just a month from the early 4th tier to the 5th tier, there can only be one person, and the disappearances of the supernatural beings occurred solely within this month. This allows for framing the newly arrived Jiang Shao while eliminating rivals and simultaneously advancing in power to become the strongest in the base. It is truly a twofold strategy."
Quan Shao.
The supernatural beings regarded Quan Shao with altered expressions. Veins bulged on his forehead as he ground his teeth, searching for the source of that voice, only to unexpectedly meet the cold, mocking gaze of Feng Yishuan, causing him to flinch. Had it been anyone else, he would have snapped their necks without hesitation. Yet this person was Feng Yishuan. Recalling the terror from his time in the laboratory, he averted his gaze from Feng Yishuan. After suffering an internal loss,
Quan Shao shifted tactics, adopting a sorrowful demeanor.
"Brothers, do not be deceived by flowery words. We have endured life and death together, combating zombies as brothers. Do you not know my character?" Jiang Ci Wang interjected, "Do not allow him to sway your hearts and incite infighting." Seeing Jiang Ci Wang stabilize the situation with mere words, Jiang Xian quickly added, "I can testify. I am a relative of the Jiang family and grew up alongside Jiang Ci Wang. The Jiang family has done many wrongs, appearing to care for me while secretly tormenting me." Jiang Xian raised 2 fingers. "I swear to the heavens that every word I utter comes from the heart. If I lie in the slightest, may the heavens strike me down." He declared that he would sever ties with the Jiang family and no longer assist in their tyranny. Receiving appreciative glances from Quan Shao, Jiang Xian felt a surge of excitement and straightened his posture, exuding even more confidence. The Longjiang base was small, and many were aware of Jiang Xian's relationship with the Jiang family. Witnessing his fervent declaration, the crowd was once again filled with confusion, uncertain whom to trust. Jiang's father's face flushed crimson as he bellowed, "Wretched beast." He felt his last shred of affection for his nephew vanish. Jiang's mother, meanwhile, shut her eyes and clutched her chest, nearly collapsing under the weight of despair. Quan Shao's gaze swept over the crowd, noting their furrowed brows and indecisive expressions. And he could not help but harbor murderous intent. He knew he could not afford to give Jiang Ci Wang another chance and coldly declared, ultimately, "All of this is just your word, Jiang Shao. Since you cannot provide evidence, and Commander Qin has yet to return. I shall act on his behalf to cleanse the base of traitors, executing you, the fiend harming your own kind, in public." Hearing this, the crowd began to close in. Jiang Xi Wang was trapped. Wait, what is this? Feng Yishuan suddenly appeared behind Quan Shao, yanking the backpack from his waist. The black bag was roughly opened, and colorful cores tumbled out, clattering onto the ground. The scene fell into an immediate silence. Countless incredulous gazes converged upon Quan Shao. After a brief moment of panic, his first reaction was to dive to the ground, gathering the cores.
My cores.
These are all my cores. No one is allowed to touch my cores. The complete truth was laid bare. In light of this scene, the question of whom to trust became glaringly evident. Feng Yishuan's voice turned somber. Yet his gaze remained devoid of emotion. Quan Shao, the murderer is indeed you. We gathered here for our loved ones, brothers, and friends, to protect this base, yet you, driven by desire for power, ruthlessly took the lives of the innocent, including our loved ones, brothers, and friends. Had we not accidentally uncovered the truth, would we have been the next victims?
Kill him.
Someone suddenly shouted, and the crowd erupted into furious cries of "Kill him!
Kill him! Kill him!"
The supernatural beings who had previously surrounded Jiang Xi Wang now turned their ire towards Quan Shao, their eyes filled with rage. Compared to being outsmarted by Jiang Xi Wang, the fact that the murderer was their trusted leader, their idol, was far more unbearable. Quan Shao, having gathered the cores back into his small bag, found himself confronted by his enraged subordinates, his expression contorting in anguish. What do you understand? The higher my abilities, the higher your status will be. The superiority of supernatural beings is something I fought for. Without me, you wouldn't even qualify to follow along. I only killed a few supernatural beings to take their cores. They refused to submit to me, so they had to die. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. They were meant to die anyway. I merely utilized their waste. Seeing him descend into hysteria, his face twisted in rage, the crowd was taken aback, followed by an overwhelming sense of grief and indignation. In the eyes of Quan Shao, they're worth less than a handful of crystal cores. My friend did not return from the last mission with you. You claimed he was bitten by a zombie, but in truth, you were the one who caused his demise. How pitiful that he took you as a role model. You, a beast more despicable than a dog, return my brother's life. You devil, how many crystal cores have you devoured, and how many lives have you extinguished? A chorus of outrage erupted, with countless abilities directed at Quan Shao. He raised his shield, casting a disdainful glance over the crowd. Since you seek death, allow me to fulfill your wish. In plain view of all, Quan Shao seized a handful of crystal cores and swallowed them whole. Instantly, energy surged within him, his abilities skyrocketing. In mere moments, he ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Another handful of crystal cores followed, and soon he became a 6th-tier ability user. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. A 6th-tier ability user was a legendary status, something they dared not even dream of. Chapter 99. You wish to flee? Have you sought my permission? It was over. Collectively, we were no match for him. Many wore expressions of retreat. Quan Shao let out a prolonged belch, feeling the energy within him near the brink of eruption. The crystal cores in his possession were sufficient to elevate him several tiers, but impatience now drove him. Fortunately, he had not only eliminated the ability users within the base, but had also encountered many wild ability users outside its walls, all of whom had fallen victim to his grasp. Once he absorbed all the crystal cores, annihilating the space would pose no challenge. Witnessing him consume so many crystal cores, with still half remaining in his bag, Jiang Xi could not suppress his revulsion. Such filth deserved to be eradicated. He must not be allowed to roam free. With that, he unleashed his abilities, charging towards Quan Shao. The others followed suit, unleashing their ultimate attacks. However, a horrifying scene unfolded. Instead of being struck by the abilities, Quan Shao stood unscathed beneath his pale yellow energy shield. Countless earth spikes and whirlpools emerged beneath the feet of the crowd, many of whom were caught off guard and were buried alive beneath the ground. Simultaneously, a despairing sandstorm brewed on the horizon. Quan Shao ascended slowly into the air, reveling in the surging power within him, looking down upon the crowd with contempt. You have uncovered my secret, then you shall all perish. He grinned maliciously, spreading his arms wide, as the dust swirled violently like waves crashing upon the shore, rushing towards the masses.
Run.
Help! The ability users fled in terror. their thoughts of resistance extinguished beneath the obscuring dust. The swirling sands, like a monstrous hand from the deep sea, sought to drag everyone into hell. Many closed their eyes in despair. In the next moment, a translucent ice-blue barrier appeared above their heads, halting the onslaught of dirt and sand. Following the source of the barrier, a woman with flowing hair and an enchanting visage stood beside Jiang's parents, supporting Zhang's mother, who was on the verge of collapse from the pressure. Her captivating eyes met Quan Xiao's gaze, her delicate lips parting to utter two melodious words, just this. A sixth-tier ability user? Merely that. Her gaze, laced with sarcasm, swept across the encroaching sandstorm, her expression conveying a myriad of emotions, her tone dripping with disdain. Indeed. One cannot wield abilities that do not belong to them. The sandstorm transformed into a fierce wind. Who did it look down upon? Despite being mocked, Quan Xiao could not muster any anger. He gazed hungrily at the woman's figure and beauty, desire and ambition roiling within him, causing him to overlook her capacity to effortlessly suppress his abilities. He desired both her powers and her beauty. Quan Xiao summoned his abilities to form a massive hand, reaching for the woman. "Tsk, you had a chance to escape, yet you choose to court death," commented Feng Yishuan, adjusting his glasses calmly. The colossal yellow hand obscured the sky, casting the woman's delicate silhouette into stark relief. Witnesses felt their hearts race. In the next instant, the woman lifted one slender hand, her pristine palm meeting the giant hand formed from abilities directly. Simultaneously, an ice-blue light shot from her palm into the giant hand, swirling within with furious velocity. Cracks appeared on the surface of the massive hand, as if being sliced by an unseen force. After a brief struggle, it shattered into pieces. Amidst the flying dust, Quan Xiao's face contorted in shock.
Impossible. Who are you?
Even the strongest in the base, Qin Guoyan, could not withstand the force of his previous attack, yet she appeared so effortlessly at ease. However, he could not discern the depth of her abilities. "You lack the right to know," Chuxi replied with a huff, as more ability users converged towards them, accompanied by an influx of armed soldiers. A heavy dread settled in Quan Xiao's heart. He realized that silencing them was no longer feasible. His only option was to leave the base, gather his forces, and return to avenge today's humiliation. Initially, he had felt confident about escaping unscathed, but Chuxi's display of power instilled in him a sense of foreboding. Within mere seconds, he resolved that leaving was his best course of action. He raised the swirling sands to obscure the crowd's vision once more, secretly retracting all his lethal moves. He concentrated his abilities at his feet, executing the spatial contraction technique only comprehensible to sixth-tier ability users, dashing toward the base's exit. Beneath the tumultuous sands, visibility was nearly non-existent, yet everyone remained alert, vaguely aware of a shadow fleeing the battlefield. Approaching the door of the production workshop, Quan Xiao let out a silent sigh of relief, only to be confronted by a graceful figure appearing before him. "You wish to run? Have you sought my permission?" Chuxi's tone was playful, standing leisurely in the doorway, blocking Quan Xiao's escape route. Observing the woman's elusive presence, with no trace of abilities betraying her movements, filled Quan Xiao with trepidation. He recognized that he had been overly careless, allowing desire to cloud his judgment, provoking a formidable opponent. With a serious demeanor, he stated, "I bear no grudge against you. I implore you to allow me to leave, and I shall repay you in kind. You want to capture me?" Chuxi flicked the dust from her nails, expressing her disdain for battling Earth-type ability users. Quan Xiao hesitated for but a moment, retrieving 5 third-tier crystal cores from his bag, offering them as a gesture of apology. "It was my fault. Consider these cores as compensation. If I can leave the base safely, perhaps we could explore opportunities for collaboration." In his eyes, normal ability users could not exceed the 4th tier at this juncture, unless, like him, they had ruthlessly slaughtered their kind and consumed the cores of both zombies and their peers in a frenzied ascent. He viewed Chuxi as one of those individuals, hence his proposition for collaboration. Even if he was mistaken, with everyone preoccupied in the swirling sands, no one would witness their transaction, and he believed she would not decline. However, upon glancing at the crystal cores in his hands, Chuxi recoiled as if encountering something vile. A cold glint surfaced in her eyes as she smiled mockingly. "You dare to regard me with such filthy eyes? Shouldn't you gouge them out as an apology?" Chapter 100. I shall see you off. Quan Xiao's expression darkened. The woman had made it abundantly clear that she intended to not let him escape, and he was not oblivious to that fact. If that were the case, he would kill her first and then leave brazenly. His gaze hardened as he lifted his hand, once again placing the crystal cores into his mouth. The surging abilities within his body spiraled chaotically, threatening to burst forth at any moment. Quan Xiao's face flushed crimson, his limbs trembling uncontrollably, veins protruding, and his bones cracking ominously. Yet, he did not relent, pouring the remaining crystal cores into his mouth. The wind and sand ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned to the airborne Quan Xiao. His aura surged higher and higher. His abilities grew stronger, and no one present could discern the tier he had reached. Only Yun Chuxi could see through it all. As I witnessed the other party reach the pinnacle of the 7th tier, they showed no signs of restraint, instead consuming the final crystal core with abandon. 8th tier. In the depths of Yun Chuxi's mind, she could clearly see the purplish-red cracks beginning to spread across Quan Xiao's skin. His body could not withstand such power. It was on the verge of exploding. Feeling an unprecedented fullness within, Quan Xiao slowly clenched his fists, casting a sinister glance at Yun Chuxi. Beautiful one, I do not wish to kill you. Yet you insist on opposing me. I have no choice but to send you on your way. With that, he let out a ferocious laugh and struck out towards Yun Chuxi. No one dared to intervene, sensing the terrifying power emanating from Quan Xiao. The oppressive aura he exuded left everyone paralyzed. Not only did they refrain from acting, but the thought of resistance was entirely absent. As the attack drew near, many closed their eyes, unable to bear the imagined sight of Yun Chuxi being crushed to pieces. Jiang Xi's eyes widened in despair. Unexpectedly, Yun Chuxi summoned her own large hand using her abilities, emulating Quan Xiao's earlier pose as it slowly reached for him. Upon seeing this, Quan Xiao erupted into wild laughter. Do not struggle. In my eyes, all of you combined are mere ants. I could crush you effortlessly. You should be contemplating how to beg for mercy to spare your life. Yet, his expression soon shifted dramatically. The semi-transparent azure hand not only countered his powers, but advanced relentlessly towards him. Quan Xiao summoned all his energy to resist. The scene replayed before everyone's eyes, albeit with the roles reversed, and the outcome starkly different. Quan Xiao's abilities surged as he exerted every effort to combat Yun Chuxi's conjured hand. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not halt the hand's gradual encroachment. His visage grew increasingly grotesque, and at the moment the hand grasped him, his powers were utterly suppressed, instinctively eliciting a terrified scream. I concede. I surrender. I beg you, spare me. I am the 3rd chairperson appointed by General Qin. None but him has the right to see me perish. Please. The hand forcefully gripped him, applying slight pressure as one might to an ant.
Atteindre explosion erupted.
Showering the area with a torrential downpour of crimson rain. The metallic scent of fresh blood fell upon every face. Having previously consumed an excessive number of crystal cores, Quan Xiao's powers had expanded with no outlet, and under the dual pressure, he exploded like a balloon. Everyone stood frozen, gazing upwards, struggling to comprehend how the Grim Reaper's scythe, which had hung over them moments before, had been effortlessly claimed by a woman. Chapter 101. Are you satisfied with my performance? With Quan Xiao's demise, the reins of power naturally shifted to Jiang Xi. The once loyal followers of Quan Xiao gathered behind the Jiang family, symbolizing their allegiance and genuine admiration for Yun Chuxi's prowess after witnessing it firsthand. However, the eldest son of the Jiang family paid them no heed, his icy gaze fixated on Feng Yishuan, who was eagerly seeking recognition from Yun Chuxi. How was my performance today? Are you pleased? Feng Yishuan asked, beaming as he approached Yun Chuxi, his tone tinged with an unusual intimacy. Had he not stirred the waters, matters would not have unfolded so smoothly. Yun Chuxi patted his shoulder, approvingly stating, "Well done, a reward is in order. Shall we find a discreet place to discuss further?" Feng Yishuan eagerly suggested, rubbing his hands together. Their transaction, of course, must remain a secret. Yun Chuxi understood the necessity of confidentiality surrounding Feng Yishuan's research and nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Jiang Xi could no longer contain himself and strode over with a grave tone. None of you are permitted to leave. He forced a smile that did not reach his eyes, directing his cold demeanor towards Feng Yishuan. Dr. Feng, are the experimental specimens in your lab insufficient? Come to the Jiang family to find subjects. He was asserting his dominance. making it clear that Yun Chuxi was under the Jiang family's protection and that no one else could lay claim to her. Then, he turned his gaze to Yun Chuxi, the chill in his eyes dissipating momentarily. Chuxi, I am grateful for your assistance. It has been a great help. Yun Chuxi glanced at him and then at the sullen Feng Yishuan, pondering the irony of Jiang Xi's blindness to Feng Yishuan's contributions. What obscured his vision? Instead of gratitude, he radiated hostility. Yet, she sensed the tension in the air. Turning to Feng Yishuan, who had contributed despite not being directly involved, she said, Thank you for your hard work today. I will seek you out tonight. Upon hearing this, Feng Yishuan's face lit up with joy. His gaze fixed intently on her as he replied, All right, I await your summons. With that, he cast a casual glance at Jiang Xi before gracefully departing. However, he had not ventured far beyond the workshop's entrance when he encountered a group of individuals. It was Yilu, accompanied by members of her mercenary team, hurrying towards him. Upon spotting Feng Yishuan, Yilu's eyes brightened, and she gestured for her subordinates to halt before swiftly approaching him, whispering, So, how did it go? Did you succeed? She had been pressuring Feng Yishuan since yesterday to incapacitate Yun Chuxi, and given the time elapsed, success was expected. Indeed, Feng Yishuan nodded, quietly inquiring, You brought so many people. Are you intending to capture Quan Xiao or Yun Chuxi? Of course, it's Yun Chuxi, Yilu replied, astonished. Quan Xiao has only just advanced to the 5th tier. This is a prime opportunity to eliminate the cancer, that is the Jiang family. Once they fall, capturing Yun Chuxi will be effortless. She plotted, knowing that after consuming the drug, Yun Chuxi would attract a horde of zombies. Even if she were not a Jiang family member, for the safety of the base's citizens, Yilu would ensure her demise to prevent a greater catastrophe. To guarantee the plan's success, she had brought her entire crew to ensure Yun Chuxi would have no escape. Seeing Yilu's meticulous planning and malicious intent, it became evident that she was determined to corner Yun Chuxi. Feng Yishuan silently deemed her a fool, thinking she could storm into hell when heaven lay before her. Feigning curiosity, he asked, But how can you prove that Yun Chuxi will attract zombies and bring disaster? Yilu confidently replied, I am well prepared. I had people breach a section of the high wall under the Jiang family's jurisdiction and spill copious amounts of blood outside. By now, a significant number of zombies should have been drawn by the scent of blood. Before coming here, I dispatched my subordinates to lure them in. Once they arrive, they will undoubtedly swarm Yun Chuxi, leaving her either dead or gravely injured. Even if she miraculously survives, she will become a magnet for zombies, which the base cannot tolerate, making her an easy target for us. Yilu appeared self-assured. Oh? Noticing Yilu's ignorance of the events that had transpired in the workshop, especially that Quan Xiao had been slain by Yun Chuxi, Feng Yishuan slowly nodded, asking, Is there anything else you require of me? Yilu waved her hand dismissively, No need. Your reputation in the base is quite high. As long as you stand with me and cooperate accordingly, that will suffice. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow, glancing towards the production workshop with a look of suspicion. What is happening in there? It seems quite lively. I believe I heard an explosion before I arrived. Feng Yishuan adjusted his glasses, maintaining an unflappable demeanor. Oh, it's nothing. Quan Xiao just advanced to the 5th tier and has taken down the Jiang family. It's a double celebration, and everyone inside is setting off firecrackers in jubilation. Ah, I see. Yilu did not dwell on it further. She called out to her team, leading the charge as she kicked open the workshop door, boldly shouting, Yun Chuxi, come out. All eyes turned towards Yilu, the recent memory of Quan Xiao being effortlessly crushed by Yun Chuxi still vivid in their minds. Even those unfamiliar with each other, after witnessing the recent fierce battle, made a point to inquire about the name of Yun Chuxi. Today, this name resonates like thunder, revered as if it were divine. At that moment, Yilu burst in with a loud shout, instantly drawing everyone's attention to her. Upon hearing her tone and the content of her words, a wave of admiration washed over the crowd, akin to witnessing someone daring to disturb the very heavens. Noticing the peculiar gazes directed at her, Yilu furrowed her brow. But her attention was soon captivated by the resplendent woman standing aloof. The woman exuded an air of cold detachment, her expression unreadable, radiating an aura that repelled those who approached. Yet, the eyes of all were inexplicably drawn to her. The closer one got, the softer and more cautious their tones became. Even a group of ability users, 3 meters away, engaged in discussions with Jiang Xiwang, spoke with utmost care. as if raising their voices even slightly would offend the enchanting figure. Ilu remained oblivious, unaware that it was not the fear of offending the beauty that silenced them, but rather the dread of provoking a formidable deity. They had been rendered weak-kneed in fear after witnessing Chuxi's strength during the battle. At that moment, Ilu was frustrated. Having seen neither the anticipated downfall of the Jiang family nor the ruthless authority she expected to witness. Instead, she found Jiang Xiwang surrounded by former subordinates of the powerful figure, while Chuxi stood at the center of attention. A surge of fury ignited within her, scorching her heart and lungs, leaving her unable to think or analyze calmly. Chapter 102. Her existence is a sin. You have business with me, Captain Ilu? Upon hearing her name, the woman raised her gaze, her eyes shimmering and a captivating smile gracing her lips. Suddenly she paused, realizing, oh no, I should now refer to you as Captain Ilu. Recently, the camp of the Fire Rose Mercenary Corps had been besieged by a horde of beggars. And to evade the signatures, Ilu had hastily changed her name to Ilu, a fact well known within the base, causing many to stifle their laughter. Ilu's face twitched, her anger intensifying, the murderous intent evident in her eyes. I have received reports that your unique constitution attracts zombies, posing a grave threat to the base. You must be expelled. Jiang Xiwang retorted coldly, Captain Ilu, your accusations require evidence. Our esteemed Jiang family will not tolerate slander. Evidence will certainly be provided. Her gaze searched for a certain figure, and upon spotting her subordinate, as well as a horde of zombies trailing behind, she secretly sighed in relief. The subordinate was living up to expectations, rushing toward them while shouting in panic, help. Zombies.
So many zombies.
As grotesque faces and staggering figures emerged into view, a pungent stench filled the air, and the zombies lunged toward the crowd with horrifying growls. What is happening? The base is surrounded by high walls. How did the zombies get in? Someone exclaimed in a panic. Perhaps the fighting earlier was too intense, causing the workshop walls to collapse, inadvertently allowing the zombies to enter. Jiang Xiwang stated seriously, everyone, form ranks. The crowd obeyed, quickly positioning themselves for a counterattack. Seeing this, Ilu shouted, do not be afraid. These zombies were attracted by Chuxi. As long as you keep your distance from her, you will not be targeted by the horde. Jiang Xiwang's gaze was like a flash of lightning, filled with icy disdain directed at her. Ilu instinctively shivered, her eyes darting away. As if to validate her words, the swarm of zombies, upon entering the workshop, did not scatter chaotically, but instead converged toward a single direction, seemingly drawn by a powerful magnetism, even forsaking nearby prey for the allure of the unknown. Yet, at the end of that direction stood only one person, Chuxi. Witnessing this scene, the crowd decisively avoided the horde and fled in the opposite direction. A peculiar sight unfolded in the workshop. Over 100 ability users huddled on one side, trembling in fear at the sudden onslaught of zombies, while on the other side, the solitary woman stood unperturbed, gazing directly at the advancing horde. Is it really right to leave the leader all alone over there? Someone murmured with concern. They were quickly rebuffed. What are you thinking? Do you want to hinder her? It was a valid point. The image of the woman effortlessly crushing the powerful figure resurfaced in their minds, causing the first speaker to shiver, suddenly finding the zombie horde far less terrifying. Their voices were low, but those who heard them nodded in agreement, not worrying about Chuxi's predicament, but rather anticipating her display of prowess. When facing the powerful figure, their lives had been at stake, and they had not fully appreciated the situation. Now, they could finally sit back and admire the leader's magnificence. However, to Ilu, it appeared as though Chuxi was abandoned by all, left to await her demise. A subtle smile crept onto Ilu's lips. Everyone has seen it. What I said is entirely true. Chuxi attracts zombies, posing a significant danger to the base. Jiang Xiwang smirked, and so? Her unique constitution is a sin in itself. Failing to report it only compounds her guilt. Chapter 103. Fear not, Great One. I shall come to your rescue. Ilu pressed forward aggressively, pointing at the woman surrounded by zombies, precariously perched atop a 2-meter-high machine, ready to be torn apart at any moment. Her eyes gleamed with triumph. If young Master Jiang has compassion, he may join her. But for the rest of you, we must break through together. She believed her words would not only eliminate Chuxi, but also consolidate her own influence. Her timely arrival to save others would surely earn her the gratitude of the other ability users. However, upon hearing her proclamation, the crowd exchanged glances of disbelief. Had it not been for Zhang's prior manipulation of the truth, they would have likely believed Ilu's claims. Yet, after witnessing Yun Chushi's capabilities, they were hesitant to trust her words and even less inclined to watch Yun Chushi confront the zombies while they fled for their lives. Initially, they had intended merely to observe, but Ilu's words implied that failing to assist would be tantamount to willfully abandoning Yun Chushi. Who would dare be so selfish as to leave their leader behind? You go on ahead. I cannot afford to incur her wrath. A female ability user muttered under her breath before turning to charge into the horde, calling out, Miss Yun, do not fear. I am coming to save you. Upon hearing her voice, Yun Chushi glanced over, her face alight with a smile. Thank you, stay safe. By the heavens. Women truly understand how to seize opportunities. Why didn't I think of that? Another rushed forward, unleashing their abilities without restraint, exclaiming, Fear not, Great One. I shall come to your aid. Indeed. With just a few hundred zombies against over 100 ability users, why hide? It was better to fight valiantly. Perhaps they might even catch the Great One's eye. Realizing what was happening, the crowd felt a surge of regret, each one breaking away from their ranks to confront the horde. We agreed to watch the spectacle together. How infuriating, to be outdone. Do not move, Great One. These mere zombies do not warrant your involvement. We shall charge in and rescue you. As more and more people rushed to save Yun Chushi, the group eventually united in their assault against the zombie horde, leaving Ilu in shock, her expression darkening. She could not fathom how Yun Chushi possessed such charisma. Was it merely her beauty? Witnessing the horde fail to even touch a strand of Yun Chushi's hair as they were repelled, her heart hardened, and she retrieved 2 vials of red liquid from her pocket, shattering them on the ground. An exotic fragrance wafted through the air. These were her last 2 vials of bait. Those from Kyoto had claimed that using both vials simultaneously would attract even zombie animals. While ordinary zombies would go into a frenzy, their strength greatly amplified. No matter what, she would ensure Yun Chushi met her demise today. Yun Chushi, do not blame me. If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon the fact that you are the beloved of the beast tamer. Since she could not persuade Chi Bai nor win over Yun Chushi, she was left with but one final recourse, to usurp Chi Bai's heart. If only Yun Chushi were to perish, would not Chi Bai find affection elsewhere? And that chosen one must be firmly grasped in her own hands. After all, who would not be driven mad by the affection of a prodigious beast tamer? As for whether Chi Bai would despise her in the future, she was confident that when they ascended to the pinnacle of humanity together, he would only express gratitude and understanding towards her. For who can resist the allure of power? Not even love. Their gazes met in the air, each recognizing the other's determination through the sharpness reflected in their eyes. One sought to eradicate completely, while the other intended to root out the threat. Chapter 104. There was no turning back for her. Yun Chushi had already granted Ilu too many chances. She admired strong and confident women, and thus had shown considerable leniency towards Ilu. In the face of repeated provocations, she merely issued warnings, never resorting to genuine confrontation. However, this malicious intent to drive her to her demise compelled her to no longer tolerate such behavior. Yun Chushi kicked aside a wind element zombie that lunged at her, leaped down, and sprinted toward Ilu, stepping on the heads of the blackened corpses. Seeing Ilu's terrified expression as she attempted to hide amidst the crowd, Yun Chushi moved with the grace of a specter, evading the zombies' attacks while unleashing ice arrows that struck down those in her path. Simultaneously, fireballs rained down towards her. Yet she deftly sidestepped each one. As Yun Chushi navigated through the horde of zombies with ease, drawing ever closer to Ilu, she inhaled sharply in alarm. It dawned on her just how naive she had been to believe that everyone was captivated solely by Yun Chushi's appearance, neglecting to recognize her true strength. But it was too late. One misstep, and there would be no turning back. Today, it would either be Yun Chushi's demise or her own life in jeopardy. Illy anxiously glanced outside the door, and upon witnessing the relentless tide of zombies surging forth, she knew that the bait potion had taken effect, far exceeding her expectations. With forced calm, she commanded her team to concentrate all their abilities on eliminating Yun Chushi. The team members were taken aback. Ilu, with a facade of bravado, declared that the zombies were all targeting Yun Chushi. Unless she were to die, the horde would only grow. Look outside. Do you wish to accompany her to the grave? Upon hearing her words, the members of the Fire Rose Mercenary Corps turned to the window, only to see a throng of zombies surging forth, their faces betraying panic. Moreover, all the zombies were converging towards them. The combatants sensed something was amiss. Why have the zombies suddenly become so powerful, as if they have gone berserk? And there are more of them than we can kill. It's a zombie tide. The workshop is surrounded by zombies. Someone exclaimed, "Parents, be careful. Everyone, gather together. We must break through." This was Jiang Xiwang's voice. Hearing Ilu's orders, Yun Chuxi did not pause, stealing a glance outside to confirm that indeed. A dense mass of zombies was demolishing the walls and pressing in from all sides. She caught sight of Ilu, who was hiding behind others with a look of dread, and scoffed, turning to rush towards Jiang Xiwang. She refused to believe that Ilu could hide forever. With twin blades drawn, she cleaved through the zombies, severing their necks and sending their heads flying. Simultaneously, ice arrows shot forth, piercing through rows of zombie skulls. Her cold voice rang out to all, "Follow me." Led by Jiang Xiwang, the group surged forth behind Yun Chuxi. The Fire Rose mercenary corps seized the opportunity to escape alongside them. 80% of those in the workshop were ordinary people, expelled when the young Master Qian arrived to apprehend Jiang Xiwang. Yet, they dared not stray far during working hours and had remained nearby, only to be the first to suffer when the zombies appeared. They cried out in panic, scrambling as they were overwhelmed, blood spilling forth, turning the scene into a living hell. "What are you waiting for? Move. Escape through the workshop door," Ilu urged, her fear evident. The stronger Yun Chuxi became, the more terrified she grew. Little did she know, the members of the Rose Mercenary Corps exchanged glances. The vice captain spoke up. "Sorry, Captain, but we cannot act against Miss Yun on your word alone, especially since she has led us to safety." Having followed Ilu for so long, they were well aware of her ruthless nature. Their silence did not imply ignorance. As long as their interests were not threatened, they would let her be. If they were to attack Yun Chuxi, they would not only anger the Jiang family, but also oppose the ability users who supported her. Why would they risk their lives to pledge loyalty to Ilu? Moreover, did they not see how few they were? The remaining team members nodded in agreement. Though they did not expressly refuse Ilu's command, their stance was clear. Ilu was enraged. "A bunch of cowards. If you won't, I will do it myself." She drew out a concealed wooden gun and stealthily approached the woman who was wreaking havoc. At the forefront of the group, the woman was like an indomitable blade, thrusting into the heart of the zombie tide. Blood flowed freely in her wake, her fierce and decisive prowess captivating all. More and more ability users followed behind her, and even ordinary people began to shed their fear and actively slay zombies. Once she had escorted Zhang's parents and others out of the workshop, Yun Chuxi slowed her pace. She felt a sense of impatience, were it not for the multitude of humans around and the many ability users entangled in combat with the zombies. She would have unleashed a devastating attack to clear the area. However, the others assumed her slowing was due to fatigue, while Illa believed she had found an opportunity. Confronted by a towering, 3-meter-tall, muscle-bound, lava-spewing mutated zombie, Yun Chuxi employed a swift strike to pierce its forehead, aiming to shatter its brain. However, an overwhelming wave of heat surged from behind her, forcing Yun Chuxi to switch from offense to defense, crossing her blades to block the giant's punch. Just as she intended to sidestep an incoming fire serpent, a transparent, azure water shield suddenly enveloped her, blocking the fiery assault, an intervention from Jiang Xiwang. Yun Chuxi glanced sideways at Ilu, who was hiding among the crowd, attempting to ambush her, her gaze cold as if regarding a lifeless entity. Utilizing the water shield for protection, she swiftly dispatched the giant mutated zombie, then unleashed her ice abilities without restraint. Ice arrows and spikes swirling as the horde of zombies fell in droves. "Look, reinforcements have arrived. It seems to be Commander Qin's army, led by young Master Qin. Has he returned to the base?" The energy of the ability users surged as they cheered. "Brothers, let us show our strength and not let young Master Qin look down on us." Following their exclamations, Yun Chuxi also spotted the armed soldiers approaching in the distance. At the forefront was a man with a stern visage, sharp brows, and a tall, slender frame. His piercing black eyes exuded a chilling aura. A flash of gold in his hand revealed a golden spear, which he wielded with skill, cleaving through the zombies effortlessly. The system, having been silent for some time, finally stirred. Ding! Target identified as male deity. System scanning in progress. Name: Qin Guoyan. Age: 24. Talent: Gold element ability, physical enhancement, appearance: 85. Physique: 98. Spirit: 78. Rating: excellent. Current favorability towards host: 20. Meeting her gaze, as though recognizing her as the leader among these ability users, Qin Guoyen called out, "Our forces have converged. The city gates are closed. We must crush the zombie tied outside the city." With that, he led over 2,000 armed soldiers, continuously firing upon the zombie horde as they advanced towards Yun Chuxi. Chapter 105. Do zombies also fear? Yun Chuxi raised an eyebrow, refraining from responding to him, but effortlessly launching ice spikes in conjunction with his golden abilities, a seamless collaboration. Qin Guoyen's affection level was initially 10, now standing at 30. After 2 hours, the horde of zombies retreated. The remaining zombies seemingly regained their senses, abruptly turning to flee. Could it be that zombies experience fear? After enduring a fierce battle, everyone was utterly exhausted, lacking the will to pursue. Qin Guoyen halted beside her, extending a hand, introducing himself. "I am Qin Guoyen. You are quite formidable." Yun Chuxi's fingertips brushed against his palm before retreating, nodding slightly. Yun Chuxi. The cool and soft sensation stirred something within him, but before he could savor the moment, a figure suddenly rushed towards him, crying out, "Cousin, you have finally returned. This woman intends to kill me." Seeing Ilu, her face stricken with terror, breaking away from the crowd towards him, he glanced at the woman beside him. Her demeanor was indifferent, her silence suggesting she was not the ruthless type. He suspected there had been a misunderstanding, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Yun Chuxi subtly raise her wrist, a cold glint flashing. The next moment, a sharp dagger pierced through Ilu's chest. The force of the strike drove it deep into the ground, quivering slightly, revealing the killer's intent to deliver a lethal blow. Ilu froze, staring blankly at the bloody wound on her chest, wanting to speak, but only managing a strangled cough. Regret filled her gaze as she looked at Yun Chuxi, her eyes betraying unwillingness, resentment, fear, and ultimately, despair as she slowly collapsed. The turn of events unfolded too swiftly. Even Qin Guoyen, seasoned by countless trials, was taken aback by such ruthless decisiveness. As a peak-level 4th-tier powerhouse of the Longjiang base, he never imagined someone would dare to murder his cousin in his presence. Instinctively, he cradled Illa's limp body, using his powers to seal her rapidly fading life force. The armed soldiers, startled, aimed their weapons at Yun Chuxi. The ability users gasped in shock. While they knew Yun Chuxi was strong, they never anticipated her audacity to confront the entire base. Illa's team was somewhat aware of the underlying truths but remained apprehensive, too frightened to speak.
Ding.
Qin Guoyen's affection level dropped to 20, now at 10. After a moment, his voice turned icy. "Seize her." The armed soldiers cautiously surrounded Yun Chuxi.
Wait.
Jiang Xiai stepped forward, standing beside Yun Chuxi. "Miss Yun is a distinguished guest of the Jiang family. Anyone who dares to harm her will face the wrath of my family." His tone was gentle yet unwavering, firm and authoritative, asserting that even Qin Guoyen lacked the right to indiscriminately punish a savior of the base who had repelled the zombie horde. Qin Guoyen's expression soured. His thin lips pressed into a displeased line before he warned, "If Illa dies, you'll accompany her." He picked up Ilu, preparing to seek the military doctor. However, a light laugh rang out behind him, laced with a killing intent that halted his steps.
Oh.
"Are you suggesting I eliminate the root of the problem and kill you too?" Had it not been for the system's intervention, she would have already kicked him away as he commanded her arrest. Upon hearing her words, Qin Guoyen froze in place, his back stiffening, fingers cracking audibly as an overwhelming aura of menace radiated from him.
Ding.
Qin Guoyen's affection level fell to 20, now at 10. Chapter 106. What if I change my target? As a man of dignity, especially the young master of such a vast base, being provoked within his own domain by a woman was intolerable. Qin Guoyen chose to relinquish Illa's lifeless body to his subordinates. With a wave of his hand, his golden powers coalesced into a spear, aimed directly at Yun Chuxi's face. The words emerged from between clenched teeth. "You brought this upon yourself." Yun Chuxi brandished her twin blades, meeting his challenge with composure, returning his words with equal fervor. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows, leaving the onlookers in a daze. As they witnessed this celestial confrontation, fearing collateral damage, the crowd instinctively retreated, speculating on the victor. Some even placed secret bets. Yet, unexpectedly, before the betting could gain traction, Qin Guoyen let out a muffled groan, his movements faltering for a moment, revealing numerous gashes across his body. Minutes later, he bent his knee, staggering dangerously close to the ground. In less than a quarter hour, Qin Guoyan coughed up blood, forced back by a single blow, barely stabilizing himself as his right hand instinctively clutched his chest. He looked up, wiping the blood from his lips, his face pale as paper. Yet the battle spirit in his eyes intensified. The spear spun through the air and returned to his grasp as he bellowed, "Come again." With that, he charged at Yun Chuxi. Humph. Yun Chuxi smirked, no longer holding back, as she intensified her assault, first breaking his ribs, then shattering his leg bones. She ultimately struck him with such force that he spewed blood uncontrollably. At this point, she had nearly pierced through his heart on several occasions. The system watched in terror. The black cat, circling the battlefield's edge, meowed in panic. "Stop. Host. Do you wish to kill him? He is your mission target." However, within her mental realm, a calm voice replied, "What are you panicking about? He isn't dead yet. Even if he dies, I can always find another. What does it matter if he is a mission target? Those who oppose me shall be annihilated." Realizing their host's seriousness, the black cat was at a loss, its tiny paws frantically scratching the ground. "Oh, the poor male lead I just acquired. I thought I could win him over quickly, yet in less than half a day. He might meet his demise at the hands of the host." In under 10 minutes, the outcome was clear. Qin Guoyan knelt on the ground, bloodied, his golden sphere dissipating as his powers waned. Clutching his chest, he struggled to remain upright, his gaze towards Yun Chuxi beginning to blur, his voice raspy. He coughed up blood as he admitted, "I have lost. Do as you will, just spare me." Understanding his intent, Yun Chuxi coldly shook her head. "Not happening." As she spoke, her eyes deliberately scanned the Qin family's ability users who were treating Ilu. Whoever dares to save her will pay with their life. The ability users panicked, scattered like birds fleeing a predator, leaving Ilu sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around her. Witnessing this scene, Qin Guoyan's face turned ashen as he cast a guilt-ridden glance at Ilu, and the next moment, his eyes fluttered shut as he fainted. Silence enveloped the area. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one could have imagined that the legendary Qin Guoyan, undefeated thus far, would fall at the hands of Yun Chuxi. Moreover, one party was severely wounded while the other emerged unscathed. The armed soldiers trembled as they aimed their weapons at Yun Chuxi, their hands weak, eyes filled with fear.
"Yenner, who has harmed my Yenner?"
The crowd parted as the near 50-year-old Commander Qin rushed towards the prostrate Qin Guoyan, his voice a mixture of fury and sorrow, followed closely by a formidable entourage of ability users. Upon confirming Qin Guoyan was gravely injured, yet still alive, Commander Qin visibly relaxed. However, upon turning to see the gaping wound on Ilu's chest, his expression shifted to one of rage. "Who dares to kill Lulu?" After hearing the explanation from his subordinates, Commander Qin's eyes widened in fury as he fixed his gaze on Yun Chuxi. "It was you?" "Indeed," Yun Chuxi replied, crossing her arms defiantly. She had not engaged in indiscriminate killing, it was her opponent who had struck first. Moreover, considering the system's influence, Qin Guoyan was still alive. Upon hearing this, Commander Qin, heartbroken, gently caressed Ilu's lifeless face. When he raised his head again, his eyes burned with an unquenchable fury. "Whoever you are from this moment forth, you shall become the enemy of the entire base. All personnel, heed my command. Whoever kills this woman shall earn half of Longjiang base's power." A commotion erupted. At those words, the Qin family's ability users glimmered with excitement, their eyes gleaming with determination. Even those who have witnessed Yun Chuxi's prowess could not suppress their excitement. Fortunately, their reason prevailed, and they dared not risk being annihilated for a fleeting desire, fighting over an outcome that was fundamentally unattainable. Thus, the scene unfolded with a stark dichotomy. On one side were the abilities gathered from the inner city, led by the Qin family, their eyes burned with fervor, eagerly fixating on Yun Chuxi as if she were already a captive in their grasp. On the other side stood the members of the Rose Mercenary Corps and the former subordinates of the once powerful young master. The Jiang family, along with those abilities who had willingly pledged allegiance to them, maintained a calm demeanor. Far from being lured by promises, their gazes bore a hint of pity, as if observing a group on the brink of self-destruction. Those who initially intended to strike first at Yun Chuxi felt an inexplicable unease under their scrutiny, hesitant to take a step forward. For a moment, both factions remained at a standstill, maintaining an eerie balance. At this juncture, Zhang Xi stepped forward resolutely, proclaiming, "Chuxi, Regardless of your intentions, I shall forever stand by your side. Yun Chuxi glanced at him in surprise, then turned to Zhang's parents, saying, "This burden is mine to bear alone. You should return to the Zhang family and await news." Regardless of the outcome, whether she lived or died, her actions were ultimately her own and had no bearing on the Zhang family, thus they need not be entangled in her fate. However, both parents shook their heads. Zhang's mother gazed at her with affection, saying, "Miss Yun, not only have you saved our Wang, but you also rescued us just now. How can we allow you to face this alone? Life and death are uncertain in the apocalypse. We have long lived our days. Should misfortune befall us, we entrust Wang to you." No one understands a child better than their mother. Even if they were to forcibly take Jiang Xi away today, he would still clandestinely seek out Yun Chuxi, binding their destinies together. It would serve them better to support Yun Chuxi from the outset and seek their son's wishes sooner. Zhang's father then clasped his hands toward Commander Qin, saying, "Old friend, I apologize for my lack of discipline in raising my child." With that, he commanded all Jiang family abilities to protect Yun Chuxi. "Father, mother, I am unfilial." Jiang Xi choked back emotion, his eyes reddening. Upon receiving the directive, those abilities who had followed Yun Chuxi out of the fray hastily positioned themselves behind her, fearing to draw attention by lagging behind. Truth be told, they were not devoid of greed or temptation. Rather, they feared for their lives. The unexpected scene left Commander Qin speechless. He clearly had not anticipated Yun Chuxi wielding such formidable influence, but his astute mind, once clouded by anger, regained its clarity as he observed this unusual tableau. Cautiously, he spoke, "Minister Jiang, this matter does not concern you. We have weathered storms together in our alliance for so long. Why must we be enemies? Since this girl belongs to your family, I will grant you a favor today. Let us confine her to the dungeon until my son awakens, and we can clarify everything before passing judgment." This proposition was reasonable and preserved the Jiang family's dignity. With a niece murdered and a son gravely injured, he could defer justice until the truth emerged. Yet, Zhang's father, seasoned in political maneuvering, saw through his cunning. "Old friend, your calculations may be flawed. If I agree today, you will imprison Miss Yun, and once confined, you will dictate her fate and torment her at will. Your offer of goodwill is merely an attempt to sow discord between me and Miss Yun." Hearing this, Jiang Xi scoffed, "Commander, please do not waste your efforts. The Jiang family stands with Yun Chuxi, come what may." Seeing them unwaveringly aligned with her, Yun Chuxi felt a stir of emotion within her heart. She turned to Jiang Xi, smiled brightly, and said, "It appears you are quite the ally. Would you mind joining me in rebellion? If it came to opposing the leader of the base, let us change the leader." At this, Commander Qin, infuriated to the point of laughter, retorted, "You audacious girl. What grandiose words." He raised his hand and commanded, "Attack with full force." The air erupted with the sound of gunfire, and in an instant, abilities surged forth. As the two factions prepared to clash, a robust figure was hurled into the air. "Commander!" None could discern how Commander Qin was seized. In plain sight, he was lifted uncontrollably into the air, where a graceful figure began to materialize beside him. As Yun Chuxi employed her light feather technique, she grasped the collar of Commander Qin's attire, her voice calm and leisurely. "What are you thinking? Surely, you do not believe I am here to negotiate? I am merely notifying you." She weighed the heft of her captive, Commander Qin's body bouncing precariously, poised to shatter upon impact. "Commander Qin, will you voluntarily retire to a life of leisure, or shall I first eliminate your son, and then you, allowing your family to rest in the depths below?" Upon finishing, she channeled her energy, unleashing the formidable aura emblematic of a Tier 10 ability, sweeping across the entire city. The entire Longjiang base trembled under this terrifying presence, plunging into an eerie silence. Those directly facing this might knelt, unable to resist, gazing up at Yun Chuxi with expressions of shock. Her power shattered their understanding of reality. Akin to ants confronting an ancient beast, trembling in awe, the atmosphere grew stiflingly quiet. Commander Qin's face twitched. He could not comprehend the upheaval of his world. With his niece slain and son gravely injured, his power had been usurped overnight. Watching his subordinates, who dared not utter a sound, his fury ignited alongside confusion. And soon a bitter taste surged in his throat, culminating in a spurt of blood. That night, Qin Guoyan awoke in a cold sweat within the dungeon, pain coursing through his body and fever clouding his mind. My father, he instinctively tensed, recalling the voice he had heard before losing consciousness. A languid female voice drifted down from above. Your father, seeing you injured, wished to flay me alive. Alas, I had no choice but to overthrow his regime and replace the base's leadership with my own. Now he resides in the Jiang family, living a life of leisure. What was termed leisure was, in truth, imprisonment, with the final resolution left to the Jiang family.
Ding.
Qin Guiyan's favorability increased by 20, current favorability, 30. Hearing the regime had been toppled, Qin Guiyan's pupils constricted in disbelief. Upon learning that Commander Qin was forced into retirement, he lifted his gaze to Yun Chuxi. Fury igniting within. You wicked woman. I will ensure you pay dearly. It seemed Qin Guiyan had yet to grasp the reality of his situation. Bring someone in. Treat him well, Yun Chuxi instructed, selecting a whip the thickness of a child's arm from the instruments nearby and tossing it to the guard, gesturing with her chin. She then took a seat and lifted a teacup. Following her command, the guard brandished the whip and struck Qin Guiyan fiercely. The dungeon echoed with the sound of ruthless lashes.
Ding.
Qin Guiyan's favorability increased by 20, current favorability, 50. The man, who had initially gritted his teeth in defiance, could no longer suppress his groans under the relentless assault. His thin garment clung to his chest, brutally torn by the force of the strikes. Fresh blood streaking across his exposed abdomen. Covered in sweat and blood, he gradually became a bloodied figure. As his breath weakened and his half-closed eyes threatened to shut completely, Yun Chuxi raised her hand slightly, and the guard withdrew the whip. Qin Guiyan, are you awake now? Adopt the attitude of a captive, and I might grant you a swift end. In the struggle for power, you have the liberty to choose your fate. But you would do well not to grant me the opportunity to let you live. Otherwise his voice, though weak, concealed an undeniable chill, though battered. He retained an air of pride. Yun Chuxi curled her lips, amused by the indomitable spirit of Qin Guiyan. I shall see how long you can endure this. She summoned the guards, commanding them to confine Qin Guiyan alone in a dark cell, devoid of light, water, and sound. Moreover, no one was permitted to see him except for himself. When Qin Guiyan regained consciousness from his stupor, he immediately sensed the peculiarity of his situation. Silence enveloped him, and darkness was all he could perceive. His instincts informed him that he was in a cramped black chamber, a sealed space where even a whisper of air was elusive. His injuries, though healing slowly due to the formidable regenerative powers of an ability user, caused him excruciating pain. As if he were being relentlessly gnawed upon by thousands of ants. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he thought of the woman who had slain his kin and stripped him of everything, regardless of her ulterior motives. He would not allow her to succeed. Time slipped away, and soon Qin Guiyan opened his eyes for the 20th time, frustration gnawing at him. He shifted his position on the cold floor, yet wherever he turned, darkness stretched endlessly around him. A tempest of suppressed rage filled his heart, as if the entire room were a colossal black hole, voraciously consuming his sanity. Time crawled by like years until a sliver of light fell upon his face. Half awake, he beheld the woman crouching before him, her figure silhouetted against the light, scrutinizing him with an inscrutable tone. Qin Xiao, I have come to see you. In her hands, she held a bowl of rice porridge and a cup of water. Qin Guiyan cast a fleeting glance at the offerings before closing his eyes, refusing to speak, turning his head away in a display of pride. He had no need for her feigned kindness. The woman chuckled softly. It seems Qin Xiao is not hungry. Then I shall feed it to the dogs. With her departure, he was plunged once again into a world devoid of scent, sound, and color, akin to falling into a sunless mire. Qin Guiyan pressed his fingers against the wall beneath him, the sharp pain snapping him back to reality. In the unmeasurable passage of time, a suffocating emotion began to swell within his chest, and he found himself gasping for breath, akin to a fish washed ashore, teetering on the brink of death. Chapter 109. The Slave Qin. 2 days later, Yun Chuxi returned precisely on time to confront Qin Guiyan. The man appeared visibly emaciated, his complexion seemingly calm, yet the depths of his eyes betrayed signs of impending collapse. Qin Xiao, do take care not to starve to death. Will you not pay your last respects to Ilu on her 7th day? As she observed the tumultuous change in his expression, she placed the bowl of water and porridge on the ground and departed once more. 72 hours later, she returned. Qin Xiao, I have come. After yesterday's bowl of porridge, Qin Guiyan finally found his voice, his throat rasping as if it had been ground by gravel. What do you truly want? My life is in your hands. What more do you seek? Yun Chuxi did not conceal her intentions. To be frank, I find myself drawn to you, Qin Xiao. In some cosmic sense, I require a slave like you to bow before me and extol my virtues. Qin Guiyan gritted his teeth. Get lost. However, the moment her footsteps faded, a wave of terror surged through him, nearly driving him mad. On the fourth day, he began to anticipate her arrival. When she appeared before him, he could not suppress the elation stirring within him, as if he were beholding the only deity in a silent world. On the fifth day, watching Qin Guiyan devour the food hungrily, Yun Chuxi slowly smiled. Do not rush, Qin Xiao. Call me master, and I shall ensure you are well fed. In response, Qin Guiyan forcefully hurled the bowl at her feet. On the sixth day, Yun Chuxi did not come. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Guiyan began to bang his head against the ground. As he listened to the sound of the impact, the echoes of Yun Chuxi's taunting words rang incessantly in his ears. Blood streamed down his face, yet he paid it no mind. In his mind's eye, he could only see the woman's lips curling in a semblance of a smile in the dim light. In the boundless void, Qin Guiyan instinctively fixated on a single direction, as if the mere presence of that person could instantly bring them into his line of sight. On the seventh day, Yun Chuxi entered silently, placing the water and porridge before him before turning to leave, but a hand grasped her boot. The man, seizing her shoe, strained his body, his voice trembling as if he had expended every ounce of his strength. Do not go, master.
Ding.
Qin Guiyan's favorability rating, 50, current favorability rating, 0. The little black cat, having abandoned hope, was now taken aback, its eyes wide.
What?
This works too? Patience, it has only just begun, Yun Chuxi replied in her heart. She halted, offering no reply to Qin Guiyan, but in the next moment raised her voice. Bring him in. Order him to be interrogated. The prison door swung open, and Qin Guiyan was brought into the judgment hall, bound hand and foot, kneeling in the center. Surrounding him were mercenary leaders who had hurriedly arrived upon receiving word, along with several higher-ups from the base. Yun Chuxi nonchalantly chose a seat. The presiding judge, a female ability user from the Jiang family, cautiously gauged Yun Chuxi's expression before speaking sternly. Qin Guiyan, you conspired with Ilu, disregarding the lives of others, leading to a zombie tide, and have repeatedly attempted to harm Miss Yun. Do you plead guilty? What nonsense are you spouting? Ilu summoned the zombie tide? The man exclaimed, his emotions flaring as blood spilled from his lips. The presiding judge's gaze sharpened. Qin Guiyan, the entire base is aware that the Qin family sent envoys to the Kyoto base, returning with numerous special pharmaceuticals. Is the baiting agent not yours? At the mention of the baiting agent, the man's expression shifted, recalling something that left him looking utterly defeated, murmuring to himself, when she took the agent, she claimed it was to eliminate the high-level zombies outside the base, instructing me to keep it for my father. I never imagined it would lead to such harm. His spirit dulled, the torment of recent days extinguished the light in his eyes, casting a shadow over his once vibrant features. In that moment, the last vestiges of his resolve and belief crumbled, drowning him in despair. Seeing he was unaware of Ilu's actions, and even the Commander Qin was in the dark, Yun Chuxi felt no surprise, nor did she intend to speak in his defense. The presiding judge nodded. So it follows that Qin Xiao pleads guilty? It is my fault. I have indulged her too much. You may kill me. It is only just, the man muttered, his face ashen and lacking strength. The presiding judge continued, Ilu, as a sinner of the base, has already perished at the hands of Miss Yun. Her corpse shall be paraded for 7 days, receiving the scorn of the masses. However, you and your father, as accomplices, shall each receive a punishment. One shall be executed, and the other shall have their abilities stripped and be exiled to the mines to atone through labor. The man accepted his fate. There is no choice. Let my father live well, and tell him the truth, that he should not seek revenge for me. The presiding judge declared, the sentence is passed. Execution shall commence. Under the blazing sun, the axe in the hands of the enhancer gleamed coldly as it was raised high, before descending mercilessly. It turned out she was not the villain. The true sinner was himself. The man cast one last glance at Yun Chuxi before closing his eyes.
Ding.
Qin Guiyan's favorability rating, 20. Current favorability rating, 20. A swift sound sliced through the air. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze. In the next moment, the axe clattered to the ground, And the executioner looked at Yun Chuxi in terror. The man, instead of experiencing the anticipated pain, felt the oppressive bonds loosen, and with a gentle struggle, the rope snapped. Bewildered, he opened his eyes. A figure stood before him, the woman's expression hidden, yet her cold voice rang in his ears like a celestial melody. Qin Guoyan is dead. The person before you is my slave, Qin. She surveyed all present. Do any of you have objections? The assembled crowd echoed. Who would dare object, my lady? Their judgment served as a means to uphold order, a warning to other ability users, yet they had no power over a monster like Yun Chuxi. The female judge, with an unwavering demeanor, solemnly declared that Qin Guoyan was dead, thereby concluding the proceedings. As the mercenary leaders departed in small groups, Yun Chuxi turned around, looking down upon him. Since you have become my slave, you must go east when I command, and never west. You shall live, but not take your own life. If I command you to die, there must be no hesitation. Do you understand? Yes, master. His life hung by a thread. Yet he found himself in a situation where he was unexpectedly granted a chance to survive alongside his father. Qin Guoyan gazed at the woman before him, his eyes reflecting a complex and heavy emotion. She was stunningly beautiful, yet fiercely formidable. She saved the base while simultaneously taking the life of his closest kin. She demanded his life as penance, yet chose to spare him. Was she a savior or a demon? The woman cast her gaze upon him, and as their eyes met, he was ensnared by the vortex of her eyes, a thunderous shock resonating in his mind, accompanied by a sudden, intense palpitation. Instinctively, he sought to avert his gaze. Yet his eyes felt glued, unable to move even a fraction. Keep up. Only when her melodious voice reached his ears did he hastily regain his composure, stumbling to his feet while gritting his teeth to endure the pain coursing through his body. As you command, master. Ding. Qin Guoyan's favorability increased by 10, current favorability, 30. Chapter 110. Why is brother staring at me? By the time they returned to the Jiang family, night had fallen. The bright moon hung high, and a group of servants outside the Jiang residence was diligently washing the ground with buckets of clean water. Upon Yun Chuxi's appearance, a certain individual, who had been anxiously waiting outside the villa, rushed over, trailed by a dozen mutated beasts. Miss, why have you returned only now? I've been waiting for you all day. Who is he? Qibai's expression of dependence swiftly morphed into one of hostility and scrutiny directed at the man behind Yun Chuxi. Miss, have you been visiting the dungeon every day just for him? Ah, Qin, my slave, Yun Chuxi briefly explained before inquiring. What has transpired? There is a strong smell of blood. A week prior, after the Qin family's regime was toppled, Commander Qin offered all his family resources to plead for Yun Chuxi to spare Qin Guoyan and Ilu. Yun Chuxi dismissed his words as nonsense and ordered his family to be taken down. Qin Guoyan was released from the dungeon, while Ilu, as a paragon of malevolence, was publicly displayed as a warning. Commander Qin was left to the Jiang family to handle, and all authority within the base was transferred to them. Yet, it was evident to all who truly held power over the base. The fleeing Jiang Xian was captured, and Jiang Ge, out of familial affection, spared him but stripped him of his abilities. However, he could not withstand the pain, and ultimately took his own life. These servants are cleaning the floor where Jiang Xian lay, a sign of bad luck. At this point he frowned. By the way, miss, Illa's body has vanished. Vanished? Yun Chuxi's eyes narrowed in confusion. How could a body simply disappear? Qibai's tone turned gloomy, according to the guards and the traces left in the morgue. It seems she escaped on her own. After Ilu was stabbed, no one dared to intervene, believing her to be dead. Additionally, since she was on Yun Chuxi's kill list, no one would dare to secretly extract her core. Ilu was placed in the morgue, dragged out for public display during the day, and guarded by 2 enhancers at night. But today, she was found missing. After Illa's disappearance, they began their investigation and learned from a medical staff member of the Rose Mercenary Corps that Illa's heart was located differently than that of a normal person, making it highly likely she was still alive. It appeared that Ilu had seized this opportunity to gather her strength and escape. How fortunate she is to have encountered so many deaths these past few days, and with Jiang Ge now in charge of the base. He is too busy to deal with her. Otherwise, her core would have been taken long ago. Qibai cautioned her, Miss, in the future, when you kill someone, remember to sever their head. Otherwise, these clowns tend to have a knack for survival, and they might return to haunt us. After that, he produced a tome. This is something I found while searching Illa's home. I remembered it was given by you, so I brought it back. Yun Chuxi, upon hearing the details, was profoundly surprised. That one strike of hers should have been sufficient to cleave an ordinary person in two, yet it merely left Ilu grievously injured. Feigning death? It seemed she had underestimated the survival instincts of those with abilities. Noticing the boy's displeasure, Yun Chuxi accepted the Nine manual and playfully pinched his cheek. Do not worry. Even if she is not dead, she will soon regret having survived. Ilu, having attracted a horde of zombies, is undeniably the true villain of the base. For every life lost in this incident, there will be countless souls eager to consume her flesh and bones. Once discovered, her existence will be a living hell. Chibai nodded, still troubled. But what if she manages to escape the base? Then that would be even better. Yun Chuxi smirked, revealing no intent to conceal her ruthlessness. Having narrowly survived, Ilu is already gravely injured. Even if she managed to live on, she would be far worse off than an ordinary person. Once she left the base, she would have to face a paradise of zombies, a true purgatory for mere mortals. The cruel smile of the woman exuded an air of danger. A siren's call of lethal allure. Chibai, captivated, grasped her hand, suppressing the urge to kiss it, instead brushing his cheek against her hand gently. He sought a topic to prolong the moment. Speaking of which, I heard that Qin Guoyan was beheaded this afternoon, and Commander Qin was sent to the mines to work. Truly deserved. Allowing his kin to act with impunity, and yet he claims to serve the people. Truly, like father, like son, both shameless in their own right. A cracking sound of knuckles echoed behind her. Yun Chuxi turned to see the man's unstable emotions reflected in his shadowed eyes, casting a menacing glance at Chibai. Yet, upon meeting her gaze, he obediently lowered his head. Before she could speak, Chibai exclaimed, "Ah, Qin looks so fierce." The boy hid behind her, cautiously peeking out, seemingly intimidated. "Miss, why is your slave glaring at me? Does he find me displeasing?" Yun Chuxi's lips twitched slightly. "You are addressing his family directly in front of him. It's a miracle he hasn't harmed you already. But of course, one must indulge their own." She affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. "What is there to fear? With 12 mutated beasts at your side, who would dare to look at you askance? If anyone dares to bully you, unleash the dogs upon them." Simultaneously, she cast a discreet warning glance at Qin Guoyan. A mere slave, he would do well to remain aware of his place. Should Qin Guoyan fail to recognize his standing, she would not hesitate to make an example of him. Faced with the icy glare of Yun Chuxi, Qin Guoyan felt a shiver run through him. The fury in his mind doused by a cold splash of reality. He was no longer Qin Guoyan. He was Qin, a slave, living under another's grace. He lowered his gaze to conceal the sorrow within. As Yun Chuxi turned her head, Chibai was playfully making faces behind her. However, regardless of his provocations, the man remained silently stoic.
Chibai sờ góc in Wally.
He had not been by the Mrs. side during the coup. All his knowledge came from what Lei Ge and Pan Jia had recounted afterward. He was also aware that after the Miss executed Ilu, she had specifically captured Qin Guoyan and spared his life today. He could not fathom what made Qin Guoyan worthy of her efforts. Thus, he had deliberately sought to provoke him. Yet, Qin Guoyan did not dare to utter a word in response. His demeanor was starkly different from the hot-tempered reputation of the base's young master. It was unclear what trials he had endured, but he appeared to have suffered greatly. Nevertheless, any man too close to the Miss was not to be trusted in his eyes. Chibai's face broke into a smile as he quietly grasped Yun Chuxi's arm. No number of mutated beasts could compare to her worth. "How long will you all remain outside? There are conversations that should not be held here." A calm and steady voice interjected. As I followed the sound, the villa's grand door was pushed wide open. Jiang Xiwang leaned against the door, his slightly weary face betraying an undeniable air of spirited vigor. In contrast to his previous gentle and refined demeanor, the Jiang Xiwang who now took charge of the base radiated an added layer of calm confidence and commanding presence. Yet, when his frosty gaze fell upon Yun Chuxi, it melted like spring snow, and his tone involuntarily softened. "Chuxi, you've worked hard all day. I specifically asked the kitchen to prepare a midnight snack for you. Would you like to have a bite?" Upon hearing this, Yun Chuxi felt her own fatigue creeping in. She had been tirelessly navigating through the narrative. Truly a paragon of diligence, an unquestionable tool for the author, who had been criticized to the point of shame. She patted her empty stomach with a slight sigh. "All right, let us eat together." Dining with handsome men might even help garner some popularity for the author. With that, she stepped ahead into the doorway. Once Yun Chuxi had entered, Jiang Xiwang's expression turned cold, and his gaze swept over Qi Bai, who was following closely behind her, his eyes darkening slightly. Upon noticing Qin Guoyan, who brought up the rear, a sharp glint flickered in his gaze. Qi Bai feigned ignorance to Jiang Xiwang's scrutiny and called out in an exaggerated tone, "Miss, wait for me. I wish to sit beside you." With that, he quickly caught up and settled next to the woman. As Qin Guoyan approached the entrance, he found his way blocked by Jiang Xiwang's arm. Chapter 111. Fearful of competing for affection? Stopping in his tracks under Jiang Xiwang's scrutinizing gaze, he instinctively clenched his fists, suppressing the turmoil within. "Young Master Qin, there's no particular enmity between us. It's merely a change of ownership at the base. A shift in power dynamics. In the past, the Jiang family revered the fairness and authority of General Qin, fulfilling any requests he made. Now that General Qin has strayed from his path, I feel regret but shall not kick you while you're down. Likewise, as long as you remain a loyal Qin, I will not act against you. However." Jiang Xiwang smiled, his tone imbued with an undeniable strength and warning, hoping that young Master Qin would refrain from harboring inappropriate thoughts. Qin Guoyan suddenly raised his eyes, only to find Jiang Xiwang had already turned away. Striding purposefully toward the dining room, his demeanor and gaze firmly affixed to the woman's retreating figure, he was momentarily taken aback. Was Jiang Xiwang deliberately admonishing him for the sake of the hostess? Reflecting on Qi Bai's feigned pitiable demeanor and his double-edged provocations, Qin Guoyan began to comprehend the source of Qi Bai's inexplicable hostility. It was also for the hostess. Were they worried he might compete for her affection? A wave of astonishment washed over him. Subsequently, a sense of absurdity and ridicule began to bubble within him. These men, who possessed the power to upend the world, were squabbling over a woman. How utterly ludicrous. Yet, the hostess had chosen him, which was equally laughable. How else could one explain their animosity toward him? How could one rationalize the hostess keeping him close under the guise of servitude? In a swirl of conflicting thoughts, Qin Guoyan recalled how the hostess had taken the life of his cousin, overturning his existence. Under both emotional and rational grounds, he should resolutely refuse to comply. Yet, he also remembered how she had saved his life, and that her act of slaying Ilu was justifiable. If he were to discern right from wrong, he ought not to harbor resentment. Entering the dining room, he encountered the sight of two men serving dishes to Yun Chuxi, coaxing her to eat more, which filled him with disdain. A true man should stand tall and proud. What merit was there in groveling for a woman's favor? He took a seat in a corner, just as he was about to reach for a pair of chopsticks when a soft voice cut through the air. "Go wash up." Yun Chuxi lifted her gaze, her tone cold and composed, commanding, "Clean yourself before returning." Startled, Qin Guoyan sprang to his feet. "Yes, master." The implication that he was unclean weighed heavily on him. Would she think less of him? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of anxiety, urgently searching for the bathroom. After thoroughly scrubbing himself and donning the bodyguard uniform provided by the servants, he checked his reflection in the mirror, ensuring he looked refreshed before returning to the dining room. By the time he rejoined them, the midnight snack had nearly been devoured by the three. Stomach growling, he silently took his place behind Yun Chuxi. "Here, help yourself." She gestured with her chin, indicating the rice cooker that still held a half-filled pot of untouched rice. Following her gaze, an unexpected jolt of realization struck him. Had the hostess left that for him? Noticing Qin Guoyan's dazed expression, Yun Chuxi's tone turned sharp. "What's the matter? Can't a servant eat leftover food?" Gratitude surged within him. "Thank you, master," he said, stepping forward to lift the pot with one hand and grasping a serving spoon with the other, returning to his corner. He began to shovel the rice into his mouth with fervor, his face reflecting pure bliss, as if he were savoring the finest delicacies.
Qi Bai,
who had intended to take another bowl of rice, and Jiang Xiwang, who was about to inquire if Qin Guoyan wanted any dishes, were both left speechless. The little black cat, feeling a mix of emotions, noted the absurdity of the situation. This generation of male protagonists had it the hardest under the host's dominion. Chapter 112. New Affections, Forgotten Old Ones. In her heart, Yun Chuxi mused, "Is this what they call hardship? I haven't even begun." The little black cat was horrified. "Host, what else do you plan to do?" Yun Chuxi fell silent for a few moments, uncertain of her own motives, simply desiring to make things difficult for him. In a matter of seconds, Qin Guoyan had polished off the entire pot of rice. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, returned the rice cooker to its place, and expressed his gratitude to Yun Chuxi. Thank you for the meal. Qin is full.
Ding.
Qin Guoyan's favorability increased by 20 points, bringing his total to 50. The little black cat was once again taken aback. What is he thinking? How can this even increase his favorability? How could a former base heir be won over by a pot of rice? Had the merciless host rendered him foolish? Seeing that Qin Guoyan had merely filled his stomach yet unexpectedly gained 20 points of favor, Yun Chuxi was also quite surprised. However, recalling the week-long confinement that had stripped him of all his edges, she pondered if perhaps for someone who had endured much suffering, everything thereafter tasted sweet. Turning her gaze toward Jiang Xiwang, she instructed, President, please arrange for Qin to stay in the room opposite mine for convenience. Then she directed Qi Bai, find a doctor to come over and tend to Qin's wounds, lest he accidentally perish. Since Qin Guoyan had approached, Yun Chuxi's remarks had consistently revolved around him. The atmosphere at the dining table grew oddly tense. Jiang Xiwang's smile froze in place, while Qi Bai's eyes widened, his expression akin to someone struck by lightning. Yun Chuxi frowned in confusion. What's wrong? I have always treated my own well. Any minor kindness I show to others pales in comparison to the mutant beast and spatial bag I gifted Qi Bai, let alone the entire base I presented to Jiang Xiwang. Moreover, my recent requests hardly qualify as favors. They are merely a means of reaping benefits from Qin Guoyan. Perplexed by their reactions, she set down her chopsticks. The thing she wished to do required no one's approval. If this is inconvenient for you, I shall handle it myself. Qi Bai nervously interrupted, flashing her an ingratiating smile. Miss, whatever you wish to do, just leave it to us. There's no need to waste time on trivial matters. Jiang Xiwang also regained his composure, nodding with a gentle smile. Chuxi, there's no need to feel distant. I was merely momentarily distracted. Rest assured. I will make the necessary arrangements for the room. At this moment, Kyber stepped forward, his face etched with regret. Young master, the villa is already fully occupied. We cannot arrange for any extra rooms. Jiang Xi glanced at Kyber in agreement, feigning displeasure as he remarked, we must accommodate Chuxi's request. Surely the servants can squeeze in a bit to free up a room? Kyber looked troubled, yet explained, but the servants are already 4 to a room. It would be impossible to fit 8 into one. At this juncture, Qi Bai interjected with a smile. Brother Jiang, why complicate matters? We can simply rent a spacious and comfortable apartment for Brother Qin next door. I assure you, he will be quite satisfied. Jiang Xi turned his gentle gaze towards Yun Chuxi, saying, that sounds well, but it ultimately depends on Chuxi's preference. In this moment, both men were united in their subtle aversion to other suitors encroaching upon Yun Chuxi. Yun Chuxi pondered. It would be unfair to press anyone further, given the villa's full capacity. However, Qin Guoyan, referred to as a trivial matter, squinted at the unspoken camaraderie between the two men. He sensed the intense, almost lethal glances exchanged between them, and a wave of relief washed over him. Clearly, they were apprehensive about vying for his affection. Although their master said nothing outwardly, he continuously kept Qin Guoyan in his thoughts. Suddenly, a sense of despair gripped him, as if he were cast aside, only to discover a glimmer of hope. This feeling surpassed the exhilaration of defeating a Tier 4 zombie in a life-and-death situation. His gaze swept over Yun Chuxi, noticing that even her slightest actions captivated the attention of both men, and indeed, his own as well. In a flash of insight, he suggested, Master, have you ever considered acquiring a property of your own? After all, this is the Jiang family estate, and it may not be ideal to impose on others indefinitely. Yun Chuxi was about to suggest that Qin and the servants could manage, but Qin Guoyan preemptively voiced this thought. Acquiring a property of her own? The notion had never crossed her mind, as she had never felt a sense of belonging to this world. However, Qin Guoyan's prompt made her realize it might indeed be inconvenient. Noticing her hesitation, he continued, there is no need to seek elsewhere. Now that I am under your service, the Qin family mansion is yours. It is fully equipped with all necessary amenities. You need only move in. With a snap, Qi Bai's chopsticks broke. What did he mean by being under her service? He was merely a captive surviving by the skin of his teeth. Yet he spoke as if he shared a special bond with the young lady, utterly shameless. Qi Bai glared at him, the facade of amiability slipping away, revealing a fierce and malicious glint in his eyes. Jiang Xi's expression turned icy as he regarded Qin Guoyan with unmasked emotion. What a nuisance! What a schemer! What a Qin! He had thought him virtuous, yet his actions were more cunning than Chi Bai's petty schemes, attempting to whisk away his Chuxi on the very first day. Anyone could hear the barely contained fury in his voice. Initially, he believed Qin Guoyan to be merely a man of strength, but it appeared he was also quite astute. Too much praise, Qin Guoyan replied, subtly smiling as he took a couple of steps forward, nearly leaning against the chair where Yun Chuxi sat. To the casual observer, it appeared as though she was leaning into him, inciting the two men to nearly act out. At that moment, Qin Guoyan completely forgot his earlier disdain for the men competing for attention.
Now he was one of them.
Unfazed by the undercurrents swirling among the men, Yun Chuxi playfully pinched Chi Bai's inflamed face.
Who are you glaring at?
I'm not leaving you behind.
Chi Bai.
Why don't you go check out the place Brother Qin suggested? If it suits us, we can move there together.
We?
The formerly irate youth blinked in surprise, then broke into a smile. All right. I'll make sure our new home is beautiful and welcoming for you. Yun Chuxi affectionately ruffled his hair. Chi Bai proudly huffed in response. How wonderful! No matter where they went, the young lady would never abandon him. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xi, noticing the latter's ashen complexion, which only heightened his delight. Turning his gaze back to the seemingly contemplative Qin Guoyan, Chi Bai rolled his eyes internally. What nonsense! Clearly, he harbored ill intentions toward the young lady. How infuriating! These wretched men were all eyeing his Chuxi with desire. He longed for the day he could confine her in a place only he could find, where she would see no one but him and speak only to him. Then, the boy's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head. As the atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly peculiar, Yun Chuxi suggested that Qin Guoyan sleep on the sofa and excused herself to her room under the pretense of resting. After completing her evening routine, she found herself inexplicably restless in bed. After tossing and turning for half an hour, she sat up, grabbing the little black cat that was snoring beside her and giving it a gentle shake. Tong tong, if I purchase a phone from another world in the mall, will it connect to the internet of that realm? The little black cat was abruptly roused, rubbing its eyes with its paw, its tone filled with concern. Host, have you been bitten by a zombie and forgotten to take the antidote? How can you think such nonsensical thoughts about connecting to another world's internet? Yun Chuxi set the cat down, her gaze vacant. Life without a phone felt like a mere existence devoid of purpose. Undeterred, she bought a phone, only to see the signal icon in the upper left corner display no service, prompting her to tuck it away into her ring. Seeing her rise, the little black cat, which had been ready to rest, perked up its ears. Host, what are you planning to do?
Can't sleep.
I'm going out to find something fun. With that, she donned her hood and instantly teleported out of the villa. The little black cat barely managed to catch her clothing's edge, avoiding being left behind in the room. In the dead of night, approximately 500 meters from the Jiang family villa, a group of over 20 Tier 3 ability users congregated in an abandoned area, swiftly surrounding the man who appeared around the corner. Boss, you're here. Are you alright? The man quickly gestured for silence and lowered his voice. Walls have ears. Let us talk elsewhere. He then led the way, his agile form moving towards a more concealed location, with the others following closely behind. Having just emerged to witness such a thrilling scene, the little black cat climbed atop Yun Chuxi's head, gleefully chiming, "Oh dear, host. Your subordinates are conspiring in the dead of night. They are likely plotting a rebellion." Yun Chuxi flicked the cat's head lightly. They wouldn't dare. Together, they wouldn't measure up to my little finger. How could they possibly rebel? Yun Chuxi remarked, if he truly sought trouble, I would have no choice but to prepare him a coffin. As the group moved farther away, she silently recited a spell, blending into the night. After walking around 2 to 3 kilometers from the Jiang residence, in a desolate area near the outskirts of the city, Qin Guoyan finally halted, turning to face his gathered companions. Once everyone had arrived, he scanned the crowd and spoke up. The base no longer bears the Qin name. You need not call me boss any longer. As a slave, I can offer no further assistance. You should all consider your next steps. After a strenuous run, the first subordinate gasped, Boss, why speak such disheartening words? Even before the apocalypse, we were brothers, sharing both fortune and misfortune together. When the end came and you awakened your abilities, you never abandoned us. Now that you've faced difficulties, how can we leave you behind? The second subordinate added, I followed you initially because you were young Master Qin, but later it was your loyalty that kept me by your side. From the day you saved my life, you became my eternal leader, my only leader. The identity of the base's owner is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we remain united as brothers. No matter where we go, as long as we stand together, we can reclaim the base if our leader insists on staying. Chapter 115. If threatened, just blink. Indeed. No matter how formidable Chuxi may be, she is but a woman. If we cannot defeat her today, we shall strive to eliminate zombies and absorb their cores. I refuse to believe we will forever be unable to overcome her. As long as you, our leader, are alive, you shall remain our leader. We trust no one else and bow to no one. Seeing that the group did not feel diminished by their changed status, but rather became indignant and empathetic, Qin Guiyan's stoic expression softened slightly. He raised his hands to signal for silence. Since you all place your hopes in me, I have no reason to succumb to despair. From this day forth, I shall remember your sentiments and will redouble my efforts to ensure I do not disappoint you. Brother One chimed in, indeed, leader. You must not give up on yourself. If you wish to reclaim the base, just give the command, and we shall rise together to seize power. Qin Guiyan shook his head, puzzled. Reclaim the base? The Jiang family controls it, and they are not cruel or merciless. Why should we seize it? Brother Two questioned. Shall we flee? It is said that the woman named Yun possesses great abilities and ruthless tactics. If we are to escape, we must find the farthest small base to grow stronger before returning to exact our revenge. Fleeing was indeed a plausible course of action. Yet Qin Guiyan shook his head again. We cannot run. My father is still in their hands. That woman is truly vicious, sparing not even an elder, like Commander Qin. Leader, be patient. We will rescue Commander Qin as swiftly as possible and then escape the base. Rescue him? Qin Guiyan replied sternly. We cannot do that. The Jiang family harbors countless mutated beasts. If discovered, you would undoubtedly perish. The brothers, now filled with concern, lamented. What then? Shall we simply watch as that woman torments you? The sight of his injuries caused their eyes to redden. Qin Guiyan frowned. The master is not as cruel as you imagine. Recalling how Chuxi had prepared meals for him and arranged for him to stay in the nearest room, a bittersweet pang tugged at his heart. Master? The brothers gasped, astonished by his reference to Chuxi. Oh no. It seems the leader has been driven mad by torment. Leader, have you encountered difficulties? Are you speaking insincerely to comfort us? If you are being threatened, just blink. They urged. Fear not, whatever it is, just speak. We shall stand by you through thick and thin. Indeed, we are free and unattached. We would risk our lives to save you. Seeing their brotherhood, Qin Guiyan felt a surge of gratitude. After a moment of hesitation, he suppressed his embarrassment and stammered. What if I were to say? The brothers nodded eagerly, their faces filled with encouragement. If I were to say, if the master has taken a liking to me, how might I win her favor, or how could I secure her affection? As he spoke, a faint blush graced his icy demeanor, and his eyes were filled with an intense curiosity toward his brothers. The brothers were momentarily speechless, exchanging glances before one finally ventured. Are you suggesting that the woman has taken an interest in you? Interest? They pondered. Qin Guiyan nodded slowly. Gasps filled the air as they regarded him with sympathy. Having lost power, ruined status, captured family, and now to be sullied. How tragic. Chapter 116. The Empathy of Imagination. Brother Two suggested, leader. Since she has taken a fancy to you, why not use your charm to poison her? Before he could finish, Brother One smacked him on the head. Are you trying to get the leader killed? An ability user's body is resilient. Even a zombie cannot bring her down. If she doesn't succumb to the poison, what might she do to the leader out of rage? Brother Three stroked his chin, pondering aloud. Is it possible that the woman has long been infatuated with the leader? Perhaps she deliberately usurped his power to capture his attention and keep him close? That's an intriguing perspective. It does seem to carry a hint of forceful acquisition. Indeed, the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. How do you explain that both the leader and Commander Qin are alive while Miss E was dispatched in an instant? Jealousy might very well be the motive. As they continued their boisterous discussion, Qin Guiyan felt a mix of intrigue and self-awareness. The master could not possibly be such a shallow woman. He interrupted. Enough. I merely wished for you to devise a plan so that I am not. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly uttered the words. After being favored, she might grow weary. Surrounded by other men, I fear they may conspire against me out of jealousy. He turned to the more charismatic brother Two. Xiao Er, you've been in love before. Surely you know how to win a woman's heart? Win her heart? The brothers were taken aback. only slowly realizing his intentions. Brother 2 cautiously asked leader, "Do you mean you are willing?" They had assumed the leader would refuse to submit. Pondering how to assist him in evading his predicament, realization dawned, and their expressions morphed. "Who would have thought you were this kind of leader?" Qin Guoyan's face flushed crimson, and when he spoke again, it was laced with indignation. "Why would I refuse? The master is extraordinary. Countless seek her gaze, but cannot attain it. I have nothing to lose. Besides, it was Yi Lu who provoked her, yet she spared my life. This is merely a gesture of gratitude. My body is of little consequence. If she desires it, she may take it." Seeing that he bore no ill will towards Yun Chuxi, but instead appeared somewhat captivated, the brothers were left speechless. Brother 1 scratched his head, struggling to comprehend. "If you are willing, then why not simply enjoy it? What are you so conflicted about?" Qin Guoyan shot him with a glare. "It's because she is not without other men. If it is too easy for her to possess me, would I not be easily discarded?"
Oh.
The brothers finally understood, nodding in realization. Thus, it was revealed that the leader's concerns were not about preserving his chastity or being a mere pawn, but rather about becoming the most favored consort and securing an unshakable position. After a moment of astonishment, the brothers, though struggling to digest this revelation, quickly accepted the notion of their enemy becoming their sister-in-law. After all, a beauty in the apocalypse is rare, and one as formidable as Yun Chuxi is even more so. With Qin Guoyan coming to terms with this, they had no reason for hesitation. Brother 1 was the first to spring into action, striving to alleviate their leader's burdens. "Leader, your reasoning is sound. Let us not act rashly. Remember, to refuse yet entice is key." Chapter 117. The Aftermath of Confinement. Brother 2 added, "What is unattainable is always in turmoil. Let us return and thoroughly devise our strategy before contacting you." Qin Guoyan nodded, maintaining his aloof demeanor. "Yes, move swiftly. For now. She likely will not summon me, but I cannot guarantee for how long. The master is still in the phase of allowing him to recuperate. Once he is healed, she may command him to submit, and he would have no choice but to comply. I cannot remain away for too long. I must take my leave." With a glance at the sky, he deftly vanished from their sight. The brothers lingered, deliberating their next steps. After some discussion, Brother 1 took charge. "Everyone understands the task ahead, right? We must not only assist the leader in rising to power but also ensure he successfully eliminates his rivals." We divided into 3 groups. The first, led by me, would gather romance novels from the bookstore. The second group, led by another, would collect DVDs of palace intrigue dramas. And the third group would seek out projection equipment. In the upcoming days, we aim to intensively study the art of passionate conquest, strategizing to help our leader win the heart of that woman. "Understood." The others echoed in unison. "Must we truly capture her? Isn't our leader seeking revenge?" Someone questioned, puzzled. The first member shot a disdainful glare. "What do you know? Winning her heart is merely a means to exact revenge in the bedroom." Clearly lacking insight, this individual seemed oblivious to such a simple truth. The second member chimed in, "Precisely. Women are easily swayed by romance. With our invincible sister-in-law, what do we have to fear? A mere base is nothing. So it's merely about exploiting emotions." The realization dawned on one. The first member smacked him on the head. "What do you mean exploiting? A true scoundrel is one who beds someone without taking responsibility. Our leader seeks to conquer without battle, aiming for the heart. Off you go." With that, everyone dispersed into the night. Unbeknownst to them, a graceful silhouette lingered atop the roof. A small black cat rolled with laughter on her shoulder. "Host, what on earth did you do to make Qin Guoyan think you have feelings for him? My goodness." In a moment of distraction, the little black cat nearly tumbled off. Yun Chuxi swiftly caught the cat, her expression devoid of joy. Having expected to hear gossip and engage in a scuffle, only to witness a farcical situation related to herself. The little black cat's laughter grew louder. Yun Chuxi gazed at the sky in exasperation. No wonder Qin Guoyan's affection for her grew merely from sharing a meal. It seemed his mind was filled with such theatrics. She pondered whether he was inherently prone to fantasy, or if a week of confinement had warped his thinking. She was well aware of the effects of sensory deprivation. Even the strongest of wills would succumb to hallucinations within 3 days, losing the ability to distinguish between reality and illusion, often elevating their savior to a godlike status. Qin Guoyan had been confined for a whole week. Realizing that his propensity for fantasy might be linked to her, Yun Chuxi felt an indescribable mix of emotions. The black cat in her arms was now rolling in laughter, its poor host seeking amusement from insomnia, only to become the source of merriment. The jarring laughter echoed in her mind, pushing Yun Chuxi to her limits. She grasped the little black cat by the scruff, commanding, "Stop laughing and find Ilu." The cat ceased its laughter. "Why do you need her? Didn't you say you didn't care? Liar. I must see her suffer before I can find peace." Yun Chuxi replied with a calm demeanor. The vengeful host. The little cat unleashed its wind-based powers, sniffing the air. Moments later, it leaped to another rooftop, racing towards the outskirts of the city. "Follow me." As we approached the base's periphery, the environment grew increasingly squalid and dilapidated. Tall walls were lined with makeshift tents, home to laborers. By day, they toiled for food and points, and by night, they rented tents for a meager fee, seeking both pleasure and savings. Some ordinary individuals, lacking options or unwilling to work hard, could exchange their bodies for some form of capital, especially those who had been daring before the apocalypse. In the absence of the internet, as night fell, a primitive form of entertainment thrived, allowing some to flourish amidst chaos. Yun Chuxi was overwhelmed by the incessant groans around her, feeling uneasy. "Are you sure Ilu will be in a place like this?" she asked. The little black cat affirmed. "Yes. Jiang Ci, seeking revenge for you, has sent people to hunt for her whereabouts, forcing her to hide among the masses. Too many people know her in the central district. She can only retreat to the edges." The little black cat perched atop a watchtower, its nose twitching. "She's definitely in this vicinity. You should open your mental powers." "I refuse." Yun Chuxi crossed her arms, expressionless. "How can I invade someone else's privacy?" The little black cat, confused, replied, "So you don't need to respect others' privacy?" "I simply cannot." As she spoke, the sounds of a man's loud shout and a woman's sultry moan erupted from a nearby tent. Yun Chuxi flushed, hurriedly scooping up the little black cat and executing a quick teleportation to a safe distance, then began to coax and threaten the cat. "Hurry and find her. You're a cat, you won't mind a few pricks. I'll reward you with dried fish when we return." The little black cat shot her a disdainful glance, surprised that its host, appearing brash, was actually so innocent, too shy to even extend her mental powers in such a place. No wonder she couldn't discern the subtle machinations between the men. It flicked its tail. "I don't want dried fish. I want chips, 1 month's worth." Seeing Yun Chuxi make an O gesture, it hopped down, resignedly diving into one tent after another to search for Ilu. With the wind abilities at its disposal, a row of tents was blown open slightly, the flaps falling back down gently. The little black cat darted through numerous tents. Half an hour later, it sat still before one tent. A gust of wind swept through, momentarily revealing 2 men and 2 women inside. One woman, her hair disheveled and clothes filthy, was ravenously devouring a bun. It was indeed Ilu. The scent of blood wafted through the air as the 2 men lay on the ground, their throats slit, lifeless. The other woman, still alive, seemed stunned, finally emitting a piercing scream. "Ah, a murder!" Ilu swiftly gripped her throat, her tone menacing. "Don't scream. If anyone discovers me, I will kill you." The woman trembled, nodding. "Who are you?" "I don't know you. Please spare me. I'm from the Fire Rose mercenary group, famous within the base. I was injured and resting here when they barged in, forcing me to kill. If you bring me food, I will repay you once I recover." Ilu raised the fruit knife in her hand, half threatening. "What mercenary group? Are you Ilu, the infamous leader?" The woman's eyes widened in shock. Ilu paused, surprised that her reputation had reached the outskirts, and proudly lifted her chin. "It's me." Yet, in the next moment, the previously timid woman suddenly lunged at Ilu, clawing at her face in a frenzy. "You shameless wretch. You brought the apocalypse that destroyed the agricultural and power sectors. My husband was killed because of you. How dare you still be alive? Why don't you go die? Someone help." With a swift motion, Ilu silenced the woman, who now joined the ranks of her victims. However, the commotion drew the attention of others. Ilu spat on the corpse. "You dare call me a wretch?" Hearing the disturbance outside, she nervously peeked from the tent, then stumbled deeper into the shadows. "Host, shall we pursue her?" the little black cat inquired. "She still has the strength to kill. It seems she's faring well." Yun Chuxi remarked coldly, following closely behind. The bodies in the tent were soon discovered, and a patrol of armed soldiers arrived, torch in hand, dragging the corpses away, returning the area to stillness. The apocalypse had instilled a deep-seated indifference to human life. With no one pursuing her, Ilu exhaled in relief until a figure appeared before her. Her pupils dilated, a mix of hatred and fear flooding her senses as she backed away against the wall.
You.
Seeing Yun Chushi's indifferent gaze, she couldn't suppress her resentment. Seeing my downfall brings you joy, doesn't it? You ruined my reputation and stripped me of my powers. Is that not enough? Do you still have the audacity to face me?
Evidently not.
Yun Chuxi nonchalantly responded, disinterested in expounding any grand philosophies. She swiftly drew her twin blades and darted past Ilu. In an instant, Ilu felt excruciating pain in her limbs, and she collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, blood gushing from her severed arms and legs, rendering her immobile. A visceral sense of fear overcame her as she turned to inspect her dismembered body. My hands. I can't move.
What have you done to me?
Merely detached your limbs, Yun Chuxi smirked, observing Ilu, now reduced to a mere stump, and cryptically advised, enjoy the remainder of your life. As she spoke, she utilized her levitation technique to gather the fallen appendages, igniting them in flames with a 5 elements technique. Watching helplessly as her severed limbs were consumed by fire, Ilu succumbed to madness, cursing Yun Chuxi with a hysterical expression. You are truly vile. You will face retribution. Don't leave. If you have the courage, kill me. I beg you, end my life. Yet, Yun Chuxi's silhouette did not waver, resolutely vanishing from her sight. That was the last time Yun Chuxi ever laid eyes upon her. In time, a woman without limbs was discovered in the Soul Destruction Cave. Chapter 119. Ginseng Attack. The dawn broke faintly on the horizon as Yun Chuxi leapt between buildings, the wind whispering past her ears, the chill of early autumn penetrating to her bones. Her feet danced in a harmonious blend of ripple steps and light feather technique, her ethereal figure gliding toward a sparsely populated area. Unbeknownst to her, she had arrived at the foothills of the Eastern Agricultural Zone. She gazed upward, launching herself skyward, reaching the mountaintop in less than half an hour. Standing beside a cliff, she peered down into the abyss of swirling fog. It was at this lofty precipice that her rope had been severed just months prior. It felt as distant as a past life. Cradling her system close, she gently pressed her cheek against its feline visage. Tong tong. Thank you for granting me a second chance at life. Even if you remain foolish henceforth, I shall not disdain you. The little black cat, adorably perplexed, seemed as if it had been struck by a ginseng attack, momentarily stunned before it reacted with indignation, scratching at Yun Chuxi's attire while exclaiming, "Who is foolish? Who climbs mountains in the dead of night? No sane person would engage in such madness." Is that so? Yet I am not the only one here, she replied, cradling the cat as she ambled toward the source of the breathing sounds. Upon arrival, she detected another presence nearby, though the aura was calm and subdued, as if one were in deep meditation. She hesitated to intrude. However, as she conversed with her system, she noticed that the individual's breathing had become erratic, a clear sign of turmoil and anxiety. It seemed the person was on the verge of a forced breakthrough, teetering on the brink of madness. Surely, this has nothing to do with me? After a moment's contemplation, she decided to investigate. The sight before her rendered the cat momentarily speechless. As the dense foliage parted, revealing a level valley, a sea of purple alfalfa spread across the landscape, and in the midst of it sat a young man clad in black robes, meditating like an ethereal spirit. Yun Chuxi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was he an acquaintance? What was his name again? It's that handsome, young man. The little black cat's tail shot upright, joyfully meowing, and upon realizing its host had forgotten the name, it hastily presented her with a character profile. Scanning the individual, name, Shurjili age, 17 talent, 3rd level of Een Vein divine art appearance, 96 physique, 23 spirit, 72 evaluation, extremely Een physique. On the verge of death current affection level toward host, 60 truly remarkable, a martial genius, advancing to the 3rd level in merely 3 months. The little black cat gushed. Enamored. Indeed, that also accelerates his demise, Yun Chuxi remarked, casting a critical eye upon the sheen of perspiration adorning Shurjili's forehead, his face unnaturally flushed. And devoid of expression, she added, he is clearly not well. Startled by her words, the little black cat suddenly realized Shurjili's abnormal state and frantically clawed at her. Host. The young man's internal energy is in turmoil. He is on the brink of madness. We must intervene. Yun Chuxi, unfazed, leisurely positioned herself in front of Shurjili, crossed her legs, and clasped his palms with her fingers, channeling her spiritual energy. Just before closing her eyes, she mischievously remarked, "There are no snacks left." Listening to the cat's lament, she felt satisfied as she infused her energy into Shurjili's body. The boiling power within him gradually stabilized, and recalling the previous sounds, he eagerly opened his eyes, only to behold the serene figure of a woman before him. He inhaled deeply. This was no illusion. It was indeed her. Shurjili gazed at her with almost reverent admiration. Chapter 120. I cannot help but flirt with her. No one knew the trials he had faced in recent days. After being rescued by his benefactor, he had avoided the black market, diligently honing his martial skills. Yet, he had been betrayed by former classmates, sold to a group of second-tier supernatural beings, nearly losing his life. Had it not been for the secret tome bestowed by his benefactor and the meager rations that allowed him to hide for half a month, he would have been reduced to nothing but bones. Countless nights, as he recalled the hands that sought to drag him into darkness, it was his benefactor's voice that pulled him from the abyss. As the sun rose, illuminating the earth with blinding golden rays, it seemed to cleanse all impurities, casting a golden hue around the figure of the woman in his mind. As her lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, he hastily closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Unbeknownst to him, the bright crimson of his earlobes betrayed his awareness. Is this child shy even while meditating? Yun Chuxi mused, withdrawing her spiritual energy, intrigued by the trembling of Shurjili's eyelids. She stood, declaring, "Tong Tong, let us depart. My journey here was merely fortuitous, and aiding Shurjili was a convenient act. I require no gratitude." After taking a few steps, she heard Shurjili's anxious voice behind her. "Wait, benefactor." He rushed to her side, breathless, gripping her sleeve tightly. His fingers pale with exertion, his face alight with joy. "Benefactor, is it truly you? Have you saved me once again?" "Indeed, what a coincidence. In your future training?" "Avoid wandering thoughts," Yun Chuxi replied nonchalantly. Shurjili bit his lip, his gaze shifting. As he contemplated the reason for his recent turmoil, he had nearly succumbed to madness upon hearing his benefactor's voice, trying to forcibly sever his meditation. Noticing her indifference, he felt a pang of anxiety and recalled their first encounter. Lowering his head in disappointment, he timidly raised his gaze to Yun Chuxi. His bright eyes filled with both eagerness and trepidation. "But I have nothing to offer you in return." "Unnecessary. What you have given me is more than sufficient," she replied, her generosity far exceeding any obligation. Yun Chuxi intended to brush aside his hand, but the glistening in his eyes reminded her of someone. Her heart softened, and she hesitated, not pushing him away. Seeing her response, Shurjili secretly sighed in relief, but upon hearing her insistence that no repayment was needed, he felt a pang of grievance. "Do you find me unworthy, benefactor? I can wash your clothes, cook, clean, and even slay zombies. Just say the word, and I shall obey." "Obey me in all things?" Yun Chuxi raised his chin, intrigued. The expression on his face grew increasingly familiar, though she could not recall anyone resembling him in her memories. "Indeed. My life belongs to you, benefactor. Should I live, I shall serve you. Should I die, I will remain your ghost. As long as you desire my company, I will do anything you wish." Seeing her seemingly swayed, Shurjili became increasingly animated, speaking in a rush. He obediently tilted his face upward. Watching as Yun Chuxi drew closer, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Remembering another person who might be disheartened, he silently apologized to his brother in his heart. "I do not intend to flirt with her, yet I cannot help but do so." Yun Chuxi halted just inches from him. Before her stood Shaoli, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of blossoming peaches and plums. Her lively eyes sparkled with a shyness that was accentuated by the tear mole at the corner, hinting at unspoken emotions. Yet, upon closer observation, the atmosphere shifted. She released his chin and, with the dawn breaking, suggested, "Why not treat me to breakfast?" Her demeanor was light and carefree, a smile gracing her lips, as if the previous flirtation had merely been a figment of imagination. The transition from anything is possible to repaying with a meal left Shaoli bewildered. In Chapter 121, the dog of the seal had barely reached 80 points. Despite her desire to offer herself, she was gently rebuffed. Throughout her descent from the mountain, Shaoli felt too embarrassed to utter a word. Yun Chuxi, with her thick skin, relished the leisurely moments. The two eventually dined in the commercial district, where Xiaoli hastily consumed her meal under the pretext of needing to set up a stall to earn points, leaving Yun Chuxi without a plea to stay. Only the little black cat sighed as it languidly rested on her lap, embodying a lack of empathy, cruelty, and a stubbornness that was anything but romantic. As Yun Chuxi savored her wontons, she engaged in a mental battle with the cat. I am no stallion. If someone desires to invest themselves in me, should I accept? Besides, what would I even do with such a return? Command them to wash clothes and sweep floors? The little black cat chastised her for her wastefulness, lamenting that the young man's affection had reached 60 points, a staggering figure, especially after she helped him break free from his obsession, pushing it to 80 points. Even the dog of the seal had not attained such a score. Yun Chuxi chuckled lightly. Is it useful? Has he met the standards? Without the evaluation of a male deity, no matter how high the score, it was of no consequence. The little black cat slumped back down, observing its despondency. Yun Chuxi scratched its chin thoughtfully and mused. It is indeed a pity. However, attributes can change. Tell me, if I elevate Xiaoli's attributes beyond 80 and ensure he possesses strength equal to Qin Guoyan, would he not then be deemed a male deity? At that point, I would gain an additional energy pool. Would I not reap the rewards? The little black cat stiffened, then sat upright, its eyes wide in fervent denial. No, host. You are defying fate, which could lead to irreversible consequences. What if the individual was destined to perish? Yun Chuxi replied with a wry smile. The cat, taken aback, suddenly realized, oh, if things progress normally, that young man has less than a year to live. However, the little black cat nudged her. But we have a wager. If you lose, you must help the young man reach the innate realm, which will naturally extend his life. Then let it be, she replied nonchalantly. In truth, Yun Chuxi did not believe Xiaoli would survive to that point, nor did she think she would lose the bet. After finishing her last wonton, Yun Chuxi wandered through the commercial district and unexpectedly encountered Xiaoli, whose face was smeared with ash as he set up a stall selling bracelets. Precious jade, once fiercely contested by wealthy merchants before the apocalypse, now lay on Xiaoli's stall like mere trinkets for onlookers. His stall attracted a crowd. Yet few bothered to inquire about prices, and occasional disputes broke out, one voice particularly familiar. I've already said I want this bracelet. Xiaoyu, give him the crystal core. This blue Tian jade bracelet is for my sister. Is one crystal core enough? The short-haired girl, upon hearing this, dropped a crystal core and attempted to leave. However, Xiaoli, not even glancing at the crystal core, rushed to stop them, arms outstretched. Don't go. I'm not selling this bracelet. Take the crystal core back and return the bracelet to me. He reached out to grab the girl's hand in an effort to reclaim it. The girl, startled, hid behind her short-haired companion, questioning, why wouldn't you sell it? Aren't you here to sell bracelets? Accompanying the short-haired girl were several women in agricultural uniforms, their expressions haughty. One of them, linking arms with the short-haired girl, sneered. What else could it be? This little brother is merely infatuated with Xiaoyu, hoping to swindle you. Xiaoli's face flushed crimson as he tried to reclaim the bracelet. I wouldn't even look at you. This bracelet was a gift. I'm not selling it. The girl wearing the bracelet grew furious and shoved him. What do you mean? Do you look down on us? Xiaoyu, look. You said you'd help us live well. Are you just going to stand by while a powerless man bullies me? The short-haired girl immediately shielded her companions, glaring at Xiaoli. You a man. Yet you don't strive for independence, instead bullying a few girls, attempting to extort with a worthless bracelet? You think 2 crystal cores are too little? Fine. I'll give you another one. Take it and leave. The girl, referred to as Xiaoyu, angrily tossed a Tier 1 crystal core at Xiaoli, which struck him before falling into the dirt. In Chapter 122, your master doesn't care about you at all. The women looked at him with disdain. 2 crystal cores will keep you from starving for a month. Shouldn't you be grateful? Selling a bracelet for 2 crystal cores. Aren't you delighted? They continued. You're just saying it's not for sale because you think the offer is too low. You're lucky to have met us.
Xiaoli,
left speechless in his anger, picked up the Tier 1 crystal core from the ground, along with the previous one, and placed them before the short-haired girl. Let me say this again. I'll return the crystal cores. I am not selling. Seeing his resolute stance and the return of the cores, the short-haired girl questioned. You really want to sell? Xiaoli, I want to sell. The short-haired girl hesitated, looking back at the girl wearing the bracelet. Han Han, the owner refuses to sell. Would you consider swapping for another bracelet? At that moment, as she turned, Yun Chuxi caught a glimpse of the short-haired girl's face and recognized her as Guyu, who hadn't he returned home for 2 days. Those surrounding Guyu were her sisters from the agricultural district. Yun Chuxi decided to observe the situation.
Han, displeased, protested.
We're here to do business. Why shouldn't he sell? Her eyes darted, and she suddenly declared, Fine, I'll give it back. But I can't take it off. I'll take it off, Xiaoli said coldly, stepping forward to grasp her wrist. However, before he could apply any force, Han cried out, Ow, that hurts. Xiaoyu, help me. My wrist is going to break. Guyu swiftly countered, pushing Xiaoli away and scolding. If you have grievances, confront me directly. Bullying others from the shadows is not true strength. Xiaoli, I didn't even apply force.
Han feinet tears.
I'm not taking it anymore. He's doing this on purpose. Guyu glanced at Han and said without hesitation, Since you can't take it off. The bracelet belongs to my sister. The crystal cores have been given. Whether you want it or not, we're leaving. With that, she impatiently pulled Han away. Xiaoli, unwilling to let them go, revealed his true strength and confronted Guyu. Yet, after only 3 months of training, he was no match for Guyu, who had absorbed the powers of several ability users. Within moments, he was defeated. Guyu stood with her hands behind her back, her gaze toward Xiaoli revealing a hint of interest. You're also a martial artist? In that case, I will not pursue today, as matter. But I advise you not to take advantage of your skills to bully others. Her companions quickly applauded. Xiaoyu is amazing. She should show this arrogant brat a lesson. Han clung to her arm, both adoring and reliant. Long live Xiaoyu, the light of justice. Guyu blushed at the praise, her pride subtly surfacing. Xiaoli rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, and once more positioned himself before them. Meeting their astonished gazes, he declared angrily, Return the bracelet to me, unless you want to see me utterly incapacitated today. Is it truly necessary? It's just a bracelet, and besides, you are destined to lose to me, Guyu said incredulously, furrowing her brow, as if looking at a fool. Whether it is necessary is not your concern. What matters is that wearing this bracelet is not befitting of you. The bracelet was a dowry from his mother, meant solely for his future wife. How could it fall into the hands of such individuals? Xiaoli pressed a hand against his heart, which was pounding like a drum, gasping for breath as darkness encroached upon his vision. Yet his tone remained unyielding. He couldn't help but recall Yun Chuxi, whom he had seen that morning, an individual whose power surpassed anyone he had ever encountered, possessing a demeanor both cold and approachable, inspiring admiration in all. This was in stark contrast to the woman before him, who relied on her martial prowess to masquerade as a hero. Regrettably, it seemed Yun Chuxi held him in disdain. Even after he had meticulously learned the expressions and mannerisms of the Chi brothers, he was still rebuffed. Very well, let her not regret this. Seeing such a lack of appreciation, Guyu's expression darkened as she clenched her fist and charged at him once more. The bracelet her sister coveted was hers to claim. As the force of her punch drew near, Xiaoli attempted to raise his hand in defense, but he found himself utterly drained of strength. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain, yet it never came. A curtain of ice materialized before him, effortlessly blocking Guyu's assault. Guyu, is your so-called benevolence and chivalry merely a guise for extortion? The voice, devoid of emotion, struck like a bucket of icy water, rendering Guyu immobile in shock. Turning in trepidation, she saw a woman parting the crowd as she approached, her expression a blend of reverence and anxiety. Master, she stammered. The astonishment on the faces of several women was palpable at Guyu's address. A girl named Han, seemingly around 15 or 16, could not conceal her thoughts. Upon seeing Yun Chuxi, her face fell with disappointment. Sister Xiaoyu, you said your master was formidable, yet she is a woman? Guyu tugged at her hand, signaling her to mind her words, then awkwardly lowered her gaze, explaining, Master, there has been a misunderstanding.
Han desires these bracelets.
I've already given the vendor 2 crystals, yet he refuses to let us go. Is that so? Yun Chuxi directed her gaze toward Xiaoli, who was visibly distressed, his nose reddening and eyes brimming with tears as he appeared to have found a savior. I didn't sell it to her. She insisted on taking it, he protested, shaking his head firmly. Yun Chuxi's cold stare settled on Guyu, who, filled with shame, lowered her head and instructed, Han, return the bracelet. Han glanced between Guyu and Yun Chuxi, then suddenly burst into tears. You're bullying me. I told you the bracelet cannot be removed. You insisted on taking it. Sister Xiaoyu, you said you would protect me. How can you let them steal my bracelet? You also said your master was powerful. Yet she treats a stranger better than you. Your master doesn't care about you. She favors men. Han, don't speak out of turn, Guyu interrupted, casting a nervous glance at Yun Chuxi as she cautiously explained, Master, Han has been without parents since childhood and is still young, which is why she lacks understanding. But she harbors no malice. Her tone was pleading, yet her eyes betrayed discontent. After allowing Han to cry for a moment, Yun Chuxi finally spoke. I assist Ken. Not the unjust.
Han ceased her sobbing, casting a triumphant glance at Xiao Li.
Though Xiao Li's expression darkened, he maintained his composure, as if he could accept any outcome should she speak. Guyu visibly relaxed, her gaze toward Yun Chuxi reflecting humor and reliance, eagerly awaiting her next words. Yun Chuxi did not keep her waiting long. Xiao Li, since she cannot remove it, perhaps we should sever her hand.
Xiao Li blinked in confusion.
What? Guyu gasped. Master, what are you saying?
Han looked utterly petrified.
Noticing their bewilderment, Yun Chuxi continued, I have known Xiao Li longer and owe him a debt of gratitude. So, of course, I shall help him. If we sever her hand, the bracelet can be removed, and we can reattach her arm. Problem solved. Rest assured. I am well acquainted with Dr. Feng from the Biological Research Institute. He can swiftly handle a severed limb. As everyone stood in shock, Yun Chuxi drew a short knife, contemplating where to strike.
Ah! Han screamed, darting behind Guyu in terror.
Master, do you know him? Guyu shot a bewildered glance at Xiao Li, unable to comprehend Yun Chuxi's intent toward an ordinary person. Seeing that Yun Chuxi was serious, she hurriedly attempted to remove the bracelet, exclaiming, quickly, get the bracelet off. In a state of panic, she struggled to remove the bracelet while pleading with Yun Chuxi, Master, please don't act rashly. Han is still young. She lost her parents and is very pitiable. I treat her as my little sister. Please don't do anything. Little sister? Gulei would surely faint in the restroom upon hearing this. Yun Chuxi silently scoffed, watching as they struggled to remove the bracelet. However, Guyu, trembling, not only failed to remove it but also left Han's wrist red and swollen. Ironically, it was Han who had previously cried out in pain, who now exerted all her strength to remove the bracelet without uttering a word. Minutes passed, and the bracelet remained stubbornly in place, unable to hold back any longer. Han's tears spilled forth as she looked at Yun Chuxi with a tear-streaked face. Fairy sister, you're so beautiful. Please don't cut my hand. My hand is swollen, and I can't take it off. When I finally do, I promise to return it to you, okay? She reached out to embrace Yun Chuxi's arm but was deftly avoided, causing her to cry even harder. Fairy sister, don't you believe me? I will really give it back. Aren't you Sister Xiaoyu's master? You can have Sister Xiaoyu keep an eye on me. Stop. Yun Chuxi raised a hand to halt her attempts to embrace. Little sister, your words are sweet and your wit sharp. But that is no reason to take what does not belong to you. With that, Yun Chuxi struck the back of the knife against her wrist. Ah! Han cried out in fear, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to hear a sharp crack. The jade bracelet shattered, yet her hand remained unscathed. Yun Chuxi caught the broken pieces of the jade bracelet and turned to the still-dazed Guyu and Han. The bracelet has been removed. You may leave. Xiao Li hastily retrieved the crystals to return to Guyu, only to hear Yun Chuxi say, Keep the crystals. Consider them compensation for their interference in your business. She gazed at Guyu. Is there any issue? Han clutched her wrist, tears streaming down her face as she glared at Guyu, her eyes filled with resentment. Guyu, feeling a sense of shame, waved her hands in denial. No problem, master. I didn't realize you were acquainted. Since the bracelet has been returned, we will take our leave. With that, she pulled Han along and departed with her companions. Xiao Li pocketed the crystals, feeling elated. He had expected a total loss but was pleasantly surprised instead. Yun Chuxi observed him, shaking her head. Are you foolish? You've just been beaten until you vomited blood. And yet you still seek to reclaim a bracelet? Don't you have plenty of jade ones?
Xiao Li regarded her earnestly.
But this bracelet is different. It holds special significance for me. It was my mother's heirloom, her dowry. Such an important item. Yun Chuxi spread her hands, revealing the fragmented bracelet with a feigned expression of regret. What now? It is broken. Xiao Li was momentarily at a loss for words, finally stating, Perhaps it is for the best, Those with such character do not deserve to wear this bracelet. I would rather it shatter than be tarnished. Even if it breaks, it should not suffer indignity. Though he spoke thus, his spirit visibly waned as he tenderly caressed the broken bracelet. Seeing his reaction, Yun Chuxi couldn't help but chuckle. Teasing him, I can restore it to its former glory. I'll return it to you in a few days.
Xiao Li pausa, contemplating.
In truth, he had intended to give her the bracelet all along, but feared she might refuse it, which hindered his opportunity. Now, with it broken in her possession, it felt as though it had found its rightful place. Yet, hearing her promise to return, it dawned on him that she would come looking for him again. And he swallowed the words that had been poised on his lips. Xiao Li smiled, nodding, I shall heed my benefactor's words. After parting ways with Xiao Li, the little black cat seethed with indignation. Host, why are Gu Yu and her friends so unreasonable despite her kindness? It indicates that they were never truly virtuous. They merely busied themselves in the agricultural district to survive, suppressing their true nature as they were overshadowed by others. Yun Chuxi paused for a moment, suddenly rescued by Gu Yu. With Gu Yu's formidable strength backing them, they were akin to relatives of extraordinary beings. Having endured oppression for so long, it was only natural for them to unleash their true nature and revel in the splendor that Gu Yu brought. The little black cat, perplexed, wondered why they did not provoke extraordinary beings, but instead targeted ordinary young men like themselves. Yun Chuxi gently groomed its fur with her fingers, reminding it of an old saying, the strong draw their blades against the stronger, while the timid target the weaker. Wasn't it simply a matter of bullying the weak? The little black cat grumbled unhappily, feeling that if Gu Yu continued to mingle with those young ladies, she would be ensnared by their charm and lose her discernment. Yun Chuxi chuckled as she flicked its forehead, noting that Gu Yu was an adult who might very well be enjoying herself, needing no intervention from a mere cat. Moreover, boundless kindness could, in itself, be a form of malevolence, just like Ilu, whose insatiable ambition had morphed into a deadly greed. As Yun Chuxi returned to the Jiang residence, it was nearing noon. The villa was nearly deserted. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were conspicuously absent, and Jiang Xi was now a busy individual. Even Qi Bai had accompanied Qin Guoyan to view properties. Glancing around the empty foyer, Yun Chuxi decided to take a stroll in the garden. However, after walking for merely 2 minutes, she spotted Gu Lei embracing Lin Xiaoban beneath a large tree and promptly retreated into the villa, unwilling to be a third wheel. After some consideration, she opted to return to her room to enjoy the company of her cat and catch up on some sleep. She was awakened after an unknown duration by a cacophony of excited laughter and chatter. The villa where Xiao Yu resided was indeed vast, even before the apocalypse. She had never lived in such a grand abode. Since they were following Xiao Yu, did that mean they would reside there in the future? Oh, her demands were modest. A private bedroom and a dressing room would suffice. The voices in the corridor grew closer until they halted right outside Yun Chuxi's door. Wow, I want this room. The door is so grand, and I saw a little garden on the balcony from outside. I must persuade Sister Xiao Yu to let me stay here. Sure. Keep your voices down. Xiao Yu mentioned this isn't her villa, but her friends. They haven't agreed to take us in yet. It's only a matter of time. Sister Xiao Yu is so capable, she can surely spare a few rooms for us. Her friend wouldn't be so ungracious. Meow, it's so noisy in here. The little black cat yawned, drowsily rolling over in bed, stretching its paws, and glancing at its host. What is happening? There seem to be many people outside? It's nothing. It doesn't concern us, Yun Chuxi replied, lifting the covers and getting out of bed. Half an hour later, Chibo personally came to invite Yun Chuxi downstairs for lunch, reminding her that Miss Gu Yu had brought guests home today. Yun Chuxi acknowledged his words. Even before descending, she could hear the lively sounds emanating from the dining room. Chapter 124. A Great Fortune? Sister Xiao Yu, your brother is so handsome. I dream of having a brother like him. Lego, can I call you that from now on? The little girl's voice was sweet and endearing, imbued with admiration and enthusiasm that no man could resist. Gu Lei chuckled, his tone a mix of innocence and amusement. I'm not as handsome as you say. Call me whatever you like. The little girl's curiosity shifted as she inquired, Lego, do you have a girlfriend? Gu Lei hesitated for a moment, seemingly glancing at someone before bashfully responding, not yet. She hasn't, he agreed. The little girl, undeterred by his reticence, gleefully exclaimed, that's wonderful. Whoever becomes Lego's girlfriend will surely be very happy. My sisters don't have boyfriends yet, They need to step up. A chorus of women's laughter accompanied her words. You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Lei Ge is an extraordinary being. How could he possibly be interested in us, ordinary folk? Indeed, being acquainted with Lei Ge is already a tremendous fortune. We wouldn't dare wish for more. The little girl's tone fell disheartened. Is that so? Lei Ge, do you look down on ordinary people like the other extraordinary beings? Before Gu Lei could respond, Gu Yu interjected, nonsense. My brother is not like that. Even if my future sister-in-law is an ordinary person, he will treat her exceptionally well, respect her, protect her, and ensure she never faces even the slightest grievance, right, brother? Of course. Even if she is an ordinary person, she will always be someone I cherish. He paused for a moment, as if to emphasize, as long as it's her, that's all that matters. At that moment, Chuxi happened upon the dining room entrance, catching sight of Gu Lei instinctively glancing towards Lin Xiaoban. Simultaneously, she noticed Gu Yu's four sisters exchanging glances. Their expressions filled with determination. Then a brown-haired girl turned her attention to Lin Xiaoban, smiling as she complimented Miss Lin. You are so beautiful and even an extraordinary being. You must have many admirers around you. Lin Xiaoban shook her head, appearing uncomfortable in such a setting. I don't want to think about such matters until I find my family. Hearing this, Chuxi felt a twinge of disappointment in her hopes for a potential pairing between Gu Lei and Lin Xiaoban. It seemed that while there was affection, there were also reservations. The curly-haired girl stood up, raising a cup of tea. It is my honor to meet someone as remarkable as Lei Ge. I toast you with this cup. Why are you only toasting Lei Ge? You've never toasted us. The other women teased. The curly-haired girl shot a playful glare at her sisters, then sweetly added, Lei Ge is so heroic and handsome. He embodies the ideal man for me. Toasting him is a privilege. How could I toast you all the same? Amidst the playful banter of her sisters, the curly-haired girl blushed. Raising her teacup towards Gu Lei. Please, she said, then boldly drank the entire cup in one go. Gu Lei could not decline. He quickly stood and took a sip from his own glass, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This lady is too kind. I hardly deserve such praise. You absolutely do. The curly-haired girl shyly replied, then approached Lin Xiaoban, saying, Miss Lin, your independence and strength are a model for us women. I admire you greatly. I toast you as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoban's previously somber expression softened into a polite smile. Thank you. As she poured herself some tea, preparing to sip, her elbow was unexpectedly bumped. The cup slipped from her grasp, spilling scalding tea all over her. Ah, Miss Lin, how clumsy of you, the curly-haired girl exclaimed, covering her mouth in feigned surprise as she stepped back and hurriedly grabbed some paper towels to help wipe away the stains. You, Lin Xiaoban looked up at her, but only saw innocence and concern on the curly-haired girl's face, causing her to furrow her brow in confusion. Was she overthinking this? She pushed the curly-haired girl's hand away. I can handle it myself. Pan, are you alright? Gu Lei asked anxiously, taking her hand to inspect for burns. Relieved to find no redness, he chided her more out of concern than anger. How could you not hold a cup steady? The curly-haired girl, understanding, remarked. The tea was too hot. Miss Lin must have been unable to hold it properly. Lin Xiaoban's displeasure was evident as she retorted. I'm not afraid of the heat. I was holding it just fine until someone bumped me.
What do you mean, Miss Lin?
Are you implying I bumped into you on purpose? The curly-haired girl asked incredulously, appearing both hurt and upset. I'm just a weak woman who admires you. How could I dare to collide with you? Her sisters chimed in. Miss Lin, are you mistaken? We were all present. No one saw anyone bump you. Miss Lin, please be careful with your words. Although we may not be as capable as you, we are not people to be wronged lightly. Gu Yu, feeling awkward, tried to mediate. Sister Pan, a first-tier extraordinary being's reaction speed is 10 times that of an ordinary person. You are a third-tier extraordinary being. How could she possibly harm you and cause you to spill your tea? The implication was clear. The curly-haired girl could not have collided with Lin Xiaoban. And even if she had, it was unlikely to result in such a spill. Lin Xiaoban was left speechless, her chest rising and falling for a moment before she turned to Gu Lei, her gaze steady. What do you think? I certainly believe you. However, Gu Lei spoke without hesitation, scratching his head. Under the bright gaze of Lin Xiaoban, he instinctively averted his eyes, fumbling for words. Yet, Xiuyi was not mistaken when she inquired if Pan Ban had accidentally bumped into the table. Lin Xiaopan's expression gradually faded as she lowered her gaze and withdrew her hand from Gu Lei's grasp. Apologies, you all continue your conversation. I need to change. Her voice lacked the intimacy it once held, now tinged with a hint of detachment. Pan Pan? Noticing the shift in her demeanor, Gu Lei's anxious gaze followed her retreating figure, bewildered by his perceived misstep. This morning, he had indeed confessed his feelings to Lin Xiaopan but had not demanded an immediate response. Pan Pan had expressed a desire to locate her family first, and he had assured her of his willingness to wait, unwavering in his affections. At that moment, Lin Xiaopan had seemed genuinely pleased, not minding his persistent closeness. How could such a brief span of 2 hours transform their rapport so drastically? Chapter 125. A feast for the eyes. Once Lin Xiaopan departed, the curly-haired girl conveniently occupied her seat, leaning toward Gu Lei, creating an atmosphere of intimacy between them. Gu Lei was about to ask her to vacate Lin Xiaopan's spot when he heard her anxious tone. Miss Lin seems upset. It must be my fault for not serving her tea properly. Surely, I must have offended her in some way, the curly-haired girl lamented. Women like me should remain in the agricultural district, toiling daily, far removed from the glamorous Miss Lin. Sharing a table with her is an affront to her dignity. Do not belittle yourself. Xiaoyu interjected urgently. All humans are born equal, and in these dire times, we must unite. What of the extraordinary abilities? Even those with powers can perish, and ordinary individuals can cultivate the land and sustain countless gifted beings, can't they, brother? Upon witnessing his sister's earnest expression, Gu Lei swallowed his words, urging the girl to leave, and offered a reassuring smile. Xiaoyu is right. It is not your fault. The curly-haired girl responded meekly, lifting her shimmering gaze to meet Gu Lei's. Upon catching his eye, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The intensity of his gaze was unmistakable, and Gu Lei, being a man, could discern her feelings clearly. Yet, he had already set his heart on another and had no intention of reciprocating her affections. She had not uttered any declarations, and he could not simply state, I have someone I adore. Please do not gaze at me. Overwhelmed by her persistent gaze, Gu Lei awkwardly poured himself a glass of beer from the only bottle on the table, sipping it slowly. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaopan had not entirely departed. She lingered just outside the restaurant, curious to see whom Gu Lei would trust and whether he would chase after her. She had her answer now. The last flicker of hope in her eyes extinguished, her usually carefree demeanor transformed into a calm resolve. Taking a deep breath, as if making a decision, a trace of indifference flickered in her eyes, and her steps lightened. Suddenly, she halted, for seated on a small bench around the corner was a figure clad in black. An enchanting presence overshadowed by a languidly elegant black cat sprawled across her lap. The duo was indulging in potato chips, the cat perched with legs crossed, its expression seemingly reveling in the spectacle before it. Lin Xiaopan couldn't help but twitch her lips. Goddess, why aren't you inside? Have you been sitting here for long? In response to her bemused gaze, Chuxi awkwardly stuffed the large bag of chips into the cat's embrace. I noticed you all were having a delightful conversation, and I didn't want to disrupt the atmosphere or hinder anyone's performance. Besides, Qi Bai and the others haven't returned yet. I thought I might as well enjoy the show, given the absence of television and internet. Meeting Lin Xiaopan's troubled yet gentle gaze, Chuxi chuckled lightly, abandoning her attempts at justification. Lin Xiaopan regarded her in silence for a moment, as if perceiving her hidden intentions, but chose not to expose them. After a brief pause, she suddenly asked, Goddess, do you also believe I accidentally spilled the tea? Chuxi replied decisively, it was not you. Lin Xiaopan was taken aback.
Why?
I am a third-tier ability user. And so what? My Pan Pan would never falsely accuse another. If she claims someone is at fault, it is indeed so. Moreover, who decrees that ordinary individuals cannot harm those with abilities? As she spoke, Chuxi picked up the cat, rising to brush off her clothes. Additionally, beyond ordinary people and ability users, there exists another category, those who, while unable to exhibit abilities, do not belong to the ordinary realm. You mean? Lin Xiaopan's eyes sparkled as she perceived the certainty in Chuxi's expression. You mean enhancers? That woman is an enhancer? She could have collided with me without drawing attention. Could she be speed-oriented? Precisely. In fact, not only the curly-haired girl is an enhancer, among Gu Yu's close friends, with the exception of Huan Huan, they are all enhancers. Yet, Gu Yu seems entirely oblivious to this. However, Chuxi refrained from elaborating further, merely commenting, "I had a brief, unpleasant encounter with them this morning. It seems they harbor many hidden motives. I shall ask Guyu to take them away. They are quite bothersome." "There's no need," Lin Xiaopan interjected, shaking her head repeatedly. Yun Chushi's trust in her alleviated much of her pent-up frustration. It's Yuyu's first time bringing friends home. Sending them away would embarrass her. "It's just a meal. It's no trouble." "Very well." Seeing Lin Xiaopan's indifference, Yun Chushi relented, patting her shoulder and urging, "Hurry and change. Without you, my appetite will suffer." Because of the feast for the eyes, Lin Xiaopan teased, finally smiling, her demeanor brightening. "Understood, my esteemed goddess." With that, she hurried upstairs. After Lin Xiaopan left, Yun Chushi slowly pushed open the restaurant door, where the others were complaining about the delay in their meal. The youngest, Huan, pointed an accusatory finger at Qibo, exclaiming, "We are honored guests of Sister Xiaoyu. Are you trying to starve us?" Qibo remained unperturbed, his tone resolute. "The time to serve the dishes has not yet arrived. If a few guests cannot wait, they may leave to dine elsewhere." Xiaoyu quickly intervened, pulling Huan back and forcing a smile. "My apologies, Qibo. It was Huan's misunderstanding. We can wait." Huan, still dissatisfied, grumbled under her breath. "What do you mean the time is not right? What are we waiting for?" At that moment, Yun Chushi entered, clearing her throat softly. "I apologize for my tardiness." Huan turned to see Yun Chushi, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, it's you again. Xiuyu, how is it that we keep encountering your master?" "Fear not. Brother Lei will protect us. Let us see how she handles Huan this time." Ignoring the murmurs of the women, Yun Chushi turned apologetically to Qibo. "I apologize for the delay." To her astonishment, Qibo had refrained from serving the dishes in her absence. "Not at all, Miss Yun. Your arrival is more than sufficient. I trust you are hungry. Lunch has been prepared." Yun Chushi surveyed the restaurant's occupants and inquired, "Where are the others?" Qibo, devoid of any pretense, replied respectfully, "Another base has sent envoys. The elders are currently in discussions. The young master will return tonight, while Qishao has accompanied a Qin outside." With no indication of their return, Yun Chushi pondered briefly. "In that case, let us not wait for them. Serve the dishes." "Yes, let us serve," Qibo called out loudly. In the next moment, the kitchen door swung open, and servants emerged with the meticulously prepared dishes. The sisters in the restaurant gazed in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Yun Chushi's single command could expedite their long-awaited meal. Chapter 126. She desired to transform herself. Due to the formidable impression left by Yun Chushi, none of them dared to voice their doubts or discontent. With guests present, a sumptuous feast of 15 dishes, both meat and vegetarian, was laid out. The sound of suppressed salivation echoed through the dining hall.
Wow, how lavish.
"There's meat. I haven't had meat in over 2 months. Sister Xiaoyu, you are so kind to me," Henin exclaimed joyfully, eagerly pulling all the meat dishes toward herself and diving in with her chopsticks. Guyu smiled and served her some dishes, advising her to take her time, assuring her that no one was competing for her food. Observing this, the other women quickly followed suit, gathering meat into their bowls. In a mere few minutes, the platters of meat had visibly diminished, while the bowls of the sisters piled higher. Before long, half of the dishes on the table were empty. Once the meat was gone, the women incessantly rummaged through the remaining vegetarian plates for any lingering morsels. Watching them poke their saliva-coated chopsticks into the dishes, Yun Chushi suddenly lost her appetite. "Qibua," she called. Qibua hurried over, bowing with a smile. "Miss, how may I assist you?" "Prepare 3 dishes and 1 soup to be sent to my room, along with 2 plates of snacks, to be delivered in half an hour. Please inform Lin Xiaopan." "Understood," Qibua replied. Thus, Yun Chushi set down her barely touched chopsticks, stood up, pushed away her bowl, and politely announced, "I will not be dining any longer. Please enjoy your meal." With that, she picked up her cat and departed the dining hall. Once she left, the sisters, filled with trepidation, breathed a sigh of relief. Henin rolled her eyes and said, "Hey, old man, make sure to bring us 2 plates of snacks too." "No, each of us wants 2 plates. We want 10 plates of snacks delivered to our room." Chibua's demeanor noticeably cooled in response to Henin. "Very well, miss, but please provide the ingredients." "Ingredients? What ingredients? Why didn't that woman need to provide any?" Henin was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Guyu gently advised her, "Henin, My master has a deep relationship with the owner of this place and has been of great assistance. It's different. Realization dawned on Hanin, but her face quickly contorted with anger as she glared at Chibwa. Ah, I see. You look down on us. You treat favored guests with kindness, while you push us aside. Is this how you serve your guests? The other women chimed in with bitter agreement. Having connections is advantageous. You can have whatever you want. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, you still enjoy the finest. I thought I had seen it all among these ability users. But this is my first encounter with such blatant disdain. Even Suyu, who is so strong, has to bow down and call her master. Turns out she is someone backing her up. The woman with curly hair covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. With such a beautiful face. How could her luck be anything but good? Don't envy her. She might have other means. Hanin, already displeased, exclaimed, no wonder she has such close ties with the owner. It must be because of a man. Their words grew increasingly outrageous, prompting Guyu to cover Hanin's mouth, just as an annoyed thud echoed through the room. The group froze, turning to see Gulay slam his cup down, his expression darkening unexpectedly. Gulay did not gaze at them, but directed his displeasure straight at Guyu. Suyu, you can cause a ruckus all you want, but do not disrespect your master. If your sisters are of that caliber, I see no need to save them. Perceiving her brother's anger and seriousness, Guyu felt wronged. She wanted to express her respect for Yun Chuxi, who had always looked down on her sisters, often ignoring them. This time, she had even left early, unwilling to dine with them. Not only did Gu Lei not support her, but he also chose to admonish her in front of so many people. Before Gu Yu could speak, the curly-haired woman quickly apologized. Lei Go, please do not blame Gu Yu. We were simply too envious of Miss Yun. In a post-apocalyptic world, women are like drifting weeds, longing for a powerful man to protect them. Miss Yun not only possesses abilities, but also has many willing to shield her from the storm. Anyone would feel jealousy, wouldn't they? As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, gazing intently at Gu Lei. If it were me, as long as I had a place to call home and someone to shelter me, I would be willing to do anything.
Gu Lei paused.
A flicker of compassion crossing his mind. He recalled Gu Yu's account of how she had almost been forced by an ability user in the agricultural zone, and how her sisters had helped her. He felt he had overreacted. They were merely expressing their envy of a goddess in a moment of weakness. His demeanor shouldn't be so harsh. Just as he was about to say it wouldn't happen again, a derisive laugh rang out from behind. A frog at the bottom of a well dares to comment on the sun and moon, utterly ignorant. Lin Xiaoban, dressed in athletic wear, strode in with an imposing presence, casting a scornful glance at the sisters. She had overheard their slander against the goddess from the staircase and could no longer tolerate it. With a cold smile, Lin Xiaoban pointed to the door. The door is right there. If you cannot stand it, feel free to leave. As the women fell silent, their expressions darkening, Lin Xiaoban made her way to her seat, only to halt abruptly. Another woman occupied her spot. The curly-haired woman, pale and flustered, rose hastily. I'm sorry, Miss Lin. I was engrossed in conversation with Lei Go and lost track of time. I didn't mean to occupy your seat. I'll vacate it immediately. Please don't be upset. That's unnecessary. No need, they both said in unison. The former was Gu Lei, who had long felt uncomfortable with the curly-haired woman's overly fragrant presence and had intended to give his seat to Lin Xiaoban. However, hearing her refusal, he swallowed his explanation back. Did she not mind having another woman beside her? And so far apart? To Lin Xiaoban. She was indeed accustomed to being inseparable from Gu Lei, but at this moment, she sought to change herself. Lin Xiaoban took a seat at the far end of the long table, distancing herself from everyone. She looked around, puzzled. Where is the goddess? Master had matters to attend to and returned to her room. Gu Yu promptly replied, her cheeks flushing. She understood that her sister's behavior had been somewhat impolite, and that her master had left to avoid displeasure. But what could she do? Anyone who had been hungry for so long would lose control upon seeing meat. To her master, it was merely a matter of missing one bowl of rice, while her sisters had been suffering all along. Lin Xiaoban was taken aback. She ran off after telling me to come down early? She glanced at the dishes on the table, her confusion deepening. Chibwa, is there no meat left? Since the goddess had proposed a food expense, she, Gu Lei, and Shibai had taken to bringing supplies back to the Jiang family weekly. The goddess's generosity was extraordinary. While others provided rice, she directly supplied meat, live chickens, live ducks, live fish, and even live pigs.
Now,
Those live poultry provided by the goddess had become strategically protected resources in the base. Aside from being utilized for preparing meals for the goddess, they were entirely dedicated to sustainable farming and production. There was no way there could be a shortage of meat. Chapter 127. Bringing sisters in to enjoy the good life? Why is the table filled with vegetarian dishes? Chibwa. There is indeed more meat. However, before Chibwa could finish, Guyu interrupted, eagerly serving Lin Xiaopan with food. Exuding utmost courtesy. Sister Panpan, please eat more. You've lost weight these past few days searching for your family. Nearby, the curly-haired woman, hearing Gu Lei's invitation for her to stay and not relinquish her seat to Lin Xiaopan, felt a surge of delight. At this moment, seeing him distractedly gazing at Lin Xiaopan while Guyu was fawning over her, she couldn't help but comment intentionally. Miss Yun looked disdainfully at the dishes on the table and instructed the kitchen to prepare a separate meal for herself, retreating to her room to dine. Miss Lin, do not be disheartened. Although we have had our fill, we have left you quite a bit. The remaining dishes are all yours, said Guyu, her tone light as she pushed the plate towards Lin Xiaopan. Lin Xiaopan cast a cold glance at the curly-haired woman who wore a faint, mocking smile, her eyes glinting with derision as if to suggest that Lin was only worthy of the leftovers. Clenching her chopsticks tightly, Lin Xiaopan remained silent, her expression darkening. Guyu, sensing the tension, awkwardly smiled and insisted, "Indeed, Sister Pan, I did not expect you to arrive so late. We are all quite full now. So please eat more, and do not let it go to waste." Lin Xiaopan diverted her gaze, surveying the cold leftovers pushed in front of her while casting a quick glance at Guyu's apologetic face. Still, she held her tongue and numbly picked at her rice. Gu Lei, who had been observing silently, felt increasingly uncomfortable as he pondered why Pan Pan was giving him the cold shoulder. Meanwhile, the other women at the table exchanged satisfied looks, reveling in Lin Xiaopan's discomfort. Having enjoyed their meal, Han Han recalled the task entrusted to her by her sisters. She clung to Guyu's arm and whined, "Sister Yu, I am tired and wish to take a nap. Where will we be staying later?" Guyu turned to the butler, Chibo, and asked, "Could you please arrange accommodations for my sisters?" However, the usually amiable elder politely declined. "I am sorry, Miss Guyu, but this is not a hotel. Without the young master's permission, outsiders cannot stay." Lin Xiaopan, who had been quietly eating, was taken aback by her request. She lifted her head and exclaimed, "Guyu, what do you take this place for? You are merely staying here temporarily. And now you wish to bring a whole group with you? Even the esteemed goddess has to pay rent, while you have been enjoying free meals and lodging." It was clear that the Jiang family did not lack for such trivialities, and their leader valued loyalty, unwilling to mention such matters in front of his brothers. Yet now, Guyu took it for granted, and even sought to benefit her so-called good sisters. Did she consider this place her own backyard? Lin Xiaopan looked at her in exasperation, believing Guyu to be too naive to realize she was being used. Guyu's expression stiffened, and she awkwardly replied, "But I do not know where else to go." "Brother." She gazed helplessly at her elder brother with pleading eyes. Gu Lei, who had intended to scold her, fell silent and scratched his head, deep in thought. "How about I help you find an apartment?" The prospect of losing their chance to stay in luxury caused the sisters to exchange worried glances. Han Han, filled with frustration, slammed her hand on the table and shouted at Lin Xiaopan, "Hey, who do you think you are to reprimand Sister Yu when even Brother Gu Lei has not said anything?" "Exactly. As friends of Sister Yu and Brother Lei, do we not have the right to stay temporarily?" Another chimed in. "Furthermore, Miss Lin is not the owner of this place. Who are you to decide we should leave? You must have some grievances against Sister Yu." "Do not worry, Sister Yu. We stand by your side," the sisters chimed in. Lin Xiaopan, her anger simmering, recognized that the sisters were not genuinely supporting Guyu, but instead attempting to sow discord. She longed to retort, but held back, her upbringing preventing her from resorting to insults. For a moment, she was left speechless. The curly-haired woman feigned understanding and said, "Brother Lei, we have caused trouble for Sister Yu. Do not blame her. We will return to the agricultural area and not burden you." "No." Guyu felt a surge of emotion, unwilling to let them leave. "I have finally brought them out. The people in the agricultural area will not let them go." Gu Lei frowned and asked, "Did you not deal with those beasts?" He had helped her with her revenge, ensuring things went smoothly. Since then, Guyu's abilities had grown to the level of a formidable third-tier ability user. Lin Xiaopan added, "Now that the base has changed hands, Chief Jiang has established reform prisons to impose harsher punishments on those who bully the weak. Who else would dare? Han Han interrupted dismissively. You are an ability user. Of course, you feel secure. Us beautiful women walking down the street are at risk. What do you know? Sister Pan, please do not say that. I indeed avenged myself. But there are still many unresolved threats. You have my brother and my master to protect you. You would not understand. Gu Yu's tone grew heated, expressing her frustration at Lin Xiaopan's lack of understanding. I will not allow anyone to force them away, since the leader has yet to return and the butler cannot decide. My sisters will stay with me. We will not take up much space. That should suffice, right? In her determination to keep her sisters, Gu Yu was willing to share her room. Qi Bo, unable to insist that guests leave, simply nodded and replied, Miss Gu Yu, please feel free. Finally able to remain, the sisters' tense nerves began to ease. However, Gu Yu's room was only suitable for 2, and 5 would be too cramped.
Huang Han complained, Sister Yu.
Your room only has 1 bedroom and a shower. It is too small for all of us. The curly-haired woman suggested. I saw 2 unoccupied suites that not only have bedrooms, living rooms, and showers but also balconies and kitchens. Seeing Gu Yu hesitating, Lin Xiaopan scoffed. What are you thinking? Those are the owner's rooms. How shameless can you be? Perhaps you wish for the villa to be given to you? The curly-haired woman, suppressing her anger, replied, Miss Lin. We have not offended you. Why do you persistently oppose us? We are all women. Is this really necessary? Lin Xiaopan found it amusing. She owed them nothing and felt no obligation to accommodate them. Gu Yu, already frazzled over her sisters, lost her temper. Sister Pan, I always believed you were strong and the only one who understood me. Yet here you are, quibbling with a few ordinary people? How ridiculous. Does being ordinary grant one a sort of privilege, making them untouchable? Lin Xiaopan refrained from reminding her that these so-called sisters were not virtuous.
Enough, Pampan.
Go away. Lin Xiaopan swatted Goulet's cautious hand away and coldly remarked, Goulet, you too, if your sister cannot find a place to stay. Am I expected to give up my room for her? Goulet's expression darkened, tension building in his face. Chapter 128. What do I owe you? How dare you speak of my brother? Gu Yu retorted, her face flushed as she argued with Lin Xiaopan. You have no right to occupy my brother's time. He always thinks of you first when there is something good to share. Have you ever turned him down? You benefit from him. What right do you have to criticize others? Lin Xiaopan's anger boiled over. Are you suggesting I owe you? Seeing Gu Yu's incredulous expression, Lin Xiaopan turned to Goulet, only to find him staring at her silently, his brow furrowed in thought.
Ha!
Lin Xiaopan felt a chill wash over her. She struggled to comprehend how their mutual support had turned into her being ungrateful. If anyone owed a debt, it was she who owed a great deal to only 2 individuals in her life, her devoted parents and the generous goddess. The small trinkets Goulet sometimes gifted her to lift her spirits could easily be repaid, just as she treated him with the same kindness. How had it come to be that she owed him anything? Lin Xiaopan felt a laugh bubbling up, but found it stifled. Seeing Lin Xiaopan's anger escalate, Goulet felt a twinge of anxiety. He understood his sister's unreasonable behavior, yet he restrained himself from intervening. It was evident that Lin Xiaopan had been off since dinner, and now she was embroiled in a quarrel with Gu Yu. What could he do? One was the object of his affection, and the other was his sister. Already burdened with guilt towards Gu Yu, he couldn't possibly betray family ties for the sake of righteousness. Goulet wrestled with his thoughts until he could no longer bear it. Just as he was about to suggest he would sleep in the living room to allow Gu Yu and the others to take the bedroom, Lin Xiaopan spoke first. Fine. I'll vacate my room for you. You 2 siblings should refrain from appearing before me in the future, lest I unwittingly find myself indebted to you. Noticing the flicker of panic in Goulet's eyes, her tone dripped with sarcasm. Am I Lin Xiaopan someone who fears being unable to repay?
With that,
she pulled out a chair and, without a backward glance, left. The dining room fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension.
Goulet stood dazed,
staring at the direction Lin Xiaopan had departed, as if his soul had been lost. I'm sorry, brother, Gu Yu murmured after a long pause, lowering her head. She knew that Pan Pan was her brother's beloved, and often, he would overlook her to please her. While she had always understood this, she found herself unable to endure it any longer this time. The curly-haired girl suggested, It's our fault. We should go and apologize to Miss Lin later, so she won't leave. With that, she exchanged glances with her companions, and they shared a knowing smile. Apologizing was out of the question. in such a splendid place. Free from worries about food and shelter, and guarded by extraordinary beings, they not only intended to stay, but also planned to remain indefinitely. With this in mind, the curly-haired girl poured Goulet a glass of wine and gently said, "Miss Lin is merely upset at the moment. Once her anger subsides, she will surely regret her words." "She didn't mean it. Will she regret it?" Goulet muttered, not even glancing at her as he raised the glass to his lips. "The words 'stay away from me' and 'I fear I cannot repay' echoed in his ears like an incantation, deepening his melancholy as he downed glass after glass. Unable to stop. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoban sulked in her room, packing her belongings, her spirits at an all-time low when suddenly a hand rested on her shoulder. "Where have you been? I've been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Lin Xiaoban turned, her face a mask of confusion, only to find the familiar smiling face of her goddess. "Didn't we agree to have dinner together? I thought there was too little food. So I asked Chibo to prepare another dish. He forgot to tell you? Hurry up, or it'll get cold." Yun Chuxi beckoned, pulling her toward her room. As she was gently led by the cool, soft hand, Lin Xiaopan's pent-up grievances surged forth uncontrollably. She suddenly embraced Yun Chuxi, burying her face in her neck. "Goddess, woohoo." Feeling the warmth and dampness on her shoulder, Yun Chuxi sighed helplessly and wrapped her arms around her. She patted Lin Xiaopan's back in a comforting manner.
Like one would soothe a child.
"You, who can chop down foes directly, insist on reasoning with them."
Sigh.
The aftermath in the dining room, under the strong insistence of the little black cat, was relayed live through her psychic abilities. Her dear Panpan had tried to hint at something but was misunderstood and antagonized by Guyu. Goulet also bore some responsibility, for he not only failed to enlighten his sister, but also silently tolerated her behavior. It was no wonder Lin Xiaoban felt aggrieved. However, upon hearing her words, Lin Xiaoban looked up in shock. In the next moment, she covered her face and cried even harder. "Whoa, I didn't do anything wrong. Why can't we reason?" Yun Chuxi quickly reassured her. Yes, if there's reason, we shall discuss it. If there's no reason, we'll draw our swords." Lin Xiaoban wiped her tears and gazed reproachfully at Yun Chuxi. Men are not to be trusted, and neither are women. For some reason, Yun Chuxi felt as if she were being glared at. After a lengthy period of comforting, Lin Xiaoban finally managed to eat lunch with her, the two snuggling on the sofa while chatting. Yun Chuxi mentioned she had seen the two embracing in the backyard that morning and had thought they were in a romantic relationship. Lin Xiaoban replied that her parents hadn't found her yet, so she wasn't in the mood for romance. Yet, she harbored some feelings for Goulet. However, the earlier incident had shaken her resolve. She yearned for a future partner characterized by mutual trust and complete honesty. She desired to be someone as steadfast choice. But Goulet had failed to deliver on that front. Chapter 129. Old Witch? No, Fairy Sister. Engrossed in conversation, Lin Xiaoban dozed off on the sofa. Observing her slightly swollen eyelids, Yun Chuxi chose not to disturb her. She quietly placed a pillow against her back, ensuring her comfort, and then quietly slipped out of the room. Across the corridor, a group of sisters were pounding on Guyu's door. "Miss Lin, are you ready? We're here for you." "Miss Lin, open up. Brother Lei has something to tell you." "Miss Lin, we know you're in there. Open the door, so we can talk." "Miss Lin, stop pretending to be deaf. Sister, you asked us to relay a message. Hurry up and come out." As they continued their clamorous calls, Yun Chuxi silently took out her phone, began playing Snake, and casually activated the recording function. When they grew fatigued and breathless from their shouting, she finally spoke leisurely. "Why shout like dogs? Wouldn't it be better to discuss matters with me?" The sisters turned to find Yun Chuxi casually leaning against the wall, her cool eyes glinting with amusement, observing them as if they were mere trifles. Unable to contain herself, Han Han pointed an accusing finger and yelled, "You old witch! How dare you call us dogs? Do you know who you're talking to?"
Slap.
She was abruptly interrupted by a sharp sound. A sizable, transparent ice shard unexpectedly struck Han Han's face, causing her to cry out in pain as she instinctively covered her cheek. The ice shard fell to the ground, leaving a distinct red imprint on her face, as if she had been struck hard. The sisters looked on in astonishment. Meanwhile, Yun Chuxi remained unperturbed, and a faint frost began to manifest in the air. A pure energy of ice brushing past them, sending chills through their bones. "Still barking?" Yun Chuxi smiled, her tone light yet laced with a chilling cruelty. Han Han dared not utter a word, Recalling how this woman had threatened to sever her arm for a mere bracelet, fear creeping into her eyes, the sisters fell silent, regret flashing in their gazes. Had they known provoking Yun Chuxi would lead to such consequences, they never would have tried to incite Lin Xiaopan to leave by deliberately distracting Guyu and Gulei. Yun Chuxi was not someone easily manipulated like Lin Xiaopan. This woman not only held a unique status, but was also unyieldingly irrational. Miss Yun, please don't be impulsive. We came to apologize to Miss Lin Xiaopan. The eldest sister, in a panic, urged as she witnessed Yun Chuxi's silence and readiness to act. Hear us what happened during lunch. Han Han found Lin Xiaopan's words unappealing and spoke back, which angered her. We came here for that reason. Upon hearing this, Yun Chuxi's expression turned intrigued. So, it seems Lin Xiaopan is the one at fault? Why should you be the ones to apologize? Taking advantage of the fact that Yun Chuxi was not present at the time, Sister 2 chimed in. It's no big deal if we're insulted. But Guyu couldn't bear it and stood up for us, which led to a quarrel with Miss Lin Xiaopan. The curly-haired girl nodded vigorously, her face filled with concern. We're all friends. We don't want to argue over something so trivial. Nor do we wish for this to affect Miss Lin's relationship with everyone. We just want to talk to her properly.
Han Han,
Afraid to show any resentment towards Yun Chuxi, vented all her frustrations on Lin Xiaopan. Covering her cheek, she exaggeratedly recounted. Before she left, Lin Xiaopan voluntarily offered us her room, but when we called for her, she refused to open the door. I think she was just pretending to be nice. Now she's going back on her word because she feels guilty. Is that all? After listening to their twisted narrative, Yun Chuxi found it amusing and chose not to expose their lies. She calmly inquired, have you all finished? The sisters exchanged nervous glances, uncertain whether she believed them, and replied tremulously, why yes, we're done. Cloud Chuxi let out a soft sigh, her expression imbued with a profound sense of empathy. Lin Xiaopan had indeed gone too far. Not only did she speak disparagingly to them, but she also feigned generosity by offering them a room, only to turn around and firmly shut the door, leaving them outside. They were truly pitiful. Instantly, the group of sisters felt a weight lift from their hearts and expressed that it was of no consequence. They bore no resentment towards Miss Lin. After all, lacking extraordinary abilities rendered them vulnerable to such treatment. As long as Miss Lin no longer harbored anger towards them, enduring a little humiliation was bearable. Miss Lin had even claimed she would vacate the room for them, though she had not fulfilled her promise. Her willingness to deceive them had already touched them deeply. Even Han Hang, with reddened eyes, confessed, Fairy sister, I spoke too bluntly earlier, and I deserve the scolding. I apologize. However, the sisters had done nothing wrong. Why should they endure such bullying? Fairy sister, you are so kind. You must seek justice for us. Observing Han Hang, her swollen cheeks betraying her pain, yet still playfully approaching her for comfort, Cloud Chuxi couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Here I am, trying to converse with you amicably, and yet you insist on calling me an old witch. You receive a slap but sweetly refer to me as fairy sister? This is akin to the real-life adage of refusing a toast and instead opting for a penalty drink. Chapter 130. She must be doing this on purpose. Cloud Chuxi, wearing an expression of sympathy, acknowledged, you are right. You have all indeed suffered. Noticing the barely concealed triumph in their eyes, she smirked and continued. Since you have all spoken your minds, it is time to apologize. With that, she raised her right hand, waving her phone and activated the camera, focusing it on their faces. Upon seeing their stunned expressions in the video, she arched an eyebrow and inquired, what's the matter? Weren't you going to apologize? After listening to your complaints for so long, can't you be more straightforward? Han Hang, perplexed, queried, aren't you going to help us? Why was she not standing up for them, instead demanding an apology? I am indeed helping, Cloud Chuxi replied, adjusting the camera's angle before placing the phone on a lamp fixture on the wall. With a smile, she addressed the bewildered sisters. Since Lin Xiaopan refuses to open the door, I will record your apologies for her to see once she does. Does that not assist you? She added, remember to be sincere and dramatic. A few self-inflicted slaps would add to the effect. If it appears too bland, it would lack the dramatic flair and be utterly uninspiring. Listening to her explanation, the sisters were infuriated. Do you think this is some social media post requiring dramatic flair? And are you certain this is actually helping rather than making us look foolish? They were not fools. They quickly realized that Cloud Chuxi had never intended to side with them. All her sympathies and offers of help were mere deceptions. While they vented their grievances, she was secretly amused at their predicament. Frustration simmered within the group, their breaths quickening, yet they felt powerless to voice their anger. Only Han, unable to contain herself, burst out with a tirade. Typical of you to forget your injuries. Old witch, what do you mean? You clearly don't trust us and treat us like fools. With a mere flick of her finger, Cloud Chuxi responded sharply.
Slap.
The sound echoed once more, visibly swelling Han's other cheek.
Wow.
Han gasped, both terrified and shocked, unable to suppress her tears. Her sharp cries pierced through the villa. Amidst her sobs, she continued to curse. Old witch. I'll have Sister Xiaoyu and Brother Gu Lei drive you out and force you to kneel and apologize. You'll regret this. What's wrong, Han? Gu Yu's anxious voice called from downstairs, followed by hurried footsteps. Instantly, Han ceased her invective, burying her head in the arms of her sisters, sobbing inconsolably. By the time Gu Lei and Gu Yu arrived, Han dashed to Gu Yu, throwing herself into her embrace, tears streaming down her face as she pointed at Cloud Chuxi. Sister Xiaoyu, Brother Gu Lei, this old witch is bullying me. Master, what on earth happened? Gu Yu, upon noticing the marks left by the slaps, felt a pang of sympathy for Han as she wiped her tears, casting a questioning glance at Cloud Chuxi, her tone laced with accusation. Lower your finger. Miss Cloud is not someone you can point at. Gu Lei admonished, his displeasure directed at Han. He too had seen the marks on her face, but subconsciously believed that the goddess would not strike without cause. If there was a fault, it must surely lie with someone else. Cloud Chuxi, unbothered by their gazes, shrugged nonchalantly. There's nothing to it. I merely overheard them barking like dogs and intended to teach them a lesson. Gu Lei nodded in understanding, his expression turning cold as he addressed the sisters. The goddess is teaching you a lesson. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Seeing his unwavering belief in her, Cloud Chuxi glanced at him with renewed interest. With such awareness, why not use it to please Lin Xiaoban instead of causing a scene? What a foolish endeavor. As Gu Lei took a stand beside Cloud Chuxi, without a moment's hesitation, the others were left astonished. Han, desperate, exclaimed, she's lying. She hit me and called us dogs. The curly-haired girl looked mournfully at Gu Lei. Brother Lei, Miss Cloud discriminates against us, making us bark like dogs. Do we not deserve to be treated as humans? Moreover, she has been using her powers to intimidate us, threatening us to kneel and apologize. Gu Yu's expression wavered as she looked at Cloud Chuxi. Master, is what they say true? Before Cloud Chuxi could respond, Gu Lei sternly interjected, Xiaoyu, do you even hear what you're saying? Your sisters are ungrateful and dare to slander my goddess. How can you question her? Gu Yu's resolve faltered for a moment, but upon seeing the pained and wronged expressions of her sisters, she shook her head firmly. I know Master saved my brother's life, hence he trusts her unconditionally. However, Master herself has stated that power does not equate to virtue. She chose to trust her sisters. After all, the evident slap marks on Han's face were impossible to ignore. Meeting Cloud Chuxi's gaze, she took a deep breath and asked, Master, please give me a reason. Why must you bully the weak and treat them this way? Facing Gu Yu's earnest eyes, Cloud Chuxi let out a light scoff, finding the situation amusing. A reason? Why should I owe you one? Do I need to justify my actions to anyone? Her gaze swept across the sisters who hid behind Gu Yu, and she remarked with playful malice, if you all claim that I am forcing you to kneel and apologize, wouldn't it be foolish for me not to do so and take the blame? With that, her aura surged, intensifying. Gu Lei, standing closest, instinctively stepped back, channeling his powers to withstand the pressure. Gu Yu's face paled, summoning all her inner strength to remain upright. The sisters, however, were utterly powerless, bending over uncontrollably, trembling in fear. Cloud Chuxi looked down at them with a mocking smile. Now, I am indeed forcing you, what of it? She was not Lin Xiaoban, who would be considerate of Gu Yu's feelings. Apologize or leave. Seeing Cloud Chuxi's escalating intensity, it was evident she was serious. Gu Yu's eyes widened in desperation. Master, please don't do this. They understand their mistakes. Please. You can all leave, Cloud Chuxi coldly interrupted. Gu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had just discovered how ruthlessly cold and domineering Cloud Chuxi could be. Gu Lei's expression turned anxious. He parted his lips but ultimately said nothing. As Gu Yu and Gu Lei lowered their heads, the sisters fully grasped the stark reality. Cloud Chuxi was not someone they could provoke. From now on, they would avoid her at all costs. The curly-haired girl, her voice tinged with tears, began to bow repeatedly. I'm sorry, Miss Cloud. We were blind to your greatness. The other three could no longer contain themselves, joining in. We were wrong. We should not have spoken out. I apologize. Please, have mercy, and cease your pursuit. Fair sister.
I shall not dare again.
As they expressed their regret and acknowledged their faults, Chuxi observed them for a moment before suddenly declaring, Your sincerity is lacking. What does master mean? Guyu inquired, her face etched with anxiety. Chuxi smirked enigmatically. Guyu, I sense your dissatisfaction, and fortuitously, I possess no desire to make things difficult for others. Meeting the anxious gazes of her sisters, she slowly continued, You shall perform a headstand and bow. Once completed, I shall grant you clemency. A headstand? Guyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Unwilling? Chuxi narrowed her eyes slightly, preparing to change her approach, only to see Guyu nodding fervently. Very well, a headstand. Fearing Chuxi's ire, Guyu bent forward, supporting herself with her hands, raised her legs high, and inverted her body. She pressed her hands against the ground, her head gradually descending until it touched the floor. Is this correct, master? Chuxi raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Upon witnessing Guyu's effortless demonstration, the other sisters felt emboldened. However, after several attempts of propping their feet against the wall without success, they resorted to supporting themselves with their hands, breathing heavily, resembling comical frogs in their green agricultural uniforms. Not wanting to miss the spectacle, Chuxi strode to her door, knocked lightly, and raised her voice slightly. Pan, come out quickly. Guyu and her companions have come to apologize, and in a show of sincerity, they intend to perform headstands. Gulay burst into laughter. Sisters, Guyu groaned, Master must be doing this on purpose. Resigned, she reminded her sisters to perform the headstand properly and not to forget to apologize to Miss Lin. Chapter 131. I am a double-standard person. Recalling Lin Xiaopan, who had been driven away by them, the sisters, though reluctant, dared not defy Chuxi and obediently kicked their legs, trying to maintain their inverted positions. The door slowly creaked open, and Lin Xiaopan shot Chuxi a playful glare. She had been sleeping soundly, undisturbed until a little black cat jumped around, forcing her awake just in time to overhear Chuxi's scolding in the corridor. Now, Guyu was leading them to apologize to her. Lin Xiaopan understood that this was all Chuxi's way of avenging her. Warmth surged within her as she stepped out, only to nearly burst into laughter at the sight of her sister's struggles. Clearing her throat, she said, Apologize, I am waiting. Surrounded and mocked, the sisters felt humiliated, their faces flushed and breathless. Within mere minutes, Han could no longer endure it. She suddenly knelt on the ground, weeping as she slapped herself twice. I cannot do a headstand, fair sister, spare me. Chuxi remained silent. The others, drenched in sweat, seeing her plight, weakly knelt and pleaded, Miss Yun, we were thoughtless. We were wrong. Please be magnanimous. Chuxi cast a cold glance. There is another person you ought to apologize to. The sister shivered and quickly turned to face Lin Xiaopan. I am sorry, Miss Lin. We should not have plotted against you. Chuxi urged, be specific. The first sister gathered her courage. We should not have meddled in Miss Lin's relationship with Lei Ge. Chuxi pressed further, and, with a sob, Han added, We should not have taken Miss Lin Xiaopan's room. Chuxi huffed, there is more. The curly-haired girl hesitated, glancing nervously at Chuxi before meeting her teasing gaze. Startled, she stammered, I should not have deliberately bumped into Miss Lin and splashed water on her? What did you say? Before anyone could respond, Gulay seized the curly-haired girl's collar, lifting her with evident anger. Enough, I accept your apologies. Seeing Gulay's intense reaction, Lin Xiaopan felt a knot in her chest. Finding the situation rather dull, she caught sight of her phone on the lampstand, retrieved it, and pressed play, tossing it into Guyu's hands, signaling her to listen. The recording revealed a group of women banging on the door, showing blatant disregard for the homeowner. Han's coarse words echoed as she insulted Lin Xiaopan, and they discussed ways to provoke her into leaving. Hearing this, Gulay's expression turned icy as he glared at the women. Guyu looked incredulously at her sisters. The sisters, already fearful and regretful, were now filled with panic as the truth unraveled. Gazing at their tear-streaked faces, Guyu felt her heart soften. Surely, there was a misunderstanding. It was a conflict between her and Pan. They merely sought to defend her. At that moment, The recording captured Yun Chuxi slapping Han Han. Guyu quickly interjected, "Master, Han Han is simply forthright. She did not intend to anger you." The recording continued, revealing the women distorting the truth to tarnish Lin Xiaopan's reputation. Guyu's lips trembled, and she fell silent. As the recording concluded, it automatically shifted to the next video. In it, Han Han could be heard cursing Yun Chuxi, vowing to expel her and demand an apology, each word striking Guyu like a slap to the face. The last vestiges of color drained from Guyu's face, her expression shifting to one of confusion and unease. She suddenly realized she did not truly know her sisters. She had protected and cared for them, relishing their dependence and flattery, yet she had never genuinely understood them. The video played on, showcasing Yun Chuxi toying with them, followed by Han Han sobs that drew Guyu and Gulei. Witnessing Guyu, overwhelmed by the truth and engulfed in confusion, Yun Chuxi reclaimed her phone. Her voice laced with mockery. "So, do you still require a reason?" Guyu remained in a daze for quite some time. Gulei, standing to the side, clenched his fists tightly, clearly furious. "Guyu, I am going to rent an apartment. When I return, you must ensure they have left." He finally grasped Pan Pan's anger. But the immediate concern was to find a secluded place for Guyu's sisters, distancing them as far as possible. With that, he shot a fierce glare at his sister and strode downstairs. Lin Xiaopan turned to Guyu, her tone icy. "From now on, do not appear before me." With that, she entered her room, leaving a whirlwind in her wake.
Pan Pan.
Guyu reached out to grasp her, only to have her evade the gesture nonchalantly, revealing her hurt as she murmured, "I am sorry." Casting a glance at the shivering group of sisters and then at Lin Xiaopan, who was ensnared in her own predicament, Yun Chuxi lost interest in lingering. Upon returning to her room, she found Lin Xiaopan staring blankly at the sofa, her eyes glistening, seemingly lost in thought, her spirit dejected. As soon as she entered, Lin Xiaopan spoke, "Goddess, am I truly so useless? Anyone can bully me, and in the end, it is you who avenges me. Do not speak such nonsense. You simply care too much for Guyu and Gulei's feelings, which is why you give them face," Yun Chuxi reassured her. Lin Xiaopan looked at her, a newfound determination in her gaze. "Goddess, rest assured, I shall not yield to anyone from now on, except you." Yun Chuxi smiled. "Miss Lin Xiaopan, I wish to tell you that you need not concern yourself with others. Simply be yourself." She continued, "Those who are with me should follow their hearts. I shall ensure you can do as you wish." Lin Xiaopan gazed deeply at the vibrant and commanding Yun Chuxi, suddenly understanding why both the president and Shi Bai's younger brother were so captivated by her. Even she, a woman, found herself nearly entranced. Feigning innocence, she asked, "Then why do you not assist Guyu?" Watching her being manipulated, Yun Chuxi was momentarily taken aback, contemplating before responding. "She would rather be used by others than be utilized by me. I am a person of double standards. Those who do not trust me entirely are outsiders." After nurturing her for so long, Guyu still felt a disconnection. She began to question whether her generosity had rendered her too accustomed to others. In contrast, Lin Xiaopan and Gulei had never imposed any expectations on her, much like Jiang Xiwang. They instinctively aligned themselves with her in every situation. Whereas Guyu did not share this inclination. Regardless, she resolved to temper her demeanor moving forward. Lin Xiaopan exclaimed with delight, suddenly embracing Yun Chuxi and playfully rubbing against her. "Goddess, is there anything you desire? I would love to snatch away whatever you wish for and present it to you." The audacity of the goddess was simply irresistible. It was a phrase Yun Chuxi often posed to others, wasn't it?